Mom threw her wine at me when she realized I was a CEO. Then my sister tried to contest Grandma's will, so I destroyed her entire career by defeat her in court. My family spent 28 years treating me like an invisible background character while worshipping my golden child sister, eventually cutting me out of the holidays entirely when they realized I had secretly become a self-made tech millionaire. But when my sister tried to drag me into court to steal the massive inheritance our grandmother rightfully left me, she didn't realize I had found decades of hidden journals documenting their abuse. I didn't just defeat her in front of a judge, I released a documentary that permanently dismantled her career, her reputation, and the entire family's fake perfect image. Original post: My name is Julian, and I'm 28 years old. I currently live in Chicago, and I don't just mean I rent a decent place in the suburbs. I live in a sprawling, 4,500 square foot penthouse in the Gold Coast. I have floor-to-ceiling windows that offer an unobstructed, dizzying view of Lake Michigan, polished imported marble floors that reflect the city lights at night, and a private elevator that opens directly into my foyer. But if you were to ask my family to describe me, they wouldn't mention any of that. They'd probably still describe me as Chloe's quiet, awkward little brother. Not because I am actually quiet, but because they simply never bothered to listen to a word I said. I guess every family has their favorite, but ours didn't even pretend to hide it. Chloe, my older sister by 3 years, has always been the absolute golden child. Since the day she was born, she was the family's shining star. She was the first to walk, the first to talk. She was the one who won the state mock trial championships, the girl who had the perfect custom-tailored prom dress, the one who always knew exactly what to say to make adults fawn over her. And me? I was just the kid who didn't need much. That was my mother Brenda's favorite way of justifying the massive disparity in how we were treated. Julian doesn't mind, she'd say with a dismissive wave of her perfectly manicured hand, whenever a relative questioned why Chloe got a brand new car for her sweet 16 while my birthday was just a lukewarm pizza dinner at home. Chloe's milestones were celebrated with rented banquet halls, professional photographers, and ice sculptures. Mine were barely a footnote. It was like watching someone be handed the blazing sun, while you're patted on the head and told, hey, there's still a little bit of starlight left over. That counts, too, right? I didn't resent Chloe at first. Not when we were really little. She was just my big sister, and I thought she was cool. She painted her nails in weird colors, blasted loud music in her room, and taught me how to tell fake friends from real ones on the playground. But over time, the dynamic shifted. She started treating me the exact same way everyone else in our family did, like I was some irrelevant background prop in the movie of her spectacular life. She would smile brightly at me when the home video camera was rolling, but completely dismiss me the second it was turned off. My mom, Brenda, certainly didn't help the situation. She was pathologically obsessed with appearances. Our family holiday cards had to be perfectly color coordinated. Her social media posts were curated like high-end museum exhibits, and Chloe, naturally, was always the centerpiece. The future high-powered lawyer, the beauty with brains, the ultimate pride of the family. I still vividly remember my mom bragging at Thanksgiving dinner a few years ago. Chloe got into Northwestern law, she announced, her voice trembling with manufactured pride. Early decision, full ride. The entire table erupted into applause. Then, almost as an afterthought, my mom turned to me and said, Julian, are you still doing that little computer stuff in your bedroom? I had just landed my first paid internship at a major software startup, but I didn't say anything. I just smiled tightly, looked down at my plate, and passed the gravy. That was the game we played. Stay quiet, stay small, stay out of the way. I got incredibly good at it. Until I didn't. Things started shifting dramatically after college. I moved to the city and told them I was working in IT, which was technically true, but I was also building my own software on the side. 2 years later, I had launched my own company, an AI-driven supply chain logistics platform. I had no loans, no financial help from my parents, just endless lines of code, gallons of black coffee, and brutal nights spent debugging until my eyes stung and my vision blurred. I didn't tell my family about my success, not because I was actively hiding it, but because they literally never asked. I think the very first time Chloe noticed I might have changed was at my dad's retirement dinner. It was held at some overpriced, stuffy country club in the suburbs. We were all crammed around a long mahogany table under massive crystal chandeliers. Chloe showed up 45 minutes late, wearing a stunning crimson designer dress, acting like she was walking a Hollywood red carpet rather than coming to honor the man who had paid for her entire undergraduate tuition. My parents immediately stood up to greet her, knocking over a water glass in the process. My Aunt Helen scooted over to make room. My dad clapped like an angel had just descended from heaven. I just sat there in the corner, quietly sipping my bourbon. When she finally noticed me sitting there, she tilted her head, looked me up and down, and said, "Oh, wow, Julian, you've really grown into your face." I smiled back, maintaining total eye contact. "And you've grown into your personality, Chloe." There was a heavy beat of dead silence, And then she let out a loud, fake laugh like it was a joke, but I meant every single word of it. Later that night, as we all toasted my dad, Chloe stood up and gave a speech. It was incredibly long, flowery, and entirely overly dramatic. She even quoted Churchill at one point. She called him her hero, her rock, the wind beneath her wings. Everyone clapped until their hands were red. Then my mom nudged me sharply in the ribs. "Say a few words, sweetie, don't be rude." I stood up, cleared my throat, and kept it very short. I thanked my dad for teaching me how to work hard, how to stay disciplined, and how to be entirely independent. It was simple. But it was true. As I sat back down, I clearly heard Chloe whisper to her fiancé, "God, he's so socially awkward." And they both laughed. Loud enough for me to hear it perfectly. Loud enough for everyone at the table to pretend they didn't. That night, I walked out to the freezing parking lot completely alone while Chloe was surrounded by a mob of relatives and friends taking endless selfies. The funny thing is, by that point, I could have easily afforded to leave in a chauffeur-driven Maybach. I could have flown home in a private helicopter if I wanted to. But I still drove the exact same used Honda Civic I bought 6 years ago. Just because I'd outgrown them financially didn't mean I was done with them. Not yet. Then came Grandma Rose's 75th birthday party. Grandma Rose is the absolute only person in my entire extended family who ever treated me like I actually mattered as a human being. She used to mail me thick sci-fi novels when I was little. She would send me old, dense computer manuals she found at garage sales, with little sticky notes in the margins saying things like, "I don't understand a word of this, but I bet my genius grandson will." We weren't constantly calling each other, but we had a very deep, quiet bond. She actually saw me. I absolutely did not want to miss her big day. It was a huge, pretentious gathering at this massive, fancy estate out in Lake Geneva. My mom had planned it like it was a royal coronation. We had matching family polo shirts, rigidly coordinated speech schedules, and a massive projector slideshow spanning 7 decades of Grandma's life. Chloe was, of course, the master of ceremonies. She wore a pale blue silk dress and expensive heels that clicked loudly and obnoxiously on the hardwood floors. Her voice boomed confidently through the microphone. She managed to force herself to cry at least 3 separate times during her introduction. "This incredible woman raised us," she said dramatically, wiping away a non-existent tear. "She taught me what it means to be a woman of true strength and endless grace." She looked directly at me when she said the word grace, then quickly looked away with a slight smirk. I stood near the back of the room by the patio doors, holding a glass of sparkling water, just watching the circus. People circulated around the room, gossiping, laughing, drinking heavily. My cousin Sophie eventually wandered over to me and said, "Hey Julian, is it true you're working in tech now?" Before I could answer, Chloe materialized out of nowhere and chimed in, "Oh, he just fixes internet routers or something for a little startup." I laughed softly, "Something like that." Then my uncle Marcus, who is notoriously loud and nosy, joined our little circle. "You still living in that tiny, depressing apartment out in the suburbs, Julian?" I took a slow sip of my water and shrugged. "Nah, I moved a while ago." Uncle Marcus raised a bushy eyebrow. "Oh yeah? Where to? The city?" I nodded. "Yeah, downtown." He whistled loudly. "Downtown Chicago? That's not cheap, kid." "Where exactly?" I looked out the window at the manicured lawns for a second before answering. "Gold Coast." They both blinked in unison. Sophie laughed nervously. "You're messing with us. Gold Coast is billionaire territory." I smiled warmly. "Nope. I'm on the top floor. 2 massive balconies. I've got a pretty clear, unobstructed view of Lake Michigan." I didn't say it to show off. It just naturally came out. For once in my entire life, I didn't instinctively downplay my existence. Across the room, I saw Chloe completely freeze mid-conversation. Her head whipped around so fast I thought she might snap her neck. My mom, who was standing a few feet away, suddenly stopped smiling. The wine glass in her hand began to tremble visibly. Uncle Marcus stared at me like he was frantically recalibrating the entire mental image he had of who I was, like I'd just stepped out of the shadows and ruined his favorite painting. And then it happened. My mom, who usually never drank more than 1 polite glass of wine at family events, suddenly lifted her glass and threw it straight at the floor. The $20 Cabernet splashed across the pristine white marble tiles in a violent, perfect arc, the glass shattering into 100 pieces. She didn't say a single word. She just turned and stormed toward the back patio doors like she was suffocating and desperately needed air. Chloe looked absolutely furious, but it wasn't just confusion on her face, it was sheer panic. And then Uncle Marcus, usually so loud and aggressively opinionated, said very quietly, almost like he was just thinking aloud to himself, "Huh, I guess Brenda backed the wrong kid." That was the exact moment the entire room truly went dead silent. People turned their heads. Grandma Rose blinked in surprise. Chloe's cheeks flushed a deep, angry crimson. And for the very first time in my 28 years of life, I wasn't the one being completely ignored. I was the absolute center of gravity in the room. And the crazy part was, I hadn't even really started yet. I didn't say anything else for a while after that night. I just left the Lake Geneva estate with a tight, satisfied smile and took a slow, peaceful walk back to my car while the rest of them frantically fumbled around in damage control mode. I didn't owe them a single explanation. Not then. Not after decades of them pretending I didn't exist unless they specifically needed something heavy moved, a computer fixed, or a dinner bill quietly paid. But that precise moment, the dramatic wine throw, the suffocating silence, Uncle Marcus's accidental, brutal truth, it was a massive crack in the family wall. And once a wall that thick cracks, it doesn't stay standing for very long. 2 days later, my mom finally called me. She didn't ask how I was doing. She didn't offer an apology for hurling a glass of red wine across a crowded room in front of 70 family members and friends. She just went straight into the attack, her voice tight and strained like she was holding her breath. "Julian, you really should have told us about the penthouse." I leaned back on my expensive leather couch, crossing one leg over the other, just staring out at the gorgeous city skyline through my massive windows. "Why? You weren't exactly interested when I got my first apartment. You didn't even help me move." She completely ignored that. It just caught everyone incredibly off guard. "You made your sister look bad." There it was. Not, "You embarrassed me." Not, "You shocked the family." But, "You made Chloe look bad." I held the phone to my ear and just let the silence sit there for a few agonizing seconds. "Is that what this is really about, Mom?" Her voice hardened into ice. "Don't act like you don't know exactly what you did. You knew how it would make her feel. She's been under a tremendous amount of pressure lately at her law firm. She's trying to make partner." I interrupted her smoothly. "Mom, she's 31 years old. I'm 28. We are both adults. If me having a nice apartment threatens her entire existence, that sounds like a her problem. She is doing something incredibly important with her life." My mom snapped. And I wasn't. That was the heavy implication. It has always been the implication. If I wasn't carrying a briefcase to a courtroom or quoting Winston Churchill at fancy cocktail parties, my life simply wasn't worth acknowledging. I hung up the phone not long after that. I did it politely, calmly, without raising my voice, but my chest burned with a deep, toxic anger for hours afterward. The very next week, I got a text message from Chloe. "Chloe, just wanted to say congrats. Mom said you got a nice place." Me, "Thanks, Chloe. Chloe, hope it's not too much pressure having to keep up with something that expensive in the city. You know tech startups fail every day, right?" Me, "Hope the law firm isn't too much pressure pretending you still actually care about your clients." She didn't respond. I will fully admit I was being a little petty there, but it wasn't just a random jab. It was a very specific reference that I knew she would understand. Years ago, before she even started law school, Chloe confessed to me after 3 large glasses of cheap vodka on my old, stained couch that she didn't even like the law. She hated arguing. She had only picked it because of our mom. Because our family absolutely worshipped the prestigious idea of having Chloe the high-powered attorney to brag about on their holiday cards, she actually wanted to be a baker. She used to bake these incredible, complex pastries, full of flavor and creativity, but she buried that deep down because being a baker wasn't prestigious enough for Brenda's country club friends. She actively chose their toxic approval over her own genuine happiness. Maybe that's the absolute only thing we ever had in common. Except, I eventually stopped chasing their approval. She never did. A few months passed. I didn't go home for Thanksgiving. I didn't get invited, actually. My mom sent a massive group text to the extended family, complete with a ridiculous flyer-style invitation she made in Canva, titled "Giving Thanks with the Family" and dictating a dress code of autumnal elegance. It was genuinely nauseating. Chloe's name was listed right under the "Hosted by" section in a fancy, sweeping italic font. My name wasn't on it, not even in the tiny body text at the bottom. So, I replied to the entire group chat, just to test the waters. Just checking in, what should I bring? No response. Not for 6 long hours. Then, finally, a direct message from my mom. "Actually, Julian, it's going to be a very small, intimate gathering this year. Just immediate family." Immediate family. Like I was some distant, extended relative. I scrolled back through the group list. There were second cousins and great aunts on that list. People I hadn't seen since I was in middle school. But I wasn't invited. Not officially. Not really. Chloe didn't say a single word to defend me, and that is exactly when something permanent shifted inside my chest. Before, I had been annoyed. I had been hurt, sure, but I was still grounded, still somewhat rational. I figured they'd always overlook me, and that was just the sad pattern of my life. But this was something entirely different. This was a razor-sharp, deliberate exclusion. I stared at that text message for a very long time, and then I did something incredibly petty again. I ordered a massive, extravagant Thanksgiving meal from a Michelin-starred restaurant downtown. I got the full spread, truffle-infused risotto, dry-aged Wagyu beef, a delicate dessert flight, the whole 9 yards, and I posted a single, high-quality picture on Instagram. My massive marble dining table, beautifully set for exactly one person, against the stunning backdrop of the illuminated Chicago skyline. No caption, just the photo. Chloe viewed it, so did my mom. Neither of them liked it. But I knew for a fact they saw it. That was enough for me. Christmas was somehow even worse. Not only was I not invited, but they actively lied to me about it. Around mid-December, Chloe texted me, "Hey Julian, just so you're in the loop, Mom is exhausted. We're keeping it super simple this year. Everyone's just doing their own thing at home. No big family Christmas party." I replied, "Cool, hope you enjoy the rest." Christmas morning rolled around. I was sitting in my penthouse, drinking espresso, and I got curious. Just a weird gut hunch. So, I opened Facebook. Chloe had gone live. There she was, standing in my parents' giant living room, completely decked out in expensive gold ornaments, standing in front of a 12-foot Christmas tree surrounded by absolute mountains of wrapped gifts. My mom and dad were wearing matching silk pajamas. Grandma Rose was there, sitting in the corner, holding her classic spiked eggnog. Cousins, aunts, even loud Uncle Marcus. Literally everyone in the family was there. Except for me. I didn't watch the whole sickening video. Just enough to feel the tight knot in my stomach harden into something sharp and cold. Just enough to hear someone I am 99% sure it was my mom say loudly in the background, "Thank God Julian's gloomy little cloud isn't here to ruin the aesthetics this year." That one sentence stuck in my brain like a rusty nail. I didn't text them. I didn't call and scream. I just quietly closed the app and sat there in total silence. The warm lights from my own designer tree were reflecting off the freezing glass windows. I was completely alone, but strangely, I felt incredibly clear-headed, because something inside me finally broke that day. And sometimes, when something breaks completely, you stop tiptoeing around the shards. You stop shrinking yourself down to fit into their tiny, suffocating frame, and instead, you start building your own damn house. It didn't happen overnight, but that precise moment, that fake-out Christmas betrayal, that was the absolute last time I ever let myself be the quiet, obedient shadow in the background of their lives. And I really wish I could say the story ended right there, that I just cut them off, enjoyed my millions, and moved on peacefully. But no, the real, earth-shattering betrayal hadn't even happened yet. That came in the spring. Update 1. It was early April, just as the bitter Chicago snow finally started to melt and the air in the city turned sharp with the possibility of spring. I got an unexpected phone call from Grandma Rose. She very rarely called my phone. She usually just sent postcards from her travels, or sometimes a weirdly formatted email with no subject line. But this time, she called. "Julian, honey," she said, her voice sounding incredibly warm but noticeably shaky. "I need a rather large favor." "Anything, Grandma," I said immediately, standing up from my desk. "I need you to come with me to my lawyer's office downtown." That was definitely new. "Are you okay? Is it your heart?" "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just getting my final affairs in order. I thought you should be there in the room. I'm changing some very important things." I didn't press her for details. I just told her I'd meet her there. When I showed up at the address, she gave me a long, tight hug and told me how incredibly proud she was of me. She said she saw my photo in some obscure business article online. "Your company was mentioned in Forbes, Julian," she whispered to me in the lobby like it was a highly classified state secret. I smiled gently. "You read Forbes now, Grandma?" She patted my cheek. "I read absolutely everything if it mentions my handsome grandson." We sat down in a quiet, aggressively air-conditioned office overlooking the Chicago River while her lawyer, a very sharp, no-nonsense man named Elias, went through her newly revised will. I honestly didn't even know Grandma Rose had that much wealth to leave behind, but apparently, she did. She owned a historic brownstone in the city, a massive portfolio of blue-chip stocks she'd been quietly holding since the 80s, some very valuable vintage jewelry, and a few classic cars. And she had legally left the vast majority of it, nearly 85% of her total estate, not to my mom Brenda, not to the golden child Chloe, but to me. I sat there stunned. I didn't know what to say. I didn't ask for this money. I didn't need it, and I certainly didn't want to be caught in the middle of the inevitable family bloodbath. Grandma just reached over, patted my hand firmly, and said, "Julian, you've always made your own way in this world. Absolutely no one in this family ever gave you a single thing. This is just me finally giving back to the only one who deserves it." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Grandma, are you sure this won't cause massive problems?" She let out a dry, raspy laugh. "Oh, honey, the problems already exist. This just brings them into the light." A week later, Chloe somehow found out, and the entire family dynamic completely exploded. I still don't know exactly how Chloe learned about the specific will changes right away. I had never been explicitly told to keep it a secret, but Grandma and I had a mutual, unspoken understanding. We weren't broadcasting it to the world. It wasn't about revenge for me. It wasn't about the money at all. It was about pure acknowledgement. A quiet, Profound thank you from the only person in my entire bloodline who ever really saw me. But Chloe? Chloe absolutely did not see it that way. It started with an aggressive text message on a Tuesday night. Chloe, we need to talk. Right now. I stared at my glowing screen for a full minute before responding. Me, is everything okay? Chloe, did you manipulate Grandma Rose? I blinked at the screen. I literally laughed out loud in my empty apartment. The accusation was so completely absurd, so incredibly unhinged, I thought it had to be a typo or a sick joke, but I knew her tone. I knew exactly how sharp and vicious she could be when she was cornered. Her claws always came out when control started slipping through her perfectly manicured fingers. Me? Excuse me? Chloe, I just spoke to Mom. She heard from Aunt Helen, who heard from Grandma's neighbor, who saw you leaving her lawyer's office downtown. So, I'll ask you again, Julian, what exactly did you do to her? Me, I didn't do anything. Chloe, Grandma made her own choices about her own life. Chloe, don't be smug with me, you little freak, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. And just like that, the golden child went totally nuclear. The next few weeks were eerily quiet on the surface, but behind the scenes, I started getting massive waves of subtle, coordinated family backlash. My mom stopped replying to my texts entirely, not even a passive-aggressive thumbs-up emoji. My dad, who usually played the cowardly, neutral middleman in family disputes, called my voicemail and left a message that was just a long, heavy sigh, followed by, "I really hope you're happy with what you've torn apart." Then came the email from Chloe. It was long, unhinged, and clearly written after days of bitter stewing. The subject line read, "You need to understand the damage you've done." In the email, Chloe outlined every single perceived injustice she had ever suffered in her life. She talked about how she had carried the heavy burden of the family legacy on her shoulders. How she had sacrificed the best years of her youth to study law while I just played around with computers in the basement. How Mom had bent over backward to keep the peace between us. A total lie. And how I had shattered that fragile peace with one greedy, selfish, manipulative act. I reread one specific line 3 times. "You manipulated a vulnerable elderly woman when she wasn't in her right mind." That one hit me hard. Not because I believed it for a second, but because I realized with terrifying clarity that she actually believed it. She truly believed I had somehow schemed my way into Grandma's will like some cartoon soap opera villain. She had convinced herself that I hovered over a frail woman, whispering poison into her ear. Chloe literally couldn't imagine a reality where someone in our family, someone not named Chloe, could be chosen simply because they deserved to be loved. It cracked me open in a really weird way. I was hurt, yes. But more than that, I felt a strange sense of clarity. That was the very first time I fully, truly accepted that my sister didn't see me as a human being, not really. She saw me as a narrative obstacle, a shadowy footnote in her biography, and now I had stepped out of line and taken up way too much space on her stage, and the rest of the family eagerly followed her lead. That spring was incredibly cold, not just literally. Chicago was still shaking off the bitter winter frost, but emotionally. I went weeks without a single message from home. No one called to ask how my company was doing. No invites for Easter dinner. No thinking of you texts. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just being overlooked by them, I was being actively, aggressively excluded as an enemy. And yeah, I'll admit, it got to me a lot more than I care to admit. There were long nights where I just sat alone in my massive penthouse, this beautiful, ridiculous, expensive place I'd dreamed about owning since I was a broke 20-year-old eating ramen. And I felt entirely hollow. I felt like I'd built this incredible life, climbed out of the mud with my bare hands, planted my flag at the top of the mountain, only to realize that literally no one cared. Worse, they actively resented me for surviving. I stopped checking my social media. I stopped taking phone calls from unknown numbers. I went into what I called maintenance mode. Wake up at 5 a.m., shower, code for 1-2 hours, hit the gym, sleep, repeat. No joy, no passion, just pure survival. The absolute lowest point came in late April. I was scheduled to be a guest keynote speaker at a major tech startup conference downtown. It was a huge honor. But that morning, I woke up, stared at my exhausted face in the bathroom mirror, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't move. I couldn't put on the expensive tailored blazer or force the fake, confident smile I usually summon from nowhere. Instead, I emailed the event organizer and made up a pathetic excuse. I said I had severe food poisoning, anything to avoid showing up and being perceived. Then I sat down on the cold floor of my kitchen, my back pressed against the mahogany cabinets, all the lights off, while the city pulsed and breathed around me, totally alive and completely Mom threw her wine at me when she realized I was a CEO. Then my sister tried to contest Grandma's will, so I destroyed her entire career by defeat her in court. My family spent 28 years treating me like an invisible background character while worshipping my golden child sister, eventually cutting me out of the holidays entirely when they realized I had secretly become a self-made tech millionaire. But when my sister tried to drag me into court to steal the massive inheritance our grandmother rightfully left me, she didn't realize I had found decades of hidden journals documenting their abuse. I didn't just defeat her in front of a judge, I released a documentary that permanently dismantled her career, her reputation, and the entire family's fake perfect image. Original post: My name is Julian, and I'm 28 years old. I currently live in Chicago, and I don't just mean I rent a decent place in the suburbs. I live in a sprawling, 4,500 square foot penthouse in the Gold Coast. I have floor-to-ceiling windows that offer an unobstructed, dizzying view of Lake Michigan, polished imported marble floors that reflect the city lights at night, and a private elevator that opens directly into my foyer. But if you were to ask my family to describe me, they wouldn't mention any of that. They'd probably still describe me as Chloe's quiet, awkward little brother. Not because I am actually quiet, but because they simply never bothered to listen to a word I said. I guess every family has their favorite, but ours didn't even pretend to hide it. Chloe, my older sister by 3 years, has always been the absolute golden child. Since the day she was born, she was the family's shining star. She was the first to walk, the first to talk. She was the one who won the state mock trial championships, the girl who had the perfect custom-tailored prom dress, the one who always knew exactly what to say to make adults fawn over her. And me? I was just the kid who didn't need much. That was my mother Brenda's favorite way of justifying the massive disparity in how we were treated. Julian doesn't mind, she'd say with a dismissive wave of her perfectly manicured hand, whenever a relative questioned why Chloe got a brand new car for her sweet 16 while my birthday was just a lukewarm pizza dinner at home. Chloe's milestones were celebrated with rented banquet halls, professional photographers, and ice sculptures. Mine were barely a footnote. It was like watching someone be handed the blazing sun, while you're patted on the head and told, hey, there's still a little bit of starlight left over. That counts, too, right? I didn't resent Chloe at first. Not when we were really little. She was just my big sister, and I thought she was cool. She painted her nails in weird colors, blasted loud music in her room, and taught me how to tell fake friends from real ones on the playground. But over time, the dynamic shifted. She started treating me the exact same way everyone else in our family did, like I was some irrelevant background prop in the movie of her spectacular life. She would smile brightly at me when the home video camera was rolling, but completely dismiss me the second it was turned off. My mom, Brenda, certainly didn't help the situation. She was pathologically obsessed with appearances. Our family holiday cards had to be perfectly color coordinated. Her social media posts were curated like high-end museum exhibits, and Chloe, naturally, was always the centerpiece. The future high-powered lawyer, the beauty with brains, the ultimate pride of the family. I still vividly remember my mom bragging at Thanksgiving dinner a few years ago. Chloe got into Northwestern law, she announced, her voice trembling with manufactured pride. Early decision, full ride. The entire table erupted into applause. Then, almost as an afterthought, my mom turned to me and said, Julian, are you still doing that little computer stuff in your bedroom? I had just landed my first paid internship at a major software startup, but I didn't say anything. I just smiled tightly, looked down at my plate, and passed the gravy. That was the game we played. Stay quiet, stay small, stay out of the way. I got incredibly good at it. Until I didn't. Things started shifting dramatically after college. I moved to the city and told them I was working in IT, which was technically true, but I was also building my own software on the side. 2 years later, I had launched my own company, an AI-driven supply chain logistics platform. I had no loans, no financial help from my parents, just endless lines of code, gallons of black coffee, and brutal nights spent debugging until my eyes stung and my vision blurred. I didn't tell my family about my success, not because I was actively hiding it, but because they literally never asked. I think the very first time Chloe noticed I might have changed was at my dad's retirement dinner. It was held at some overpriced, stuffy country club in the suburbs. We were all crammed around a long mahogany table under massive crystal chandeliers. Chloe showed up 45 minutes late, wearing a stunning crimson designer dress, acting like she was walking a Hollywood red carpet rather than coming to honor the man who had paid for her entire undergraduate tuition. My parents immediately stood up to greet her, knocking over a water glass in the process. My Aunt Helen scooted over to make room. My dad clapped like an angel had just descended from heaven. I just sat there in the corner, quietly sipping my bourbon. When she finally noticed me sitting there, she tilted her head, looked me up and down, and said, "Oh, wow, Julian, you've really grown into your face." I smiled back, maintaining total eye contact. "And you've grown into your personality, Chloe." There was a heavy beat of dead silence, and then she let out a loud, fake laugh like it was a joke, but I meant every single word of it. Later that night, as we all toasted my dad, Chloe stood up and gave a speech. It was incredibly long, flowery, and entirely overly dramatic. She even quoted Churchill at one point. She called him her hero, her rock, the wind beneath her wings. Everyone clapped until their hands were red. Then my mom nudged me sharply in the ribs. "Say a few words, sweetie. Don't be rude." I stood up, cleared my throat, and kept it very short. I thanked my dad for teaching me how to work hard, how to stay disciplined, and how to be entirely independent. It was simple. But it was true. As I sat back down, I clearly heard Chloe whisper to her fiancé, "God, he's so socially awkward." And they both laughed. Loud enough for me to hear it perfectly. Loud enough for everyone at the table to pretend they didn't. That night, I walked out to the freezing parking lot completely alone while Chloe was surrounded by a mob of relatives and friends taking endless selfies. The funny thing is, by that point, I could have easily afforded to leave in a chauffeur-driven Maybach. I could have flown home in a private helicopter if I wanted to. But I still drove the exact same used Honda Civic I bought 6 years ago. Just because I'd outgrown them financially didn't mean I was done with them. Not yet. Then came Grandma Rose's 75th birthday party. Grandma Rose is the absolute only person in my entire extended family who ever treated me like I actually mattered as a human being. She used to mail me thick sci-fi novels when I was little. She would send me old, dense computer manuals she found at garage sales, with little sticky notes in the margins saying things like, "I don't understand a word of this, but I bet my genius grandson will." We weren't constantly calling each other, but we had a very deep, quiet bond. She actually saw me. I absolutely did not want to miss her big day. It was a huge, pretentious gathering at this massive, fancy estate out in Lake Geneva. My mom had planned it like it was a royal coronation. We had matching family polo shirts, rigidly coordinated speech schedules, and a massive projector slideshow spanning 7 decades of Grandma's life. Chloe was, of course, the master of ceremonies. She wore a pale blue silk dress and expensive heels that clicked loudly and obnoxiously on the hardwood floors. Her voice boomed confidently through the microphone. She managed to force herself to cry at least 3 separate times during her introduction. "This incredible woman raised us," she said dramatically, wiping away a non-existent tear. "She taught me what it means to be a woman of true strength and endless grace." She looked directly at me when she said the word grace, then quickly looked away with a slight smirk. I stood near the back of the room by the patio doors, holding a glass of sparkling water, just watching the circus. People circulated around the room, gossiping, laughing, drinking heavily. My cousin Sophie eventually wandered over to me and said, "Hey Julian, is it true you're working in tech now?" Before I could answer, Chloe materialized out of nowhere and chimed in, "Oh, he just fixes internet routers or something for a little startup." I laughed softly, "Something like that." Then my uncle Marcus, who is notoriously loud and nosy, joined our little circle. "You still living in that tiny, depressing apartment out in the suburbs, Julian?" I took a slow sip of my water and shrugged. "Nah, I moved a while ago." Uncle Marcus raised a bushy eyebrow. "Oh yeah? Where to? The city?" I nodded. "Yeah, downtown." He whistled loudly. "Downtown Chicago? That's not cheap, kid." "Where exactly?" I looked out the window at the manicured lawns for a second before answering. "Gold Coast." They both blinked in unison. Sophie laughed nervously. "You're messing with us. Gold Coast is billionaire territory." I smiled warmly. "Nope. I'm on the top floor. 2 massive balconies. I've got a pretty clear, unobstructed view of Lake Michigan." I didn't say it to show off. It just naturally came out. For once in my entire life, I didn't instinctively downplay my existence. Across the room, I saw Chloe completely freeze mid-conversation. Her head whipped around so fast I thought she might snap her neck. My mom, who was standing a few feet away, suddenly stopped smiling. The wine glass in her hand began to tremble visibly. Uncle Marcus stared at me like he was frantically recalibrating the entire mental image he had of who I was, like I'd just stepped out of the shadows and ruined his favorite painting. And then it happened. My mom, who usually never drank more than 1 polite glass of wine at family events, suddenly lifted her glass and threw it straight at the floor. The $20 Cabernet splashed across the pristine white marble tiles in a violent, perfect arc, the glass shattering into 100 pieces. She didn't say a single word. She just turned and stormed toward the back patio doors like she was suffocating and desperately needed air. Chloe looked absolutely furious, but it wasn't just confusion on her face. It was sheer panic. And then Uncle Marcus, usually so loud and aggressively opinionated, said very quietly, almost like he was just thinking aloud to himself, "Huh, I guess Brenda backed the wrong kid." That was the exact moment the entire room truly went dead silent. People turned their heads. Grandma Rose blinked in surprise. Chloe's cheeks flushed a deep, angry crimson. And for the very first time in my 28 years of life, I wasn't the one being completely ignored. I was the absolute center of gravity in the room. And the crazy part was, I hadn't even really started yet. I didn't say anything else for a while after that night. I just left the Lake Geneva estate with a tight, satisfied smile and took a slow, peaceful walk back to my car while the rest of them frantically fumbled around in damage control mode. I didn't owe them a single explanation. Not then. Not after decades of them pretending I didn't exist unless they specifically needed something heavy moved, a computer fixed, or a dinner bill quietly paid. But that precise moment, the dramatic wine throw, the suffocating silence, Uncle Marcus's accidental, brutal truth, it was a massive crack in the family wall. And once a wall that thick cracks, it doesn't stay standing for very long. 2 days later, my mom finally called me. She didn't ask how I was doing. She didn't offer an apology for hurling a glass of red wine across a crowded room in front of 70 family members and friends. She just went straight into the attack, her voice tight and strained like she was holding her breath. "Julian, you really should have told us about the penthouse." I leaned back on my expensive leather couch, crossing one leg over the other, just staring out at the gorgeous city skyline through my massive windows. "Why? You weren't exactly interested when I got my first apartment. You didn't even help me move." She completely ignored that. It just caught everyone incredibly off guard. "You made your sister look bad." There it was. Not, "You embarrassed me." Not, "You shocked the family." But, "You made Chloe look bad." I held the phone to my ear and just let the silence sit there for a few agonizing seconds. "Is that what this is really about, Mom?" Her voice hardened into ice. "Don't act like you don't know exactly what you did. You knew how it would make her feel. She's been under a tremendous amount of pressure lately at her law firm. She's trying to make partner." I interrupted her smoothly. "Mom, she's 31 years old. I'm 28. We are both adults. If me having a nice apartment threatens her entire existence, that sounds like a her problem. She is doing something incredibly important with her life." My mom snapped. And I wasn't. That was the heavy implication. It has always been the implication. If I wasn't carrying a briefcase to a courtroom or quoting Winston Churchill at fancy cocktail parties, my life simply wasn't worth acknowledging. I hung up the phone not long after that. I did it politely, calmly, without raising my voice, but my chest burned with a deep, toxic anger for hours afterward. The very next week, I got a text message from Chloe. "Chloe, just wanted to say congrats. Mom said you got a nice place." Me, "Thanks, Chloe. Chloe, hope it's not too much pressure having to keep up with something that expensive in the city. You know tech startups fail every day, right?" Me, "Hope the law firm isn't too much pressure pretending you still actually care about your clients." She didn't respond. I will fully admit I was being a little petty there, but it wasn't just a random jab. It was a very specific reference that I knew she would understand. Years ago, before she even started law school, Chloe confessed to me after 3 large glasses of cheap vodka on my old, stained couch that she didn't even like the law. She hated arguing. She had only picked it because of our mom. Because our family absolutely worshipped the prestigious idea of having Chloe the high-powered attorney to brag about on their holiday cards, she actually wanted to be a baker. She used to bake these incredible, complex pastries, full of flavor and creativity, but she buried that deep down because being a baker wasn't prestigious enough for Brenda's country club friends. She actively chose their toxic approval over her own genuine happiness. Maybe that's the absolute only thing we ever had in common. Except, I eventually stopped chasing their approval. She never did. A few months passed. I didn't go home for Thanksgiving. I didn't get invited, actually. My mom sent a massive group text to the extended family, complete with a ridiculous flyer-style invitation she made in Canva, titled "Giving Thanks with the Family" and dictating a dress code of autumnal elegance. It was genuinely nauseating. Chloe's name was listed right under the "Hosted by" section in a fancy, sweeping italic font. My name wasn't on it, not even in the tiny body text at the bottom. So, I replied to the entire group chat, just to test the waters. Just checking in, what should I bring? No response. Not for 6 long hours. Then, finally, a direct message from my mom. "Actually, Julian, it's going to be a very small, intimate gathering this year. Just immediate family." Immediate family. Like I was some distant, extended relative. I scrolled back through the group list. There were second cousins and great aunts on that list. People I hadn't seen since I was in middle school. But I wasn't invited. Not officially. Not really. Chloe didn't say a single word to defend me, and that is exactly when something permanent shifted inside my chest. Before, I had been annoyed. I had been hurt, sure, but I was still grounded, still somewhat rational. I figured they'd always overlook me, and that was just the sad pattern of my life. But this was something entirely different. This was a razor-sharp, deliberate exclusion. I stared at that text message for a very long time, and then I did something incredibly petty again. I ordered a massive, extravagant Thanksgiving meal from a Michelin-starred restaurant downtown. I got the full spread, truffle-infused risotto, dry-aged Wagyu beef, a delicate dessert flight, the whole 9 yards, and I posted a single, high-quality picture on Instagram. My massive marble dining table, beautifully set for exactly 1 person, against the stunning backdrop of the illuminated Chicago skyline. No caption, just the photo. Chloe viewed it, so did my mom. Neither of them liked it. But I knew for a fact they saw it. That was enough for me. Christmas was somehow even worse. Not only was I not invited, but they actively lied to me about it. Around mid-December, Chloe texted me, "Hey Julian, just so you're in the loop, Mom is exhausted. We're keeping it super simple this year. Everyone's just doing their own thing at home. No big family Christmas party." I replied, "Cool, hope you enjoy the rest." Christmas morning rolled around. I was sitting in my penthouse, drinking espresso, and I got curious. Just a weird gut hunch. So, I opened Facebook. Chloe had gone live. There she was, standing in my parents' giant living room, completely decked out in expensive gold ornaments, standing in front of a 12-foot Christmas tree surrounded by absolute mountains of wrapped gifts. My mom and dad were wearing matching silk pajamas. Grandma Rose was there, sitting in the corner, holding her classic spiked eggnog. Cousins, aunts, even loud Uncle Marcus. Literally everyone in the family was there. Except for me. I didn't watch the whole sickening video. Just enough to feel the tight knot in my stomach harden into something sharp and cold. Just enough to hear someone I am 99% sure it was my mom say loudly in the background, "Thank God Julian's gloomy little cloud isn't here to ruin the aesthetics this year." That one sentence stuck in my brain like a rusty nail. I didn't text them. I didn't call and scream. I just quietly closed the app and sat there in total silence. The warm lights from my own designer tree were reflecting off the freezing glass windows. I was completely alone, but strangely, I felt incredibly clear-headed, because something inside me finally broke that day. And sometimes, when something breaks completely, you stop tiptoeing around the shards. You stop shrinking yourself down to fit into their tiny, suffocating frame, and instead, you start building your own damn house. It didn't happen overnight, but that precise moment, that fake-out Christmas betrayal, that was the absolute last time I ever let myself be the quiet, obedient shadow in the background of their lives. And I really wish I could say the story ended right there, that I just cut them off, enjoyed my millions, and moved on peacefully. But no, the real, earth-shattering betrayal hadn't even happened yet. That came in the spring. Update 1. It was early April, just as the bitter Chicago snow finally started to melt and the air in the city turned sharp with the possibility of spring. I got an unexpected phone call from Grandma Rose. She very rarely called my phone. She usually just sent postcards from her travels, or sometimes a weirdly formatted email with no subject line. But this time, she called. "Julian, honey," she said, her voice sounding incredibly warm but noticeably shaky. "I need a rather large favor." "Anything, Grandma," I said immediately, standing up from my desk. "I need you to come with me to my lawyer's office downtown." That was definitely new. "Are you okay? Is it your heart?" "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just getting my final affairs in order. I thought you should be there in the room. I'm changing some very important things." I didn't press her for details. I just told her I'd meet her there. When I showed up at the address, she gave me a long, tight hug and told me how incredibly proud she was of me. She said she saw my photo in some obscure business article online. "Your company was mentioned in Forbes, Julian," she whispered to me in the lobby like it was a highly classified state secret. I smiled gently. "You read Forbes now, Grandma?" She patted my cheek. "I read absolutely everything if it mentions my handsome grandson." We sat down in a quiet, aggressively air-conditioned office overlooking the Chicago River while her lawyer, a very sharp, no-nonsense man named Elias, went through her newly revised will. I honestly didn't even know Grandma Rose had that much wealth to leave behind, but apparently, she did. She owned a historic brownstone in the city, a massive portfolio of blue-chip stocks she'd been quietly holding since the 80s, some very valuable vintage jewelry, and a few classic cars. And she had legally left the vast majority of it, nearly 85% of her total estate, not to my mom Brenda, not to the golden child Chloe, but to me. I sat there stunned. I didn't know what to say. I didn't ask for this money. I didn't need it, and I certainly didn't want to be caught in the middle of the inevitable family bloodbath. Grandma just reached over, patted my hand firmly, and said, "Julian, you've always made your own way in this world. Absolutely no one in this family ever gave you a single thing. This is just me finally giving back to the only one who deserves it." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Grandma, are you sure this won't cause massive problems?" She let out a dry, raspy laugh. "Oh, honey, the problems already exist. This just brings them into the light." A week later, Chloe somehow found out, and the entire family dynamic completely exploded. I still don't know exactly how Chloe learned about the specific will changes right away. I had never been explicitly told to keep it a secret, but Grandma and I had a mutual, unspoken understanding. We weren't broadcasting it to the world. It wasn't about revenge for me. It wasn't about the money at all. It was about pure acknowledgement. A quiet, profound thank you from the only person in my entire bloodline who ever really saw me. But Chloe? Chloe absolutely did not see it that way. It started with an aggressive text message on a Tuesday night. "Chloe, we need to talk. Right now." I stared at my glowing screen for a full minute before responding. "Me? Is everything okay? Chloe, did you manipulate Grandma Rose? I blinked at the screen. I literally laughed out loud in my empty apartment. The accusation was so completely absurd, so incredibly unhinged, I thought it had to be a typo or a sick joke, but I knew her tone. I knew exactly how sharp and vicious she could be when she was cornered. Her claws always came out when control started slipping through her perfectly manicured fingers. Me? Excuse me? Chloe, I just spoke to Mom. She heard from Aunt Helen, who heard from Grandma's neighbor, who saw you leaving her lawyer's office downtown. So, I'll ask you again, Julian, what exactly did you do to her? Me, I didn't do anything. Chloe, Grandma made her own choices about her own life. Chloe, don't be smug with me, you little freak, this isn't over. Not by a long shot. And just like that, the golden child went totally nuclear. The next few weeks were eerily quiet on the surface, but behind the scenes, I started getting massive waves of subtle, coordinated family backlash. My mom stopped replying to my texts entirely, not even a passive-aggressive thumbs-up emoji. My dad, who usually played the cowardly, neutral middleman in family disputes, called my voicemail and left a message that was just a long, heavy sigh, followed by, "I really hope you're happy with what you've torn apart." Then came the email from Chloe. It was long, unhinged, and clearly written after days of bitter stewing. The subject line read, "You need to understand the damage you've done." In the email, Chloe outlined every single perceived injustice she had ever suffered in her life. She talked about how she had carried the heavy burden of the family legacy on her shoulders. How she had sacrificed the best years of her youth to study law while I just played around with computers in the basement. How Mom had bent over backward to keep the peace between us. A total lie. And how I had shattered that fragile peace with one greedy, selfish, manipulative act. I reread one specific line 3 times. "You manipulated a vulnerable elderly woman when she wasn't in her right mind." That one hit me hard. Not because I believed it for a second, but because I realized with terrifying clarity that she actually believed it. She truly believed I had somehow schemed my way into Grandma's will like some cartoon soap opera villain. She had convinced herself that I hovered over a frail woman, whispering poison into her ear. Chloe literally couldn't imagine a reality where someone in our family, someone not named Chloe, could be chosen simply because they deserved to be loved. It cracked me open in a really weird way. I was hurt, yes. But more than that, I felt a strange sense of clarity. That was the very first time I fully, truly accepted that my sister didn't see me as a human being. Not really. She saw me as a narrative obstacle, a shadowy footnote in her biography. And now I had stepped out of line and taken up way too much space on her stage. And the rest of the family eagerly followed her lead. That spring was incredibly cold. Not just literally, Chicago was still shaking off the bitter winter frost, but emotionally. I went weeks without a single message from home. No one called to ask how my company was doing. No invites for Easter dinner. No thinking of you texts. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just being overlooked.
My sister got pregnant by my fiancé. My parents told me to forgive and forget. So I gave my sister's baby shower guests proof she stole my fiancé. "We have something to announce," my sister exclaimed in my living room at my party, which I paid for. Everyone went silent. My fiancé threw his arm around her waist like he had never hugged me before. I wondered if she had realized yet. "Poor thing," my sister remarked, rubbing her belly. "We're pregnant." 4 months, he clarified. 4 months. "Your face is priceless," he murmured. "Did you really think this was serious? I stuck around for your credit cards, but my child needs something more stable, something you don't have." I turned to my parents. My mom sighed. "Don't make a scene. Be the adult." My father continued. "Your sister requires your support. That is what family is for." She smiled. "With what you earn, you won't even notice. You're going to be the most useful aunt in the world." I left. Not one word. I simply drove. I cried me dry. I returned home, disregarded the mess they had created, and went straight to my office. I accessed the investment folder. It was not family money. That was my. The trust fund my grandfather gave me was the only one who recognized my discipline when everyone else saw an ATM. I'd tripled it in 10 years. I grinned for the first time that evening. Everything, absolutely everything, was under my name. They were correct about one thing. Babies are expensive, and they were about to discover the true cost of betraying me. The next morning arrived without tears. I woke up with an odd sensation, similar to when you cut yourself and don't feel the agony until you see the blood. I walked directly to my office and opened the family investment folder on my desk. The first paper is the lease agreement for my sister's apartment, with my name as the principal guarantor. Second, the loan documents for his car, my name again. Third, the family loan agreement for her university, which they signed without reading when they were 20. My riches were the foundation for everything. I scanned them one by one, painstakingly. They had never bothered to understand a single page, signature, or revocation provision. But I did not cancel anything. That was my first strategic decision, a deliberate vacuum used as a weapon. A week later, the initial bait proved effective. My sister contacted me upset when her premium credit card was denied at the spa. "What's wrong with your account?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Everything is fine with my account." I hung up. What they didn't realize was that I had set up notifications on all accounts. Any transaction that above $200 required my manual approval. I allowed typical transactions to go through but prohibited anything that smelled of luxury. I made them feel uncertain without confirming what was happening. Their reaction was typical. They increased their spending like children having a tantrum. They began emailing me links to $400,000 mansions. On social media, they tagged me in photographs of expensive cribs for my baby. My sister even shared a photo of a Mercedes-Benz. The baby deserves to come in elegance. But things did not add up. The 4-month betrayal had left me paranoid. I began auditing our past together, going over every single bank statement. I needed to know how I had been so blind. That's when I discovered the first anomaly. A $0 Uber ride on a day when he was apparently homesick and nauseous. At 11 p.m., the excursion came to a conclusion at the downtown bar district. I made a bogus Instagram profile. I looked up the location tags for that date and area. It took 3 hours, but I finally discovered it. A snapshot posted by a blonde woman I had never met. He was kissing her. My sister was not the other woman. She was simply the safer investment. I kept digging. I discovered 2 years of digital lies, and whole life he had been leading behind my back. Instagram stories I wasn't tagged in. We never booked any hotel bookings together. Romantic dinners didn't exist in my reality. I called a lawyer the next day and scheduled a 1-hour meeting. "I want to confirm all of my revocation and execution rights on these 3 assets," I explained, placing the scanned documents on his desk. He spent 20 minutes reviewing them. "You have absolute control. You can revoke any guarantee with 30 days notice. For the car loan, you can demand immediate payment of the total debt. For the apartment, technically, you can evict them whenever you want. Legally, everything is ironclad. Their signatures authorize it." I paid the $200 consultation charge in cash and departed with a smile I hadn't felt in weeks. I began documenting everything. I produced digital and physical folders containing screenshots of their exorbitant spending, recordings of their calls requesting money, and communications in which they treated me like an ATM. Every insult, snub, and evidence of their ingratitude is documented with a date and time. Then came the counterattack. My best buddy called me, and her voice was odd. "Is it true you've had a mental breakdown? Your sister says you're obsessed and need help." That's when I realized their strategy. Socially isolate me. Paint me as the insane person who couldn't embrace their happiness. "Since when do you believe her more than me?" I asked her. Uncomfortable quiet. "I'm just worried about you." It worsened when my mother called. Her voice was devoid of any diplomatic concern from the parties. It was pure accusation. "Your sister is under a lot of stress because of you. It could be bad for the baby. Do you want that on your conscience?" Pure emotional blackmail. "I'm fine, Mom. Just reevaluating priorities." "Stop being dramatic. She's your sister." "I know exactly who she is." A month after the fiasco, I received the call I had been waiting for. My mother spoke again, but in a sugary voice. "Honey, we're having a baby shower for your sister. We know you've had your differences, but it's time to forgive and forget. Family is the most important thing." I remained silent for 5 seconds. It felt like an eternity. "Of course, Mom. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'll be there." "Really? That's wonderful. I knew you'd come to your senses." "Count on me. In fact, I'll bring the gifts." When I hung up, I opened my laptop and began composing a detailed list. They were not gifts I was bringing. These were sentences. The game had started. On Monday, after my talk with Mom, I began shifting the pieces. First, I mailed a certified eviction notice to my sister's residence, giving her 30 days to remove. When they received the document, my sister called me and laughed. "Seriously, a lawyer's letter? What are you going to do next? Call the police?" She cackled as if it were the most hilarious joke in the world. "Relax, drama queen. Mom already told us you were going to come to your senses." I hung up without responding. On Wednesday, I stopped paying the installment for my ex's car. The bank began calling him the following day. I knew because he texted me. "Fix the car account. This is a system error. On Friday, I sent a letter to the university canceling my support for my sister's final semester, with copies to the scholarship office, the financial department, and the dean. You have 30 days to locate alternative funds or face immediate academic suspension. That's when the true panic began. My sister contacted me at 7 a.m., screaming uncontrollably. On Saturday. "What did you do? They're going to kick me out of the university. I'm pregnant, I can't work full time." "Good morning, sister. How are you and the baby? Don't give me that. Fix this right now." "I can't fix what isn't broken. Check the contracts you signed." "Those papers don't mean anything. We're family." "Exactly. That's what family is for," I replied, echoing my father's sentiments. "Isn't that what you told me?" The hush on the other end lasted 5 seconds before she hung up. My ex received a formal repossession warning from the bank the following Tuesday. Of course, he ignored it. He sent me a message. "Stop the drama. You're aware that I need the car for work. Think of the baby. As if my sister's baby were my duty." On Wednesday, they hired a low-cost lawyer they found through Google. I know because I received a stupid letter, full of spelling problems, threatening me with serious legal consequences for violating implied family obligations. My lawyer laughed when I showed it to him. Implicit family commitments. This guy got his degree from a cereal box. I requested that he provide copies of all signed contracts, with each revocation clause highlighted in fluorescent yellow. The cheap lawyer's quiet sounded deafening. We never heard from him again. However, my masterstroke required an unexpected ally. I scoured Instagram till I discovered the blonde in the shot. Her name was Andrea. She had a public profile and 3 years' worth of images with my ex. I made a phony account and sent her a direct message including a single photo of the two of them kissing on the day he was supposed to be sick. "I felt you should know that he is cheating on you with me. We have been together for 2 years. He is marrying me in December." Her response arrived in 10 minutes. "What? 2 years? We have been living together for 3 years. Who are you?" I emailed her screenshots of our conversations, images of our life together, and receipts for romantic dinners she'd never seen. "I'm his fiancé." "Oh, he was living with you since he also lives with me." The information exchange took 2 hours. It turns out he had 2 apartments, 2 lifestyles, and 2 ladies paying his bills, each believing she was the only one. Andrea paid half of her rent on the opposite side of town. I paid for everything else. "That son of a..." she eventually wrote. "What do you want to do? Do you know my sister? The one who's pregnant by him?" "He's pregnant by him? He told me he was sterile." Andrea became my most important ally. She not only confirmed that my ex was a professional liar, but she also had 3 years of evidence of his true personality. Photos at parties while he was supposedly caring for his sick girlfriend, me, messages mocking the fools who maintain my lifestyle, and even videos in which he practiced lies to tell me later on. "There's something you have to see," she wrote. "They're having a baby shower this Sunday. Your sister posted on Facebook asking for money for the best gifts for the future baby." She sent me screenshots. My sister had started a GoFundMe campaign titled, "Help a Single Mom." She explained how her wealthy family abandoned her because she was pregnant. The tale was that I had kicked her out of the house out of jealousy, and she needed community support to provide the best for her baby. She'd raised $1,200. My blood boiled. But Andrea had a better idea. "What if I go to the baby shower? As his girlfriend, I have a right to meet the mother of his child." "No." Meanwhile, my ex showed up in my workplace parking lot on Friday afternoon. He was nervous, sweating and gesticulating violently. "We need to talk right now." I took out my phone and began recording before approaching him. "What do you want to talk about?" "Cut the crap. You know damn well what. Cancel all this before it's too late." "Cancel what? Be clear." "The evictions. The repossessions. Everything." "I don't know what you're talking about. Are you having some legal trouble?" "Don't play dumb with me. It's my child, my family. You can't destroy my life over a tantrum." "A tantrum? Is that what you call finding out you cheated on me for years with my own sister?" "That doesn't matter. What matters is the future. That baby needs stability." "You're right. Babies do need stability. Maybe you should get a job." He went insane, yelling that I was vindictive and would regret it, all captured in high definition. That same night, my parents began direct harassment, including missed calls, WhatsApp messages, and an email from my father's work account. My mother's voicemail read, "If you don't come to your senses, we're going to tell the whole family what you're really like. Your Aunt Carmen, your cousins, your grandparents, Everyone will know what a selfish, vengeful person you are. Is that what you want? To destroy your family's reputation over a whim? My father was more forthright. This has gone too far. This isn't about the engagement anymore. This is about destroying lives out of spite. I thought we raised you better. I kept every message, audio and threat. On Sunday morning, they tried their final desperate measure. They discovered the account where we had accumulated money for the wedding. They attempted to access it with their old credentials. They discovered the account was empty and decided to close it for 3 weeks. My sister called me and cried. "Where's the wedding money?" "That money was for the baby. It was our money." "Our money? With what face do you say our? We were going to be a family. That money was going to be for all of us." "You're right. It was for a family. But that family was destroyed when you slept with my fiancé." I decided that it was time for strategic silence. I blocked my sister, my ex, and my parents' phone numbers. Any communication has to go through my lawyer. This maneuver drove them mad. They suddenly didn't have direct access to me. They couldn't manipulate me. They could not emotionally blackmail me. My cousins began receiving panicked calls requesting them to speak with me because I had lost my mind. My Aunt Carmen sent me a lengthy message emphasizing the significance of family forgiveness. My grandma gave me a photo of another cousin's newborn with the caption, "Babies are a blessing. Don't let pride destroy something beautiful." I did not respond to any of them. On Wednesday, the formal baby shower invitation arrived in the mail, a blue card with teddy bears, and the message, "Let's celebrate the arrival of the miracle." Location, my parents' home. Date, Sunday. Time, 2 p.m. Finally, in my mother's handwriting it reads, "We hope this special day helps us heal as a family." I laughed aloud. That night I prepared my gifts. It wasn't simply a folder. I purchased 3 exquisite gift boxes in blue and white paper, the ideal size for baby things. I carefully wrapped them with ribbons and cards. I scribbled the following on each tag: for the future, for stability, and for the truth. The first box contains a copy of the eviction notice as well as all of the apartment documentation. The second contains the car repossession paperwork and the withdrawal of the university sponsorship. Inside the third, screenshots showed my ex's double life with Andrea, the phony GoFundMe page, and transcripts of all the messages in which they threatened me, as well as a USB drive containing the audio and video recordings. On Friday, I unexpectedly ran into my ex at a coffee shop near his workplace. He appeared emaciated, as though he hadn't slept in days. "The baby shower is tomorrow," he explained, approaching my table. "I hope you come with a good attitude. Your sister is very stressed." I looked him in the eye with the coldest smile I could muster. "Don't worry. I'll be there, and I'll bring gifts." "Real gifts or more of your legal games?" "You're going to have exactly the day you deserve." He lingered there for a bit, as if he wanted to say anything else, before turning and leaving. That night, as I was finishing off the final copies of documents, I discovered something. I wasn't angry anymore. The rage had subsided, leaving behind something even more dangerous: absolute coolness and clarity. The frigid satisfaction of knowing that justice would finally be served. On Sunday morning, I got up early and put on my nicest outfit, which I had never worn for them. I took my 3 carefully wrapped boxes and headed to my folks' place. It was time for a baby shower. I came at 2:15 p.m., 15 minutes late on purpose. The baby shower was in full swing in my parents' garden, with blue and white balloons, a candy table, and approximately 30 guests I had not seen in months. My sister, resplendent in the center, with my ex by her side, playing the role of adoring future father. The talk came to an end when I appeared with my 3 immaculately wrapped boxes. My mom raced over. "Honey, so glad you came. I knew you'd come to your senses." My sister grinned at me with her phony smile, which she had practiced since childhood. "Sister, thank you for coming. It means a lot to us." My ex came over and gave me a hug that was 2 seconds too long, enough to whisper, "Thanks for not ruining this." "You're welcome," I said, with a smile that did not reach my eyes. My father requested silence, and my ex took the floor. There he was, discussing ethics and how he had found his soulmate in my sister. Sometimes fate leads us down unexpected paths, but always to where we are meant to be. My sister shed crocodile tears, thanking everyone for their help during these trying times and looking directly at me. I especially want to thank my sister who, despite our differences, is here today. Applause. Smiles. Perfect performance. My mother stated, "It's time for gifts." Who wants to start? I do, I replied, raising my hand. I walked to the center with my 3 cartons. All eyes are on me. The prospect of reunion lingered in the air like cheap perfume. A baby shower is for giving gifts that help the new family build their future, I explained clearly. My gifts are exactly that, gifts of clarity and responsibility so they can build on a solid foundation. I addressed my parents first. For you, who asked me to be the adult and reminded me that's what family is for. I gave them the first package. My father opened it with a smile that froze abruptly. Inside came a beautifully bound accounting ledger with the gold leaf title, Family Investment. Page after page itemized every penny I had spent on them in the previous 5 years: apartment, car, university, credit cards, vacations, medical emergencies. The number was underlined on the final page: $147,000. My mother went pale. What? What is this? A receipt. I wanted you to remember exactly what family has been for. I turned to face my ex. For you, who built this future on the foundation of my support. I gave him the second box. When he opened it, he discovered the automobile repossession documentation and a single key. I got out my phone and projected a shot of his Civic onto the TV screen they had set up for the baby photo slideshow, the tow truck that had taken it away that morning. You won't be needing this anymore, I replied as he stared at the photo, mouth agape. Are you crazy? That's my work car. Check the contract. It was never yours. I finally turned to my sister. And for you, who had such a bright future ahead. The third package contained the university's formal notice of suspension and a copy of the student loan agreement, which included a demand for urgent payment. My sister's face turned pink, white, then red as she read the document. You can't do this. I'm pregnant. I'm 2 classes away from graduating. You should have thought of that before. She's crazy, she exclaimed, playing the perfect victim. She's obsessed. She can't stand to see us happy. The muttering from the crowd began. Some nodded, believing her act. I'm not finished, I exclaimed, raising my voice. There's one more gift. A gift that isn't from me, but for you. I plugged the USB drive into the television. The first image that flashed was of my ex kissing Andrea at the pub. My sister stared at him, puzzled. What is this? At that moment, the garden gate opened. Andrea strode in decisively, looking directly at my ex. I came to give my own gift, she remarked calmly, piercing the air. It's called honesty. My ex became as white as a sheet. What are you doing here? Andrea smiled. Meeting the mother of your child. Though I wonder, did you tell her we've been living together for 3 years? The presentation automatically played photographs of my ex and Andrea, including romantic dinners, trips, and bedtime dates that matched with our supposed anniversaries. My sister viewed the photographs as if they were in a horror film. What? What does this mean? It means that your soulmate has 2 apartments, 2 girlfriends, and told each one the other didn't exist, says Andrea. And by the way, he told me he was sterile. My sister collapsed, but she didn't wail like the victim. It was the shrill, frantic screech of someone who had just discovered she had been duped as badly as I had. You son of a bitch, she yelled at my ex while stomping on his chest. You told me she was history. You told me you loved me. My ex, cornered and witnessing his life fall, erupted. You and your stupid family pressured me. Of course I needed a plan B. It was all about the money. Did you think I was going to live as a parasite from a single source for my whole life? The hush was supple. He just confirmed everything in front of the whole family. My father stood up and trembled. Parasite? Yes, my ex said, screaming out of control. You and your money. Your daughter paying for everything. Of course I looked for alternatives. Any smart man would have. My sister was on the ground, sobbing in a way I'd never seen before, completely broken. I stepped over, bent down to her level, and murmured just quietly enough for just her to hear. You wanted a real family. He gave you one. Enjoy it. I stood up, grabbed my purse and proceeded to the exit. Behind me, the commotion was complete. My ex is yelling justifications. Nobody believed. My sister is crying on the grass. Andrea is shooting everything with her phone. My parents were shocked, staring at the accounting ledger, while the visitors murmured and took pictures. At the door, I took one last look back. My mother was soothing my sister, but she was looking at me with a look I'd never seen before. Respect mixed with terror. That's what family is for, I stated loudly enough for her to hear. I drove home in complete silence. I didn't play any music. I did not call anyone. I just drove with a tranquility I hadn't experienced in months. When I arrived at my apartment, I made myself a drink of water, sat on my sofa, and for the first time in a long time, I smiled. My phone began vibrating with messages, missed calls, and WhatsApps. I disregarded them all. It wasn't vengeance I felt in that garden, it was justice. Cold, planned and flawless justice. And for the first time since that awful night at my engagement party, I felt entirely liberated. It had been 6 months since the baby shower. That same night, my sister and ex-partner split up. He escaped the city like the rat he had always been. She had no housing, no university, and was pregnant, so she had to move into my parents' basement. The irony is exquisite. My parents, who pushed me so hard to keep the family together, are now obligated to support their daughter and the baby with their retirement resources. They became victims of the very daughter they defended. They attempted to reconcile with me 3 months ago. My mother called me, weeping. "We made a mistake. We need our family." "Of course," I told you. "But I'm no longer your ATM. We can have a relationship, but it will be cordial and at a distance." I agreed to see them for lunch once a month, but the terms are strict. No talk about money, no pleas for my sister, and no emotional coercion. They sacrificed their daughter the bank to make a faraway acquaintance. I sold the repossessed vehicle and rented out the apartment. The symbols of my betrayal are now generating passive money. Every month I receive $2,200 in rent, and my lawyer sends me a collection notice for the student loan, a harsh bureaucratic reminder that actions have consequences. I severed off communication with all relatives who pressed or judged me. My social circle was halved, but the quality increased enormously. I no longer have to deal with jealous cousins, misogynistic uncles, or controlling grandmothers. Last week I moved into a new house, smaller than the last one, but all mine, with no bad memories or ghosts from the past. In my study, I have a folder called Freedom Fund. All of the money I save from not supporting parasites goes in there. I've already accumulated $7,000. My sister attempted to contact me once the baby was delivered. She sent me a photo on WhatsApp with the remark, "Your nephew wants to meet his favorite aunt." I did not answer. I blocked that number. I don't hate her. It would demand emotional energy that I'd rather devote to my own life. She just doesn't exist for me. She is a stranger who formerly shared my surname. Last night, as I was evaluating my financial portfolio and observing how my money has increased since I removed the leeches from my life, I noticed something. It wasn't vengeance I sought, it was justice. And justice isn't always exciting or cinematic. Sometimes it's silent, cold, and unchanging. I got myself a cup of tea, sat on my new patio, and watched the city lights. I didn't feel triumphant. I didn't experience any exploding satisfaction. I felt something far better: complete tranquility. Order was restored not via cries or drama, but through unyielding boundaries and natural outcomes. My family disowned me over for my sister's course. So I cut their $1 million lifeline. Now they're facing evictions and business collapse. Holy crap, Reddit. I never thought I'd be posting here, but after what happened 8 months ago, I need to get this off my chest. My buddy Cassian convinced me to share this story because he says it's the most epic family revenge he's ever witnessed. Buckle up, because this gets absolutely wild. I'm a 32-year-old male, and I own a mid-size construction company that specializes in commercial building projects. Started with just me and a pickup truck 7 years ago. Now I've got 52 employees, and we pulled in $14.2 million last year. Not bragging, just setting the scene for why my family thought I was their personal ATM. My family dynamic was always complicated and, honestly, pretty dysfunctional looking back. Dad, Rick, 58, runs a concrete supply business that's been struggling for years, mostly because he refuses to modernize or adapt to industry changes. He's stubborn as a mule and thinks technology is the enemy. Mom, Carol, 55, has this boutique real estate agency that looks super fancy with the marble counters and expensive artwork, but barely breaks even most months. She spends more on maintaining appearances than actually generating sales. My sister Serena, 28, is a professional Instagram influencer who calls herself an entrepreneur, but has literally never earned a legitimate dollar in her life. Her idea of work is posting photos of overpriced coffee and designer handbags while spouting motivational quotes she found online. When my construction business really took off about 5 years ago, I started helping the family out. Dad needed new equipment, I'd co-sign loans. Mom's real estate office needed cash during slow seasons, I'd wire $50,000 without thinking twice. Serena wanted to start her luxury lifestyle brand. Sure, here's $75,000 to get started. My business partner, Cassian, always gave me grief about it. "Dude, you're running a family welfare program," he'd say during our morning meetings. When's the last time any of them actually thanked you? Honestly, I couldn't remember. But here's what they didn't know. I wasn't just helping out occasionally when they had small problems. I had systematically become the financial backbone holding their entire world together, like some kind of invisible support structure they took completely for granted. Dad's concrete business was operating entirely on my business credit lines because he couldn't qualify for his own after some serious tax issues from 2018 involving unreported cash payments. Mom's boutique agency was paying rent through automatic transfers from my company account, transfers she thought were coming from some mythical family trust fund our grandfather supposedly set up. Serena's entire lavish lifestyle, the downtown loft with city views, the white BMW, the endless designer everything, was funded by what she believed was a family investment account, but was actually just me sending her $4,500 every single month like clockwork. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. Serena calls me on a Tuesday morning, doesn't even say hello, just launches into, "Dorian, I need you to cover something important for me." Turns out she'd been accepted into this exclusive business mentorship program in Los Angeles. The cost, $85,000 for 6 months of networking with industry leaders and mindset coaching. Here's the thing though. We were in the middle of our biggest expansion yet. And I'm talking about serious growth that would determine our company's future for the next decade. I had just hired 15 new employees, including 2 project managers, 3 site supervisors, and a whole crew of skilled workers. We were also financing a massive equipment purchase that was costing us nearly $200,000. New excavators, concrete mixers, and specialized machinery that would let us take on bigger commercial projects. Cash flow was genuinely tight. Not because we weren't profitable, we were crushing it, but because every available dollar was strategically invested into growth initiatives that would secure our future and potentially double our revenue within 2 years. So for the first time ever, I told her something I'd never said before. "Serena, I can't swing that right now. The business is expanding rapidly, and I've got serious payroll commitments. Maybe in a few months we can revisit this." The silence on the phone was deafening. Then she explodes. "Are you serious right now? After everything this family has done for you?" I'm thinking, what exactly has this family done for me? But before I could respond, she hits me with, "You know what, Dorian? Success has made you selfish. Don't bother calling me back until you remember what family means." She hung up on me. That was Tuesday. Thursday night, I'm at home with my wife Isolda, finally relaxing after a 14-hour day managing 3 different job sites, when my phone buzzes. Text message from Dad. "You're no longer my son. Don't contact us again." I swear I stared at that message for 20 minutes straight. Called Cassian immediately. "What the heck happened?" he says when I read him the text. "Over 85 grand? Are you kidding me?" Friday morning. There's an envelope slipped under my front door. No return address, just my name written in Mom's handwriting. Inside was a single piece of paper. "You are not welcome at family events. Do not come to the house." That's when Cassian came over and found me sitting in my kitchen, just staring at this note like it was written in a foreign language. "Bro," Cassian says, sitting down across from me. "You realize what this means, right?" "What?" "They just declared war on the wrong guy." Cassian has been my best friend since we were 14 and started working construction jobs together every summer. When I decided to start my own company, he was the first person I called. He's got this incredible ability to see through people's nonsense and find humor in even the darkest situations, which is probably why we've been business partners for so long. "All right," Cassian says, setting up his laptop at my kitchen table Friday evening. "Let's talk facts here. How much money have you actually given these people over the years?" I pulled up my accounting software, and we started going through the records. The numbers were honestly shocking, even to me. Dad's business, $340,000 in loan guarantees, plus about $180,000 in direct cash loans that were never repaid. Mom's real estate agency, $290,000 over 3 years in temporary cash flow assistance. Serena's lifestyle, $216,000 in direct transfers, plus I'd been covering her rent, $2,800 monthly, and car payment, $830 monthly, for the past 2 years. "Good grief, Dorian," Cassian says, nearly choking on his coffee. "You've given them almost $1 million. And they disowned you over $85,000. But here's where Cassian really proved his worth as a friend and business partner. "Dude, you realize they don't actually understand how their own finances work, right? Like Serena probably thinks her rent gets paid by magic." He was absolutely right. In all my years of supporting them, none of them had ever asked for details about how the money flowed. They just assumed it appeared when they needed it. So what do you want to do? Cassian asks, leaning back in his chair. I want to show them what, not my son, actually looks like. Cassian grins. Now you're talking, but we're going to do this intelligently. No emotional decisions, just cold, hard business logic. Saturday morning, Cassian shows up with coffee and a legal pad. All right, brother, time for some financial reality. But first, we're going to protect you legally from any blowback. We spent the entire weekend systematically mapping out every single financial connection I had with my family. And honestly, it was like discovering an iceberg. The surface stuff was just the beginning. The web was way more extensive and complicated than even I had realized after years of gradual involvement. Dad's concrete business wasn't just getting occasional help. It was essentially operating as a subsidiary under my commercial credit lines because his personal credit was completely destroyed. The company trucks, the equipment leases, even the liability insurance were all flowing through my business credit. His employee health insurance was subsidized through my company's group plan because his business couldn't afford decent coverage on its own, and I'd been quietly covering the difference for 3 years. Mom's real estate office situation was even more complex than I'd remembered. The lease was personally guaranteed by me when she couldn't qualify solo. Her website hosting, professional licensing fees, marketing budget, all that expensive office furniture she loved showing off to clients, even her membership in the Regional Real Estate Association. Everything was paid through automatic transfers from my business account that she naively assumed came from some family trust fund our grandfather had established decades ago. Serena was absolutely the worst-case scenario, though, and Cassian was shaking his head as we documented everything. Not only was I covering her rent and car payments, but her credit cards were tied directly to my business accounts as consulting expenses. She was technically listed as a brand consultant for my company, which was just a clever way to funnel her money legally without tax complications. Her health insurance, phone plan, gym membership, grocery delivery service, clothing allowances, even her subscription boxes for makeup and wine were all flowing through my company like she was some kind of dependent child rather than a grown adult. Dude, Cassian says, reviewing our notes, you didn't just help them out occasionally, you basically adopted 3 financially irresponsible adults. By Sunday evening we had a comprehensive plan. Cassian dubbed it, Operation Reality Check. Here's the thing, he explains, they want to disown you? Perfect. But they don't get to keep all the benefits of being your family while treating you like garbage. Time to cut every single cord. Monday morning, I started making calls. Cassian insisted on being present for what he called the Great Financial Disconnection. We set up in my home office with our laptops, coffee, and what Cassian called our productivity playlist, mostly motivational business podcasts. All right, brother, Cassian says, let's start with the straightforward stuff and work our way up to nuclear options. First call, my business insurance agent removed Dad's trucks from our fleet coverage effective immediately. Next, the commercial credit line that financed his equipment. I requested an immediate review of all authorized users and had his access terminated. How long until he notices this one? Cassian asks. Probably when he tries to purchase materials tomorrow morning. Beautiful. Next up was Mom's situation. Called the commercial real estate management company and terminated my personal guarantee on her office lease. Then I canceled every single automatic transfer to her business accounts. She's going to panic when that rent notice arrives, Cassian says with satisfaction. But Serena's financial setup was the most complex. Cassian was reading from our list. Car payment, rent, health insurance, phone service, gym membership, grocery delivery, credit cards. Dorian, you were basically this woman's sugar daddy. I systematically canceled everything. Car payment authorization, health insurance coverage, phone plan, even her streaming service subscriptions that were somehow tied to my accounts. By noon Monday, Cassian and I had methodically removed my financial backing from their entire existence. But we weren't finished. Time for the nuclear option, Cassian announces. The business partnerships. Here's what they never understood. Dad's concrete business was technically structured as a subsidiary of my construction company for tax optimization purposes. Mom's real estate agency was operating under my business license through some complicated arrangement my accountant had set up. Serena's luxury lifestyle brand was actually just a DBA registration under my company's umbrella. If they want to disown you, Cassian points out, they lose all the business protections and advantages too. I contacted my business attorney and initiated the process of dissolving every shared business entity. By Wednesday they'd all be operating as completely independent businesses with zero connection to me or my company. How long until they realize what's happening? Cassian asks. Probably when they try to place orders tomorrow and discover their credit has been terminated. But the real masterstroke was Cassian's suggestion about the house. See, my parents live in this beautiful suburban home they purchased 5 years ago. What they conveniently forgot is that I co-signed the mortgage because their credit scores weren't sufficient for the loan amount they wanted. Technically, I owned 50% equity in their primary residence. You could force a partition sale, Cassian, make them buy you out or sell the house. That seems pretty nuclear, brother. They told you that you're not their son. At this point, why should you care? I contacted my attorney and began the legal process of demanding my equity stake in the house. In Texas, I could force a partition sale if we couldn't reach an agreement on terms. By Wednesday afternoon, their entire financial ecosystem was about to collapse, and they had absolutely no idea what was coming. You know what the best part is, Cassian says as we're finishing up the paperwork. They're going to blame each other initially. Serena's going to assume Dad stopped paying her bills. Dad's going to think Mom messed up. The business accounts. It's going to be complete chaos. Thursday morning, my phone started ringing non-stop. Thursday at 6:47 a.m., my phone starts exploding with missed calls. Serena, Dad, even Mom. But the first actual message I received was a text from Serena at 7:23 a.m. My car got repossessed from the parking garage. What did you do? Cassian was already at my office with coffee and breakfast sandwiches, ready for what he called the fireworks display. She thinks it's your fault her car got repossessed? He asks, reading over my shoulder. I mean, technically it is. I stopped authorizing the payments. That's absolutely perfect, just perfect. By 8 a.m. the calls were relentless. I put my phone on speaker so Cassian could listen. First call was from Dad. Dorian, what's going on? The lumber supplier called and said our credit line is suspended. They won't deliver materials for the Morrison project. I let him talk for about 30 seconds before hanging up. Stone cold, Cassian says, clearly impressed. Next call was Mom. Dorian, honey, there's been some kind of mistake with the office rent. The property manager says I'm behind on payments, but that's impossible because... Click. You're getting really good at this, Cassian observes. But Serena's call was the most entertaining. She was actually crying, real tears, going on about how her landlord was threatening eviction, her credit cards weren't working, and how could I do this to her? Serena, I finally interrupted, you told me I was selfish and not to call you back. So, I'm not calling you back. I'm simply doing exactly what you requested. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Actually, it's precisely what you meant. You and Dad made it crystal clear that I'm not family anymore, so I'm acting accordingly. Cassian was giving me encouraging thumbs-up gestures throughout the conversation. Dorian, please, I need help. I don't understand what's happening to me. What's happening is you're experiencing life without family financial support. You wanted independence from your selfish brother, so congratulations on achieving that goal. I hung up and Cassian started laughing. Dude, she genuinely has no concept of how money works. She literally thinks bills just magically pay themselves. Around 10 a.m., things escalated significantly. My attorney called with an update. Dorian, I just received a very interesting phone call from someone claiming to be your father. He's demanding I cease all legal action immediately. What did you tell him? I informed him that I don't take instructions from people who aren't my clients. Cassian nearly choked on his coffee. Your attorney is savage. By noon the real panic was setting in. Mom actually showed up at my office building, which she'd never done in 7 years of my business operating. My assistant called me. Dorian, there's a woman in the lobby claiming to be your mother. She seems quite upset. Tell her I'm unavailable and she needs to schedule an appointment through proper channels. She's insisting it's an emergency. Tell her emergencies require being family, and I was recently informed I'm not family anymore. Cassian was thoroughly enjoying every moment of this. Brother, you're absolutely stone cold, I'm genuinely impressed. But the absolute highlight came around 2 p.m. when Serena showed up at my house with suitcases, crying hysterically. Dorian, they evicted me, I have nowhere to go. Hotels exist for situations like this. I don't have money for a hotel. Then perhaps you should contact your family for assistance. You are my family. Actually, according to Dad's text message, I'm not. So you might want to figure out alternative arrangements. Cassian was watching from my living room window, trying not to laugh out loud. That evening, all three of them appeared at my house together. Dad was carrying a bottle of wine like he was coming to a social dinner party. Son? I'm not your son. Remember, you made that very clear in writing. Look, we need to discuss this business situation. There's no business situation to discuss. There's just you dealing with the natural consequences of your choices. Cassian opened my front door before I could stop him. Hey folks. Dorian's pretty busy right now, but I'd be happy to take a message. The expressions on their faces were absolutely priceless. By Friday morning, the situation had escalated to full crisis mode for them. Cassian came over early with breakfast and his laptop. Brother, you've got to see this, he says, pulling up Serena's Instagram account. She'd posted this long sob story about family betrayal and learning hard lessons about trust and independence. The comment section was brutal, people calling her out for being spoiled, asking why a 28-year-old needed family funding for basic living expenses. She's getting absolutely roasted, Cassian laughs. Look at this comment. Maybe try getting an actual job instead of posting selfies all day. But the real entertainment came when my phone rang around 9 a.m. It was Dad, but his tone was completely different from previous calls. Dorian's son, I think there's been a serious misunderstanding. No misunderstanding whatsoever. You clearly stated, I'm not your son. I'm simply respecting your decision. I was angry. I didn't actually mean, Dad, you sent me a text saying I'm not your son, then had Mom deliver a written note telling me I'm not welcome at family events. Those aren't words you say in anger. Those are calculated decisions. Cassian was making encouraging keep-going gestures behind his laptop. Look, can we just sit down and have a rational conversation about this? Your mother's extremely upset. My mother? I thought I wasn't part of the family anymore. Long pause. Dorian. What do you want us to do here? Nothing. I want you to do absolutely nothing. You made your choice. Now experience the consequences. I hung up, and Cassian was grinning ear to ear. Dude, he called you like 6 times in that conversation. They're definitely feeling the financial pressure. Around 11 a.m., Mom called crying. Actual tears, which I'd maybe witnessed twice in my entire adult life. Dorian, the office lease is in default. I could lose everything I've worked for. That sounds like a challenging business situation. You don't understand. This is my life's work. Mom, with respect, your life's work has been funded by me for the past 3 years. Maybe it's time to discover if it can actually function independently. Dorian, please. I'm begging you. Begging who exactly? I'm not family, remember. But the absolute masterpiece came when Serena called around 2 p.m., completely hysterical. Dorian, I'm staying in a Motel 6. Do you understand how humiliating this is for me? I wouldn't know. I've never needed family funding for my housing arrangements. Come on, and you know I can't afford. Serena, you're 28 years old. The fact that you can't afford basic housing isn't my problem to solve. What am I supposed to do? Get employment? A job? Dorian, I'm an influencer. I have a personal brand. Cassian was dying laughing in the background. Ask her how much her brand actually pays per hour, he whispers. Serena, exactly how much does your influencer brand pay you monthly? Extended silence. That's not the point. No, that's precisely the point. You've been living off family money while pretending to be a successful businesswoman. Now you get to discover if your business model actually works. That evening, Cassian and I were having coffee on my back patio when all 3 of them showed up again. This time they looked like they'd been crying for hours. Dorian, Dad starts. We're sorry. We made a terrible mistake. We want to make this right. Okay. What does making it right look like? They exchanged uncertain glances. Mom spoke up. We want you to be part of our family again. Cool. What's changed since Tuesday? More confused glances. What do you mean? Serena asks. I mean, 3 days ago, you decided I was selfish and not worth being related to because I couldn't fund Serena's $85,000 life coaching program. What's different now? Silence. Let me guess, Cassian interjects. What's different is now you're facing the reality of cutting off your family bank account. That's not fair, Mom protests. Isn't it though? I ask. Because if I was truly family, if you genuinely wanted me around for who I am rather than what I provide financially, wouldn't you have had this conversation before your bills started bouncing? Dad attempted a different approach. Son, we know you've been generous over the years. Generous. Dad, I've given you people almost $1 million over 5 years. I've co-signed loans, guaranteed leases, and basically subsidized your entire lifestyles. That's not generosity. That's financial enabling. We didn't ask you to do all that, Serena says defensively. Cassian and I both started laughing. Serena, I said, you literally contacted me twice monthly asking for money. You absolutely asked. The conversation continued for another hour, but it became clear they still didn't understand the fundamental issue. They weren't sorry for how they treated me. They were sorry about the consequences of their treatment. After they left, Cassian and I sat back down with our coffee. So what's the plan now, brother? Now I let them figure out what family actually means when it's not based on financial transactions. The weekend came, and Cassian convinced me to attend our friend Magnus's barbecue. You need to get out and socialize, man. Plus, I want to see if any of them show up groveling. Sure enough, around 3 p.m., while we're grilling burgers, my phone starts ringing. Cassian sees the caller ID and announces to the entire party, "It's Serena. Everyone be quiet. This is going to be entertaining." I answered on speaker. "Dorian, I need to talk to you privately. It's really important. I'm at a barbecue with friends. You know, people who actually enjoy my company." "Dorian, I'm serious. I'm in genuine trouble here." "What kind of trouble?" I borrowed money from someone and they want immediate repayment." Cassian raises his eyebrows. "How much money, Serena?" "Who is that?" "That's Cassian. Remember him? My business partner and best friend who you've never bothered to learn the name of despite knowing him for 10 years. "Dorian, I borrowed $15,000 and the person wants it back by Monday, or they're going to." "Going to what?" "They say they're going to expose me on social media. It'll destroy my influencer reputation." The entire barbecue party is listening now. Magnus's girlfriend Alara speaks up. "Wait, she borrowed $15,000 to maintain her Instagram image?" Serena must have heard her. "Who said that?" "Dorian, who are you with?" "I'm with my actual friends, Serena. You know, people who spend time with me even when I'm not paying for everything." "Dorian, please. I just need..." "Need what? Money from someone who's not your family?" Long pause. "You're still my brother. According to Dad's text message, I'm not." "That was a mistake." "No, Serena. The mistake was me thinking that financially supporting you people made us closer as a family. All it did was make you entitled and ungrateful." Cassian gestured for the phone. "Serena, this is Cassian. I've got a question for you." "What?" "When's Dorian's birthday?" "What kind of question is that?" "Just answer it. When's your brother's birthday?" Silence. "How about his wife's name?" "What's Dorian's wife's name, Serena?" More silence. "One more. What's Dorian's company called? The business that's been funding your lifestyle for years." "I don't see how that's relevant." "It's relevant because you don't actually know anything about your brother's life except that he gives you money. You don't know his birthday, his wife's name, or even what he does for work. But you definitely know his bank account routing number." Cassian handed me back the phone. "Serena, Cassian is absolutely right. You want to be family? Tell me 3 things about my life that don't involve money." The silence stretched on for nearly 30 seconds before she hung up. Magnus's girlfriend Alara shook her head. "That's ice cold. She really doesn't know your birthday." "It was last month," I replied. "She forgot completely, but she remembered to ask for money 2 weeks later," Cassian added. Sunday morning, I woke up to 17 missed calls from Dad. The voicemail was desperate. "Dorian, we need to meet today. It's urgent. The business is, just call me back immediately." I returned his call around noon. "Dad, what's the emergency?" "The Morrison contract fell through. We can't secure materials, can't make payroll, and now they're threatening to sue us for breach of contract." "That sounds like a serious business problem." "Dorian, I could lose everything." "Dad, with respect, you told me I wasn't your son. Why would someone who's not your son concern himself with your business problems?" "Because you're a good man. And you know this isn't just about me, I've got 8 employees depending on..." "Dad, you're attempting to guilt trip the wrong person. You want to know what a good man does? A good man doesn't disown his son over money. A good man doesn't send threatening notes through intermediaries. A good man doesn't try to manipulate his child into being a family bank." Long pause. "What do you want from us, Dorian?" "I want you to figure out who you are without my financial support. I want Serena to get legitimate employment. I want Mom to operate a business that actually generates profit, and I want all of you to understand that family relationships aren't financial transactions. And if we do that, then maybe we can discuss being family again. But not before. That afternoon, Mom showed up at my house alone. Cassian was overworking on some project proposals, but when he saw her pull up, he grabbed his laptop and headed to the kitchen. "I'll be right here if you need backup," he said. Mom looked like she'd aged 5 years in a single week. "Dorian, can we talk? Just you and me?" "Sure." We sat on my front porch. She was quiet for a long time before she started speaking. "Your father's pride is going to destroy this family," she said finally. "Mom, Dad's pride didn't send me that text. Dad's pride didn't write that note. You all made this decision collectively. We were angry." "No, you were entitled. There's a significant difference." She started crying. "Dorian, I know we messed up terribly, but you're destroying us." "Mom, I'm not destroying anything. I'm just not building it anymore. There's a difference. Your sister's sleeping in her car now. Her choice. She could get employment, find a roommate, move somewhere more affordable. Instead, she's choosing to be homeless rather than work. She doesn't know how to work. Dorian, we never taught her those skills." That was the first honest thing any of them had said throughout this entire situation. Then maybe it's time she learned. Mom sat there crying quietly for a while before she got up to leave. At the door, she turned back. "I love you, Dorian. Whatever happens, I want you to know that." "I love you too, Mom. But love and money aren't the same thing. Took me 32 years to figure that out." 3 weeks later, Cassian and I were finishing up a client meeting when my assistant buzzed the intercom. "Dorian, there's a woman here who says she's your sister. She looks different." Cassian grinned. "This should be interesting." Serena walked into my office looking like she hadn't slept properly in days. Her usual perfect Instagram appearance was completely gone. No makeup, hair in a messy ponytail, wearing jeans and a basic t-shirt instead of designer everything. "Dorian, I got a job." Cassian looked up from his laptop. "Congratulations. What kind of employment?" "I'm working at a marketing firm downtown. It's entry level, but they said if I work hard, I can advance." I gestured to a chair. "That's excellent, Serena. How's it going?" "It's really hard. Much harder than I expected. I had no idea how much I didn't know about actual work." She paused. "Dorian, I owe you a serious apology." "For what specifically?" "For everything. For treating you like a personal bank instead of a brother. For not caring about your life unless I needed something from you. For not even knowing your birthday." She took a deep breath. "Cassian was completely right. I didn't know anything about you except that you had money." Cassian nodded approvingly. "This represents genuine progress." "I've been attending therapy," she continued. "The therapist helped me understand that I was, what's the word? Parasitic. I was living off you without giving anything back to the relationship." "What changed your perspective?" I asked. "Honestly, being completely broke. Turns out when you can't afford food, you start questioning your life choices pretty quickly. And Mom. Dad's business is struggling, but he's trying to make it work without loans or credit extensions. Had to sell some equipment, let go of 2 employees. Mom closed the expensive office and is working from home. She's actually making money for the first time in years." "And how do you all feel about me now?" Serena looked down. "We understand why you did it. We're not happy about the consequences, but we understand your reasoning. Dad keeps saying he should have seen it coming." Cassian leaned forward. "Serena, what's Dorian's wife's name?" "Isolde. She's a pediatric nurse at Children's Hospital. You guys met in college but didn't start dating until after graduation. She's originally from Oklahoma." "When's his birthday?" "April 15th. Same day as tax day, which he says is fitting since he's always worried about business finances." "What does his company do?" "Commercial construction projects. You started it because you were frustrated with how inefficient construction management was when you worked for other contractors." Cassian looked genuinely impressed. "Not bad. How did you learn all that information?" I asked. "I ask questions. Turns out Dorian's actually pretty interesting when you're not just trying to get money from him." We talked for another hour. Serena told me about her job, how she'd had to learn basic adult skills like budgeting and cooking, how she'd sold most of her designer possessions to pay rent, how she'd realized that her influencer brand was just an expensive hobby with no real income. "Dorian, I want to ask you something, and I promise this isn't about money, okay?" "Go ahead." "Do you think Could we try being brother and sister again? Like actual siblings who talk about life and spend time together sometimes? I looked at Cassian, who nodded encouragingly. Serena, you want to know the truth? Yes. I never wanted to stop being your brother. I just got tired of being your bank. She started crying. Not the manipulative crying from before, but genuine tears of remorse. I'm so sorry, Dorian. I'm sorry for taking advantage of you. I'm sorry for not appreciating what you did, and I'm really sorry for not being a better sister. Serena, the fact that you're here, that you got employment, that you learned my wife's name, that means something significant. Cassian cleared his throat. This is touching and all, but what about your parents? They want to apologize too, but Dad's too proud and Mom's too embarrassed. They know they messed up badly. Tell them something for me, I said. Tell them I'm willing to have a conversation, not about money, not about business, just about being family. But they need to understand that being family means caring about each other as people, not just financial resources. Serena nodded. I'll tell them exactly that. After she left, Cassian and I sat in my office quietly for a while. You think they actually learned their lesson? He asked. Serena definitely did. Mom probably did. Dad. We'll see. You going to help them if they really change? Maybe someday. But they need to prove they can stand independently first. Independence builds character. Cassian laughed. Brother, you basically gave your entire family a masterclass in consequences. It's like you're the world's most expensive life coach. A month later, Dad called me. His voice was different, quieter, more humble than I'd ever heard it. Son, I owe you an apology, a real one. I'm listening. I treated you like a resource instead of a person. I took your generosity for granted and then punished you when it wasn't enough. That's not what fathers do. What do fathers do, Dad? They support their sons even when they can't help financially. They're proud of their kids' success instead of jealous of it. They say thank you instead of demanding more. We talked for 2 hours, really talked, maybe for the first time since I was a teenager. He told me about his struggles, his fears, his regrets. I told him about the pressure I'd felt, how I'd lost myself trying to be everyone's financial solution. Dorian, I don't expect forgiveness. I just want you to know that I'm proud of you, not for the money, but for having the strength to walk away when we treated you wrong. Dad, I never wanted to walk away from family. I just wanted to be treated like family instead of like a business. I understand that now. 6 months later, we had Thanksgiving dinner together for the first time since the incident. Serena brought her boyfriend, a guy she met at work who had no idea she came from money. Mom cooked everything herself instead of catering it. Dad talked about his business struggles openly instead of pretending everything was perfect. And Cassian was there too, because he'd basically become family through all of this. You know what's funny? Serena said during dessert. I'm actually happier now than I was before. Working for my own money feels better than having it handed to me. That's because accomplishment feels better than entitlement, Cassian said. Dorian tried to tell you that for years. Mom raised her glass. To Dorian, for teaching us the difference between being supported and being spoiled. And for having the courage to do what needed to be done, even when it hurt, Dad added. As we sat there, I realized something profound. My family was smaller now. Some relatives still thought I was too harsh, and a few family friends had taken sides. But the people at that table were there because they wanted to be, not because they needed something. Cassian was right all those months ago. Sometimes you have to burn down the old structure to build something better. And sometimes the best thing you can do for people you love is stop solving their problems for them. The golden boy learned to say no. My brother mocked my small wedding. Then he Googled my fiance's name and found out he was the builder of luxury resorts across the Middle East. It all began when I joyfully arrived to the family house with the invitations. It was nothing spectacular, yet we made it with love. My mother stared at it like if I'd given her a pizza flyer. Are you serious? A hole this simple? She threw the invitation on the table as if it repulsed her. Oh, what a shame. My brother grabbed it and presented it to his girlfriend while holding back laughs. Look, my sister is having her grand wedding here. Isn't it picturesque? His girlfriend covered her lips, faking sympathy. Oh no, how sad. My father did not even turn around. Don't count on me, I'm not going to make a fool of myself. But Dad. No buts. That's not a wedding, it's a neighborhood block party. Just then, my aunt strolled in, as if the cosmos needed another round of ridicule. "What are you talking about?" "About the girl's little wedding," my mother muttered contemptuously, as if the term wedding bothered her. "Oh yes, my friend already told me. She says it's such a pity she settled for so little." My brother gave a loud laugh. "They're going to think we've run out of money or something worse." Deep down, I knew this would happen. I wasn't expecting a standing ovation, but hearing it from their own mouths, so raw and unfiltered, was like getting slapped in slow motion. Something shattered or hardened inside of me as I placed the crumpled invitation away. They would see who had the most horrible wedding. I did not sleep that night. My family's words played like a music. But it wasn't only the words spoken that afternoon. It was an echo, the closing lyric of a harsh opera that I had grown up listening to. Sitting in the darkness of the kitchen, the humiliation of the offer faded into a carousel of bad memories. I was 19 when I introduced them to my first boyfriend, a genuinely nice guy who worked as a mechanic to pay for his studies. I recall my mother's frozen expression and her later private remark. "Darling, love is nice, but it doesn't pay the bills at the garage. Aim higher." When I told my father at 23 that I was quitting the law degree he had picked for me to pursue my passion for graphic design, he didn't even look at me. "So much investment in your education for you to end up making little drawings. What a disappointment." And the continual comparison to my brother, whose advances at a marketing firm were celebrated with lavish dinners, and his new cars were a source of family pride. When I sold my first piece to an independent gallery, my brother remarked at Christmas dinner, "Well, at least it pays the rent." There are levels to everything, right? A term he had used just a few days before. It was always the same. Money was the measure of worth, status trumped affection, and appearances over happiness. This was not about the wedding, it never was. It was about me, choosing a path they couldn't brag about in their social circle. The kitchen clock chimed 3 a.m. The weight of a lifetime of slights sat on my chest. It was then that I informed my fiancé everything, including the invitation. I told him everything about my mechanic boyfriend, my career and my brother, including the pauses. "My father said you would leave me in ruins," I informed him, my voice cracking. I noticed his jaw stiffen. "That's not the worst part," I said. "My sister already told the whole family they're not coming, so no one gets their hopes up." He remained silent for a long time after saying those words. Then he held my hands with a calmness that shocked me. "I have something to confess to you." A shiver went down my spine. "What do you mean?" "My father doesn't just sell furniture. That's his hobby, a small side business. He actually owns a real estate development company that builds luxury resorts and hotels all over the world. We've been working with international investors for years, but he always told me to keep that private here. People will treat you differently if they know you have money," he'd tell me. I was speechless. "Are you kidding me?" "Not at all. And my mom isn't a housewife. She's an architect with contacts all over the world." He ran his hands through his hair. "When I tell them what your family did to you, they want a money show. We'll give them the show of their lives." The next day, we visited his parents' house. They had always treated me like a daughter, but when I told them what had happened, I noticed something different in their eyes, something more protective and intimate. "I can't believe they said such things to you. Anyone who messes with the woman my son loves, messes with us," my father-in-law remarked calmly, giving me shivers. "What do you need for those people to eat their words?" My mother-in-law rose up without saying a word, reached for her iPad, and began typing quickly. "They're going to eat their words. This will be the wedding of the year." She called her assistant in Dubai. "I need you to book the yacht for a private ceremony. Yes, the 200-foot one. And contact the photographer who worked with the Al Rashids." While we were planning, my mother forwarded me an article on WhatsApp about how women suffer when they marry someone from a lesser status, or practically poorer class. The note read, "Something for you to think about." "These people have no shame," my mother-in-law mumbled, staring at the message as if unable to believe what she was reading. That afternoon, we sat down to review my family's Instagram accounts. My mother-in-law took notes like a sleuth from a noir novel. "Your sister is obsessed with brands. Look, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, always tagging the stores. Your mom brags about her Cancun vacations as if it were Paris." She burst out laughing. "And your dad? His newest car is a 2018 BMW and he posts it like it's a Lamborghini." "They're just posturing," my father-in-law stated. "People who are secure in their position don't need to show off so much." My mother-in-law made a private Instagram account, She added 3 of my distant cousins as well as 2 work colleagues. The gossip has to filter out naturally, she explained. If we add too many people, it will be suspicious. 3 days later, my brother sent images from his weekend at a small resort. The caption reads, "Enjoying the nice things in life, there are layers to everything." "Did you see this?" I asked my mother-in-law, showing her the screen. "Perfect. Now we know we're on their minds." For a test, we purchased a Hermes bag and a Rolex watch. My mother-in-law snapped casual images of me at an expensive cafe and uploaded them to our private account with the caption, "Coffee dates before the preparations." The next day, my distant cousin said, "What a beautiful bag." That night, my aunt texted me, "My dear, I hear you're buying expensive things. Isn't it better to save for a house?" My mother-in-law erupted into laughter. "The gossip has already reached your family. I bet they have a WhatsApp group talking about your new lavish lifestyle." She was not mistaken. My cousin later informed me that someone in the family conversation said, "They're already spending what they don't have. They will be in debt by their first anniversary." The bait worked, I told my mother-in-law. "Now comes the fun part," she said, giving me the contacts on her phone. "You know what? Every luxury wedding needs witnesses, lots of witnesses." My mother-in-law began making calls in Arabic. My father-in-law meantime was conversing in English with someone in London. My fiancé translated bits and pieces. A royal wedding photographer, flowers from the same location where the Prime Minister's daughter married, and a band that performs at the Burj Al Arab. "Isn't this too much?" I inquired, half smiling and half frightened. "Love," my fiancé replied, taking my face in his hands. "My family has spent 20 years building palaces for people who spend in one night what your family earns in a year. This is not too much. You deserve this and more." My mother-in-law finished a final call and smiled at me. "Done. Your family wanted a decent wedding. They're going to have to eat their words when they see what a truly decent wedding looks like." That night, as I looked over the images we had posted to our secret account, I noticed that my sister had attempted to follow us using a phony account. My mother-in-law had refused the request without hesitation. "Let them die of curiosity," she declared. "The desperation will drive them insane, and when they see the real photos." She paused and smiled in a way that made me shiver. "They will understand the true meaning of the word miserable." When we boarded the plane to Dubai, we knew exactly what we were going to do. It was not a routine excursion, it was a deliberate deployment. First class, champagne is offered before to take off, not a word more. I shared a story featuring the glass with the label facing the camera, my hand with the ring showing, and an airplane emoji. There's nothing more. It was only the first piece of bait. When we arrived at the international airport, we were greeted by a chauffeur dressed in a pristine dark gray suit and holding a tablet with our names. I did not even record that. I waited until we arrived to the hotel, not the one we were staying in, but the one my in-laws helped build 5 years ago, and their names are still inscribed on a marble wall. A modest snapshot of the lobby, a silhouette of me with a view of the Burj Khalifa from the suite, and a note to close friends. Life has a way of settling scores. We knew someone would spread such lies. It was simply a matter of time. The first day was for acclimatization. We walked through the mall with my mother-in-law's designer, who had previously prepared the dress fittings. We purchased a couple pieces of casual jewelry. My mother-in-law sent images of me from her private account, knowing who was following and what comments they anticipated to see. Day 2. A yacht tour along the coast. Still no ceremony. My father-in-law's partner owned the yacht, which was 200 feet long and had a deck as white as snow, wealthy but not vulgar. I shared a photo of the skyline from the water at night, with beautiful lights reflected in the sea. The caption read, "A modest vista to begin our lives together." I'm not sure who captured the screenshot. 30 minutes later, my brother commented on his account. "Did you win the lottery or what? Be careful with your debt, little sister." I read it while having my nails done. I did not even respond. I just showed it to my mother-in-law. "Perfect, they're biting," she explained. My mom wasn't far behind. She commented on another photo, this one of me and my fiancé at a restaurant saying, "Daughter, I hope you're being prudent. Love does not pay her credit cards." We glanced at each other and laughed. They had no idea, but they were causing their own doom. On day 3, we decided to ramp up the intensity. We shared a carousel of pre-wedding preparation photographs, including professional cosmetics, close-ups of high couture fabrics, and a view from the suite with the dress hanging on a gold hanger. In one photograph, I can be seen holding a glass of champagne. The ring gleamed brighter than usual. We shared another photo with our hands intertwined, his Patek Philippe watch, My ring. The text I wrote was almost surgical. Marrying the richest man I know in ideals, spirit, and, as it turns out, everything else as well. Thank you for teaching me about actual worth. My relative made a quick comment. Is this the same Aiden that everyone thought sold chairs? Another person responded, bro, Google his full name. I just fell out of my chair. Someone did and shared it. A cousin shared a copy of a Forbes article titled Aiden, last name, the hidden builder of luxury hospitality in the Middle East. Then there's the founder of the Green Humanity Foundation, who received multi-million-dollar donations in Geneva. Those links made it into the family group chat. Screenshot after screenshot. Someone even sent his LinkedIn profile. Then quiet. The family chat, which had previously been a machine of remarks, theories, and contempt disguised as gossip, fell silent. 15 minutes. Nothing. No emojis. Not a wow. This is not a congratulations. Only the weight of their pride collapsing in real time. Then came the cleanup. I watched as my mother, brother, and even an aunt's comments vanished. They removed everything, as if this would undo the entire story. However, there was no going back. Day 4. The big day. The ceremony was held on the yacht's deck at twilight. There were only a few visitors, including my fiancé's parents, 2 close family partners, and a few acquaintances. Each was carefully chosen, with a social media presence, high-profile following, and a role in the strategy. The wedding was private and wonderful, with no unnecessary peculiarities but no shortage of details. White flowers, soothing live music, and a violinist playing as I approached him. My garment floats in the breeze. When we said I do, there was no raucous applause, just a shared, genuine smile. Then followed the star post, a photo taken on the deck shortly after dusk. I'm in my dress, he's in his suit, and we're hugging in front of warm lighting. We captioned that image. Thank you for joining us in this new phase. It was not an ordinary wedding, it was an extraordinary personal and unforgettable experience. Below there is another photo of us with his parents. The caption was straightforward. Infinitely grateful to my new parents for making our dream wedding a reality. Family members choose to be there for you. I tagged my father-in-law. His profile was hidden, but his name was already known. Then the panic started. My father first texted me, asking, "What is all this? Are you degrading us? Where did you receive the money?" Then my mother asked, "Why didn't you tell us you were going to do something like this? You left us out on purpose." And then my sister said, in a voicemail that I still have saved, "I believe it's terrible that you exposed us like this. People ask me if we are impoverished. Is that what you wanted?" I did not respond. The nicest thing happened next. My parents' friends, who don't even follow me, began openly commenting on my images. How wonderful. I didn't realize your daughter had married Aiden. Congratulations. We attended an opening for one of his hotels in Qatar. Wonderful individuals. Their masks came off in front of their own social group. They could no longer pretend to be above everyone else. They appeared hostile, stupid, and unable to see. And then, as the final nail in the coffin, the reel. It was only 40 seconds long, yet it appeared to be a movie. Drone footage entering the yacht's bow. White flowers falling as I walked, champagne being given, the final kiss, and the night view. All expertly edited. Not a single second was wasted. The views surged. And then something unexpected occurred. One of my father's friends posted the video on his own Facebook with the caption, "When love and elegance come together, things like this happen. Congratulations, family." He tagged my father. It was the ultimate in public humiliation. Their attempts to maintain control had failed. My relatives began sending me voice messages one after another. "Honey, we need to chat. We could have a celebration here, right? We can do a second more informal celebration for everyone." One even remarked that Grandma is wondering why she wasn't invited. And I just watched the notifications come in. As we had tea on the hotel balcony, my mother-in-law expressed it best. Sometimes the best revenge isn't to destroy anyone. It's simply to show them what they lost by being so arrogant. She was correct. The tension was at its highest. The masks were off. The truth was made public. And best of all, I had not said anything. I simply revealed the reality that they had always denied. They dug themselves a social grave. I just turned on the lights. A week after returning from Dubai, the doorbell rang at 7 p.m. My spouse proceeded to open it. I heard them before I saw them, their artificially happy voices and syrupy tone, which they had never used with me. "How wonderful to see you, son." My father, with a manufactured warmth, turned my stomach. My husband called from the entrance. Love, your family came to visit. I stepped down the stairs and saw them. My father with a smile that seemed to physically hurt him, my mother clutching an expensive present bag, and my brother anxiously fumbling with his car keys. But what struck me the most was how their gaze grazed me before focusing on my husband as if he were the most important thing in the room. We brought some little gifts, my mother explained, taking a Chanel bag from the larger suitcase. For you, my daughter. She extended it to me without looking at me directly, as if it were a formality to be accomplished before proceeding to more important matters. My father offered my spouse a box of Cuban cigars. To celebrate. I knew you had the makings of a champion from day one. And I just stood there, invisible, the woman they had degraded, dismissed by those who had reared me. My brother had not even greeted me. His gaze followed my husband's every movement as if he were a superstar. Sit down, my husband stated calmly, sending thrills down my spine. But I want my wife to be present for this entire conversation. It's my turn to defend her. They settled into the living room. My mother continued to address just him. We wanted to get to know you better. Please excuse us if we didn't give you the welcome you deserved. My dad laughed uneasily. It's just that sometimes one misjudges a person's character, but it's clear you're a man of the world. My brother, who could not keep silent, stepped in. In fact, I have an incredible business idea, apps for luxury hotels. With your experience and my technical knowledge. My spouse let them chat, do their calculations, propositions, and desperate attempts to coerce him. I felt like a ghost in my own home, watching my family behave in ways they never had with me. Then, my mother did something that destroyed my heart. She brought out my grandfather's watch, which I had often requested but was denied since, according to her, your future is uncertain. We wanted to give you this, she said to my husband. It's a family heirloom. You've proven you know how to value important things. That's when something within me snapped. I've been asking for that watch for 20 years. 20 years of being told I wasn't ready and wouldn't take care of it. And now they were handing it to him, like if it were a bribe. My hubby has finally spoken. His voice was steady, yet each syllable had a glacial quality. Let me see if I understand. He glanced directly at my brother. A month ago, I was your sister's charity project, right? My brother became red. That was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? My spouse asked, leaning forward. How do you misinterpret enjoying the good things in life? There are levels to everything. He turned to face my father. And you? You told me I was going to drag your daughter into mediocrity, that when I left her in ruins, she shouldn't come crying to you. My father attempted to interrupt. Look, son. I am not your son. His frigid tone could have chilled the air. And you? He asked my mother. You said our wedding was so embarrassing it didn't deserve your presence. My mother sputtered. It was a misunderstanding. We were worried about her. Are you worried? My spouse asked, standing up. Do you know what the most pathetic part of all this is? I haven't changed. I am still the exact same man you met. The only difference is that now you know my father has a bigger bank account than yours. The silence was terrible. Their problem was never my wallet, he explained. Their problem was that they measured their own daughter's worth by the man she married. And when they thought that man had no money, they decided she was worthless too. My brother swallowed hard. My father stared at the floor. My mother fidgeted anxiously with her hands. But you will never forgive yourselves for this, my husband said, taking my hand. The biggest insult wasn't to me, it was to her. You told your own daughter that her love was worthless, that her happiness was an embarrassment, that her wedding was miserable. His voice hardened, becoming as harsh as glass. An extraordinary woman who loved you unconditionally, and you treated her like trash because you thought she was marrying someone poor. Do you know what that says about you as people? My mother attempted to speak. We love her. No. My husband cut her off. You loved her conditionally, depending on how much money her husband had. That's not love, that's convenience. He walked towards the door. The only family I see in this room is her. The watch stays here. The gifts too. And you will leave now. My father rose, stumbling. You can't throw us out like this. We're her family. Family? My husband glanced at him with scorn. Where was that family when she needed your support, when she was crying because the people she loved most humiliated her on the most important day of her life? My brother attempted one final play. We can start over, Forget all this. Like you forgot your sister when you thought it wasn't convenient for you. My spouse opened the door. Some wounds are not forgotten. Some wounds are remembered forever. He watched as they left one by one. My mother sought to hug me as she died. I drew away. Honey, please. I'm not your honey anymore, Mom. I murmured in a voice that did not sound like mine. I stopped being that the day you decided my happiness was an embarrassment to you. When the door closed, my husband grabbed me. I cried as I hadn't in years. Not grief, but relief. Finally, someone justified my worth. Finally, someone had prioritized my dignity above everything else. Do you regret it? I questioned him. Regret what? Marrying the most valuable woman I know. Starting a family with you. He peered into my eyes. Never. They lost an extraordinary daughter. I gained an extraordinary wife. There's no comparison. That night, as we were sorting through the gifts they had left, I discovered a note from my mother under the purse. Please forgive us. We were mistaken. I ripped it up without finishing it. Some apologies arrive too late. Some wounds go too deep. But for the first time in years, I felt complete. I no longer required their validation. I no longer required their conditional affection. I had something far better, a family that selected me for who I am rather than what I have. 6 months later, the impacts continued to spread. My brother got dismissed from his job. His supervisor, who had seen the entire humiliation on Instagram, informed him, "We don't want people with that kind of judgment in this company." I found out when my cousin told me in a message she later erased. My parents were social outcasts. At their club's annual charity event, they were openly disregarded. They were viewed as greedy fools who had invested on the wrong horse, according to my aunt, in an unpleasant phone call that I ended after 5 minutes. We have blocked my entire family on social media. The digital solitude became our newfound tranquility. No more harmful notifications. No more emotional blackmail. No more contrived drama. My husband burned a letter from my mother without allowing me to see it. Protection above all else, he added simply. I did not argue. Some wounds do not require extra salt. We agreed to legally change my last name to his. It was symbolic, severing the last formal ties to the family. The day I signed the paperwork, I felt more liberated than ever. The poetic justice was completed. My family sacrificed everything in their desperate drive for prestige and wealth, including their family connection, social reputation, and any hope of reaching the world they so desired. They were left with a poverty of soul. The true wealth was never my husband's money. I restored my dignity. It was discovering that family is chosen, not inherited. It was discovering that unconditional love exists, even if it does not always come from the expected sources. Some wounds break you, while others make you stronger. It was one of the latter. I no longer need their approval. I'm no longer waiting for their regret. I'm no longer carrying their toxins. I have something far better. A life of my own, established on my own terms, with people who accept me for who I truly am. In the end, that is worth more than all of the world's luxury weddings combined. So now I ask you, have you ever had to choose between maintaining family harmony and defending your own dignity? Was the cost worthwhile? Do you think I should have swallowed my pride and forgiven them? Because after all this, I'm still wondering if I went too far, or not far enough. My brother stalked my girlfriend for 2 years, and our parents tried to bribe her to drop charges before his 18-month jail sentence. My 30 male younger brother Albert, 27 male, has been wrecking my life for years, but my parents refuse to see it. He is now targeting my girlfriend Claire, a 26-year-old woman, and I am at a loss for what to do. We live in a little Ohio town where everyone knows each other. My parents own a successful accounting firm and value their reputation. They had me first, and Albert 3 years later. Albert was perfect in their eyes from the start. When Albert was 7 and I was 10, I saved my allowance for months to purchase a remote control helicopter. Albert asked to play with it, but I declined because he had already damaged 2 of my toys that week. While I was in school the next day, he took it outside and flew it straight into our neighbor's fence, utterly breaking it. When I returned home and discovered the parts, Albert informed our parents that I had flown it carelessly and it had been an accident. My parents made me apologize to Albert for not sharing and bought him his own helicopter the following weekend. When I was 15, I had been with my first girlfriend, Sophie, for about 6 months. Albert, who was 12 at the time, began telling others at school that I had cheated on her with several girls. He made up elaborate stories about seeing me with other girls behind the movie theater and at parties I had never been to. Sophie broke up with me without even asking for my side of the story. When I confronted Albert, he just shrugged and said, maybe I shouldn't be so boring if I wanted to keep a girlfriend. My parents told me I was overreacting, and that guys will be boys. The practice persisted into high school and college. Albert found a way to end every significant relationship I had. He informed my girlfriend Holly that I had a gambling addiction and showed her bogus bank statements. He convinced my girlfriend Megan that I was going to break up with her anyhow, so she should spare herself the embarrassment. My parents either refused to believe me or claimed Albert was only looking out for me. After college, I returned home to help with the family business and save money. Albert also lived at home and worked part-time in a sporting goods store. He'd never had a job for more than a few months. My parents paid for everything, including his car, phone, and clothes. They said he was still discovering himself. Claire and I met 2 years ago in a downtown coffee shop. She was traveling from the next town for a job interview at the local elementary school. She's a second-grade teacher and the nicest person I've ever met. We began dating, and for the first time in my life, I kept my relationship a secret from my family. For 8 months I did not tell them anything about Claire. We'd meet in the neighboring town or drive to the city for dates. I'd learnt my lesson about introducing women into my family. But Claire began to query why she had never met my parents or visited my residence. She assumed I was embarrassed of her, or that I was married. I needed to make a choice. First, I decided to inform my parents about Claire first, without Albert present. I went to their house on Thursday evening, when Albert was supposed to be at work. I said that I'd been seeing someone for 8 months, and wanted to take her to dinner on Sunday. My mother immediately began organizing the dinner and questioning Claire about her employment and family. When I stated her profession as a teacher, my father nodded in approval. Everything appeared normal. Sunday arrived and I brought Claire up from her apartment. She had purchased a new outfit and spent an hour styling her hair. She was thrilled to finally meet my family. I told her a few stories about Albert, but they seemed like usual sibling rivalry. I did not want to scare her away. We arrived at my parents' place at precisely 6 o'clock. My mother answered the door with a big smile and a hearty hug for Claire. My father shook her hand and complimented her clothing. Albert arrived from the kitchen and quickly pushed by our mother to reach Claire. He enveloped her in a hug that was at least 5 seconds longer than necessary. Claire's smile faded slightly, but she graciously hugged him back. Throughout dinner, Albert controlled the conversation. He sat directly across from Claire, bending forward to touch her arm while they talked. He told stories about my childhood, but each one was distorted to make me look awful. He described the time I became sick at a school carnival as being too weak to do usual things. He used the tale of me getting lost at a mall as proof that I had always been careless and required constant monitoring. My parents laughed at each anecdote, adding their own comments about how Albert had always been the more dependable brother. Claire kept looking at me, confused. She has heard different versions of the same story from me. The worst moment was when my mother served dessert. Albert insisted on cutting Claire's slice of cake for her and attempted to feed her the first mouthful with his fork. Claire respectfully rejected, claiming she could manage, but Albert insisted. He actually gripped her chin with his free hand and attempted to guide the fork into her mouth. Claire jerked away and exclaimed, "Stop, please." Albert laughed and said he was simply being friendly. Claire excused herself from supper to use the bathroom. I followed her down the hall and discovered Albert standing outside the bathroom door. When Claire emerged, he moved closer to her, effectively trapping her between himself and the wall. Albert was telling her that she seems too intelligent and ambitious for someone like me. He stated I'd always been the sort to hold others back and that she should try dating someone more driven, like him. Claire attempted to step around him, but he moved to block her way. She said, "Excuse me," twice, but he continued speaking. I stood between them, telling Albert to back off. He raised his hands in fake submission, claiming he was only getting to know my girlfriend. My parents emerged from the kitchen, asking what was going on. Albert said I was neurotic and possessive. My father advised me to relax and quit being so territorial. We left soon after that. Claire was quiet as she drove back to her apartment. She finally admitted that dinner had been awkward, and Albert had made her feel uneasy. She inquired whether he always acted this way around ladies. I told her the truth about his pattern of destroying my relationships. Claire listened attentively and did not interrupt. When I finished, she stated she understood why I had taken so long to introduce her. She also stated that she would not allow Albert or anyone else to harm our relationship. We agreed that we would limit our contact with my family and only see them when necessary. For 2 weeks, everything seemed normal. Then Claire began receiving phone calls at work. The caller would hang up the moment she answered. Her principal stated that someone had been calling the school and asking questions about her personal life and work schedule. A parent reported that a man was sitting in the parking lot during pickup time, just monitoring the building. Claire began staying later at school to avoid walking to her car alone. One evening, she called me in tears because someone had followed her home and sat outside her apartment building for 20 minutes before driving off. She had noted down the license plate number. I ran it through a friend who works at the DMV, and it came back registered to one of Albert's high school classmates. I drove straight to my parents' house and found Albert in the garage working on his car. I challenged him over the harassment. He initially denied everything, then smirked and suggested Claire was simply paranoid. He claimed that some ladies couldn't handle attention from actual males. I grabbed him by his shirt and urged him to keep away from Claire. He shoved me back, saying Claire was fair game because I clearly couldn't care for her properly. That's when I struck him. I punched him right in the jaw, and he fell backward into his toolbox. My parents ran out of the house. Albert was grabbing his face and screamed that I had attacked him without reason. I tried to explain about the stalking and harassment, but they refused to listen. My mother stated that I had clearly lost my mind and required anger management. My father advised me to leave the house and not return until I apologized to Albert. I departed and have not spoken with any of them since. That happened 6 months ago. Claire and I moved in together and tried to move on with our lives, but the harassment continued. If anything, things grew worse. I thought things couldn't get worse after my previous post, but I was mistaken. The harassment has grown beyond anything I could have predicted, and my family's reaction has been much more twisted than I expected. After I stopped communicating with my parents and Albert, the number of phone calls to Claire's employment increased. Her principal received daily phone calls from someone pretending to be her ex-boyfriend, alleging she had mental health difficulties and should not be around children. The caller had detailed information regarding her lesson plans and the grades she taught. Someone was certainly paying careful attention to her. Claire's vehicle was vandalized twice in the school parking lot. First, someone poured paint thinner onto her windshield, cracking it totally. The second time, all 4 tires were shredded. The school added more security cameras, but whomever was doing it knew exactly where the blind spots were. The breaking point occurred 6 weeks ago. Claire was working late, grading papers in her classroom at around 8 p.m. The custodian had already left, and she believed she was alone in the building. She heard footsteps in the corridor and believed it was the night security guy on his rounds. When she looked up from her desk, Albert was standing in the classroom doorway. He had managed to get past the closed main entrance and strolled through the entire school to find her room. Claire instantly grabbed her phone and threatened to contact the police. Albert entered the room and locked the door behind him. He explained that they needed to converse without my intervention. He informed Claire that I had been lying about him and that he had never intended to make her uncomfortable. He stated he understood why she had the false idea, but he was really attempting to protect her from my domineering tendencies. Claire stood up and ordered him to go immediately. Albert walked closer to her desk, saying he wasn't done talking. He claimed I had a history of psychological manipulation and that all of my prior girlfriends had left me for the same reason. He claimed I was isolating Claire from her friends and relatives, and that she would soon be left with only me. Claire attempted to walk around her desk, toward the door, but Albert grabbed her wrist. He insisted she listen since he was the only one brave enough to give her the truth. Claire snatched her arm away and dashed towards the door. Albert followed her down the hallway, warning her that she would regret not listening to him. Claire made it to the main office and set off the silent alarm. Within minutes, police came and discovered Albert still inside the building, peering through the windows of other classrooms. He explained to the cops that he was come to pick up his nephew, but had gotten lost while seeking for the main office. When questioned with his nephew's name and teacher, he was unable to answer them. Officers detained Albert for trespassing and obtained Claire's statement. She gave them images of her vandalized car and audio recordings of some of the threatening voicemails she had been receiving. The detective assigned to the case stated that they had enough evidence to charge Albert with stalking and harassment, in addition to trespassing. Here's when things get extremely twisted. My parents hired a lawyer for Albert before he was even arraigned. The lawyer contacted Claire's principal, claiming that Claire was having an affair with Albert and that her claims were retaliation for him discontinuing the relationship. The lawyer sent bogus text messages purporting to be from Claire, imploring Albert to leave his girlfriend and join her. Claire's principal called her into the office and inquired about the claims. Claire showed him the police reports and described the entire situation. The principal believed her, but added that the school board was concerned about the negative publicity. They proposed that Claire take a leave of absence until the criminal case was completed. Claire refused to quit her employment due to false accusations. She hired her own lawyer, who quickly identified the forged text messages as evidence. The metadata indicated that they were created on a computer and not sent from a phone. Claire's counsel filed a complaint with the state bar against Albert's attorney for presenting fake evidence. The most awful thing occurred last week. My mother phoned Claire and asked her to dismiss the charges. She described Albert as a confused young man who had developed affections for her but didn't know how to express them properly. She offered to pay for Claire's car repairs and vowed to keep Albert away from her if she gave him another chance. When Claire declined, my mother's tone altered dramatically. She claimed Claire was destroying their family due to a misunderstanding, and that no jury would trust her testimony against Albert's. She said Albert had acquaintances who could testify that Claire had been flirting with him at family dinner and luring him on. She told Claire that small communities have long memories, and that pursuing the allegations could make it impossible for her to continue working here. Claire recorded the entire conversation and provided it to the prosecutor. Witness intimidation is considered a criminal in our state, so now my mother is also facing criminal prosecution. Albert's trial is slated for next month. His lawyer is attempting to negotiate a plea agreement, but the prosecutor claims the evidence is too solid and the behavior is too terrible to warrant anything less than jail time. The school board unanimously agreed to assist Claire and provide her with additional security measures. Claire and I have been looking for work in various states. We both understand that staying here means coping with my family's hostility for years to come. My parents have made it clear that they will never stop blaming Claire for their son's conduct, even if Albert ends up in jail. I keep thinking about all the warning indicators I've missed throughout the years. Albert damaged every relationship, every lie my parents believed, and every time they preferred his version of events over clear proof. I assumed they were simply enabling terrible behavior, but now I realize they were actively engaged in it. Albert's trial concluded last week and the impact has been more dramatic than I anticipated. The verdict was guilty on all charges, but what transpired throughout? The trial highlighted how severe my family's dysfunction is. The prosecution produced a massive amount of evidence against Albert. Security footage from the school saw him entering through a side door that he had propped open earlier in the day. Phone records showed that he had made over 60 calls to Claire's employer. Albert and his friends used text messages to arrange the harassing campaign. The bogus evidence produced by his counsel was also used as an example of continued witness intimidation. Claire testified for 3 hours on the stalking and harassment. She remained cool and accurate throughout her evidence, even when Albert's counsel attempted to suggest she had encouraged his actions. The judge halted the cross-examination twice, because the questions got inappropriate. Albert took the stand in his own defense, even though his lawyer warned him not to. He immediately began raving about how I had stolen Claire from him, and how she was giving him confusing signals. He claimed Claire smiled at him during the family supper, which he saw as romantic interest. He explained that following her and calling her workplace were merely his way of getting to know her better. The prosecutor questioned Albert about how breaking into an elementary school at night was part of getting to know someone. Albert said he hoped Claire would be impressed by his tenacity and eventually agree to speak with him without my meddling. When asked why he destroyed her car, Albert explained that he was trying to give her an excuse to call him for help. The most painful moment occurred when the prosecutor showed a recording of my mother threatening Claire. Albert stopped the video, yelling that his mother was correct and Claire was destroying their family. He stated that Claire should have been appreciative for his attention, because most women would be fortunate to have someone battle for them the way he had fought for her. The jury deliberated for little than 2 hours. Albert was convicted of stalking, harassment, criminal trespassing, and vandalism. The judge sentenced him to 18 months in jail, followed by 2 years probation. He was also ordered to avoid contact with Claire and me for 5 years. Albert's reaction to the ruling was dramatic. He began screaming at Claire that she would regret ruining his life. He threatened to let everyone in town know what kind of person she was. The bailiffs had to physically restrain him as he was hauled out the courthouse. My parents sat in the front row for the entire trial, glaring at Claire and muttering to one another. Following the verdict, my father stood up and declared that it was a farce of justice. He said that Albert was the true victim, and Claire had twisted the entire thing to make herself appear innocent. My mother's trial for witness intimidation was set for the next week. She accepted a plea deal that included 6 months of house arrest and community service. Her attorney managed to keep her out of jail because she had no past criminal record, but she now has a permanent criminal conviction on her record. The local papers covered both cases extensively. My parents' accounting firm lost several significant clients who refused to work with a family involved in stalking and witness intimidation. My father had to sell his partnership in the firm and take a job with a larger company in the next county. The most stunning revelation occurred following Albert's imprisonment. His cellmate from his brief pre-trial imprisonment contacted the prosecutor with additional information. Albert had allegedly boasted about destroying my prior relationships and had outlined plans to further his harassment of Claire if he was released. Albert told his cellmate that he wanted to follow Claire to her new employment and continue harassing her. He claimed he was confident he could finally wear her down and persuade her that I was the problem. He further stated that he had pals who were eager to help him continue the campaign, even if it meant going to jail. This information was utilized to support the maximum sentence and the extended no-contact order. The prosecutor claimed Albert's own remarks demonstrated he had no intention of changing his behavior and posed a continuing threat to both Claire and myself. Claire and I received employment offers in Colorado the day after Albert was sentenced. We accepted instantly and gave notice at our current positions. Claire's principal and school board issued letters of recommendation, praising her professionalism throughout the ordeal. Several instructors and parents also wrote letters praising her integrity and effort. We've started packing and will be gone before Albert is freed from jail. Claire claims she is not fleeing the situation, but rather preparing for a new life in which Albert's acts will no longer define her. I fully agree with her. The challenges have fractured my extended family. Some relatives say Albert received just what he deserved and have apologized for my parents' actions. Others believe Claire overreacted and that we should have handled the situation privately inside the family. I've decided not to retain relationships with people who believe stalking and harassment are acceptable family actions. We've been in Colorado for 4 months now, and life here has been very different from what we left behind in Ohio. Claire got a job in an excellent primary school, and I work for a marketing agency in Denver. For the first time in years, we can wake up without fear of harassment or family conflict. Albert was freed from jail 2 weeks earlier, having served his entire sentence. His probation officer contacted us to confirm our address and reminded us of the no-contact rule. He broke the injunction within 3 days after being released. Albert found our new phone number and called Claire's school, claiming to be her brother and reporting a family emergency. Claire had expressly warned them about probable harassment from Ohio, which raised suspicions among the school secretary. They called Claire to confirm, and she promptly informed the local police and Albert's probation officer. Because Albert crossed state borders to break the no-contact order, federal charges were filed. He was detained again within a week and now faces more jail time. His probation was revoked, and he faces another 18 months in prison. My parents presumably drove to Colorado to look for us following Albert's arrest. They went to Claire's school and requested to talk with her, claiming they wanted to apologize and resolve matters. The school principal summoned the police, who walked my parents off the campus and warned them against trespassing. That evening, my parents arrived at our apartment building. They managed to get past the security door and were knocking on our door when we arrived home from work. My father instantly began ranting about how we had wrecked their family and Albert's life. My mother cried and begged Claire to withdraw the additional charges against Albert. I told them to leave immediately, or I'd contact the cops. My father stated they had driven 12 hours to speak with us and deserved to be heard. Claire quietly took out her phone and began dialing. My mother grabbed Claire's arm and claimed she only needed 5 minutes to explain everything. This was their second mistake. Putting hands on Claire after everything that had transpired was unforgivable. I went in between them and informed my parents that they had precisely 30 seconds to leave our building before the cops arrived. My father began threatening to sue us for harming his business and family's reputation. He promised to make sure everyone in our new neighborhood realized who we truly were. My mother claimed they had spent their entire life savings on lawyers and court bills because of us. The cops arrived and arrested both of my parents for harassment and trespassing since they had crossed state boundaries to torment us. Federal prosecutors are considering filing further charges. The local district attorney stated that my parents' behavior demonstrated an escalation pattern that called for harsh punishment. Claire and I testified via video link at Albert's federal sentencing hearing last month. The judge sentenced him to 2 years in federal prison and 3 years of supervised probation. He will be ineligible for early release, and any subsequent infractions will result in considerably lengthier sentences. My parents were released on bail, but they are not allowed to leave Ohio while their case is pending. Their lawyer is attempting to reach a plea agreement, but the prosecutor wants jail time because to their history of witness intimidation and physical contact with Claire. The most enjoyable aspect of this whole journey has been seeing my parents face the repercussions of their conduct. For 30 years they tolerated Albert's actions and made excuses for his increasingly serious wrongdoing. They never believed his victims and always tried to blame everyone else for his acts. Now they face criminal prosecution, financial devastation, and a loss of communal standing. Their business is gone, their reputation is ruined, and their only child is in federal prison. The reality they crafted over decades of denial and enabling has finally crumbled around them. Claire and I married last month in a quiet ceremony attended by only a few of our closest friends. We did not invite any family members and did not make it public. We wanted our wedding to focus on our future together, not on the unhealthy relationships we had left behind. Several people have asked if I ever feel guilty for what happened to my parents and Albert. The answer is no. Every decision they made, lie they uttered, every victim they blamed contributed directly to this result. They had numerous opportunities to confront Albert's actions but decided not to. They caused this scenario via years of intentional blindness and enabling. Claire is pregnant with our first kid, due in the spring. We've decided to raise our children without any interaction with my parents or Albert. Our children will grow up knowing they are safe and protected, something I never had in my own upbringing. We've constructed a life around honesty, accountability, and mutual respect. We will not allow harassment, manipulation, or abuse from anyone, even family members. Breaking the cycle of dysfunction was the best decision we'd ever taken. People occasionally ask if I miss my family, or regret cutting them off entirely. I don't miss the endless drama, the gaslighting, or the uncertainty of what Albert will do next. I have no regrets about protecting Claire and our future children from those who refuse to face their own destructive behavior. Claire and our unborn child make up my genuine family. We're creating something healthy and stable together, distant from the toxic environment that defined my first 30 years. That is enough family for me. Story number 2. After being tormented by his family for being poor, I uncovered my husband's secret first marriage. Now I'm divorcing him and launching a business with his sister. Hello everyone. I am Nora, a 28-year-old woman seeking help on a matter involving my spouse, Ethan, a 30-year-old man, and his family. We have been married for 3 years and together for 6. When we first met, everything seemed ideal. Ethan was friendly, attentive, and supportive. His family also appeared decent, particularly his sister Lila, a 32-year-old female. I was raised in a tiny town with working-class parents. My father worked in a factory, while my mother cleaned houses. They worked hard yet battled to make ends meet. I learned the importance of money and hard work at a young age. I started babysitting when I was 12 years old and obtained my first real part-time job at 16, working after school and on weekends at the local cafe. Despite financial constraints, my parents constantly encouraged me to continue my education. They couldn't afford to send me to a nice institution, so they encouraged me to attend community college while working full-time. It was difficult to balance employment and school, but I was determined to make a better life for myself. After graduating from community college, I worked as a marketing assistant for a small local company. I worked my way up by taking on additional assignments and learning everything I could about the profession. 6 years later, I'm the marketing manager for a mid-sized corporation in the city. I'm proud of what I've accomplished and the career I've started from scratch. Ethan's background couldn't be more different than mine. He is from a wealthy family that runs a thriving chain of high-end restaurants. His parents, Margaret, 58, and Charles, 60, began with a small restaurant and have grown it into an empire over the last 3 decades. Ethan grew raised in a home, attended fancy schools, and never worried about money. When we first met at a mutual friend's party, I was frightened by Ethan's pedigree, but he was down to earth and really interested in getting to know me. He stated he respected my work ethic and how I had started my career from nothing. We bonded over our mutual passion of cooking, but his experiences came from sophisticated culinary classes, and mine from assisting my mother in our modest kitchen. Everything went well over the first couple years of our partnership. Ethan's family seemed to welcome me, even if they made occasional remarks about my quaint upbringing. I dismissed these, assuming they were simply attempting to relate to me in their own manner. After we married, things began to alter. Ethan's relatives, particularly his mother, Margaret, made increasingly sharp remarks. They would say things like, "It must be nice to marry into money," or, "I'm sure Nora appreciates not having to clip coupons anymore." I tried to laugh it off at first, but it eventually became too much for me. Margaret began criticizing my clothes, claiming they were cheap or unprofessional. She'd make a big deal about gifting me costly designer stuff for birthdays and Christmas, then get upset when I didn't wear them to family gatherings. I tried to explain that fancy clothing were not appropriate for my position, but she just rolled her eyes and said something about career females. Ethan never advocated for me during these interactions. He'd explain that his mother was simply trying to be polite, and that I should be appreciative for the gifts. He began urging me to quit my job, saying I didn't need to work anymore, but I enjoy my job and I'm not comfortable relying on others for money. Furthermore, I worked hard to get where I am. I'm not prepared to give that up. The issue worsened when Ethan's sister Lila became engaged to a man from a similar wealthy household. Margaret repeatedly compared me to Lila's fiancé, mentioning how nicely he fit in with the family. She'd specifically ask me when I was going to start dressing more suitably for family occasions, as Lila's fiancé had. I attempted to explain to Ethan how his family's behavior was impacting me, but he constantly rejected my concerns. He'd suggest I was overly sensitive, or that I needed to work more to fit in. It appeared that he was more concerned with making his family happy than supporting his wife. The problem came to a head last month. Ethan's family was organizing a large charity banquet to commemorate the restaurant chain's 30th anniversary. Margaret insisted on purchasing me a dress for the event. It was a fashionable gown that cost more than I earned in a month. I was uncomfortable, but Ethan insisted I wear it to make his mother happy and to look like a wealthy restaurateur's wife. At the gala, I felt out of place. Everyone was talking about their recent trips to exotic destinations or the latest fancy vehicles they had purchased. I tried to participate in conversations, but people rapidly lost interest when they discovered I couldn't talk about yacht clubs or private aircraft. I went to the restroom to take a break and overheard Margaret talking with her pals by the sinks. She was giggling as she described how she had to dress up the help to make me acceptable. She claimed Ethan could have done so much better than some girl from the trailer park, and she was embarrassed to introduce me as her daughter-in-law. She even stated that she was attempting to get Ethan to have me sign a post-nuptial agreement to protect the family's assets. I was devastated. I had spent years trying to fit in with Ethan's family, believing that if I worked hard enough, they would embrace me. However, hearing Margaret's words made me understand that would never happen. They would always regard me as beneath them, no matter what I did. I exited the bathroom and found Ethan. I informed him what I had heard and that I wanted to go. Instead of supporting me, he accused me of eavesdropping and claimed I had misunderstood his mother. He demanded we stay at the gala to maintain appearances. I could not handle it anymore. I promised Ethan I would leave with or without him. He merely seemed ashamed and advised me not to cause a disturbance. I removed the beautiful jewelry Margaret had lent me for the event, handed it to Ethan, and departed. I went to stay with my best friend, Paige, 29 female, whom I'd known since high school. She has been my rock throughout this, reminding me of who I am and where I came from. Ethan didn't even try to prevent me from going. He simply appeared annoyed that I was disrupting his family's festivity. It's been a week and I'm still at Paige's. Ethan has called and texted, but only to ask me to come home and apologize to his family. He accuses me of being selfish and immature, and says I should learn to appreciate the life he has given me. He doesn't seem to comprehend or care about how I'm wounded. I do not know what to do. I love Ethan, or thought I did, but I can't keep living this way. His family treats me as if I were beneath them, and he does nothing to stop it. In fact, he appears to agree with them the majority of the time. I feel like I'm losing myself in trying to fit into their world. Part of me wonders whether I should have known this was coming. There were subtle clues early on in our relationship, comments about my automobile being a starter vehicle, or surprise that I'd never been to Europe, but I was so in love that I ignored them. Now I'm wondering if there was an error. I'm also concerned about what divorce would mean. I signed a prenuptial agreement before we married. At the time, I didn't give it much thought because I never intended to divorce Ethan. Now I'm concerned about the implications for my financial future if I leave. Am I overreacting to this? Should I simply accept that this is how things will be if I want to stay married to Ethan? Is it time to contemplate terminating my marriage and returning to my previous life, even if it means facing financial difficulties again? I could appreciate some outside insight on this. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post. Your encouragement and suggestions truly helped me think things through. A lot has transpired in the last 2 weeks, and I wanted to provide an update. After spending a few days at Paige's, I decided to return home and talk to Ethan. I hoped that if we had a real, honest chat away from his family, we could work things out. I was mistaken. When I went home, Ethan pretended nothing had occurred. He did not apologize or mention the incident during the gala. Instead, he informed me that his parents were coming over for dinner that night, and I needed to apologize to them for my nasty behavior at the event. I couldn't believe what I heard. I assured Ethan I would not apologize for standing up for myself. That's when things became ugly. Ethan began ranting at me, accusing me of being ungrateful and failing to appreciate anything his family did for me. He mentioned how they had paid for our wedding, which I had not wanted to be so extravagant in the first place, and how they had assisted us with the down payment on our home, which I had also wanted to be smaller and more modest. Ethan stated I was fortunate to be with him, and that many women would be delighted to take my place. He even hinted that he had other possibilities but had chosen me. In that instant, I understood the Ethan I had fallen in love with was vanished. Perhaps he never actually existed. I told Ethan I was leaving and wanted a divorce. He chuckled, saying I'd never make it without his and his family's money. He reminded me of the prenuptial agreement I had signed and told me that if I left him, I would be left with nothing. Then he said something that terrified me. He threatened to use his family's connections to destroy my career if I tried to leave. I grabbed my luggage and departed, returning to Paige's apartment. Ethan has been phoning and texting incessantly, alternately asking me to return and threatening me if I don't. I've been researching my legal options, but I'm concerned about going up against Ethan's family and their costly lawyers. This is where things take an unexpected turn. 2 days ago, I received a call from Lila, Ethan's sister. She offered to meet me for coffee. I was concerned given what had happened with Ethan's family, but I chose to listen to her. When we met, Lila dropped a bombshell. She informed me that she had wanted to leave the family business for years, but was frightened of being cut off financially. She stated she couldn't bear how her parents and Ethan treated me, and it wasn't the first time they'd done anything similar. Ethan had previously been married, Lila claims, around 5 years before we met. His ex-wife, Isabel, was likewise from the working class. According to Lila, Isabel was handled the same way the family treated me, with continual criticism and attempts to change her. Ethan never stood up for her either. Isabel departed their marriage after only a year. Lila claimed Isabel's family gave her a large sum of money to keep silent about how she was treated. They were concerned about their reputation, particularly because they were growing their restaurant chain at the moment. Lila handed me documentation proving everything, including the settlement agreement with Ethan's ex-wife. I was shocked. Ethan had never discussed his marriage before. When I asked why she was telling me all of this now, Lila explained that she couldn't stand by and watch it happen again. She also stated that she was preparing to leave the family business and requested my assistance. Lila aspires to build her own business that is radically distinct from her family's. She has an idea for a meal kit delivery business that teaches individuals how to prepare restaurant-quality meals at home. She has the culinary skills and business ideas, but she is concerned about the reaction from her family. She asked if I would consider doing business with her, suggesting my marketing skills would be beneficial. I'm not sure what to think. On the one hand, I'm upset that Lila didn't speak up sooner. On the other hand, I realize how difficult it may be to stand up to relatives, especially when there is a lot of money involved. And I must confess, the prospect of beginning a new business is exciting. It would be an opportunity to apply my talents and knowledge in a new context and create something of my own. I have not responded to Lila yet. I am still absorbing what she told me about Ethan and his past marriage. I cannot believe he kept something so important from me. It makes me question what else he could have been hiding. I've chosen to go with the divorce. I contacted a lawyer and began the procedure. The lawyer believes we may be able to contest the prenup due to Ethan's refusal to disclose his previous marriage. Ethan is still unaware of the facts Lila told me. Part of me wants to confront him, but my lawyer told me not to do so right now. I'm worried about the future, yet I also feel relieved. I know I'm making the correct decision by leaving Ethan. I'm just not sure whether I should trust Lila and explore her business proposition. What if it's a trap set by the family? On top of that, my parents found out what had been going on. They are furious with Ethan and his family, and they want me to return home. Part of me wants to accept their offer. It would be an opportunity to regroup and plan my next steps. But another part of me believes that would be going backward. I've worked so hard to establish my life and job in the city. I'm also concerned about the potential impact at work. I'm not sure if Ethan will make good on his threats to damage my career. Should I start looking for a new job just in case, or will doing so make me look guilty? There is so much to think about, and I'm feeling overwhelmed. What are your thoughts, Reddit? Should I take a gamble and start a business with Lila? Is this all too complicated, and I should just leave the entire family? Should I move back to my hometown or stay in the city? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Hello again to everyone. It's been roughly a month since my last update, and much has changed. I'd like to thank you all again for your help and advice. It's definitely helped me get through this terrible period. First, the divorce is proceeding. Ethan wasn't pleased when I served him with papers. He alternated between asking me to return and threatening to ruin my finances. I'm delighted I had Lila's knowledge regarding his prior marriage since it offered my lawyer some power. We are in the process of challenging the prenup, and my lawyer is positive. Speaking of Lila, I decided to get her thoughts on the business plan. We met several times to discuss her ideas, and I must say, I was impressed. Her meal kit delivery service concept is solid, with a focus on educating people how to prepare restaurant-quality meals at home. It's very different from her family's business, and I can see myself being thrilled about it. After much deliberation, I accepted to collaborate with Lila. We've been working on a business strategy and seeking investors. It's exhilarating, but also frightening. I understand that doing business with my soon-to-be ex-sister-in-law carries some risk, but I believe it is worthwhile. Lila has been quite supportive throughout this entire process, and I believe I can trust her. This is when things become complex. Margaret, Ethan's mother, learned last week of my partnership with Lila. She arrived to my flat, enraged. She accused me of attempting to take her daughter away from the family. Then she made a surprising proposal. Margaret offered me $1 million if I walked away from the divorce and the business with Lila. She promised to make sure Ethan treated me better and that the family accepted me. All I had to do was persuade Lila to rejoin the family business and forget about our venture. I was stunned. I informed Margaret that I needed time to think about it. She gave me a week to decide. I'm not going to lie. The money is attractive. It would alleviate many of my financial concerns and make the divorce process smoother. But I know it would mean abandoning my self-respect and betraying Lila. I can't help but wonder if this is some sort of test or trap. What if I agree and they use it against me later? I wouldn't put it past them at this point. They've already demonstrated how manipulative they can be. I haven't informed Lila about Margaret's offer yet. I'm scared it will jeopardize the trust we've been developing, but I also feel bad hiding it from her, especially because it concerns her. On top of that, I've been dealing with some consequences at work. I'm not sure if Ethan followed through on his threats, but I have seen several of my coworkers treating me differently. My supervisor called me in for a meeting last week and inquired if everything was fine at home. He added that he had heard some worries regarding how my personal life affected my profession. I attempted to tell him that I was treating everything professionally, but I am concerned about my job security. I had been debating what to do. The logical side of me says to decline Margaret's offer and go ahead with my plans, but a small voice in my head wonders if I'm making a mistake by turning down such a significant sum of money. What happens if the business with Lila fails? What happens if I can't find another job? I understand I need to make a decision soon. Margaret's deadline is in 2 days. I'm considering declining the offer, but I'm concerned about the potential consequences. What if they try to undermine my partnership with Lila? What if they make the divorce more difficult? I've also been considering my parents' invitation to relocate back home. It would be a new beginning away from all of this drama, but it would also entail giving up the life and profession I've made here. I am not sure I am prepared to do that. I truly need some guidance, Reddit. How would you handle my situation? Should I accept the money and try to work things out with Ethan and his family, or should I stick to my guns and forward with the divorce and new business? What about my parents' offer to relocate back home? I feel like I'm at a crossroads, and each decision appears to have serious ramifications. It's been a while since I last updated. I wanted to let everyone know how things came out. First, I declined Margaret's offer. It was enticing, but I knew I could not live with myself if I accepted the money. I told Lila everything, and she thanked me for being honest. It actually strengthened our collaboration and increased our determination to achieve. The divorce was finalized 3 months ago. It wasn't easy, and Ethan's family pulled every trick in the book to make things difficult. However, because to the facts Lila supplied about Ethan's prior marriage, my lawyer was able to reach a reasonable settlement. Ethan's omission to reveal his previous marriage rendered the prenuptial agreement unlawful, entitling me to a more equal asset allocation. Regarding the business with Lila, we're off to a good start. We launched our meal kit delivery service 2 months ago and have had a fantastic response. We haven't made millions yet, but we're steadily increasing. Lila's culinary expertise, along with my marketing skills, has proven to be an excellent match. We've even received some local press coverage, which has raised our profile. Ethan's family was upset that Lila was quitting the family business. They tried to pressure her into returning, but she refused. I'm proud of her for advocating for herself. We've had to deal with some sabotage attempts, negative internet reviews that we assume were made by family members, and attempts to damage our supplier relationships, but we're dealing with it. Throughout this, my career suffered somewhat. I ended up leaving my position at the marketing agency. I'm not sure if it was Ethan's threats or the stress of everything interfering with my work, but it became evident that it was time to move on. It was terrifying at first, but now I'm glad I did it. Working on our startup full-time has been both tough and gratifying. Ethan has tried to contact me several times, generally after drinking. He fluctuates between apologizing and blaming me for destroying his life. I blocked his phone number and all of his social media profiles. I'm finished with that chapter of my life. I opted not to return to my hometown. As enticing as it was to have my parents' support, I decided I didn't want to abandon the life I'd created here. My parents understood and were supportive from afar. They also made a minor investment in our company, which meant a lot to me. I will not pretend that it has been easy. There are days when I mourn the financial security of my previous life and question if I made the right decision. Starting a business is stressful, and there have been occasions when I questioned whether we'd make it. But then I recall how unhappy I was with Ethan and his family, how they made me feel, and I realize I did the right thing. I'm currently working on creating my new life. The business keeps me busy, and I've started dating again, albeit casually. I'm taking things slowly and making an effort to emphasize my own happiness and self-esteem. I've also reconnected with some old friends who I had lost touch with throughout my marriage, which has been wonderful. Looking back, I realize how much I've developed from this experience. I've learned to stand up for myself, trust my instincts, and refuse to let anyone make me feel less than I am. It's been a difficult journey, but I'm optimistic about what the future holds. I've also learned the value of being honest to myself. I spent so much time trying to fit into Ethan's world that I almost forgot who I was. Now I am proud of my heritage and the ideals instilled in me by my parents. I'm no longer ashamed of where I'm from, it's part of who I am. Thank you again for your encouragement and wisdom along this journey. It made a big difference knowing I had people rooting for me, even if they were strangers on the internet. I hope that my story might help others who may be in similar situations. I was my sister's ATM for 5 years. When I said no more, she screamed, "Go to hell," and threw cake at my face. Now she owes me $39,000 with interest. For the past 5 years, I, a 32-year-old male, have essentially served as my 29-year-old sister's personal bank account. I will call her Lila. I don't mean, "Hey, can I borrow $20 for gas?" kind of circumstance. I'm talking about full-fledged financial assistance, rent, utilities, groceries, clothes for her children, school supplies, and everything. I work in a facility that produces car parts. It's not glamorous, but it pays well if you're willing to work a lot of overtime, which I've been doing almost non-stop since Lila's husband left her. My social life. What a social life. I haven't had a proper vacation since 2019. Most weekends, I work extra shifts or assist Lila with a broken item in her apartment. It was not always like this. Lila used to be married to this guy named Travis. He was fine. He had a regular job as an electrician. They seemed fairly regular, and they had a child together, my niece Chloe, who is now 7 years old, and actually quite cool. But Lila has always had rage issues. Like she'll appear okay, and then snap over nothing. She'd throw enormous tantrums and shout at Travis over little matters like him buying the wrong brand of cereal, or not responding to her texts quickly enough. It's no wonder that Dad got fed up and left when Chloe was approximately 2. I can recall Lila calling me at 11 p.m., sobbing about Travis being a selfish guy who abandoned his family. I subsequently discovered he had been telling her for months that he was unhappy, but she didn't take him seriously, I guess. Anyway, after the divorce, Lila could no longer afford her flat. Her work at the mall paid little, and childcare charges are exorbitant. This is where my parents, Richard and Margaret, should have intervened, correct? But no, they've been living the retirement dream ever since Dad received his pension. They travel about 4 months out of the year and have refurbished their home with one of those expensive kitchens from TV. When I proposed that they should financially assist Lila, their daughter, Mom looked at me with a patronizing smile and said, "You're young and capable, Finn. You don't have any responsibilities yet. Lila needs help right now." So, like an idiot, I agreed to help Lila temporarily while she recovered. That was in 2020. It is currently 2025. And guess what? I'm still assisting. At first, it was simply assisting with rent. Then there was rent and utilities, as electricity is extremely expensive in the winter. Then there were groceries, because Chloe is developing and requires nutritious food. Then there were clothes for Chloe, school supplies, after-school activities, and a new laptop because she needed one for school. She was a first grader. New furniture since the old stuff makes me think of Travis. And on, and on. Every time I suggested that we cut back on certain spending, Lila would pull one of her famous moves. Sometimes she'd start crying about how difficult it is to be a single mother. Or she'd become really defensive and declare, "I'm being cheap." Her preferred strategy was to use Chloe as a shield. "So you want your niece to go without basic necessities?" she would ask, reminding me how fortunate I was not to have a family to maintain. Here's the thing with me. I've always been the family fixer. Middle child syndrome, perhaps. When things get uncomfortable, I start making jokes. I attempt to keep the peace. I dislike conflict. When I hand over money to Lila that I know I'll never see again, I just make a snarky remark like, "Well, there goes my dream yacht." Or guess I'll just have to win the lottery now. Everyone laughs, the matter is resolved, but I am still broke. I truly had a dream once. I was saving for a down payment on a home. Lila had approximately $15,000 saved up when her life crashed. That money was spent within the first year of assisting her. I intended to attend some community college programs in order to advance in my career or obtain a better position. Cannot afford it right now. I've even tried dating on occasion, but it's difficult to go out with someone when you're counting pennies after paying 2 sets of bills. Jordan, my pal, is constantly reminding me that I'm being used. Dude, she's a grown woman, she should figure it out like everyone else. However, when children are involved, things are not so straightforward. Chloe did not ask for any of this. And I adore that little kid. She's smart and humorous, and she likes to draw dinosaurs wearing hats. How can you say no when you know your niece will suffer? Uncle Henry is the only member of my family who can see through Lila's act. He drew me aside at Thanksgiving last year and said, "Kid, you're setting yourself on fire to keep someone warm who's just going to complain it's not hot enough." Henry has always been direct like that. He offered to loan me money once, but I declined. This problem is already hard enough without including more family members in the financial picture. Lila finally found a good job as an administrative assistant at an insurance company, full-time and with benefits, about 8 months ago. I hoped things would finally change. Maybe I could just help with Chloe's expenses or pay a portion of the rent instead of the entire amount. However, the financial obligations continued, often much more so than before, because changing jobs is expensive in various ways. She required a professional wardrobe and networking lunches, among other things, which sounded uncomfortably similar to, "I want to buy new clothes and go out to eat." Meanwhile, I'm still driving my 2008 Honda with 187,000 miles on it, going to discount grocery stores and using my phone until it practically dies because I can't afford a replacement. But I kept paying. Because I'm a sucker, I suppose. Because it feels impossible to say no after saying yes so many times. Because I'm worried about what will happen to Chloe if I cut Lila off. Because my entire identity in the family is the dependable Finn, who solves everyone's issues with a smile and a joke. But after Lila acquired her new office job, I started seeing strange things. Not all at once, but in small increments that simply did not add up. First and foremost, her financial situation deteriorated, rather than improved. When she was working part-time at the mall, I could understand why she needed assistance. But now she is making money. Not fantastic, but certainly better than before. And she's still asking me for money, sometimes even more. One week she called and said she couldn't pay her rent because she had to pay for Chloe's school pictures. School photos cost about $50, but her rent is $1,200. Make sure it makes sense. When I went over to her flat, I started seeing new things. Nothing fancy, but definitely not a bargain. New throw pillows and brand name makeup on her bathroom counter. She even got one of those robotic vacuums. Who would buy a robot vacuum if they couldn't pay their electricity bill? The big red flag was when she arrived at my folks' house for Sunday dinner wearing these fancy shoes. I only recognized the brand because the person I was dating was infatuated with it. They cost a minimum of $300. When I cocked an eyebrow at her, she simply shrugged and claimed they were on sale. On sale for $250 rather than $300. That's still crazy when I'm over here buying work boots at Walmart. Then she started acting strangely about her phone. She used to just leave it on the table or something, but now she's carrying it everywhere, including the restroom, and she jumps anytime it alerts her with a notice. I once went in when she was texting and she practically flipped her phone over as if she was hiding nuclear codes or something. Her routine also became weird. Previously, she would spend the evenings at home with Chloe, but she started asking me to babysit more and more. Typically last minute. Emergency work thing, she'd explain. Or, girls' night. I really need this for my mental health. Now, I understand the necessity for social time, especially as a single mom. But it was happening about 2 to 3 times every week. I saw Chloe expressing things that didn't make sense given Lila's story of being a broke single mom. One day, I was picking her up from school, and she told me about this wonderful restaurant with a table where they cook in front of you. It's obviously a hibachi place. When I asked who took her there, she replied, "Mommy took me last week." So I'm sitting there thinking, I gave Lila money for groceries last week since she mentioned they were eating ramen every night. However, she was able to afford hibachi. That's about $60 to $70 for 2 people, easily. Another time, Chloe was playing with my phone and unintentionally launched my Amazon app. She saw a toy and replied, "I have that. Mommy ordered it for my good grades." The toy cost $40. Not the most costly item ever, but certainly not what someone who cannot pay their water bill should purchase. I began paying greater attention to Lila's social media accounts. She wasn't posting anything suspicious directly, but she was identifying herself in locations like fine restaurants, wineries, and performance venues. She was always with a bunch of work pals she hadn't mentioned previously. When I casually mentioned one of these outings, "Hey, how was that Italian place you went to Tuesday?" she became defensive right away. "Are you stalking my Instagram now? Wow, Finn, controlling much." I backed away because it is what I do. Make a joke, smooth things over and pretend everything is all right. Just making conversation, sis. Glad you're making friends at your new job. But I began to wonder where my money was going. If she can afford girls' nights, hibachi and high-end shoes, why can't she pay rent? Something was not adding up. Uncle Henry also observed. We were helping my father repair his deck. Well, Henry and I were working as Dad observed when Henry just asked me, "You still bankrolling Lila's life?" I gave him a non-answer like, "You know how it is. Family helps family." Henry just shook his head. "That girl's taking you for a ride, Finn. You don't see it because you don't want to, but everyone else does." That ached because deep down I knew he was correct. Even my friend Jordan had stopped asking me to go out because he was tired of hearing I can't afford it, while seeing me Venmo hundreds of dollars to my sister. I tried discussing it with my parents once. We were at their house for Dad's birthday, and Lila had just begged me for money to fix her car the day before, an $800 repair that I'm pretty sure was fabricated. "Don't you think it's strange that Lila still needs so much help despite her new job?" I asked Mom while we were alone in the kitchen. Mom just gave me that look, like I'm being difficult. "She's a single mother, Finn. Do you have any idea how expensive it is to raise a child? You're lucky you only have to worry about yourself." There it was again. I'm lucky to be trapped paying for 2 families on 1 paycheck when everyone else may live their lives. When Lila began receiving deliveries, I became very suspicious. I knew because Chloe mentioned it. "The delivery man comes to our house a lot now. Mommy says it's because she deserves nice things." Goodness. While I'm over here contemplating whether I can afford to repair my car's air conditioner or if I should just sweat through another summer, I still didn't know what was going on. Part of me wondered if she had a shopping addiction or was in some sort of problem she wasn't telling me about. In any case, I resolved to discover the truth. The following time she asked me to babysit last minute for a work event, I consented as usual. I didn't intend to spy through my sister's belongings that day. I'm not that type of person. But when I arrived to babysit Chloe, strange things were happening on. First, Lila was completely dressed up for a work event on a Thursday night. She was dressed in a tight black dress that I'd never seen before, had fancy makeup and hair done, and was wearing perfume that clearly cost more than the body spray she used to buy at the mall. When I asked about it, she became really defensive. "Some of us care about our appearance, Finn. Not everyone wants to look like they just rolled out of bed." For the record, I was wearing regular jeans and a clean t-shirt. Not quite just rolled out of bed, but whatever. The second strange thing was that Chloe appeared perplexed about where her mother was going. When Lila remarked, "Mommy has to go to a work thing," Chloe replied, "Is Mason going to be there?" Lila's face went white almost instantly. She yelled at Chloe, "Go brush your teeth right now," and nearly shoved me into the kitchen, stating we needed to talk about Chloe's bedtime ritual. Now I am not stupid. "Who's Mason?" I inquired. "Just a coworker," she replied hastily. "We're all going to this team building thing." She lied. I've known Lila my entire life, and she has this habit of touching her earring while lying. She was virtually ripping on her earring by this point, but I let it go since Chloe returned to the room, and I didn't want to start a fight in front of her. Lila went quickly, asking me not to wait because these work things can go late. After I settled Chloe into a movie, I decided to look around a little. Not full-fledged snooping, just observation. I was not opening drawers or anything. When I went to put away Chloe's sweater, I noticed a men's jacket hanging in the hall closet. Not like a unisex jacket, but a standard men's leather jacket in size extra large. Travis, Lila's ex, was best described as a medium. In the restroom I noticed men's body wash in the shower, not the cheap type either. The premium sort, which costs around $15 each bottle. There was also a men's razor on the countertop. However, the true proof was in the living room. While Chloe was putting on her jammies, I saw some mail on the coffee table. One envelope was addressed to Mason Jennings, the same address as Lila's flat. This guy was receiving mail at her residence. That is not a casual thing. That is not a co-worker. That's someone who spends a lot of time there. When Chloe returned for the movie, I casually said, "Hey Pops, who's Mason again? Is he one of Mommy's friends from work?" She gave me that adults are so dumb look that only kids can pull off. "No, Uncle Finn, Mason is Mommy's boyfriend. He sleeps over lots of times and makes pancakes in the morning." Okay, there it was. My sister had a hidden boyfriend who allegedly spent enough time at her house to receive mail and prepare breakfast. "Does Mason buy you things?" I inquired, attempting to sound casual. "Sometimes," she responded, concentrating on selecting a movie. "He got me the robot that cleans the floor, and he took me and Mommy to the restaurant where they cook in front of you. He has a cool car too." So this guy was purchasing gifts for my niece, taking them to expensive places, and allegedly driving a cool car, while I was still paying Lila's rent and utilities because she couldn't afford them. I felt sick to my stomach. For 5 years, I'd been sacrificing everything to support Lila, thinking she was struggling, and now she had a man who was spending money on her and Chloe while I was still paying the bills. The more Chloe talked, the worse things got. Mason had reportedly been around for at least 6 months. He took them to the zoo after Lila informed me that she couldn't afford Chloe's field trip. He even took them on a weekend excursion to a water park, the same weekend Lila informed me she needed additional money because her hours were reduced. I maintained my composure in front of Chloe. We watched the movie, I told her a tale, and I tucked her down as if everything was fine. But internally, I was angry. After Chloe fell asleep, I examined around more carefully. In Lila's room, I discovered shopping bags in her closet with receipts for luxury clothes, and even an iPad. All acquired within the last few months while I was eating ramen for dinner to save money. In her nightstand drawer, there were weekend vacation brochures and a handwritten note that read, "Happy 6 months, babe. Can't wait for many more. Love, R." 6 months. She'd been dating this guy for half a year and was still receiving my money. I grabbed my phone and began photographing everything. The men's items in the bathroom, the mail, the shopping receipts, and the card. I even took a photo of the dude's jacket. I sought evidence when she tried to deny everything. Then I looked over her Instagram. She wasn't posting images with any guys, but when I looked closely at her girls' night out shots, I noticed the same guy in the background of numerous of them, not labeled, but clearly present. In one photograph, you can see his hand on her waist. Subtle, sis. Very subtle. I was still sitting there looking through her social media when I heard her key enter the door at about midnight. I immediately put everything back where I found it and attempted to appear relaxed on the couch. She came in still dressed up, little tipsy, and shocked to see me awake. "Oh, you're still here. How was Chloe?" "Great," I answered, my tone bland. "We had a nice talk. She told me all about Mason." The expression on her face was nearly worth the thousands of dollars I had squandered on her. Then she moved from denying everything, "He's just a friend," to downplaying it. "We've only been dating a few weeks," to ultimately admitting they had been together for almost 6 months. But the worst thing was when she tried to explain keeping him hidden from me. "You're so judgmental, Finn. I knew you'd make a big deal out of it." "A big deal? You've been taking my money for emergencies while spending it on dates with this guy." "It's not like that. Mason's going through a tough time financially right now. I've been helping him out sometimes." That's when I totally lost it. "So, let me get this straight," I responded, attempting to remain calm. "I work overtime every week so you can pay your bills, but instead you're using that money to support some grown man who should be supporting himself." She burst into tears then. Classic Lila move. When logic fails, activate the waterworks. She went on about how I didn't understand, how Mason was wonderful with Chloe, how she was happy for the first time since Travis left, and how dare I attempt to ruin it for her. I told her I was finished. There's no more money, no more bailouts, no longer being her personal ATM. She was capable of paying her own bills, just like any other adult on the earth. Of course, she called me every name in the book, selfish, uncaring, and jealous because I didn't have anyone. That last one stung because it may have been true. It's difficult to date when you're continuously working and broke from helping your sister. I left her place that night, assuming it was the end. Boy, was I mistaken. The next morning, my parents called. Guess who contacted them at 1 a.m., weeping about how mean I was? They lectured me on the need of family support and how ridiculous I was. When I tried to explain Mason, they brushed it aside as if it were nothing. So she has a boyfriend. What's the big deal? She deserves some happiness after everything she's been through. Did everyone forget that I've been through a lot too? That I had put my entire life on hold for 5 years? For the next week, Lila continued texting me about invoices that were due. I disregarded them all. My parents called repeatedly, leaving guilt-ridden voicemails about how Chloe shouldn't suffer because I was stubborn. I also ignored those. I was finally standing my ground, which felt great. Then came Saturday. I was at home washing laundry when the doorbell rang. It was Lila, with a fancy-looking cake box. "Can I come in?" she inquired, appearing regretful for once. Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. She placed the cake on my kitchen table and began giving an obviously scripted speech about how sorry she was for not telling me about Mason and how she understood why I was unhappy. But couldn't we figure things out? Maybe I could still contribute with the rent while she sorted things out. I looked at her in bewilderment. "You still don't get it, do you? This isn't just about your boyfriend. It's about the lying, the manipulating, using me for 5 years while hiding how you were really spending the money." "That's not fair," she responded, becoming defensive again. "I did need help with necessities. Sure, not with fancy date nights and gifts for your boyfriend. Do you have any idea what I've given up for you? I've been living like I'm broke because I am broke after giving you all my money." "It wasn't all of your money," she murmured. "Don't exaggerate." I laughed, really laughed. "Lila, I've given you over $35,000 in the past 5 years. I calculated it." Her eyes bulged. I do not think she had ever done the math. "Look, I told you, I'm not even asking for the money back. It's gone, but I'm done. You have a job, you have a boyfriend. Figure it out between the two of you." That was when she pointed to the cake box. "I got your favorite carrot cake from that bakery you like as a peace offering." When I opened the box, there was indeed a lovely carrot cake inside. But something about it felt odd. "What's this really for?" I inquired. "You've never brought me cake as an apology before." She fidgeted with her earrings. "Just wanted to make things right." I saw some writing on the cake, which was partially visible under the box top. I opened it fully to see. "Happy 6-month anniversary, R." The rest was smudged. It clicked right away. "This is for Mason, isn't it? Today is your 6-month anniversary with him." Her face turned crimson. "Well, yes, but I thought we could share it. I'm trying to include you in my life." "Include me?" I asked, my voice growing louder. "You didn't even buy this for me. You bought it for your anniversary, and what, he canceled so you thought you'd use it to butter me up instead." "Mason didn't cancel," she yelled. "He's meeting me later. I just thought—" "You thought you'd smooth things over with me so I'd keep paying your bills, then go celebrate with him using my favorite cake that I'm guessing you paid for with money I gave you for your electric bill last month." "It's not like that," she cried. "God, you're impossible. This is why I didn't tell you about him. You're so judgmental and controlling." "Controlling? I've let you walk all over me for 5 years. I'm not trying to control you. I'm just done being used by you." "Fine," she exclaimed. "Keep being a bitter, lonely loser jerk. Mason loves me, which is more than anyone can say about you." That hurt more than I cared to admit. "If Mason loves you so much," I replied with a grimace, "then congratulations. You finally found someone else to be your ATM, though I'm guessing he doesn't know that's his role yet. Maybe check if his credit score can handle the Lila attacks before you get too attached." Her face distorted with wrath, and before I could respond, she snatched the cake and smashed it right in my face. Carrot cake got everywhere, in my eyes, up my nose, down my shirt. The hefty cake plate struck me hard enough to cut my lip. "Go to hell, Finn," she exclaimed. "You think you're so much better than everyone. At least Mason isn't a pathetic loser who has no life outside of work." I stood there in awe, icing streaming down my cheeks. I was 29 years old, and my sister was flinging cake at me like a baby having a temper tantrum. She grabbed her purse and raced toward the door before turning back. "Don't expect to see Chloe again if this is how you're going to be." The threat to use my niece as a weapon was the final straw. "Get out," I murmured calmly, despite the cake on my face. "And don't come back until you're ready to act like an adult." After she went, I stood in my kitchen, cake dripping on the floor, wondering how my life had come to this. After 5 years of sacrifice, all I got was a cake to the face and a threat to prevent me from seeing my niece. I took a shower, washed the frosting off my ears and hair, and made a decision. This was not over. If Lila wanted to play nasty, I could too. My phone started filling up with text messages from my folks. Apparently Lila had already contacted them with her version of events, in which I was cruel and unreasonable, and she was the victim again. This time, I did not ignore them. I snapped a picture of my still red face with the cut on my lip and sent it to the family group chat with the following message. This is what your daughter did when I said I wouldn't pay her expenses anymore. Do you still think I am the problem? Dad's response. You know how emotional she can get. You should not have pressed her buttons. Classic. Lila acts like a lunatic, and it's my responsibility for pushing her buttons by refusing to pay her expenses any longer. I tried to explain about the boyfriend again, how she had been lying for months, and about the shopping sprees, restaurants, and excursions. Their response was basically, well, that's between her and her boyfriend. Number. It's between her, her boyfriend and me, the guy who's been funding it all. Uncle Henry was the only one who was on my side. He called. Are you pressing charges? Was his first question. I wasn't, obviously. She's still my sister, and Chloe would be traumatized if her mother were arrested. But the fact that someone finally admitted how bad the situation was meant a lot. Meanwhile, Lila had launched a full-scale public relations campaign against me. She was telling everyone who would listen that I had abandoned her and Chloe because I was envious of their love. She even made some weird comments on Facebook about toxic family members and finding out who really loves you. I could have simply walked away at this point, cut communication, nursed my wounds, and attempted to restore my savings. But something about me had changed. I had had enough of being the kind person who takes the hit for everyone else. Uncle Henry and I met for lunch a few days later. We were just finishing our burgers when he gave me a serious look. Have you thought about what you're going to do next? Because your sister isn't just going to let this go. I shrugged. What can I do? The money's gone. Henry smirked. Maybe not. My buddy Alex works at a debt collection agency. The legit kind, not the scammy ones. You got records of all the money you gave her? Every penny, I replied. I've been tracking it in a spreadsheet for years. 3 days later I was sitting across from Alex, sliding a folder full of statements, Venmo receipts, and text screenshots across his desk. So your sister asked for money for rent emergencies while buying $300 shoes, he inquired, thumbing over the proof. And taking secret boyfriends to fancy restaurants, I mentioned. And you have texts where she explicitly acknowledges these were loans? I pointed to the highlighted part. Lila. I swear I'll pay you back when I get on my feet. Me. You said that last month. Lila. I mean it this time. Perfect, he replied. I can work with this. I walked out of his office with a bounce in my step for the first time in weeks. The official notification was delivered to Lila's flat 2 days later. Total owed, $39,423.27 plus reasonable interest. Payment is needed immediately. Failure to answer might result in credit reporting, possible wage garnishment, and other legal action. My phone rang around 18 minutes later. Are you freaking serious right now? Lila's voice was so harsh that I had to move the phone away from my ear. Hello to you too, sis. You sent a debt collector after me? Well, I said with a smile. You know what they say, when someone throws cake in your face, send a professional to collect what they owe you, or something like that. This isn't funny, they're threatening my credit score, that is serious. Maybe you could ask Mom and Dad for help. Or Mason. He seems to enjoy funding your lifestyle. Though I guess he thought he was dating an independent woman, not someone who's been mooching off her brother for 5 years. The yelling that ensued was remarkable. I waited approximately 30 seconds before interrupting. Look, it's simple. You borrowed money, you didn't repay it. Now you have a debt. Welcome to adulthood, Lila. Those weren't loans, they were family helping family. Funny, I have about 50 texts that say otherwise. She hung up. I laughed and shut my phone, knowing that the family nuclear meltdown was about to occur. It did not disappoint. Mom and Dad made 17 calls in the next hour. I finally responded while making myself a meal. Have you completely lost your mind? Dad exclaimed without hesitation. Hi Dad, I'm doing well, thanks for asking. A debt collector against your own sister? Since she's allergic to personal responsibility, I thought I'd introduce her to professional responsibility. Mom cut in. Finn, you need to call this off immediately. Lila is absolutely distraught. So was I when she smashed cake in my face, and when she spent the money I gave her for rent on her secret boyfriend. But please, tell me more about how I'm the bad guy here. This isn't who we raised you to be, Dad remarked sadly. You raised me to be a doormat? Weird. I must have missed that lesson. The conversation then deteriorated. They alternated between guilt, threats, and pleas to familial loyalty. You know what's really funny, I ended by stating, I'm the only one who's ever held Lila accountable for anything. Maybe if you'd done that years ago, we wouldn't be here. They hung up on me. Progress. Alex called the following day. Your sister and her boyfriend came in, he remarked, amused. Quite the performance, I bet. Let me guess, tears, screaming, threats to call the police? All of the above, but the boyfriend pulled me aside and asked how much it would take to make this go away immediately. I almost dropped my phone. Seriously? He seemed very concerned about her credit score, almost like he was planning something that required good credit. I told him a significant good faith payment would show seriousness, and he wrote a check for $5,000 on the spot. I burst into laughter. You what? Yep. And they signed a payment plan for the rest. $500 a month until it's paid off. Congratulations, you'll be getting about $350 a month after our fee. I hung up and performed a victory dance in my living room. The best investment in a debt collector ever. Lila's social media accounts became oddly silent after that. No more posts about toxic families. No more victim narratives. Just radio silence. The first payment came into my account the next week. I quickly used it to fix my car's air conditioner, which had been broken for 2 summers. The following month, I paid off one of my credit cards. The month after that, I opened a savings account. My parents continued to give me the cold shoulder, certain that I had committed some unforgivable transgression against the precious institution of family. Uncle Henry found it hilarious. They'll come around, he told us during our fishing trip. Or they won't. Either way, you're not bankrupt anymore. What is the best part? For the first time in 5 years, I can buy decent coffee at the grocery store without worrying about how many of Lila's expenses the money will cover. Freedom tastes like a quality dark roast, which is excellent. Since several people have asked, yes, the debt collector way is legal if you have adequate paperwork showing the money was a loan, not a gift. Text messages in which someone acknowledges that it is a loan and agrees to repay you are legally binding in most places. Do your research and save your receipts. Parents demanded my cars to buy sister a house. Hired investigators meant to track down my assets. What unfolded next shattered their perfect life. I never expected to be writing one of these pieces, but here I am at 2 a.m., sitting in my garage, surrounded by my cars, trying to digest what happened during Sunday dinner. My name is Liam, and I'm 28 years old. Let me start with some context. I've been fascinated by vehicles since I was 5 years old, when my grandfather took me to a classic car show. While other children collected baseball cards, I collected die-cast models and saved every dime for automobile magazines. At 14 I began working, mowing lawns, delivering papers, and doing anything lawful, and every dime went into a savings account called Dream Cars. My parents, Isaac, 55 male, and Karen, 53 female, thought it was cute when I was a kid. They'd laugh when I skipped birthday celebrations to work more hours or ate ramen for months to save money. Liam and his cars, they'd say, shaking their heads with amusement. My younger sister Iris, 20 female, would roll her eyes anytime I mentioned torque ratios during meals. This is what they didn't know. I was doing more than just saving. I was also learning. I taught myself how to rebuild cars by watching YouTube videos and reading forums. At the age of 16, I purchased my first project car, a rusted-out 1970 Plymouth Barracuda for $800. Everyone laughed. That's not a car, it's scrap metal, Dad added. But I spent 2 years renovating it before selling it for $15,000. That's when I knew I possessed a gift. Not only for rehabilitation, but also for recognizing promise where others saw garbage. I continued buying, restoring and selling, reinvesting everything. By the time I finished college with an engineering degree, I had a side business that paid more than my beginning wage. Now at the age of 28, I possess 12 cars. Not ordinary automobiles. We're talking about a 1969 Dodge Charger RT, a 1971 Plymouth Hemi Cuda, a 1963 split-window Corvette, and several more vehicles. The collection is worth around $1.8 million, but I've never had it professionally assessed since I don't want that information to go public. These are not just investments for me. Each one symbolizes hundreds of hours of my effort, my blood, sweat, and actual tears when things went wrong. I live modestly in a little house with a spacious garage. I drive a 10-year-old Honda Civic every day. I don't wear costly clothes or go on lavish vacations. My delight stems from spending Saturdays beneath a hood, enjoying the gratification of restoring something lovely to life. Which leads us to Sunday dinner. Mom began it lightly, as she always does when she wants anything major. You know, Liam, Iris has been looking at apartments, but the rental market is just insane right now. I agreed, taking another chunk of pot roast. Iris had already mentioned this to me. She graduated from community college with an associate's degree in marketing 6 months ago, but has yet to find work. She'd been living at home, which was okay. I did the exact same thing after college. She really needs her own place, Mom added. A young woman needs independence. The market should cool down eventually, I added, attempting to maintain neutrality. That's when Dad put down his fork. Actually, we have been pondering. You have all of those cars sitting in storage. If you sold even half of them, you could buy Iris a wonderful home. She'd be fine. The words hung in the air like exhaust fumes. I looked at Iris, who had suddenly become very interested in her mashed potatoes. I apologize, what? I succeeded. It makes sense, Mom said, her voice taking on the tone she employed when she'd made up her mind. You have more than you need. Family helps family. When you first started out, we let you use the garage for free. I paid you rent for the garage space, I answered slowly. $800 per month, remember? Dad responded, that was nothing compared to how much commercial space would have cost. And at the age of 22, I moved out. I've been on my own for 6 years. But Iris requires assistance now, Mom argued. You can always buy another automobile later. Liam, these are simply things. Iris is your sister. I glanced at her again. She eventually caught my gaze, and I saw it there. Expectation. She expected me to do it. They all did. Those cars aren't just things, I explained carefully. They're my business, my retirement. Your obsession, Dad said. You're 28 years old and spend every weekend alone in the garage. When will you grow up and care about someone other than yourself? The accusation landed like a punch. Selfish. I'd been working since I was 14. I'd never asked them for a dime since high school. I paid my own way through college by working evenings to fix cars to cover tuition. I need to think about this, I explained. What to think about? Mom's voice became sharper. Iris needs a home. You have the ability to deliver it. End of story. It's not that simple. It is, Dad replied. We know how much those cars are worth, Liam. We have seen the auction sites. You could buy Iris a house and still have a lot left over. That's when I realized it. They had been doing research. They had been planned for this. Do you know how much my autos are worth? I asked. Mom had the grace to appear slightly ashamed. Iris helped us check up some of the models online. Liam, you have nearly $2 million in assets, but your sister can't even afford rent. Iris. I turned to face my sister. Is this true? Have you been researching my collection? She shrugged. I was fascinated, so Mom asked me to help. It's not normal, Liam, to have all that money sitting there. I am always working on their autos. I have buyers interested in several of them, but I am waiting for the appropriate offer. This is how I make a living. You have your engineering work, Dad reminded out, which earns $75,000 per year. The cars are how I actually develop wealth. Wealth you're hoarding, Mom snapped, while your family suffers. Iris lives at home rent-free. I pointed out that this is not really a struggle. She needs her own space, a fresh start in life that she can create for herself, just like I did. The table exploded. Dad labeled me selfish and immature. Mom scolded me of prioritizing machines before family. Iris wailed that I didn't love her, and that I preferred vehicles over my own sister. I left. I drove home in my Civic, my hands trembling behind the wheel. When I arrived at my garage, I stood there staring at my automobiles, seeing not just metal and chrome, but thousands of hours of work, learning, and pride. That's when I made a decision. Update 1. 2 weeks later, I knew they were going to intensify. I didn't expect them to move that quickly. The morning after dinner, I began making calls. I discovered a climate-controlled storage facility 2 towns away, complete with high security measures. It was pricey, but I wanted a location that they couldn't discover. I rented 5 flats under an LLC name and began the logistics of relocating 12 cars without anyone's knowledge. I took a week off work, citing a family emergency. It's ironic, right? Every night, beginning at 2 a.m., I would trailer 1 or 2 cars to the new facility. I engaged a security company to transfer the most valuable items. By Friday, my garage was empty except for tools and my Civic. Saturday morning, as I was installing new locks, I heard automobiles in my driveway. Not just 1, but 3. My parents, Iris, and my uncle Robert, a real estate agent. My Aunt Megan and cousin Lucy were also there. They held a key. I had forgotten that I had given Mom a spare key years ago for emergencies. They let themselves in before I could reach the door. "Liam," Mom shouted out. "We have come to talk sense into you. Robert found the perfect house for Iris, and we need to." She came to a halt when she noticed the vacant garage through the kitchen doorway. The expression on her face would have been amusing if it hadn't been so terrified. She moved from confused to understanding to enraged in approximately 3 seconds. "Where are they?" she demanded. "Where are what?" I inquired, feigning dumb. "Don't dare. Where are your cars, Liam?" "I sold them," I lied. "Each of them. In 1 week. Don't insult my intelligence." Dad pushed past her into the garage, as if the automobiles were hidden somewhere. Uncle Robert followed, literally looking behind tool cabinets. "You moved them," Iris explained quietly. She had remained silent until now, but her voice was icy. "You actually hid them from us." "They're my cars," I said. "I can store them wherever I want." "We are your family," Mom yelled, actually screamed. I had never heard her voice reach that pitch. "How could you do it? How can you be so cruel?" "Cruel?" I laughed, but it wasn't funny. "You ambushed me at dinner and demanded that I sell my life's work, and I'm cruel." "We asked you to help your sister," Dad added, his voice dangerously low. "And instead, you've shown us exactly what kind of man you are. The kind who won't be bullied into giving away what he's earned." That's when Uncle Robert stepped in. "Liam, let us be reasonable. I found Iris a nice 3-bedroom house for $350,000. That's about 2 of your autos. You would barely notice." "He moved them so we couldn't find them," Iris said. "He does not mind if I end up on the street." "You live with Mom and Dad," I explained, "rent-free, you hold a degree, you can get a job." "In this economy?" Aunt Megan chimed in. "Have some compassion." "I worked 3 jobs during the recession to buy my first car," I told you. "Iris hasn't even started looking for work." That was apparently the incorrect thing to say. Iris burst into tears, the kind of theatrical cries she mastered in high school. Mom hurried to comfort her, while Dad yelled at me. "You're going to tell us where those cars are," the man said. "And you're going to do the right thing. Or what? Or you're not my son anymore." The words should have hurt. A month ago, they would have completely destroyed me. But standing there, watching my entire family try to shame and intimidate me into obedience, I felt liberated. "Okay," I said. "Okay, will you tell us?" "Number okay, I am not your son anymore. Please leave my house." This time the explosion was more severe. Mom called me heartless. Dad thought I was sick, that my obsession with vehicles had turned me into something unnatural. Iris yelled that I had ruined her life. Uncle Robert attempted to mediate, suggesting family counseling. Aunt Megan videotaped everything on her phone, promising to show everyone who I was. I phoned the cops. I had to. They refused to go and Dad became hostile, forcing me to get to my office where he suspected I could have storage unit paperwork. Officers Johnson and Martinez showed up. They were professional and cool, and when I stated that I had requested everyone to leave my property but they refused, they made it obvious that my family would have to leave. "This isn't over," Dad stated as Officer Johnson let him out. "We know you keep those autos somewhere. Family does not do this to one another." Mom sobbed as she departed. Iris did not say anything. She just looked at me with such disdain that I took a step back. Officer Martinez waited after the others had left. "Family disputes are rough," he remarked. "You might want to consider getting security cameras and changing all your locks." That afternoon, I deployed the cameras. I changed all of the locks, including the deadbolts. I installed a security system, opened a new bank account at a different bank, and transferred all of my money. I changed all my passwords. I made certain that my LLC documentation was absolutely correct. Then I sat in my empty garage, wondering if I had made the biggest mistake of my life. Update 2. The harassing began immediately. First, there were the calls, 20 to 30 times every day. When I blocked their numbers, they switched to other phones, acquaintances, co-workers, and extended relatives. Suddenly everyone had an opinion on my selfishness. The texts were terrible. Iris gave me photos of homeless people with remarks like, "This will be me, thanks to you." Mom shared Bible scriptures about honoring your father and mother. Dad sent just variants of, "I'm disappointed in you." Then began the social media effort. Iris shared a heartbreaking story on Facebook about how her brother prioritized vehicles before family. She did not mention my name, but everyone knew. The post became viral in our community. My neighbors avoided eye contact, co-workers inquired about my well-being, and old high school pals reached out to tell me I was a monster. My cousin Lucy, who had been recording at my house, shared the video, which had been modified. It showed me phoning the police on my elderly folks. They're in their 50s. My needy sister was wearing fancy jeans. The comments were harsh, but the worst part was the investigation. 2 weeks after I kicked them out, a stranger came up at my doorstep. My parents hired a private detective to help them find my cars. He was actually pleasant about it. He stated that he had seen this type of situation many times. Families battling over assets. "I'm just going to tell them I couldn't find anything," he replied after I explained the scenario. "However, they will recruit someone else. People go crazy over money." He was correct. They hired 2 additional investigators. They called every storage facility within a 100-mile radius. They had Iris build a phony dating profile in order to match me and gather information. They phoned my insurance company, pretending to be me, and attempted to obtain the addresses where my automobiles were registered. That's when I realized I needed to go darker. I spoke with Angela Park, a lawyer who specializes in family law and asset protection. She was bright and ruthless. "Your parents have no legal claim to your assets," she told me. "But they are pestering you. We can file a restraining order against your parents. They are trying to take from you Liam. They are hiring investigators, impersonating you, and stalking you. This is not typical family behavior." She was correct. I applied for restraining orders against both my parents and Iris. The hearing was terrible. They arrived with their own lawyer, paid for by emptying my father's 401k. I discovered this later. They tried to claim that I had stolen family property, and that the automobiles were partially theirs, because I had utilized their garage 6 years prior. The judge was not buying it. She approved the restraining orders. My family couldn't get within 500 feet of me, my home, or my workplace. They could not reach me directly or through third parties. As we left the courthouse, Iris immediately disobeyed the order by racing up to shout at me, "I wish you'd die alone in your idiotic automobiles." The bailiff arrested her on the spot. She spent the night in jail and completed community service. That's when things became quiet. Too quiet. I concentrated on my work, including both my day job and my automobiles. I would drive to the storage facility at random times, never establishing a pattern. I'd spend hours working on my 1971 Plymouth, lost in the comfortable rhythm of restoration. But I also felt lonely. The family I had lost was not ideal, but they had been mine. Thanksgiving has come and gone. I ate a turkey sandwich in the garage. As Christmas approached, I wondered what they were doing. Then, last week I received a call from an unknown number. I almost didn't respond, but something made me pick up. Sophie, Iris' friend, was present. "Don't hang up," she replied immediately. "Iris doesn't know I'm calling." "What do you want?" "To tell you that you are correct. Iris has not been seeking for a job. She had been waiting for you to cave. Your parents have been enabling her for years, and the house was their idea, not hers." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because she has been bragging about it. About how she will eventually break you down, how familial pressure will cause you to crack. She had been giggling about it with her partner." "Does Iris have a boyfriend?" "For 2 years. Jason. He works in technology and earns big money. They intend to move in together, but Iris requested a free house first. She reasoned, why pay for something she could guilt you into providing?" I hung up. I wasn't sure if Sophie was telling the truth or if this was just another deception ploy. But it didn't matter. I had made my choice. Update 3. 3 months later. Everything changed due to a newspaper article. The local paper ran a profile on young entrepreneurs, and they somehow learned about my restoration firm. Julia Reed, a reporter, has been following my work for years without my knowledge. She hunted out customers who had purchased cars from me, chronicled their makeovers, and even found before and after images. The piece was headlined "The Mechanic Millionaire: How Liam Thompson, 28, Built an Empire One Classic Car at a Time." It described everything. I started at the age of 14. Thousands of hours of learning, careful investments. The restorations are magnificent. There were interviews with delighted customers, images of my greatest work, and even a sidebar about how old automobiles are becoming more valuable as investments. The article got live on Tuesday. By Wednesday, my phone was ringing non-stop, but not from family trouble. Collectors wanted to recruit me, museums wanted to display my automobiles. A streaming service wished to discuss a restoration show, but the finest call came on Thursday morning. "Liam, it's Iris." I nearly hung up. She was breaching the restraining order by calling. "Wait, please. I'm at a police station. I'm turning myself in after this conversation, but I needed to speak with you first." "You have 30 seconds. "I have a job. Actually, I've been working for a marketing agency downtown for the past 2 weeks. The pay is not high, but it is a start. And I have been authorized for a tiny apartment. Nothing spectacular, but it is mine." "Why are you telling me this?" "I was unaware until I read that piece, Liam. None of us realized how hard you worked. Mom and Dad always made it sound like you were just lucky, as if the automobiles fell into your lap. But seeing everything set out like that, 14 years of nonstop work." I did not say anything. "I've been horrible," she said, her voice breaking. "I let Mom and Dad convince me that I was entitled to what you had created. I was quite jealous. You had all the success, but I was still living at home. But I've never worked for it. Not as you did, Liam. I'm going to treatment, and I'm going to make something of myself without anyone's assistance. I wanted you to know that." She hung up. An hour later, I received a call from the police, verifying that she had turned herself in for breaking the restraining order. I did not press charges. The story also had an unexpected impact on my parents. Their pals read it. Their co-workers read it. Everyone has read it. Suddenly, the story shifted. They were not the struggling parents with a selfish son. They were the greedy parents that attempted to steal their successful son's hard-earned assets. Dad's supervisor brought him in to address the unsettling report about him attempting to compel his son to liquidate a legal firm. Mom's book group declined to invite her. The country club suspended their membership pending a review. Uncle Robert contacted me last week, not to harass, but to apologize. "I didn't understand," he replied. "Your folks made it sound like you suddenly stumbled upon money. I thought you were adamant about sharing a fortune. But Liam, you created something great. I am sorry I got entangled. As for me, I'm doing better than I anticipated. My business has benefited from the publicity generated by the piece. I boosted my restoration prices, and people are willing to pay them. I am booked solid for the next 18 months. I have also started dating. Samantha is a mechanical engineer who, like myself, is passionate about cars. We met at an antique automobile exhibition. She was presenting a 1967 Camaro that she had refurbished herself. I'm keeping the family issues a secret from her for the time being. Last Sunday, I headed to the storage facility to perform my weekly maintenance routine. All 12 automobiles were present, glistening under the lights. I spent 3 years perfecting the 1969 Charger RT. I saved the split-window Corvette from a scrapyard. The Hemi Cuda had taken 6 months just to get the right parts. I ran my palm along the Charger's hood, thinking what my father had said. These were only stuff. He was wrong. They demonstrated that a 14-year-old boy with a dream may achieve incredible results through persistence and hard effort. My phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number. I almost deleted it before realizing it was a photo. Iris was standing in front of a little apartment building with a key. The message stated, "I paid the first month's rent with my first salary. It's not much, but it is mine. Thank you for teaching me that earning things for yourself is the only way that matters." I deleted the message. The restraining order was still in effect, and I wasn't prepared to rebuild that bridge. Maybe someday, but not today. But I smiled because she finally grasped what I had always known. Nobody can steal what they cannot locate, and no one can take what you have genuinely earned. The autos were safe. The business was booming. And for the first time in months, I felt able to breathe. My family had been right about one thing: I was infatuated with my vehicles. However, they were mistaken about the reason. It was not about money or metal. It was about demonstrating that someone who begins with nothing but dedication can create something that no one can take away. My phone rang as I was locking up the storage facility and heading home. Samantha asked if I wanted to go out to dinner and talk about the '68 Mustang Fastback she'd discovered online. "Absolutely," I replied, already envisioning the restoration possibilities. "Let me tell you what I think we could do with it." Life was good. Different from what I had planned. Lonelier in some ways, but genuine. I'd learnt that family does not always consist of folks who share your blood. Sometimes it's the folks who share your ideals and recognize that what you produce with your own hands is sacred. The collection was secure, the business was mine, and the future was as open as a clear length of highway with no speed limits. I'd drive alone rather than with passengers who might steal the keys. Because in the end, the cars were not the most valuable thing I had protected. It was my right to choose what to do with what I had acquired. And there is something no inquiry, guilt trip, or family pressure could ever uncover in a storage container. It was mine and mine alone, as it should be. Final thoughts. Looking back, I wonder whether I could have handled things differently, perhaps with more diplomacy and understanding. But then I recall the expressions on their faces as they demanded my autos. I am not asking. Not requesting. But demanding, as if they were entitled to years of my labor. I remember Iris looking into my collection behind my back. My parents are employing private investigators. The restraining orders that became necessary simply to live peacefully. No, I dealt with it the only way I could, because if I had exhibited weakness, they would have picked me clean like vultures on roadkill. The autos are still being stored. I pay them visits on a regular basis, and Samantha occasionally joins me. She understands the sense of accomplishment that comes with repair and preservation. We're currently working on a project together, a '68 Mustang that needs everything redone but still has good bones. Iris is still working at the marketing agency. I know because my lawyer, Angela, monitors the restraining order to ensure it is being followed. She seemed to be doing well, having received a promotion last month. Good for her. My parents retired early. Dad's supervisor made it plain that the exposure was not beneficial to the company. They sold their home and relocated to Florida. They sent one final note through their lawyer, stating that they had written me out of their will. I laughed. They had already spent my alleged fortune attempting to take my true assets. Sometimes late at night in the garage, I reflect on that Sunday meal that started it all. How different would life be if I had simply said yes? What if I had sold a few automobiles, bought Iris' house, and kept the peace? I'd be poorer, undoubtedly, but not only financially. I would have given up my integrity, liberty, and the right to the fruits of my own effort. I'd have established a precedent that my effort, enthusiasm, and accomplishments were common property that could be given at the family's discretion. And Iris, she'd still be waiting for the next handout rather than creating her own life. No, I made the correct choice. The only option, really. The collection they'll never find includes more than simply cars. It's about self-respect, limits, and the inherent freedom to refuse. Even in the family. Especially for family. Because a truly loving family will not try to steal what you have built. They celebrate and revere it, and if they're truly special, they might even want to ride in it. Samantha asked me last week if I missed them. I told her the truth. I miss who I thought they were, not who they actually are. She squeezed my hand and spoke. Well, you've got a new family now. The kind you choose. She referred to the car community. Our group of restoration enthusiasts meets every Saturday to work on projects and share information. People who recognize the importance of hard effort, respect ownership, and would never expect to be held accountable for the accomplishments of others. But I believe she also meant us. Her and I are developing something together, one restored car at a time. This is worth more than any collection. Don't worry, I'm still not selling the automobiles. They are concealed, safe, and mine. Just how it should be. My brother's wife lied that I flirted her, and he kicked me out. A year later, they begged for a place to stay. So I gave them what they deserved. My older brother Lucas, who is 9 years older than me, invited me to stay with him and his wife Karen. At the moment, I was quite grateful. So who wouldn't be? Rent was incredibly exorbitant, and I didn't make enough to even consider living alone. Lucas had a wonderful house with a spare room, and he told me I could stay there for as long as I needed to get back on my feet. It seemed like a lifeline, so I moved in with them. It wasn't a permanent solution, but I was trying to get myself together, you know. I didn't want to be a burden, so I did my best to help around the house. I performed the cooking, cleaning, and errands. I didn't contribute much money at first because I couldn't even purchase my own groceries, but I pitched in wherever possible. For example, if I had any extra money, I'd spend it on groceries or other necessities. I thought things were going nicely at first. Everything appeared perfect. Karen seemed nice enough, and Lucas and I had always been close, so I felt comfortable. Karen and I weren't best friends, but I didn't see any problems between us. She never said much and stayed to herself, but I never took it personally. She was pregnant at the time, so I assumed she was just dealing with personal issues. However, after around 6 months, things began to turn weird, albeit in subtle ways. Karen would offer subtle hints like, "Oh, when the baby comes, we're going to need a lot more space," or, "I wonder if we should start thinking about how to turn the guest room into a nursery." I had the impression that Mom wanted me to leave, but Lucas continued encouraging me, saying, "Don't worry about it, you can stay as long as you need." I trusted him because, well, he's my brother. Why should I think otherwise, right? Then the comments became less subtle. Karen began moaning more openly, saying things like, "It's going to be really hard having a newborn and a third person in the house." I wasn't trying to overstay my welcome, but I also didn't have somewhere else to go just now. I had finally found a solid job by this point, but I didn't have enough money saved to just pack my bags and leave right away. Things changed dramatically one day. It's as fresh in my mind as it was yesterday. Karen was seated in the living room, and I was in the kitchen cleaning up from supper. Lucas wasn't home yet, and Karen simply started talking to me out of nowhere. She tells me that she is unhappy with my living there, that it is impacting her peace of mind, and that she does not feel secure with some of the individuals I hang out with. I was like, what people? Since I seldom went out, and when I did, it was generally with coworkers or old buddies from college. Karen says, "You know, I heard from Lucas that some of your friends are involved in stuff like drugs, and I don't want that around my baby." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm not even close to anyone engaging in that sort of activity. And I told her this, but she only shrugged, as if she knew something I didn't. I remember feeling my stomach plummet because it was so unexpected. But I assumed she was simply stressed out from the pregnancy and all. I attempted to brush it off, but it didn't end there. Karen became colder following that chat. She'd give me these glances like I was getting in her way, and she hardly spoke to me unless it was to drop more passive-aggressive signals about my departure. I sensed something was wrong, but I didn't want to think she would just make stuff up about me. I mean, this is my brother's wife. Why would she lie? Fast forward a few weeks, and Lucas also begins to behave distant. It is not like him. So I asked him one night if everything was fine, and he just answered, "Karen's been really stressed lately." He didn't say anything particular, but the mood seemed odd, as if he was hiding something. I didn't push him on it. So when Karen became increasingly distant, I didn't think much of it. I assumed she merely needed space or was sorting through her own belongings. But then she started making these tiny comments, which in retrospect were obviously intended to push me out without saying it straight. She'd comment how small the house felt all of a sudden, or how she wanted extra space for the baby's belongings. She once quipped, "Maybe you'll be moving out before the baby comes, right?" And then laughed it off as if nothing happened. I remember laughing with her, but deep down I was thinking, wait, is she serious? It wasn't only the remarks, however. She started to avoid me more. If I was in the living room, she would go upstairs or to another room. I tried to strike up a conversation, ask her about her pregnancy, and see if she needed anything, but she just blew me off. I was starting to feel like a ghost in my house. The strange thing was that Lucas never appeared to notice. He was so preoccupied with the baby and future plans that he missed what was going on right in front of him. Then there was the day Karen revealed that I was purportedly flirting with her. I still can't get my head around it. It was an ordinary Tuesday. Lucas was at work and I had the day off, so I decided to clean around the home and help out since I was staying there for free. Karen was sitting in the living room, browsing through her phone and not paying attention to anything. I was in the kitchen cleaning down the counters when she said, "Can I talk to you for a second?" I came over assuming she needed help with something, but the look on her face was strange. She did not appear upset, but there was something odd about her demeanor, as if she was ready to break some severe news to me. So she began messing with her phone. "I've noticed that you've been, I don't know how to say this, but you've been acting kind of flirty with me." I nearly froze. At first I had no idea what to say because it was so unexpected. Like, what? Am I flirting with her? I chuckled, assuming she was joking. "Wait, what? Flirting with you? That's insane, Karen." But she wasn't laughing. She just stared at me, dead serious. "No, I'm not kidding. Lucas mentioned it to me as well. He said he noticed it a while ago." That's when my stomach fell. Did Lucas notice it? What the hell was she talking about? I had never, and I mean never, thought of Karen in that way. She was my brother's wife, for crying out loud. The idea of flirting with her seemed absurd. "Karen, I don't know what you're talking about," I answered, trying to remain cool. I wouldn't, that's not." But she interrupted me. Look, I'm just telling you what I feel, and honestly, it's making me uncomfortable. I don't think it's a good idea for you to be here anymore, especially with the baby coming. I felt as if the room was spinning. I wasn't sure how to answer. How do you defend yourself against something that has never happened? I wanted to scream, but I just stood there, absolutely stunned. Lucas said that? I eventually managed to inquire. She nodded. But something about how she did it felt odd, like if she wasn't delivering the entire tale, but I couldn't figure out what portion was missing. The rest of the conversation is a haze. Karen kept saying it wasn't personal and was only for the family's safety, but all I heard was that she wanted me gone. The whole flirting thing was bullshit, but I couldn't prove it. The fact that she stated Lucas also observed it hurt the most. My own brother assumed I was hitting on his wife. It did not make any sense. After that day, things became quite stressful in the house. Karen stopped talking to me entirely, and Lucas pretended everything was fine, but I could see he sensed something was wrong. I tried to talk to him about it one night, but he dismissed me saying, "Karen's been really stressed with the pregnancy. Don't take it personally." Don't take this personally. How could I not take it personally when his wife accused me of something ridiculous? It grew worse when Karen began informing Lucas that I was linked with horrible individuals. She told him that some of my friends used drugs, and she didn't want me around the baby if I was bringing that kind of influence into their home. I barely had any pals over. I didn't have a social life because I was working and saving money to move out. But Karen had convinced Lucas that I was hanging around with shady characters. I'm not sure if Lucas believed her or didn't want to deal with the drama, but he began acting strangely around me as well. He'd come home from work and barely speak to me, like if I weren't even there. Karen had clearly gotten into his psyche, but whenever I tried to bring it up, he shut me down. "Just give Karen some space," he said. "She's going through a lot right now." It made no difference what I said. Karen had already made her decision, and she was doing everything she could to force me out. Worst of all, she was using my brother to do it. It was like seeing someone build a case against you for something you did not do, and you are powerless to stop it. By this point, I realized I couldn't stay for much longer. I had already started looking for apartments, but the rent prices made it difficult. I didn't have many options, and I didn't want to wind up on the streets. I was trying so hard to be patient and not rock the boat. But deep down, I knew Karen would eventually make her final move. And when she did, I wasn't sure whether Lucas would support me or agree with her. So it eventually occurred. I knew it was coming, yet it still hit me hard. Karen had been working up to this for weeks, and I guess I was just hoping that Lucas would intervene and urge her to stop it. But it did not happen. I had just returned home from after another hard day at my new job, and all I wanted to do was relax for a while. When I walked through the door, everything seemed peaceful. It's actually too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you feel like something is wrong but you can't pinpoint it right away. As I approached my room, I noticed it. All of my belongings, clothes, books, and other odd items, were packed in boxes and bags and sat in the hallway like trash waiting to be removed. I paused in my tracks. My heart began racing. And for a little moment, I wondered whether there was an error. Maybe Karen was doing some bizarre cleaning, or Lucas was rearranging things. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. This was not a misunderstanding. I came into the living room and saw Lucas sitting on the couch, his head in his hands. He didn't look at me at first and didn't say anything, just sat there in an awkward silence. Karen was nowhere to be seen, which left him to perform the dirty work. "What's going on?" I inquired, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor despite my rising irritation. Lucas groaned and finally looked up at me with a sorry expression, as if he were a small child who had been discovered doing something wrong. "Karen, she thinks it's time for you to move out," he told her. His voice was so hushed, as if he was ashamed to utter it. I couldn't believe what I heard. "Are you serious? You're kicking me out just like that after everything?" He did not even attempt to defend himself. He only nodded, gazing at the floor. "It's not like that," he murmured. "It's just, Karen's stressed with the pregnancy and she feels uncomfortable with you being here, you know, with everything going on." "Is everything going on?" What exactly did that mean? I'd done nothing wrong. I had not caused any issues. All I did was live there, serve others, and stay to myself as much as possible. And now I'm being kicked out because Karen felt uncomfortable. It was utter nonsense. Lucas was also aware of the situation, but he was not going to stand up to her. I could see it clearly now. "So that's it? You're just throwing me out on the street?" I inquired, my voice quivering with rage. Over some lies Karen's been feeding you? I've done nothing but help around here, Lucas. You know that? Lucas stood up, raking a hand over his hair while avoiding eye contact. I'm not throwing you on the street, he told you. I'll help you find a place. We can cover your security deposit, maybe even the first month's rent. It's not like we're abandoning you. Not forsaking me. It seemed like the exact opposite. I was not asking for money. I was asking for some respect, for my own brother to have my back rather than just giving up because his wife wanted me gone. Karen said I was flirting with her, Lucas. She said I was hanging out with bad people. Do you really believe that? I pleaded, hoping for some type of affirmation that he understood the truth. He didn't respond immediately away, and his quiet revealed everything I needed to know. He either believed her or was too terrified to argue with her. Regardless, I was screwed. Look, his final response was, Karen's been really stressed, and with the baby coming, we just need a little more peace in the house. You've been great, and I appreciate everything you've done, but this is what's best for everyone. What's best for everybody? How about what's best for me? I wanted to scream, but I knew it wouldn't make any difference. Karen had made her decision, and Lucas was not going to argue with her about it. I was being pushed out, and there was nothing I could do about it. I stood there for a second, trying to digest everything. Part of me wanted to storm out and never look back, but there was nowhere else to go. I didn't have any finances for a new place yet, and I certainly didn't have any family to turn to, at least not after this. Lucas was the only person I believed I could rely on, and now that bridge was burning right in front of me. When do I have to be out? I said, my tone flat and despondent. Lucas shifted uncomfortably. Karen was hoping by the end of the week, he replied, almost ashamed to admit it. It's the conclusion of the week. That was 4 days away. 4 stinking days to locate a place to live, pack my belongings, and figure out how to exist on my own. Right. I mumbled while shaking my head. Thanks for the heads up, I guess. I turned around and returned to the hallway, where all of my belongings were stacked up. I felt Lucas watching me, but I didn't bother glancing back. What was the point? He was not going to change his mind, and Karen would not allow it. I began picking up the boxes and hauling them back into my room, trying to figure out what to do next. I spent the following few days furiously looking for flats and contacting anyone I could think of who would be willing to let me stay for a bit. It was not easy. Rent was costly, and I hadn't saved enough money yet to afford anything worthwhile. I kept hoping Lucas would come to his senses. Perhaps he'd talk to Karen and understand how unfair the entire situation was. But every time I saw them together, it was evident that wasn't the case. Karen avoided me entirely, scarcely recognizing my existence. Lucas was acting as if everything was absolutely normal. By Friday, I still had not found a place. I was packing up the rest of my belongings into boxes, trying not to cry, when Lucas knocked on the door. He stood awkwardly for a minute, clutching an envelope in one hand. Here, he said, handing it to me. It's for the security deposit and the first month's rent. I hope it helps. I accepted the envelope without saying anything. I did not want his money. What I wanted was for my brother to stand up for me, to tell Karen that she was wrong and that I did not deserve to be treated this way. But I knew that wouldn't happen. I left that weekend with my boxes and luggage, feeling more alone than ever before. Lucas scarcely said goodbye. Karen did not emerge at all. I had simply vanished from their lives, as if I had never existed. After being kicked out of Lucas's apartment, I spent the following few months primarily in survival mode. I had nowhere to go at first, so I began sleeping on friends' couches. Do you ever feel like you're intruding on others, even if they say it's fine? That is how I felt every day. I was grateful to my friends for allowing me to stay, but deep down I knew I couldn't do it forever. I was only a guest, and they had their own lives to lead. The most difficult aspect was pretending everything was okay when it wasn't. I didn't want to keep bringing up what happened to Lucas and Karen. I didn't want others to think I was bitter or obsessed with it, but truly, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I can't just forget that my own brother threw me out like I was nothing. But if someone asked how I was doing, I just smiled and replied, I'm figuring things out. As if it wasn't killing me on the inside. Couch surfing was unpleasant. I couldn't settle somewhere, so I was continuously traveling about with all of my belongings in boxes and bags. It's strange to live out of boxes for so long. You feel like you're constantly on the verge of being tossed out. Every time I left for work, I packed everything just in case. It's as if I didn't believe I'd be welcome back. It screws with your head to live like that. I'll admit that things weren't fantastic for a spell. My job was satisfactory, but it did not provide enough income for me to purchase my own home straight away. I was trying to save, but you know how things go. Every time I thought I was making headway, something came up to deplete my savings: car issues, bills, food. It felt like I was stranded, treading water while trying not to drown. I considered calling Lucas a few times and asking for help, but then I remembered how things ended and how easy he let Karen push me away. I couldn't return to him. I couldn't return to them. The fact that he never followed up with me after I left told it all. I was no longer significant to him. Karen saw me as simply another problem to address. It's funny though. You'd think being thrown out by my own family would have shattered me, but it really strengthened my resolve. I decided I wouldn't rely on anyone else anymore. I was tired of individuals failing to meet my expectations. I'd had enough of feeling like I owed anyone anything just to have a place to live. If I was going to get back on my feet, I was going to do it alone. So I started working harder, putting in extra hours at my job whenever I could. I cut back on everything. There was no need for new clothes, a night out, or anything else. It was difficult, but after a few months, I had saved enough money to finally acquire my own house. It wasn't glamorous, just a little one-room studio apartment on the outskirts of town, but it was mine. No more hopping from place to another. I will no longer rely on anyone else. I finally had a place of my own, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I remember the first night in my new flat. I didn't have much, only a mattress on the floor and a few boxes of belongings. But it felt like liberation. It was quiet. And for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, I didn't have to worry about being kicked out. I didn't have to walk on eggshells or tiptoe around anyone's emotions. It was only me, and that was plenty. Even though I was proud of myself for getting back on my feet, it did not alleviate the pain. I was still thinking about Lucas and Karen all the time. I thought about how easy they threw me out when they no longer needed me. How Karen's lies about me flirting with her and hanging out with dodgy people persuaded Lucas to kick me out without giving me a chance to defend myself. Even though I was improving, it still stung. What made things worse was that no one in my family reached out. Not my parents, nor my other siblings. It was as if I did not exist anymore. I believe Lucas gave everyone his version of the story, and I wasn't part of the image they were interested in. My parents were always concerned with keeping the peace, and I'm sure they believed it would be easier to let Lucas and Karen do whatever they wanted, rather than confront them about what had happened. But it still hurts, you know. It felt as if I had been wiped from their lives in that moment. I concentrated on moving forward, however. I didn't have time to sit around and feel sorry for myself. I had bills to pay, and the rent wouldn't pay itself. So I kept working and grinding, and things gradually improved. I received a promotion at work, which benefited my finances. I started decorating my small apartment to make it feel like home. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine, and I was pleased with how far I'd come. Throughout this experience, I realized that you cannot rely on others to change your life. No one is coming to save you. And the individuals you think will always have your back may be the ones who bring you down the hardest. It's a difficult pill to swallow, but it is the truth. You must look out for yourself, because when everything comes crumbling down, the only person you can rely on is yourself. Despite everything, I wished things had turned out differently with Lucas. I miss having a brother. I missed how things used to be before Karen entered the picture and turned everything upside down. But I knew I could not return to that. I could not forget how they treated me. I was not going to let them back into my life after what they had done. They made their decision, and I had to live with mine. I hadn't spoken to Lucas in over a year by the time I felt like I was back on track. Every now and then, he or Karen would text me to see how I was doing or to check in, but I never responded. I could not. Not after everything they put me through. I assumed they'd moved on too. They'd already had their baby, and I'm sure their lives were perfect without me. But deep inside, I knew something was wrong. You don't simply treat family like that and expect things to be well. I didn't realize it at the time, but the whole thing was going to come around later. And when it happened, it would change everything. I hadn't spoken to Lucas or Karen in approximately a year after moving into my own house. I'd done everything I could to put them behind me, but you can't simply delete family memories. Every now and then, I considered reaching out, but then I remembered how they threw me out like I was nothing. Even now, the notion of Lucas believing Karen's falsehoods made me sick. Then one day, I received a call. I was sitting at my work, half listening to a podcast, when my phone rang. I looked at the screen and, to my astonishment, it was Lucas. We hadn't spoken in about a year, so seeing his name come up gave me a strange feeling. Part of me wanted to ignore it and leave it on voicemail, but something prompted me to pick up, so I did. "Hello," I said, trying to sound neutral and not express any emotion. There was a pause on the other end before Lucas's voice came through, sounding strange. He didn't sound like the confident, well-groomed older brother I used to know. He sounded desperate. "Hey," he said. "It's me." "Yeah, I know," I said, not wanting to make things easier for him. Lucas paused, then sighed. "Look, I'm just going to cut to the chase. We need help. Karen and we're losing the house. The business went under, and we're getting evicted. We've got nowhere else to go." I could feel my heart rate increase. I hadn't heard from Lucas in over a year, and he called because he wanted something. It was almost comical what they had put me through. Part of me wanted to hang up right there and let them work it out for themselves. But the other part of me, well, that was complicated. "So, what do you want from me?" I inquired, attempting to keep my voice calm. "We were hoping." He paused, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say. "We were hoping you'd let us stay with you, just for a few months, until we get back on our feet." I couldn't believe what I heard. My mind went back to that day, when I arrived home to find all of my belongings packed in the hallway, and Lucas just stood there as Karen lied about me flirting with her. And now they wanted to remain in my place. I laughed briefly, more out of incredulity. "You've got to be kidding me," I told you. "I know how it sounds," Lucas said immediately, as if he understood how silly it was. "But we've got 2 kids now, we don't have anywhere else to go. Please, we wouldn't ask if it wasn't an emergency." An emergency? So I was expected to forget about everything and help them since they were in trouble? Where was the energy when I needed a place to stay? When Karen threw me out for lying, and Lucas just stood there and did nothing? "Lucas, I don't know what to tell you," I murmured, my voice firm. "You kicked me out when I needed help. Remember that? You and Karen didn't care then. Why should I care now?" There was a long pause on the other end of the phone. And for a moment, I thought he'd hang up. But then he spoke again, this time with a softer tone, as if he was finally beginning to understand. "I know," he replied. "I know we screwed up. Karen, she was wrong. I was wrong for not standing up for you. I should have never let that happen. I should have had your back." Hearing him say that made me feel both satisfied and angry. It was the apology I had been waiting for, but it also felt too late, as if it no longer mattered. The damage had already been done. What use was an apology now, after all this time? "I needed you, Lucas," I replied, my voice beginning to crack. "I needed my brother, and you let her lie about me. You let her make me out to be some kind of freak, like I was flirting with her. You believed her over me." "I know," he whispered. "I'm sorry. I really am. But right now we're desperate. We don't have anyone else to turn to. I'm asking you as your brother. Please, can we stay with you?" I sat there, phone clamped to my ear, trying to think of what to say. A part of me wanted to tell him to shove it and let him deal with the consequences of his actions. But another part of me, perhaps the bit that cared about family despite everything, was torn. I had been through hell before they kicked me out. But did it mean I had to kick them even while they were down? Was it my obligation to be the greater person in this situation? "I need some time to think about it," I finally admitted, my voice tight. "I understand," Lucas said, happy that I had not slammed the door in his face just yet. "Take as much time as you need. I'm really sorry for everything, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." After we hung up, I sat there staring at my phone. A part of me wanted to giggle at the comedy of the situation. They kicked me out without hesitation, and now they begged me for a place to remain. It felt like a twisted karmic joke. But the truth was that I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to be that person that harbors grudges indefinitely. However, I did not want to be walked all over again. If I let them stay, will they take advantage of me again? Or will this be the moment when we all mature and move on from what happened? I pondered about it for several days. My phone started buzzing with texts from Lucas, warning me that they didn't have much time until they had to leave their residence. My parents even got involved, sending me guilt-inducing messages about how family is strong and how I should let go of past mistakes. But it wasn't so easy. Family bonds work best when both parties genuinely care about each other. And for a long time, it seemed like I was the only one who cared. Update 1. I sat with the phone in my hand, expecting some sort of supernatural response. After several days of deliberation, I finally called Lucas back. He didn't answer immediately away, so I left him a message informing him that I had made my decision and that he may contact me back whenever he had the chance. A part of me felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted. But the other part was just nervous, as if whatever happened next would either be a complete disaster or something that would permanently alter our relationship. I wasn't sure which way things would go, but I had to stick to my decision. About an hour later, Lucas called me back. His voice seemed strained, as if he'd been holding his breath since I left the message. "So, what's your decision?" he inquired, without bothering with small talk. I took a deep breath. "Look, Lucas, I thought about it a lot," I began, attempting to remain cool despite the fact that my heart was racing. "And I can't let you and Karen stay with me." There was stillness on the other line, as if he wasn't sure he'd heard me correctly. "Wait, what? You're serious?" he finally asked, sounding surprised rather than outraged. "After everything?" I shot back, my voice becoming sharper. "You mean after you kicked me out of your house with no warning based on lies Karen made up? You threw me out, Lucas. I had nowhere to go. So yeah, I'm serious." I could hear him breathing on the other end, as if he was trying to figure out how to react without exploding out. "I told you I was sorry for that. We were under a lot of stress. Karen was pregnant, and things were just complicated." "Complicated?" I asked, my irritation bubbling up. "You believed lies about me flirting with your wife and hanging out with drug dealers. You didn't even give me a chance to defend myself. And now, because things are bad for you, I'm supposed to just forget about all that?" "I'm not asking you to forget," Lucas added, his voice becoming increasingly urgent. "I'm asking you to help us. We've got kids now. This isn't just about me or Karen. We're your family." I felt a tinge of shame, but I wasn't about to back down. Not after what I'd gone through. "Family? You weren't thinking about family when you threw me out. You weren't thinking about family when you let Karen lie about me. I had to figure it out on my own, Lucas. Now it's your turn." There was another prolonged silence. I could hear the frustration in his breathing again, but he did not argue. He knew I was correct. "Look," I continued, relaxing my tone slightly. "I'm not saying I don't care, but I can't let you stay with me. I've worked hard to rebuild my life, and I'm finally in a good place. I can't let you and Karen come in and mess that up again. You understand that, right?" "Yeah," Lucas mumbled. "I get it." It wasn't the answer he wanted, but I wasn't going to back down. I wasn't going to allow him guilt-trip me into giving in. I'd traveled too far for that. "I'll help in other ways," I said, feeling compelled to throw him something. "I'll help you find resources or places you can stay, but my home, that's off limits." There was a long hush on the other end, and for a while I assumed Lucas had hung up. But then he exhaled deeply, as if he'd finally accepted it. "Okay," he replied, his voice softer now. "I understand. I'm not happy about it, but I understand." I let out a breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. It was difficult to say no to my own brother, but I had to prioritize my own safety. If I accepted him and Karen back into my life in that way, I knew things would return to normal, and I couldn't bear it. "I really do hope things get better for you guys," I replied, attempting to leave the talk on a more positive note. "I'm sorry things are so hard right now." "Yeah, me too," Lucas mumbled. "Thanks for whatever help you can give." We exchanged awkward goodbyes, and that was that. I hung up the phone and sat there for a minute to comprehend everything. I'd said no. For the first time in my life, I stood up to my own family, and it felt odd. Half of me felt pleased, while another half was unhappy. I didn't enjoy the notion of being apart from Lucas indefinitely, but I knew it was the right thing to do. I had to draw a line someplace. Over the next few days I kept thinking about that conversation and replaying it in my mind. I wasn't sure if Lucas was upset with me or if he understood where I was coming from, but I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to allow myself be guilted into doing something I wasn't comfortable with. My parents, of course, found out about the situation and attempted to intervene with their family sticks-together routine. They couldn't believe I answered no, especially after I recounted what had happened to Lucas and Karen. It's as if they refused to see the wider picture. "You should have helped them," my mother reminded me during one of our phone conversations. "They're struggling, and you've always been the one to help. This isn't like you." That final part hurt a little. Perhaps it wasn't typical of me, but that could have been intentional. I was always the one who went above and above for my family, no matter how they treated me. But that is precisely why I had to say no this time. I wasn't the same person as before. I'd grown and learned to set boundaries, and this was one of them. "I'm sorry, Mom," I murmured, attempting to remain cool. "But I've got to put myself first for once. Lucas and Karen can figure it out." My folks didn't get it, which didn't surprise me. They were not the only ones who had been booted out and forced to fend for themselves. They were not the ones who had to reconstruct everything from scratch. I was, and I was not going to let anyone make me feel terrible about safeguarding everything I had fought so hard to create. After then, everything became quiet for a bit. I hadn't heard anything from Lucas or Karen, which was great with me. They had their own issues to cope with, while I had mine. I assisted them in finding a temporary refuge, and that was the last I heard from them. No more desperate calls, no more guilt-inducing texts. My friend's sister accused me of being the father of her baby, and sued me for emotional distress. When my lawyer came in, she turned pale. My friend Ryan has a sister named Laura. I've known them both for several years. We grew up in the same neighborhood and occasionally hung out, but nothing important happened. Laura had a unique personality. I don't want to sound nasty, but she had some mental health issues. I don't know all the specifics, and it wasn't my business. Ryan never mentioned it, and I didn't ask, but everyone knew Laura faced difficulties. Laura approached me unexpectedly about a year ago, informing me that she was pregnant. Okay, cool, right? Except for one small detail. She stated that I was the father. At that point, I swear my brain had short-circuited. I was like, wait, what? Let me clarify. I've never embraced Laura or been close with her, not even once. So when she came at me with this outrageous charge, I couldn't process it. I told her straight up, "Laura, I don't know what you're talking about, but there's no way I'm the father. We've never been close like that." She simply kept saying it over and again, as if I was going to magically recall a night that never happened. It was strange, to say the least. I tried to remain calm, thinking that maybe this was part of her mental health issues, but deep down, I was terrified. This is where things began to spiral out of control. Laura refused to have a prenatal paternity test. I was sitting there thinking, if you're so sure it's my kid, why don't you just take the test and prove it? But she wouldn't move. She continued saying things like, "You need to be there for your child, and you're abandoning us before the baby's even born." It was guilt trip territory, and I wasn't buying it. I made it obvious that if she didn't take the test, I wouldn't sign anything. I was not about to become legally bound to a child who wasn't mine. Simple, right? I assumed that would be the end of it. Boy, was I mistaken. Cue the familial drama. My parents discovered out some weeks later. I love my parents, but they have these old views. They were devastated as soon as they learned of the situation. Completely lost it. They were calling me names, accusing me of being a deadbeat and a shame. I was standing there, trying to say something, but they weren't listening. I told them, "Mom, Dad, this isn't my kid. Laura's just making stuff up." But they wouldn't listen. It was as if they couldn't get over the fact that I was responsible for this infant. There were a lot of ugly arguments following that. Things were spoken that I probably cannot take back, and I'm still upset about it. Even though I kept telling them it wasn't my child, my parents insisted on me doing the right thing and taking on the role of father. It did not matter to them. In their opinion, I was already guilty. They claimed they did not raise me to be a deadbeat and could not believe I would deprive my own child. This is where things become even crazier. I wasn't even in the same state when Laura became pregnant. That's correct. She had been staying with a friend for a month when she allegedly conceived. When I brought this up with my parents, they simply dismissed it, stating, "People make mistakes." Well, this wasn't a mistake. This was a full-fledged accusation that could ruin my life. Fast forward to around 6 months into Laura's pregnancy. By this point, the entire family had turned on me. Every family dinner, phone call and text was about how I needed to man up and accept responsibility for this baby. I was losing my mind. It was as if I were in a nightmare. Regardless of what I said or did, no one believed me. Fortunately, most of my pals were on my side. But a few of them began to question things such as, "Are you sure, man? Maybe you don't remember something." Finally, my parents dropped the biggest bombshell on me. If I didn't stand up and behave like a parent, they were removing me from their lives, disowning me, and kicking me out. At first, I assumed they were joking, but they were quite serious. They stated unequivocally that if I did not agree to this, I would be kicked out of the family. They disowned me after I refused to cave. Let me tell you, it stung. I was irritated, puzzled, and hurt. These were the people who reared me and were meant to have my back, yet they chose to believe someone else over me. My own family discarded me as if I didn't matter. It was horrible. Things became much stranger when the baby was born. My mother was present at the hospital, playing the role of proud grandmother. I didn't know until later. Laura refused to take the paternity test, so I had to go through certain legal procedures to get it completed. When the findings arrived, guess what? Not my child. There was a 0% possibility I was the father. As soon as I held that paper in my hands, I felt a rush of relief and rage. I sent the results to my parents, hoping they'd finally realize the reality. They'll realize they were mistaken, and everything will return to normal. Nope. Instead, they began bombarding my phone with apologies, money offers, and pleadings for forgiveness. My father even mailed me a few hundred, as if that would solve the problem. But here's the deal. I kept the money. Yes, I took it. I felt as if they owed me for everything they had put me through. But will you forgive them? No way. I made it clear that if they were willing to disown me over something like this, I was not going to risk being betrayed again. Most of my friends supported me, but a few, including my therapist, began suggesting things like, maybe you should give them another chance. They're your parents after all. I understand. I really do. But how do you forgive someone who was willing to cast you away so easily? How can you trust someone who believed a lie about their own child? That's where I am now. I'm torn between knowing I didn't do anything wrong and wondering if I should even try to make things right with my family. But every time I think about it, I recall how swiftly they turned on me, and I can't get rid of the sensation that they let me down when I needed them most. Okay, so with everything that happened with my parents and Laura's baby drama, you'd think things would settle down, right? Nope. Life had different plans for me. If anything, the situation only worsened. You'd think confirming that I wasn't the father would have been the end of it. But I wish it were that simple. It turns out that when people refuse to confess their mistakes, they will go to any length to avoid accepting responsibility. When the paternity test results revealed that I was not the father, I thought, all right, now my parents will realize they were wrong, and maybe things can get back to normal. But instead of the relaxation I expected, things became much more convoluted. First and foremost, Laura utterly lost it. She began spreading tales throughout town that I had tampered with or faked the test. Yeah, you read that correctly. In her perspective, I had successfully persuaded a whole lab to rig the data in my favor. How would I even do that? I'm simply a regular guy, not some genius who understands how to manipulate DNA tests. Laura, however, was not hearing anything. She was dead focused on making me the antagonist in her plot. She went around telling everyone that I was abandoning her and the kid, that I had deceived everyone into believing I wasn't the father. It made no sense, but it didn't matter. People began to believe her. Small-town tales traveled quickly, and soon I was getting filthy stares at the grocery store, as if I were some kind of slime. I even had others confront me, asking why I wasn't stepping up to care for my child. It was irritating. I had test results that proved I wasn't the father, but no one seemed to care. Laura was out there playing the victim, and I was being accused for something I had no involvement in. I'd never felt more helpless in my life. It's one thing when your family turns against you, but when the entire community believes you're the evil guy, it's a different story. My parents were still trying to be kind, but it was evident they had no idea how to handle the matter either. My mother kept phoning, leaving long, tearful voicemails about how she simply wanted her family back together. She didn't even acknowledge what had occurred. She just wanted to sweep everything under the rug as if nothing had ever happened. She even invited me over for supper, as if it would suddenly repair all the damage they'd done. It was more than just awkward. It was insulting. After everything they had put me through, they assumed a few family meals and fake smiles would make things better. There was no apology or acknowledgement of how severely they had messed up. Just, let's move on. It was as if they had no idea how much trust they had broken. And the point is, once trust has been lost, it cannot be repaired with a dinner and a hug. It takes real work and effort to repair, and they were unwilling to accept their mistakes. The kicker came when my father attempted to bribe me. He simply sent me an email offering to buy me a new automobile if I would return to the family. Like what? They believed they could purchase my forgiveness? It was so out of sync with reality that I had no idea how to respond. I gazed at the email for a moment, trying to figure out if it was a cruel joke. But, nope. My father was serious. I did not respond. I could not. What would you say to anything like that? They were unconcerned about fixing things properly. They simply wanted me back into their lives because it was convenient for them. The fact that they thought throwing money at me would solve things demonstrated how little they understood what they had done. The worst part came later, when I discovered Laura had begun reaching out to people I knew, attempting to drag them into her drama. She even phoned my ex-girlfriend Claire, attempting to persuade her that I was a bad guy who had abandoned his child. Sam and I hadn't spoken in years, but I received a text from her saying, "We need to talk." At first, I had no idea what she was talking about, but when she explained that Laura had been contacting her, attempting to stir up old drama, I nearly lost it. I contacted Laura and ordered her to stop. I was done with the games and the lies, and I was not going to let her drag my friends and ex-partners into her mess. But she simply laughed and hung up on me. It was like speaking to a wall. She was so engrossed in her fantasy world that nothing I said got through to her. At this point, I was seriously considering consulting a lawyer. I didn't want to go that far. But what option did I have? Laura was out here damaging my reputation, my parents were encouraging her actions, and I felt as if I had no one on my side. My closest friends did support me, but they had no idea how horrible things had gotten. Finally, I had to make a decision. I couldn't keep living in a constant state of stress, waiting for the next rumor or insane accusation to come my way. I determined to cut all ties, not only with Laura, but also with my parents. It was not easy. It sucked. But I realized I couldn't keep letting them pull me down. I sent my folks a long email explaining everything. I felt deceived, they had failed me, and I couldn't trust them anymore. I did not sugarcoat anything. I told them openly that I wasn't ready to forgive them and didn't know if I ever would be. I informed them that if they wanted to have a future connection with me, they needed to first apologize and accept responsibility for their acts. No more pretending that everything was all right. No more sweeping things under the rug. I blocked Laura on everything. I couldn't take her manipulations anymore. She was not my concern, and I was not going to let her drag me further into her mess. I even had to inform her brother Ryan that I would be unable to spend time with his family for the time being. That was difficult because Ryan has always been a good buddy, but I needed to prioritize my personal well-being. I took them off a few months ago, and it's been a relief. Sure, there are days when I feel guilty or question myself, but ultimately, I believe I made the correct decision. Even when it's difficult, you have to walk away from situations. Yes, it is chaotic and complicated, but at least I am no longer constantly looking over my shoulder, waiting for the next calamity to strike. I can now breathe again. But dude, if you had told me a year ago that this is where I'd wind up, I would not have believed you. Life is funny like that, I suppose. Update 1. Okay, so this is where things get more crazier. I believed cutting ties with Laura and my parents would put an end to the insanity. I figured that if I eliminated them from my life, everything would calm down, and I could move on. Unfortunately, things do not always go as planned. Cutting them off was only the start of a whole new disaster. A few weeks after I sent that email to my parents and blocked Laura, I received an unexpected contact from an old high school acquaintance named Jason. We hadn't spoken in years, yet out of nowhere he asks whether I'm okay. At first I think, okay, that's random. But then he tells me that my parents contacted him. Now Jason and I were never really close, so my parents contacting him was a massive red flag. Apparently, they'd been going around asking individuals to speak with me on their behalf. I'm talking about old friends, distant relatives, and even individuals I hardly know. They were informing everyone that I was in a difficult situation and that they were concerned about me. They seemed to be trying to make me appear unstable, and the worst part? They framed the entire situation as if I was the one who needed to apologize for cutting them off. Jason was okay about it. He was aware of what was going on and wanted to warn me. But it did not end there. Over the next several days, I began receiving messages from a wide range of people. People I hadn't spoken to in years, and only met a few times. They were all saying the same thing. Your parents are really worried about you, or, you should give them another chance. That was insane. They had convinced everyone that I was the evil guy in this situation, that I had gotten off track and needed to make amends. I could not believe it. I was just attempting to go on with my life when my parents launched a full-fledged public relations operation to make me look like the villain. The final straw came when they contacted my employer. Yes, you heard that correctly. My parents called my employer. I'm not sure how they got the number, but they found my boss's contact information and called the office, telling him they were worried about me and that I wasn't in the appropriate mindset. Can you imagine how embarrassing that was? My supervisor called me into his office one day, appearing serious, and asked whether everything was fine at home. I was stunned. I wasn't sure what to say at first. What do you respond when your boss asks if your parents believe you've gone off the deep end? I described the entire issue to him, and fortunately, he was really understanding. He apologized for bringing it up, but the harm had already been done. My own parents were out there, attempting to interfere with my job. It felt like they were out to ruin everything for me, simply because I refused to conform to their will. After that, I had no choice. I proceeded to see a lawyer and began the process of obtaining a restraining order against them. I didn't want to go that far. But what option did I have? They were interfering with my profession, friendships, and peace of mind. I needed to defend myself, even if it meant formally cutting them off. The process was time-consuming and demanding, with court dates, paperwork, and a lot of anxiety. But at the same time, I felt a strange sensation of satisfaction, as if I had finally taken control of the situation. No more letting them infiltrate every aspect of my existence. No more allowing them to twist the narrative. Of course, when they learned about the restraining order, all hell broke out. My mother sent me a long, guilt-ridden email about how she never expected her own son to do this, and how families are supposed to keep together no matter what. She kept accusing me of ripping the family apart and inflicting all of the sorrow. This was textbook manipulation. But I did not bite. I did not respond. I wish I could say that was the end of it, but things only got worse before they improved. One day, I returned home from work to find my car had been vandalized. Someone had typed the word liar into the side of it. I had no confirmation it was my parents, but really, who else could it be? Except for a few close acquaintances, I'd kept the restraining order a secret. My parents were the only ones with a reason to do anything like that. It was as if they couldn't tolerate losing control and had to lash out in whatever way they could. I filed a police report, but nothing happened. Just another reminder that even when you attempt to do things correctly, the people who are meant to love you the most can become your deadliest adversaries. I began parking my car at a friend's house after that, simply to be safe. I couldn't take any more chances. I also installed security cameras throughout my flat in case they tried anything else. I felt like I was in a perpetual state of paranoia, waiting for the next shoe to drop. But slowly, things began to settle down. The restraining order was granted, and my parents were no longer permitted to contact me or visit my house or employment. It took a great weight off my shoulders. I could finally breathe after what seemed like an eternity. It has been a few months, and I am still picking up the pieces. I had to perform a lot of damage control with my friends and coworkers, explaining the entire issue and ensuring they understood the truth. The majority of them were supportive, but a few were suspicious, asking, "Are you sure your parents would really go that far?" I got it. It's difficult to believe, but if you've been through it, you know how far some individuals will go when they feel they've lost control. Looking back, I never anticipated things would become so horrible. It's incredible how quickly relatives can turn against you when you refuse to play by their rules. But I've learned something valuable from all of this. You cannot let anyone, including your family, determine how you spend your life. Sometimes you have to make the difficult decision to walk away, even if it hurts. I'm not sure what the future holds for me and my parents. Perhaps one day they will recognize what they did and genuinely apologize. Perhaps not. In any case, I'm tired of allowing them to dictate my life. I have my own road to take, and I'm not looking back. Update 2. Okay, so this is where things take a turn. I expected things to calm down once I had the restraining order and began rebuilding my life. However, life had other plans. Just when I was starting to feel like I could breathe again, my parents devised a new technique to torment me. This time there wasn't any direct touch. It wasn't damaging my automobile or sending emails. No, this was an entirely different level of messed up. One day, I was sitting at home, minding my own business, when I received a letter in the mail. Nothing unusual about that, right? Except that this letter is from a lawyer. At first I assumed it was related to the restraining order. Perhaps some last paperwork. But no, it was a lawsuit. My own parents sued me. For what, you ask? Emotional anguish. I couldn't believe all I was reading. They were suing me for cutting them off, claiming that my actions had caused them significant mental distress, and that they were entitled to compensation. They even claimed I had estranged them from the rest of the family, which was completely false because they isolated me, not the other way around. I sat there for a few minutes, staring at the letter, trying to figure out what was happening. Seriously, who does that? Who sues their own child because they are angry that they were cut off? I did not know what to do. Part of me wanted to chuckle at how silly everything was, but another part of me was extremely freaked out. It wasn't simply family drama anymore. This was legal, and things were about to get very ugly. I called my lawyer right away. I couldn't handle this alone. She was as astonished as I was. She'd seen a lot of difficult family situations, but suing your own child for mental distress, that was novel even for her. We went over the specifics of the complaint, and while the majority of it was obviously false, I knew we couldn't just dismiss it. They were serious, so I had to fight back. The following few weeks were a blur of meetings, phone calls, and tension. I had to assemble all of the proof of what had happened, the paternity test results, the restraining order, and the harassment I had been subjected to. My lawyer was convinced we would win, but it felt weird that it had come to this. My own parents were dragging me through the mud in court simply because I refused to let them dominate me anymore. But here's the deal, they did not stop with simply the lawsuit. Oh no, they had to go a step further. They began reaching out to other family members in an attempt to turn them against me. I began receiving messages from relatives, uncles and cousins, people I hadn't heard from in years. They were all suggesting the same thing. Why don't you just reconcile with your parents? You are being selfish if you believe that family is everything. It was as if they had been brainwashed into believing I was the villain in all of this. I was enraged, not only at my parents, but at the entire scenario. It seemed like no matter what I did, or how hard I tried to defend myself, they always found a way to twist the story and make me appear like the bad person. How do you explain to someone who has only heard one side of the story that your parents are suing you for emotional distress because you set boundaries? It came to the point where I had to cut off more people. I blocked family members, unfriended folks on social media, and just cut all ties to that aspect of my life. It wasn't that I didn't care about them, I did, but I couldn't keep justifying myself to folks who'd already made up their minds. It was exhausting, and I was done justifying my judgments to those who refused to understand the broader picture. Eventually, the court date arrived. I arrived with my lawyer, ready for whatever bullshit they would throw at me. And let me tell you, it was a circus. My parents had a full sob story prepared about how they'd always been there for me, how they tried to support me through difficult times, and how I'd cruelly cut them off for no reason. They framed themselves as the victims in all of this, which was really astounding given that they were the ones who disowned me in the first place. But my lawyer wouldn't have it. She dismantled their claims piece by piece, presenting the judge with evidence of their harassment, the restraining order, the paternity test, everything. It was horrible. And at the conclusion, it was clear that the court did not believe their story. The judge ruled in my favor. Obviously, the lawsuit was dismissed, and my parents were compelled to pay my legal expenses, which was a minor triumph in the larger scheme of things. But despite winning, it didn't seem like a victory. I felt like I had just gotten out of a nightmare, and there was still so much debris to deal with. Following the case, my parents made one final attempt to re-enter my life. They sent me a long emotional letter in which they apologized for everything, expressed their desire to make things right, and stated that they could not take the thought of losing me. It was the same old guilt-tripping bullshit they'd been doing from the beginning. I honestly didn't answer. I had already made a decision. I was not going back. There's just so much someone can take before they have to walk away permanently. And yes, it hurt. Cutting off your family is difficult, regardless of how bad things get. However, sometimes it is vital for your own sanity. I couldn't keep being dragged into their chaos. Regardless of how much they claimed to love me, their concept of love was toxic, and I was not going to let it poison my life any longer. So, that's where I am now. The case is behind me, the restraining order remains in effect, and I am moving forward. It hasn't been easy, but I'm learning to live without the noise and the continual worry of wondering when the next calamity would strike. For the first time in a long time, I believe I have some control over my life, which feels pretty damn wonderful. I'm not sure what the future holds. Maybe one day things will change, or maybe not. But right now, I'm concentrating on myself, on restoring the elements of my life that they attempted to destroy. It has been a hard journey, but I am finally beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Update 3. Okay, so if you've been following along thus far, you'd think that with the lawsuit and the restraining order, the crazy would be over. But nah. My family found a method to surprise me one final time. And this one really made me shake my head since I didn't believe they could get any lower. But, here we are. Things began to quiet down a few months after the court ruled in my favor. I had severed links with everyone, causing me worry, and for the first time in what seemed like forever, I was able to concentrate on reconstructing my life. There are no random messages from old pals or letters from lawyers, only peace. Or so I thought. One day, I was out running errands, just doing usual things like grocery shopping, when I ran into my cousin Nicole. Nicole and I hadn't chatted much throughout all of this upheaval. We weren't very close growing up, but we always got along. So when I saw her, I thought, why not say hello? We ended up conversing for a while, and at first it seemed very normal, catching up on life, work, and the usual stuff. But then she suddenly says, "Hey, did you hear what your parents are planning?" I froze. "Planning?" I inquired, suddenly experiencing that old pit in my gut. Nicole looked a little uneasy, as if she wasn't sure if she should even tell me, but she groaned and continued. "Yeah, they're throwing a big family reunion next month. Apparently they've been telling everyone they're hoping it'll be a reconciliation thing between you and them." I could not believe it. They were genuinely organizing an ambush reunion to push me back into the family. I asked Nicole for additional information, and it turned out that they were inviting everyone. Distant cousins, family friends, and individuals I hadn't seen in years. What's the kicker? They'd been telling everyone I'd be there, as if I was part of the plan. I was infuriated. I had not agreed to anything, and now they were preparing to make me seem terrible if I did not come up. It was another typical tactic by my parents: manipulate the situation, make me look like the villain, and guilt-trip me into doing what they wanted. I thanked Nicole for informing me and told her straight up that I was not attending. She understood, but she seemed to be divided, as if she was buying into my parents' story that all they wanted to do was heal things. I could see it on her face. She urged me to go and make things right. But after what they'd done, there was no way I was going to fall into their trap. That night, I went home and contemplated my options. I knew I wasn't going to the reunion, but a part of me felt compelled to say something. I couldn't simply ignore this. So I decided to send one final mail to my parents, outlining everything once and for all. The next morning, I got down to send them an email. It wasn't long, but it was straightforward. I explained that I was aware of the reunion, but would not be attending. I made it obvious that I did not want to participate in any coerced reconciliation, particularly in front of a large crowd. I reminded them that if they truly cared about resolving things, they needed to start by respecting my boundaries. There was nothing more to discuss until they could do that. I wasn't expecting a reaction, and frankly, I didn't need one. I simply needed to correct the record one last time. But of course, my parents could not simply let it go. A few days later, my father contacted me. I didn't answer, but he left a long rambling voicemail about how I was pulling the family apart and how this reunion was supposed to be a new beginning for all of us. He even attempted to guilt me by adding, "Your grandparents would be so disappointed in how you're handling this." That voicemail struck me hard, not because I believed it, but because it reminded me of all the times my parents used guilt and manipulation to get their way. They'd play any card they could to make me feel like I was the problem, including pulling my grandparents into it, who had always been supportive of me. It was as if they couldn't accept that they, too, might need to take a long, hard look at themselves. I did not respond to the voicemail. What was the point? I had said my piece, and I was not going to let them drag me back into their drama. But it doesn't mean it didn't bother me for days thereafter. I kept thinking about the reunion and all of the family who will be there, and I wondered if I was simply refusing to make peace. I wondered if many of them knew the whole story, or if they were only hearing the warped version my parents were telling. After the reunion, I didn't hear from my parents. I saw some images on Facebook, happy grins, family hugs, the entire thing. My parents were smiling, as if nothing was wrong, as if they hadn't spent the last year attempting to wreck my life. It felt strange seeing them pretending everything was wonderful, but I suppose they were always brilliant at pretending. A few weeks later, I ran into Nicole again, and she told me how awful the reunion had been. Apparently many people expected me to arrive, and when I didn't, there were some awkward talks. My parents tried to explain my absence, but Nicole reported it didn't go well. A few relatives even wondered why I wasn't there and why my parents hadn't been more open about the situation. I guess not everyone believed their narrative after all. And I think that's where things stand right now. I've managed to detach myself from the drama, but I know it's always present, just beneath the surface. My parents are unlikely to admit their mistakes, and I understand it. I can't change them. But I can defend myself, continue to create my life without their influence, and focus on the individuals who truly care about me. It's been a long path, and I'm not going to lie. It still hurts occasionally. It's not easy to cut off from your family, and there are days when I question if I made the right decision. But deep down, I knew I needed to. I had to prioritize myself, my mental health, and my own future over the toxic loop they were attempting to drag me into. So, this is the end of the wild ride. Maybe one day things will change, or maybe not. In any case, I'm tired of letting my family dictate how I live my life. I've got my own road to follow. And for the first time in a long time, I'm doing things my way. My ex-wife left me for a better man. He cheated, she lost everything, and now they're begging for help while I earn over $500,000 a year. I recall the precise moment Lily chose to end our marriage. She sat at the kitchen table, mindlessly browsing through her phone. I had just walked in from work, ready to drop my bag and relax, when she looked up and casually remarked, "Derek, I want a divorce." There was no preparation, no softening of the blow, just a brutal, cruel statement delivered as if she were commenting on the weather. I hesitated for a second, unsure whether I had heard her correctly. "Excuse me?" I inquired, my voice composed despite the tempest boiling within me. "I said, I want a divorce," she repeated, her tone implying that I was too sluggish to understand the first time. I should have been outraged, maybe even devastated. Instead, I was astounded by her chutzpah. Divorce, after everything we had gone through together. And the reason is what struck me the hardest. "I can't keep living like this," she said, crossing her arms. "I need someone who actually works, who contributes. This isn't the life I signed up for." I hadn't realized it. Does not work? I wanted to laugh, but I maintained my cool. For years I'd built my profession from the ground up, earning a six-figure salary and preparing us for a future that most people could only dream about. But Lily didn't bother asking about my work. Never showed any interest in how I made money. I suppose she assumed I was just coasting along, barely getting by. I leaned against the counter and studied her. She seemed so sure of herself, so certain that she was making the correct decision. "All right," I replied calmly, laying my suitcase down. She tilted her head in surprise. "All right?" "Yes, Lily. If you want a divorce, I won't stop you." I caught a glimpse of concern on her face, but it was quickly replaced by the smug, self-assured look I'd gotten accustomed to. "Good, because I've already spoken to a lawyer. You'll need to move out by the end of the month. Move out of my house." This woman's nerve was almost funny, but I did not protest. If she wanted me to leave, I would. At least for the time being. "Fair enough," I said, turning to go upstairs. I could feel her gaze on me, waiting for me to scream, beg or argue, but I offered her nothing. In the seclusion of our bedroom, I perched on the edge of the bed and processed the situation. This was not about divorce. This was about power. Lily wanted to feel in control and present me as the failure in our relationship. And perhaps she believed she could persuade me to fight for her, begging for a chance to win her back. But she didn't know me as well as she assumed. The days that followed were a masterclass in passive-aggressive behavior. Lily immediately had a lot to say about everything, even how I folded the clothes and how I spent my evenings. She ridiculed my hobbies, routines, and even how I brewed my coffee. It seemed as if she was attempting to justify her decision by making me the villain. And then there was Ethan, my self-proclaimed best friend. At first I didn't notice how frequently she said his name. "Ethan said this," or "Ethan suggested that." But it was soon evident to her that he was more than simply a buddy. I did not confront her. I wasn't prepared to reveal my hand. Instead, I let her believe she was in control. I led her to believe that I was the passive, clueless husband who couldn't see what was going on right in front of his eyes. One evening, as I was packing a suitcase with a few necessities, Lily leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed and a sneer on her lips. "So, have you figured out where you're going to stay?" she inquired, her tone condescending. I shut the bag and turned to face her. "Don't worry about me, Lily, I'll be fine." She huffed, evidently upset by my cool manner. "Good, because Ethan and I are planning a dinner party here next weekend. It would be awkward if you were still hanging around." "A dinner party? In my house? With my best friend?" The audacity was nearly impressive. "Don't worry," I reassured, shouldering the bag. "I'll be gone long before then." As I moved past her, I noticed her smug look. She believed she had won. She assumed I was slinking away in defeat. But Lily didn't realize she had just handed me the match to light the fuse. If she wanted to burn everything down, I'd let her. And then I'd watch the flames consume both her and Ethan. Sometimes shouting or fighting isn't the greatest way to exact revenge. It's silent. It requires patience. It is allowing the other person to dig their own grave while you silently prepare to bury them in it. And trust me, I was only getting started. Betrayal is a pernicious thing. It makes no grand entrance or display of fireworks. No, it slips in silently, disguised as casual chats and harmless gestures, until one day you wake up to discover that everything you believed was solid has been chipped away. Lily's request for a divorce was the first crack. What followed was a slow breakdown of what I thought I knew about her and Ethan. Yes, Ethan was my best friend, or at least the man who had held that position for many years. I should have seen it coming, but hindsight can be terrible. Initially it was subtle. Lily began invoking Ethan's name more frequently than normal. Ethan said this, or Ethan recommended that, she'd casually say during supper. I would nod, not thinking much about it. After all, he was a good friend to both of us. But as the weeks passed, his name came up in our chats more regularly and with a warmth that made my stomach churn. The first real red flag appeared on a Saturday afternoon. Lily had just returned from one of her meals with Ethan. She was laughing, and her cheeks flushed in a manner I hadn't seen in years. When I inquired what was hilarious, she dismissed me with, "Oh, it's just something Ethan said. You wouldn't get it." I wouldn't get it? When did I start peering in on our marriage from the outside? The solution, I realized, came much earlier than I'd like to admit. I started to notice more. She'd type the texts with a cheeky smirk before hastily locking her phone. She would suddenly dress up more when she had arrangements with Ethan. The explanations that they were only pals or that I was overthinking things. Overthinking. That is the preferred word of any guilty individual attempting to transfer the blame. I still didn't confront her, however. What could have been the point? She'd merely deny it and spin the story to make me appear like the anxious husband who couldn't deal with her having male pals. So I let her believe I was blind, too absorbed with my own affairs to watch hers unraveling. The big blow came when Ethan showed up at my house unexpectedly. I was in the process of packing my life into luggage, as Lily had sweetly requested, when I heard the doorbell. I opened it and was greeted by Ethan's ever-confident grin. He walked in without waiting for an invitation. "Derek, my man," he continued, as if we were still best of friends. "How's it going?" I stared at him, every ounce of patience in my body tested. "What do you want, Ethan?" I inquired, keeping my voice level. He leaned against the wall, carefree and charming. "Just checking in. Lily told me you were moving out, and I thought I'd see if you needed any help." Assistance. From the man who was literally moving into my life. The audacity was nearly astounding. "I've got it handled," I said curtly, returning to my packing. Ethan lingered, and when I looked over, I noticed the wheels churning in his head. He wasn't simply checking in. He was come to make his point and set his claim. "Listen," he began, his voice taking on a tone he undoubtedly felt was genuine. "I know this must be hard for you, but things happen." "Things happen," I repeated, turning to face him directly. I took a hesitant step forward, forcing him to meet my gaze. "Yeah, Ethan. Things do happen, and sometimes they come back to bite you." He faltered for the first time. The arrogant sneer faded, replaced by something almost like uncertainty. I did not wait for him to recover. I returned to my suitcase, clearly dismissing him. "You've always been a cool guy, Derek," he added nervously before going to the door. "No hard feelings, right?" I did not respond. Silence is a strong tool, especially when someone is yearning for a response. Ethan went without saying anything else, and as his car drove away, I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. That night, as I slept in the bed that would soon be mine, I relived the events of the previous few months, missed signals, lies, and betrayal. I could have gotten outraged, confronted them both, and demanded answers. But what would this accomplish? They'd already dismissed me as irrelevant, a footnote in their story. What they didn't comprehend was that I wasn't the passive, naive husband they assumed I was. I had been paying attention, making mental notes, and strategizing my future actions. If Lily and Ethan thought they could walk off into the sunset together without consequences, they were in for a shocking awakening. Because betrayal continues even when the truth is revealed. No, that's when the actual game starts. And as far as I was concerned, this was a game I completely expected to win. Divorce. It's a small word for something so disorganized. It indicates closure, a straightforward conclusion to a convoluted story. But when Lily and I walked into that courtroom, I recognized this was not the end. For her, it was a victory lap, a celebration of what she saw as an enhancement. She arrived prepared to impress, in a fitted outfit that exuded refinement and a confident smile that made my stomach churn. Ethan was not far behind her, hovering like a shadow. He did not enter the courtroom, of course, he would not dare. But the very fact that he was present told me everything I needed to know. Lily wasn't simply divorcing me. She proudly displayed her betrayal. "Derek, let's not drag this out," she urged as we sat across from each other at the negotiating table. "I don't want this to be harder than it needs to be. It's harder than it should be." The irony was not lost on me. She had already made things difficult by stomping on years of marriage as if it were a worn-out rug that she couldn't wait to replace. "I don't plan to," I said calmly, meeting her eyes without flinching. The lawyer outlined the terms. She wanted the house, some furnishings, and a portion of what she believed to be my limited savings. She presumably expected me to resist her, perhaps even plead for a better bargain, but I didn't flinch. I agreed to all terms and signed each form without hesitation. Lily glanced at me, puzzled. "You're okay with all this?" "Why wouldn't I be?" I inquired, keeping my voice light. "It's just stuff, Lily. You can have it." I caught a glimpse of doubt in her expression, but she soon disguised it with a smug smile. She thought she had won, that she was leaving with everything important. What she didn't realize was that the house was not mine to begin with. It was a rental in my name, which I had used as a workstation when I first began freelancing years ago. And the savings she thought she was taking were only a percentage of my total worth. The true money was hidden away in investments, accounts she had no idea existed. As the documents were signed and the process was over, Lily reclined back in her chair, content. "Well, I'm glad we could handle this like adults," she replied, patronizingly. I simply nodded, fighting back the impulse to chuckle. A week later, I packed my possessions and left the house she sorely desired. I gave her everything she asked for: furniture, decor, even pricey kitchen appliances she'd never used. It was not worth the effort to take any of it. Let her have her goodies. Ethan, of course, wasted no time settling in. A neighbor texted me a photo of him unloading boxes into the house, and Lily was standing on the porch with the same smug expression on her face. They probably thought they were creating the ideal little life together, fully unconscious of the storm looming just outside their view. What Lily didn't realize was that I had already been gathering evidence of her affair with Ethan months before the divorce. Photos, text messages, and even a GPS history reveal their frequent lunches at a neighboring hotel. And, while I could have used it to disrupt the divorce process, I chose against it. Why? Because dragging this out in court would simply prolong the drama, and I desired something far more rewarding. I expected karma to take its course, and I wanted front row seats when it did. In the weeks that followed, I adjusted to my new life. My profession continued to prosper, and my salary increased even more as new chances arose. Meanwhile, Lily and Ethan were showing off their love around town, sure they were the picture of happiness. I did not react. I did not call. I did not text. My quiet was deafening, and I knew it was going to wear them down soon. One day I got a message from a mutual buddy. "Derek, did you know Lily is throwing a housewarming party? She and Ethan are really leaning into this whole thing." I was just having a laugh. Of course they were. Lily was the type that sought validation from others and thrived on the appearance of accomplishment. She had no idea that her shining new life was constructed on a foundation of falsehoods, and that foundation was already beginning to crack. As I sat in my new apartment that evening, looking out at the city skyline, I couldn't help but feel peaceful. Lily believed she had won, but she had no idea what she had actually lost. And while Ethan was about to realize that taking something that wasn't his comes with a cost, I wasn't in a rush. Revenge, after all, is best served cold, and I was only getting started. I am not sure what Lily expected when she and Ethan agreed to make their relationship official. Perhaps she imagined a picture-perfect life filled with weekend brunches, romantic getaways, and the excitement of a new romance. If so, she was in for a harsh revelation. It did not take long for cracks to appear. Naturally, I maintained silence. There was no reason to intervene. They were excavating their own graves perfectly fine without my assistance. The first indication of problems came from whispers among mutual acquaintances. A friend told me that Lily and Ethan were already straining to sustain their new fantasy life. "She's throwing all these dinner parties just to show off," my pal added. "But I hear Ethan's been overspending, and they're behind on the bills." I was not surprised. Ethan has always been the type of person who preferred the lifestyle over the work. He enjoyed costly clothing, showy automobiles, and excellent meals, but he lacked the discipline and revenue to support it. Lily clearly didn't realize she had swapped financial stability for a showman with little substance. Then there was the talk about their disagreements. They were not the pair everyone assumed they were. People discussed the shouting battles that could be heard through the walls of their rental home. Yes, rented. Lily's house, which she had been so proud of accepting after the divorce, was no longer there. She'd been forced to sell it since she couldn't afford the upkeep. One day, I received a call from an old neighbor. "Derek, you won't believe this," she exclaimed, barely containing her laughter. "Lily and Ethan had the landlord banging on their door this morning. They're behind on rent." I leaned back in my chair, a smile growing across my face. "Oh, how far behind?" 3 months, she answered. "They're trying to act like it's no big deal, but you can tell they're struggling." It was rather poetic actually. The life they had so proudly built on betrayal was collapsing under the weight of their own conceit. Meanwhile, I concentrated on my personal life. My income had increased dramatically after the divorce, and I was busier than ever with new initiatives and opportunities. I put myself into my work, creating something genuine and long-lasting, while Lily and Ethan struggled with their hollow love. Then, unexpectedly, Lily reached out. She texted me one evening, pretending to be pleasant. "Hello Derek. I hope you are doing well. I just wanted to check in and see how things were going for you." I glanced at the message for a time, unsure whether to answer. I could sense the underlying desperation in her remarks. She was not checking in. She was fishing. Nonetheless, I chose to play along. "Things are going well, Lily," I said. "Business is growing. How about you?" Her reaction arrived shortly. "Oh, Ethan and I are doing fine. We're making do with a limited budget." I nearly laughed. Managing. That was being generous. The real kicker arrived a week later. I was leaving a client meeting when I noticed Lily waiting outside the building. She looked different, tired, worried, and nowhere near as put together as she once was. "Derek," she said, her voice filled with something I hadn't heard from her in years: uncertainty. I approached her, adopting a neutral attitude. "Lily, what brings you here?" She hesitated and fiddled with the strap of her purse. I wanted to talk. Things have been tough lately, and I thought maybe we could catch up." Catch up? I knew precisely what she wanted, but I wasn't going to make things easy for her. "I'm a little busy," I said. "But I hope things improve for you." She tried a grin, but I could see the fissures underneath. As I went away, I couldn't help but feel satisfied. This was karma at its best. Lily and Ethan thought they were trading up, but they didn't comprehend the cost of their decisions. Now they were trapped in a life they couldn't afford, fighting to maintain appearances as the walls closed in around them. What is the best part? I didn't need to lift a finger. They had done this to themselves, and I was pleased to see from afar while they harvest what they had sowed. Their pristine little world was collapsing, and I hadn't even begun my payback yet. The thing about retribution is that it does not always have to be loud. Sometimes the sweetest successes are those that require no words. Simply tell the truth, and the outcomes will speak for themselves. This is exactly what I did. I was prospering as I watched Lily and Ethan's carefully created fantasy existence dissolve while they were preoccupied with maintaining their beauty. My work had taken off in ways I had not anticipated. Deals were closing left and right, and my annual revenue had risen to more than $533,000. I was not only doing well, I was blossoming. But I kept it secret. There was no need to boast about my success. Lily had already discarded me as the unproductive man, and I was content to let her believe that. Why correct her when her ignorance worked so well in my favor? Instead of focusing on them, I directed all of my attention inward. I updated my flat to a sleek, modern space in the middle of the city, reflecting my new existence. Floor-to-ceiling windows, sophisticated technology, and a stunning perspective of the skyline. It was a home made by my own efforts, free of the anger and treachery that had soiled the previous one. My days were packed with meetings, initiatives, and opportunities that kept me focused and involved. My nights were for me. I started going out more, reconnecting with old acquaintances and meeting new ones. Life felt lighter, more open, and full of possibilities. Of course, Lily was not entirely absent. Every now and then, I'd get a text or hear from common acquaintances about her and Ethan's latest problems: unpaid bills, disputes, and rising debt. Apparently, they attempted to throw a dinner party at the rental, only to have the electricity turned off in the middle of the evening because they had not paid the energy bill. "Derek," a friend said as they talked, "you should have seen it." Lily was mortified. Ethan tried to play it off like it was a mistake, but everyone knew what was really going on. I did not laugh, however. I simply nodded, letting the satisfaction flood over me. This wasn't about schadenfreude or pointing out their failures. It was all about balance. They had tilted the scales with their betrayal, and now life was balancing them out. One day, I ran into Ethan in a coffee shop. He appeared tired, his previously polished appearance replaced by something more unkempt. He didn't notice me at first, so I had a time to observe. He crouched over his laptop, his brow strained, scrolling through what appeared to be job postings. When he finally looked up to see me, his countenance changed. There was no smugness or bravado, only a glimmer of embarrassment. "Derek," he replied, standing awkwardly. "Ethan," I said calmly. "How's it going?" He hesitated, his gaze darting around as if looking for an exit. "Good, Just busy with work and all that. Work, huh? I asked, lifting an eyebrow. That's good to hear. He chuckled uneasily, but not with his eyes. Yeah. Keeping busy. You know how it is. I simply nodded, allowing the silence to stretch between us. He shuffled uneasily before muttered something about needing to return to his chores and quickly excused himself. That interaction revealed everything I needed to know. Ethan was struggling, and Lily's lovely new life was not as idyllic as she had thought. Lily's texts increased in frequency over the course of several weeks. They were vague at first, simply checking in or wishing you well. But I understood what they actually meant. She was testing the waters to see whether I would be willing to help her out. I ignored most of them. The handful I did react to were brief and courteous, leaving her with little to work with. Her texts quickly grew more blunt. Derek, I understand we've had our disagreements, but I could really use a friend right now. A friend? The irony was not lost on me. She had dumped me like yesterday's news, but now that her glossy new life was collapsing, she needed a lifeline. I didn't respond. Not out of spite, but because I owed her nothing. Lily had made her decisions, and she now lived with them. My silence spoke volumes. While she and Ethan struggled to keep their heads above water, I soared. Opportunities kept coming. My investments were thriving. My life was full with tranquility and purpose. I did not need to confront Lily or Ethan. I didn't have to rant, accuse, or demand apologies. My achievement, my happiness, was my revenge. And the best part? They were fully aware of this. They saw it in every ignored message, every rumor about my success, and every interaction in which I left with my head held high as they hurried to pick up the pieces. It wasn't simply about getting even. It was about showing to myself that I could rise above everything. And I had, quietly, boldly, and totally. Lily and Ethan's downfall did not involve an explosion. It was a slow, crumbling disaster of their own making. I watched it unfold from afar, hearing bits and pieces from common connections and seeing the occasional social media post. Each fresh update provided a clearer picture. They were drowning in their own arrogance, and the water was rising rapidly. At first, Lily attempted to maintain appearances. She continued to share photos of herself and Ethan at fine restaurants, trips that appeared far more luxurious than they were, and snippets of their idyllic life. But the cracks were beginning to appear. Dinners grew less regular, vacations were non-existent, and the grins in their images appeared forced. Then came the murmurs. People began to notice that Lily was no longer as put together as she once was. Her once perfect hair and fancy clothes were being replaced by more affordable alternatives. Ethan, the ever-flashy showman, was now reusing clothing he'd barely worn once. It wasn't long before the rumors evolved into direct updates. One day, a mutual friend called and told me the news. "Derek, you'll love this," she remarked, hardly holding back her laughter. "Lily and Ethan are in some deep trouble. Apparently they're months behind on their rent." I lifted an eyebrow in surprise, but not shock. "Rent? I thought they owned that house." "Not even close," she replied. "They've been renting it this whole time. Word is they're on the verge of being evicted." I gave a tiny chuckle. It was poetic justice, really. Lily had battled so hard to get that house in the divorce, only to discover she couldn't afford to retain it. The financial woes did not end there. Another buddy reported that Ethan was laid off from his work. He was still appearing to have everything under control, but it was evident that he was struggling. Lily, for all of her concerns about me not working, had never worked a real job. Their idyllic life was crumbling under the weight of rising debt and a lack of income. One evening, when I was sipping coffee and scrolling through emails, Lily texted me. "Derek, I really want to talk to you. It's important." I glanced at the message for a long time before typing my response. "Is everything okay?" Her reply came almost immediately. "Not really. Ethan and I are going through a hard stretch, and I was hoping you might help. Just a small loan to see us through." "A loan from me?" I couldn't stop laughing at the irony. She'd abandoned me, mocked me, and flaunted her new relationship with Ethan, and now she wanted my aid. "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, "but I'm afraid I can't help. I'm confident you will figure it out." Her response was delayed this time, and I could almost feel her frustration through the screen. "Derek, please, just once. You don't need to make it a huge issue." I did not bother answering. There was nothing left to say. Lily and Ethan had made their bed and were now lying on it. The next piece of news arrived a week later. Lily and Ethan had been officially evicted. The landlord, evidently tired of their excuses, had given them a strict deadline, which they had failed to meet. They were compelled to move into a small, dilapidated apartment on the outskirts of town. "Derek, I wish you could see it," the same mutual acquaintance said on the phone. "It's such a far cry from the life they were pretending to have. Lily's barely holding it together, and Ethan looks like he's aged 10 years. I did not gloat. I did not need to. Their failure was not because of me. It was about the implications of their own decisions. Lily had given up a life of security and support for a fantasy that couldn't endure reality. And Ethan, well, he was getting exactly what he sowed. However, the most telling indicator occurred during another unexpected encounter. I ran into Lily at a grocery shop, with her basket full of store-brand necessities. She looked up, noticed me, and froze. "Derek," she murmured with a trembling voice. "Lily," I responded, keeping my tone calm. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. She appeared defeated. The confident, cocky lady who had requested a divorce and boasted about her affair was nowhere to be found. "I hope you're doing well," I murmured, breaking the stillness. She nodded hurriedly, her gaze slipping away. "You too," she said, wheeling her cart down the aisle. As I watched her walk away, I couldn't help but experience a peculiar spectrum of feelings. Satisfaction, definitely, but also sorrow. Lily made her decisions, and they led her here. This was the life she had battled so hard to build, and now she was locked inside. I did not need to say or do anything to make her regret her actions. Life has already taken care of it for me. And as I walked out of the store that day, I realized that karma doesn't always require a push. It simply takes time. Everything quickly came to a head. I knew what was coming. It was inevitable. People like Lily and Ethan do not handle repercussions well. When their carefully crafted facade of prosperity begins to disintegrate, they lash out, looking for someone to blame, or someone to save them. One morning, while I was wrapping up a client conversation, my phone lit up with a number that I hadn't stored. But I knew it. Lily. For a moment, I pondered letting it ring out, but curiosity got the best of me. I picked up, keeping my voice quiet. "Derek speaking?" Her voice was tight, about to snap. "Derek, we need to talk." I sighed and leaned back in my chair. "About what, Lily?" There was a pause, as if she was searching for the appropriate words. "About everything. About Ethan. About us." I raised an eyebrow, but she couldn't see it. "Us. The nerve of this woman. Lily, there is no us. That ended the day you handed me divorce papers. What's this really about?" She paused again, her voice lowered. "We're struggling, Derek. Things haven't been easy since everything happened. I just thought maybe we could talk. Maybe you could help." Help. There it was. The true reason she called. "Help with what?" I inquired, pretending ignorance. "Financially," she conceded, her tone tinged with forced humility. "Just a loan to get us back on our feet." I couldn't help but laugh. "Lily, you left me because you thought I wasn't good enough, that I didn't work hard enough or make enough money for you. And now you want me to fix the mess you made?" Her voice tightened, and defensiveness crept in. "You don't understand. Ethan and I just hit a rough patch." "A rough patch," I interrupted her. "Lily, you made your choice. You left me for Ethan, thinking he was the better option, and now you want me to clean up after you? Not a chance." She began to complain, but I stopped her. "You wanted to be free, Lily, free of me, free of my lack of ambition, so enjoy that freedom. I have no interest in being your safety net." I hung up before she could reply. The following interaction was not over the phone. It was in person. A week later, Lily arrived at my office unexpectedly. She appeared stressed, her previously polished looks transformed by something far more desperate. "Derek," she exclaimed, walking into my office despite my assistant's attempts to stop her. "We need to talk." I leaned back in my chair and folded my arms. "You've got 2 minutes. Make it count." She launched into a tirade about how horrible things had been for her and Ethan, how the world had treated them unfairly, and how she was only asking for a simple favor. "Lily," I quipped, "you made your decisions. You left me for Ethan, thinking you were upgrading your life. How's that working out for you?" Her face reddened with rage and shame. "Derek, I know I hurt you, but you don't have to be so cruel. I thought you were better than this." "Better than this?" I asked, laughing. "You thought I was a failure, Lily. You thought I wasn't good enough. Now you're here begging me for help because your perfect life isn't so perfect after all. I owe you nothing." Just then, as if the world wanted to emphasize the point, Ethan came in. He must have followed her since his timing was too good to be coincidental. He appeared even worse than Lily, unkempt, agitated, and plainly out of his element. "Derek," he said, attempting to be nonchalant, but his voice was unsteady. "Can we talk man to man?" I rose up and walked around my desk to meet him. "Man to man," I repeated. "You mean the same way you talked to me while sleeping with my wife behind my back? Save it, Ethan." He winced, but pressed on. "Look, we made mistakes, but Lily and I are in a tough spot, and we thought maybe you'd be willing to help us out. Just a loan, something small." I shook my head and laughed again. "Unbelievable. You betrayed me, lied to me, and now you want me to bail you out? The audacity is impressive, I'll give you that." Ethan's cheeks flushed hot, and his hands balled into fists at his sides. "You don't have to be a jerk about it, Derek." I moved closer, my voice low but forceful. "I don't owe you anything, Ethan. You made your bed, now lie in it." Lily reached out and pleaded. "Please, Derek, we're desperate." I turned to her and spoke calmly but coldly. "Desperation doesn't erase betrayal. Lily, you both made your choices, and now you're living with them. This conversation is over." Without saying anything, I moved to the door and opened it, beckoning for them to leave. They stayed there for a moment, shocked, before moving out, their heads lowered. As the door shut behind them, I felt a sense of completion. They felt they could influence or shame me into assisting them, but I was no longer the man they thought they knew. This was not simply about vengeance. This was about standing strong, recognizing my worth, and refusing to let those who had failed me bring me down. And as I sat back at my desk, I couldn't stop smiling. They thought they had broken me. Instead, they'd freed me. The beauty of treachery is that it has the ability to turn on itself. Ethan and Lily felt they could escape the mess they had made by banding together. However, the gaps in their relationship began to widen into full-blown fractures. It was almost lyrical to see them crumble beneath the weight of their own choices. The first indication came from a mutual acquaintance, Naomi, who always seemed to have her ear to the ground. She called me one afternoon, her voice full of gossip. "Derek, you're not going to believe this," she told him. "What now, Naomi?" I responded, amused by her dramatic tone. "It seems Ethan has been, how should I put this, seeing someone else." I laughed, a genuine belly laugh that I hadn't had in a while. "Seeing someone else? Are you serious?" "Dead serious," she remarked. "Apparently Lily caught him texting another woman, some young thing from his new job, if you can believe it." I shake my head. The irony was so thick, I could taste it. Ethan, the man who had betrayed me and Lily, was now betraying her in the same way. Karma did not simply catch up with them, it ran them over. The fallout was fast. Lily, who had always been cocky and confident, was now caught off guard. According to what I heard, she confronted Ethan in a very public setting, screaming at him in the middle of a cafe. He tried to brush it off, Naomi explained, loving every detail. Said it wasn't a big deal, and Lily completely lost it. She threw her coffee at him. I could almost see it. Lily, the same lady who once boasted about leaving me for a better man, is now down to tossing lattes in public. It seemed almost too good to be true. But it did not end there. The woman Ethan had been texting was not a casual affair. He'd met her at his new work, and she was everything Lily wasn't: young, reckless, and uninterested in settling down. Ethan, being the impetuous moron he was, convinced himself that she was worth sacrificing everything for. Lily, of course, did not take the treachery calmly. She sought explanations. I demanded that Ethan clean up the mess he'd created. But Ethan was Ethan, and repairing things was never his strong tea. Instead, he doubled back, blaming Lily for their financial problems and accusing her of being overly demanding. Their disputes were the buzz of the town. Neighbors reported hearing yelling battles late at night. More than one friend described unpleasant occasions in which Lily burst into tears in the middle of a conversation. Ethan eventually moved away, leaving Lily in their filthy flat with no method of paying the rent. She contacted me again during this period, her voice quivering with rage and desperation. "Derek," she began, without bothering with pleasantries. "You were right about Ethan. He's a liar and a cheat, and I can't believe I trusted him." I leaned back in my chair and let her rant. I could have given her sympathy or said something conciliatory, but where was the fun in that? "Lily," I replied after she paused for breath. "You made your choice. You chose Ethan over me, thinking he was the better man. How's that working out for you?" She remained silent for a moment. On the other end of the line, I could hear her breathing heavily. Finally, she murmured, "I don't need your lectures, Derek." I need your help. No, I responded firmly. What you need is to learn to live with the consequences of your decisions. She hung up with me after that. According to what I learned later, Ethan did not return. He moved in with his new girlfriend, who soon found he was just as unstable as Lily. Last I heard, he was couch surfing, unable to maintain a job or a relationship. Lily, on the other hand, was left to pick up the pieces of her broken existence. She had no work, no funds, and no one else to turn to. Her family had grown bored of her incessant drama, and even her friends had begun to drift apart. The life she had fought so hard to create with Ethan had crumbled to ash. And I didn't have to move a finger. Karma had completed all of the work for me. There's a certain thrill in knowing that people like Lily and Ethan will eventually destroy themselves. They believe they are cunning, that they can deceive and betray their way to happiness. However, life has a way of humbling them. And while they were fighting, I was thriving. My work was booming, my life was tranquil, and my future seemed brighter than ever. They say that living well is the best form of payback, and by that standard, I had won. The odd thing about hitting rock bottom, when you're the one betrayed, humiliated, and rejected, is that you realize how resilient you truly are. For me, divorce was not the end. This was the beginning. A new start camouflaged as catastrophe. Lily and Ethan had destroyed the bridge behind them, but I was already constructing a better one ahead. Following the divorce, I made a pledge to myself that I would not let their betrayal define me. I'd soar beyond it. Not for retribution, but for my own peace. And this is exactly what I did. The first stage involved investing in myself. I updated my apartment to a beautiful penthouse in the city center. Floor-to-ceiling windows, simple furniture, and a vista that reminded me every day of how far I had come. It wasn't simply a place to live. It was a statement, a representation of my new existence. My formerly solid career began to flourish in unexpected ways. Freed from the stress of Lily's incessant criticisms and Ethan's backstabbing, I refocused on my work. Clients noticed. New contracts flowed in. My annual income has surged, reaching $513,000 and growing. Then there were unexpected chances. My skill and reputation in my profession resulted in lecture engagements, collaborations, and investment opportunities. Every accomplishment seemed like a tiny win, a reminder that I was more than the man Lily had dismissed. Socially, I started rebuilding as well. Old acquaintances who had drifted apart over the years reconnected. New friends entered my life. People who valued me for who I was, rather than what they could get from me. I began attending events, networking with like-minded people, and even taking the odd weekend trip for fun. However, the most major alteration was internal. I learned to value myself in ways I hadn't previously. For years, I had devoted so much work to keeping Lily happy, attempting to match her unreasonable expectations, that I had lost sight of my own worth. Now I was reclaiming it. Therapy was also helpful. I won't pretend I did anything on my own. Talking to someone objective, someone who could help me comprehend the betrayal and ongoing anger, was priceless. My therapist once told me, "Derek, you're not responsible for other people's decisions, you're only responsible for how you react to them." Those words became my motto. Then there was my creative side. I had always dabbled in writing and photography, but now I had the time and energy to pursue both properly. I established a blog, which is half personal journal, part professional thoughts, and it soon gathered traction. People connected with my tale of rebuilding, of turning suffering into progress. Every now and then, I heard rumors about Lily and Ethan. Their downhill fall had become something of a cautionary tale in our former circle of acquaintances. The latest reports were always the same: more debt, drama, and remorse. Derek, a mutual acquaintance, once commented over coffee, "I don't know how you're so calm about all this. If I were in your shoes, I'd be furious." I shrugged. What's the point? They're living their karma. I don't need to add to it. And it was true. Watching them struggle while I succeeded was not only pleasant, but also liberating. I didn't need to seek vengeance or harbor anger. I was too busy living happily. However, there were times of introspection. Late at night, peering out at the city lights from my penthouse, I'd reflect on everything I'd gone through: betrayal, heartache, and wrath. It had not been simple to move on, but I had done so. In the process, I discovered a side of myself I didn't know existed. Stronger, wiser, more confident. Life continued to throw problems at me, as it always does. But I approached each one with clarity and resilience that I had never experienced before. Losing Lily and Ethan was awful, but in retrospect, it was the best thing that had happened to me. They didn't just leave, they had released me. Every day seemed like progress. I was not simply surviving, I was thriving. And the best part? I did not need anyone's approval to prove it. I had created a life I was proud of, surrounded by people who appreciated me and full of exciting chances. My universe was brighter, larger, and better than anything Lily or Ethan could have dreamed. And as far as I was concerned, the chapter with them had over. This was my story now, and I was writing it just the way I wanted. My parents say I'm a bad daughter because I won't force my husband to rehire my brother, who was fired for theft after I helped him get the job. I, a 34-year-old female, grew up in a family-oriented household where everyone is expected to go above and beyond for one another. My parents have always regarded my younger brother, Liam, 29, as the golden kid. Growing up, if Liam got into trouble, I was the one who had to repair it. He crashed my bike when I was a youngster. I was chastised for allowing him to ride it and then given my stipend to help pay for repairs. He failed a class at school. I was urged to tutor him every day, even if it meant canceling my own plans. You get the picture. I became the unofficial cleanup crew for Liam's mess. I adore my brother, but he is reckless, charming when he wants something, and never willing to face repercussions. Meanwhile, I worked hard to establish a steady lifestyle. I went to college, obtained a decent job, and eventually married my spouse, Dan, 36, a male. Dan is amazing, patient, honest, and really hardworking. He began working for his company more than a decade ago and has worked his way up to management. It's not a large organization, but it is a renowned mid-size company in the technology hardware market. Dan leads a team that handles inventory and logistics for high-end electronic equipment. He takes his profession and the recommendations he makes very seriously. Over the years, my parents have had no qualms about asking me for various favors for Liam, such as money for his car repairs or a place for him to crash. We let him stay in our guest room for a short time last year after he ended his relationship with a woman. You name it. They always phrase it as, family helps family. For the most part, I attempted to help when I could, but as I grew older, I also began to place some soft boundaries. I quit lending money after one too many loans that never came back. For example, my folks didn't take it well. Cue the guilt trips about how wealthy I am while Liam struggles, and how I owe it to my family to share the good fortune. It is exhausting, to say the least. Latest request. Liam lost his job again a few months earlier. He has a poor employment history, with brief stints in retail and warehouses. My parents called, not so quietly implying that Dan could get a job for Liam at his company. They discussed how Liam simply needed someone to give him a chance, and how I could stand up for family by asking my husband to do so. I was quite hesitant. As you may already be aware, combining family and business may go tragically wrong. But Liam begged me as well, saying he'd truly straighten up if he had a decent employment opportunity. He promised he'd be responsible and make me proud. I'll admit that I felt for him. He seems earnest and desperate. After weeks of persuasion and seeing my brother almost on his knees, I surrendered. I spoke to Dan. Dan was skeptical, but he agreed to help. He was able to obtain Liam an entry-level position on his team, primarily processing inventory records and assisting in the warehouse. It was not flashy, but it paid well and offered benefits, and that was the foot-in-the-door opportunity Liam had been longing for. Dan made it plain to both me and Liam that suggesting him meant he was taking a risk. If Liam made a mistake, Dan's reputation would suffer. I assured my husband that I understood, and I genuinely believed that my brother would step up, at least this time. For the first month or so, everything seemed fine. According to what I've heard, Liam arrived on schedule and was still learning the ropes. My husband would give me courteous short updates, such as, "Your brother is doing fine." I breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that this time the risk would pay off. Okay, so much for that. Not long after Liam completed his 3-month probation, all hell broke loose. The night Dan returned home was unusually silent. He sat me down and explained that there had been an incident at work with Liam. My stomach sank. Dan then revealed that a couple of high-end graphics cards, each worth a small sum, had gone missing from the inventory cage. These are high-tech components that their company supplies. It's a significant loss. They reviewed the security footage and discovered my brother attempting to sneak the goods out of his backpack. Liam attempted to steal expensive equipment from the warehouse and was caught red-handed on camera. I felt humiliated. According to Dan, when confronted by management, Liam initially tried to pretend that he believed them were trash, which was plainly a phony argument. Who would put brand new, unopened electronics in their own bag if they thought they were trash? Then he started begging, saying he needed money and planned to sell them. It was just a disaster. The corporation, like every reasonable organization, has a zero-tolerance policy against theft. Dan stated that HR was involved, and Liam's employment was terminated on the spot. Dan informed me that Liam had been dismissed and escorted out earlier that day. Here's when things get even more difficult. That evening, once I received the news, my phone flooded with calls from my parents. I was hardly processing my own amazement and rage when I responded. A big mistake. My parents were furious at me. Liam apparently ran directly to them after being sacked, claiming that he was wrongly punished for certain lost items. They either believed him or pretended they did. The debate swiftly devolved into them demanding that I remedy this. I tried to explain to them that Liam was captured on camera, and that it was entirely his fault. They would not hear it. My father stated something along the lines of, "Your husband should have protected his own family. Who cares about a couple gadgets? Family comes first." I was stunned. I contended that Dan helped by giving him a chance, and it was Liam who squandered it. Mom began crying, telling me that I should persuade Dan to give Liam his job back since he will struggle again, and it will be partly my fault for not guiding him. She genuinely suggested I should have prevented this, as if I was my brother's keeper. I made it clear to them that I would not ask Dan to risk his reputation by rehiring someone who had essentially stolen from the organization. I stated that Liam is an adult and must face with the consequences of his actions. Well, that triggered an explosion. My mother sobbed even harder, saying I was harsh and merciless to my own brother. Dad practically hissed that I was betraying my family for my spouse, and that I needed to remember where my loyalty should be. It turned into a screaming match, with them accusing me of turning my back on my brother. I ended up yelling back that Liam had done this on himself, and I was not going to cover for him. Dad then issued me an ultimatum. Either I convince Dan to rectify this, reinstate my brother, or find him another job in the company, or I shouldn't bother phoning or coming home. He said, "If I don't help my brother in his time of need, I'm not a good daughter or sister." I was flabbergasted. In the heat of the moment, I shouted something along the lines of, "If that's how they feel, then so be it," and hung up. That was a few days ago. I haven't communicated with my parents or Liam since. After I calmed down, I texted my brother, basically telling him I couldn't help him and wondering what he was thinking. He hasn't answered, but he did post a vaguely theatrical message on social media about backstabbers and family that doesn't support you, which I believe is meant at me. Now I am torn. My upbringing instilled in me that family is everything. I'm sorry things have gotten to this point. A part of me wonders if I should have tried harder to reason with Dan or his company, even though there's little possibility they'd rehire a convicted crook. Another part of me is mad with my brother for being so stupid, and at my parents for expecting me to miraculously fix it. My hubby is totally on my side. He claims that Liam will never be able to or should be able to reclaim his work, and that my parents are wrong to place this burden on me. I know he's correct logically, but the guilt and second guessing are eating at me because I essentially aided the entire situation by getting him the position in the first place. Did I set him up for failure? So, Reddit, am I the one who refused to urge my spouse to rehire or ignore my brother's theft? Edit. For clarity, many people are wondering why the company did not file charges. Trust me, I was also bracing for that. Dan advocated for my brother, which is the only reason he is not facing criminal charges. Dan was outraged with Liam, but he persuaded his superiors to simply terminate Liam and not notify the police. I believe it was partly out of loyalty to me, and because he didn't want me to cope with the consequences of a family arrest. It was a one-time kindness gesture. Despite knowing this, my parents continue to believe that Liam is the victim in this situation. That's strange. Update 1. Thank you Reddit for all of the responses to my initial article. I'm honestly astounded by how much attention it received and how kind and frankly honest everyone was. It's been a few days since I posted, and I've had time to process things. Reading the comments was eye-opening. Many of you pointed out how absurd it is for my parents to expect me to cover up an actual theft, and that this enabling behavior has most certainly been ongoing for a long time. That truly struck me because it is true. This dynamic did not arise overnight. I was lying awake last night remembering another occurrence from years ago. When Liam was in his late teens, he was caught shoplifting in a mall. Instead of confronting him with the consequences, my parents mediated the situation through the store. They knew the owner, therefore no charges were brought. I begged them to let Liam face the consequences so he might learn. Of course they wouldn't. He received a token penalty at home, including a week of grounding, which was subsequently pushed under the rug. They even informed our families that it was a misunderstanding. Liam learned nothing from the experience except that Mom and Dad were always there to help him out. That was one of the first times I knew my parents would manipulate reality to protect him. Anyway, your remarks left me with a lot to think about. The verdict was overwhelmingly not what I expected, but I needed to hear from neutral people. You all also helped me see how much my family's toxic dynamic has pushed me into this fixer role. Many of you said, if you keep catching your brother when he falls, he'll never learn to pick himself up. I'm taking it to heart. To address some popular queries, how did this affect Dan's job? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. There was some blowback. I asked Dan if he had gotten in trouble for endorsing Liam. He admitted he had an extremely awkward conversation with his superiors. Essentially, he had to repent for vouching for someone who later stole and commit to be more cautious about referrals. It was embarrassing for him. I feel terrible. He put his neck out to help my brother at my request, and it burned him. Dan, being the sweetheart he is, does not blame me, but rather Liam. But I still feel bad since my family brought him into this situation. Does your sibling have a history of such behavior? Aside from the shoplifting case above, I believe so. He's been fired from at least one prior job before. At the time, my parents said that the manager was out to get him. But knowing what I know now, I wouldn't be shocked if Liam also played a role in the firing. My parents have a habit of minimizing or concealing his mistakes. It was as if they were training me to see him as blameless, so that I would continue to assist. Have your parents always been so biased, enabling? Oh sure. My parents have continuously enabled Liam, placing the onus on me to be the responsible one. If he messed up, I was supposed to correct it or cover for him. This trend dates back a long time and it appears to have not changed even now that we are grown-ups. So, here's what I've done since my first post, owing in large part to your recommendations. Many commenters asked me to be firm and establish clear boundaries. Some even suggested considering limited contact or no contact if my parents continue this behavior. That thought is difficult for me. As dysfunctional as things are, the prospect of losing my parents and brother completely is terrible. But I know I can't continue living under their thumb. I have not officially declared no contact or anything. I sent my folks a beautifully crafted email. I took a day to draft it because I wanted to be firm, yet calm. In the email, I emphasized my love for them and Liam, but what they're asking of me is incorrect. I emphasized that I cannot and will not ask Dan to compromise his career by rehiring Liam or finding him a new position. I emphasized that Liam's choices have repercussions, and that this is his responsibility, not mine or Dan's. I also emphasized that I will not participate if they only intend to throw insults or ultimatums. Basically, I informed them that I'm willing to discuss, but not if they continue to be abusive or expect me to perform miracles. I sent the email the day after my post went up. So far, no reaction. I know they witnessed it. I received a read receipt, which is one of the benefits of working in an extremely detailed workplace. Their silence is quite telling. It feels like they're using the silent treatment to punish me for not obeying. It sucks, but I'm bracing myself. I also tried to reach out to Liam. I texted him. I'm here if he wants to talk about what happened or needs advice, but I can't undo what he did. He did not respond. Instead, he shared another cryptic social media message about false individuals and those who prioritize others over themselves. He also uploaded a pathetic selfie with the comment, "Betrayed by those closest to you." It's so dramatic that I would chuckle if it didn't hurt. I see the silence as a sign. They're most likely waiting for me to break down and apologize. Old me definitely would have by now, but after hearing all of your points of view, I know that holding firm is the appropriate thing to do. I have not blocked anyone. I want to leave the door open for courteous communication, but I refuse to pursue them. One other thing, some of you strongly recommended treatment, both for myself to unlearn this guilt and conditioning, and for Liam, though he wouldn't go until pushed. I took the initial step and began searching for a therapist for myself. I haven't found the proper fit yet, but thanks for the push. That is where things stand. A tight impasse. I'm standing firm, taking care of my mental health as best I can, and hoping that time will bring my parents and brother around. I won't lie, a part of me still thinks they'll reach out willing to discuss rather than demand, but I'm not holding my breath. I'll keep you updated if anything changes. For the time being, I'm preparing myself for the long haul. Update 2. I wish I could say the impasse ended on a nice note, but alas. Silent treatment as a weapon is not new in my family. I remembered a time in high school when I defied my parents over something little. I refused to cancel our plans to tutor Liam. They retaliated by freezing me out for a week until I gave in. That was their strategy, remove affection and acceptance until I fell back into line. So, what about mom and dad's silence during the previous few days? Not surprising. I recognize the approach, and with my husband's and your support, I'm determined not to give in this time. However, it appears that my parents have far more ridiculous techniques than simply giving me the cold shoulder. Dan arrived home from work a few days ago, visibly agitated. He informed me that my father had phoned his company. Yes, my father emailed Dan's employer, essentially to protest about Liam's termination. In the email, Dad accused Dan of failing to defend his family and depicted Liam as a victim of an unfair company. He even claimed that the corporation overreacted and that Liam just took those products since he wasn't earning enough to survive. What? It was a flurry of guilt tripping. We're family, how could you do this? And minimizing. It was only a couple of gadgets, nothing major. I was absolutely ashamed. Fortunately, Dan's supervisor is smart. The employer called Dan only to say, "Please ask your father-in-law not to contact us again." He wasn't angry with Dan, but rather perplexed and little amused that my father thought a sob story would outweigh a theft. Dan apologized to his supervisor and told him that it would not happen again. I can't express how outraged I was. Who does this? Who tries to harass their son-in-law's workplace because they are upset that their other son faced consequences? This went too far. That night, I sent my parents another email, this one more shorter and angrier than the last. I told them not to interfere with Dan's job again. I told them that if they had any respect for me, they would stop immediately. I warned them that if they pulled another act like that, it would irreversibly ruin our relationship. Honestly, it could already be beyond repair. I sent it, then contacted my mother because I was too outraged to confront Dad directly. Mom responded. She sounded exhausted and sorrowful, as if I was pressuring them into these drastic measures. She added, "They only went behind my back because I refused to help your own brother." She then asked, "What were we supposed to do? Just let him suffer?" The conversation ran in circles. She insisted they had no choice because I refused to help. I continued telling her that what they did was utterly unacceptable. She reiterated Liam's precarious situation and how his parents are doing everything they can to help him. I pointed out that they always seem to expect sacrifices from me or Dan. It fell on deaf ears. I will admit that I lost my patience. I basically remarked that if they don't realize how messed up everything is, I'm not sure what else to say. So I hung up. We've gone back to silence since that call. No response to my irate email. No follow-ups. Just nothing. The next day, I received a snide text from my brother saying, "He yelled at Mom." Nice. I did not answer. It is irritating. He is letting our parents fight his battles and then seeming smug when I am furious. The lack of self-awareness is staggering. For the time being, my primary focus is on my own household. Dan has been nothing but helpful, and happily, his company considers the situation resolved after attributing it to a wayward family member. We spend our evenings quietly, and he constantly telling me I am doing the right thing. I must have asked him 20 times, "Am I really wrong?" And he would simply hug me and say, "No, you're right." I don't know what happens next. Maybe my parents will keep pretending I don't exist unless I bend. Perhaps another storm is brewing. Honestly, I'm prepared for anything. Update 3. I expected things to quiet down, but instead I got one last emotional roller coaster with my family. My mother has always had a softer touch than Dad. She dislikes open conflict and prefers to act as a mediator or guilt tripper. When I was younger, if I upset Dad, Mom would come to me later and say, "You know your father loves you, he's just disappointed." She would then pressure me to apologize or obey for the sake of the family. She's a quiet enabler, the type who will say, "Please do this for us," making you feel much guiltier than yelling would. A few days after my last update, Mom contacted me directly for the first time since the whole debacle. She left a voicemail stating that she wanted to talk and would come over alone if I agreed. I had mixed sentiments. Mom came over the next evening. Dan stayed home to provide support, but he allowed us privacy by hanging out in the backyard within earshot. When I opened the door and saw my mother standing there, fatigued and teary-eyed, I almost broke down. I hugged her, and we sat in the living room. She began by stating she missed me and regretted that we weren't talking. I told her I missed her, but she quickly eased into the same plea, saying, "This situation with your brother has gotten out of hand," and my father was beside himself with grief. She implored me to rethink assisting Liam, not necessarily getting him his former work back, but perhaps I could ask Dan if he knows of any jobs for Liam, or utilize my contacts elsewhere. Essentially, if I don't bring him back into Dan's firm, can I find him something else? She described it as a compromise. I listened, trying to remain cool. Then I gently but firmly told her, "Mom, I've tried to help Liam so many times. I got him the job, and he lost it because of his own actions. He has to face the consequences and find his own way now." I also expressed how hurt I was that they turned on me and Dan, especially with the work email stunt. Mom was in tears the entire time. She kept adding, "You don't understand how difficult it is for us. He's our son, and we can't just let him fail." I responded that I understand they love him, but protecting him from consequences just hurts all of us. I even applied some of the advice I received from you people about how protecting someone from failure ensures they never learn. She did not raise her voice or yell at me, she just grieved silently and said, "I'm so sorry it's come to this. I wish you could find it in your heart to forgive him and help him." That completely crushed my heart. I also started crying. I responded, "I don't want our family torn apart either, but I can't be the one to fix this. Not this time." For a moment, we simply held hands and cried together. I hope she now understands. But then she whispered, just above a whisper, "Your father says he won't speak to you until you make this right." I have no idea what to do. Then she inquired, "Is Dan really not willing to give him another chance? Just one more. Maybe in a different department?" That's when I realized she still hadn't understood what I was saying. All she could think about was me finding a magical solution for Liam. I shook my head and said, "No, Mom. Dan can't and won't do that. It's not about willingness. It's just not possible or fair. Liam burned that bridge." I reminded her that Dan had already gone to bat to avoid legal ramifications. If things had gone differently, Liam might have a criminal record. She nodded, but I doubt it sank in. Mom finally stated softly, "If you won't help at all, I don't know how to convince your father. He feels like you've turned your back on us." I was exhausted and choked up at this point. I corrected myself. "I'm sorry he feels that way, but I have to look out for my own family and myself too. I can't do what he wants." She looked at me for a long time and said, "We love you. I hope you'll reconsider." I led her to the door. We hugged again, both still crying. I told her I adored them and that my door was always open if they wanted to talk, as long as it wasn't about me repairing Liam's life. She nodded, but made no promises, and then departed. That was the last time I saw my mother in person. There has been no further communication since that visit. It seems uncomfortably unsolved. There was no breakthrough. They're still locked in their perspective while I'm stuck in mine. Dad has not contacted me at all. He appears to be holding firm until I correct the situation. Mom is sad, but will not overtly oppose Dad or the mission to save Liam. My brother has not contacted out either. I suppose he's simply lurking behind them and waiting. Following that encounter, I was in a state of sadness for the next 3 days. Thank goodness for Dan, who was there to embrace me while I sobbed. It is one thing to stand your position in a heated situation. It's another to witness your mother cry and remain firm. Final update. It's been a while since I last updated. I wanted to give it some time to see how things would settle. It's been several months, and I wish I could give a more positive resolution, but reality isn't a sitcom. The short version is that we are still estranged. My parents have not contacted me, nor have I contacted them in any meaningful way. We didn't even communicate during the customary family gatherings or holidays that passed, which was a first in my life. It was unfortunate to miss out on those traditions. I will not lie. I spent one holiday evening ugly crying on the couch because I was waiting for my mother's call, which never arrived. Meanwhile, I've learned a few things about my family through word of mouth. According to a cousin, my parents eventually found another employment for Liam. Apparently my father asked an old buddy for a favor to get Liam an entry-level position at another company. So my brother is currently employed. True to tradition, it appears that even when I'm not around, my parents continue to bail him out through connections. I hope he doesn't waste this opportunity. However, given history, I have some worries. Regardless, it alleviated one of my concerns, my brother's long-term financial struggles. He has a job. Whatever he does with it is entirely up to him. I've been focused on my personal well-being. I did eventually find a therapist and have been seeing him on a regular basis. It's been quite beneficial to talk about everything, the guilt, the rage, and the loss of practically losing my family, at least for now. My marriage, thankfully, is stable. If anything, this event drew myself and Dan even closer. We've had a lot of conversations about boundaries and the type of family environment we want if we ever have children. Dan has been my rock throughout all, reminding me that I am not cruel or heartless, that I have the right to set limits, and that I am not defined by my parents' approval. I honestly don't know how I would have made it through these months without his constant support and the validation from so many of you on Reddit. Do I still have hope for reconciliation? In a way, yeah. They're my parents and brother. I'll probably never give up hope that we'll be able to make things right. I'd love to have a relationship with them that isn't based on guilt and enabling, but I've realized that I can't change it. They would have to meet me halfway, and they have not demonstrated any willingness to do so thus far. Accepting this has been difficult, but it has brought me some peace. If they never return, I will be sad, but I will live. My door is still open if they ever chose to speak to me as a daughter rather than a resource to be exploited. Meanwhile, I'm doing the best I can with my life. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone who took the time to comment and provide me advice and moral support. I truly feel that without the perspective and encouragement I received here, I would have crumbled and caved in to my family's demands, as I always did. My family skipped my graduation for a ski trip, then called me 37 times demanding $4,800 for my brother. But I exposed him and ruined his future. My name is Rob, I'm 23 years old, and I've been the background child in my family since I can remember. Not the black sheep, but more like the unseen one. I was never the troublemaker, but neither was I the kid my parents brag about at dinner gatherings. That honor belongs to Daniel, my older brother. He's the golden boy. Charismatic, athletic, the type of person who can overlook someone's birthday and still make them smile at the conclusion of the talk. I was the quiet one, head buried in books, striving for accomplishments that didn't picture well on Facebook. Graduation day was supposed to be different. I'd worked for years to get here, endless late nights, part-time jobs, and extra hours to pay tuition gaps when scholarships weren't enough. I'd pictured that moment for years. The stage lights, my name being called, and my family in the audience roaring loudly enough for me to hear them over the applause. I even reserved them the nicest seats in the auditorium. But that morning I woke up to a text in the family group chat from my mother. "We won't be able to make it today, something came up. We'll celebrate soon." I sat there staring at my phone for a solid minute, thinking it was some kind of sick joke. I scrolled up to see if they'd clarified, but the next message came from Daniel. "We're heading to Aspen for the week, totally last minute. Can't wait." Mom responded a minute later with a series of skiing emojis. No apologies, no awareness that my college graduation, the first in our family, was in less than 4 hours. I didn't respond. I could not. My throat tightened, and the walls of my apartment seemed smaller. Part of me wanted to believe it was just a misunderstanding. Maybe they assumed my ceremony was later in the week, but they knew the date. I'd been discussing it for months. I issued them an official invitation from the institution, as well as a reminder, last week. They simply chose something different. I chose him. When I came to college, I tried to put it aside and concentrate on the present. Friends and classmates were present with their families, snapping photos, carrying flowers, and laughing in groups on the grass. I smiled when others praised me, but the pit in my gut continued to grow. Every time I looked toward the place where my family should have been, I only saw strangers. I persuaded myself it did not matter. I promised myself I'd remember the pride, not the empty chairs. Then my name was called. I stepped across the platform, shook hands, smiled for the photo, and then felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. It was my father. A text message said, "Come home immediately." There is no explanation, simply that. When I came off stage, I noticed the notifications piling up. "We missed 37 calls." The same message was repeated, "Come home now." I did not respond. Instead, I stared at the screen, my diploma in one hand and my phone in the other, wondering what was so necessary that my family, who had skipped my graduation for a ski trip, now asked that I drop everything and rush home. And as I stood there in the midst of the crowd, the clamor of joy all around me, I felt something change inside. A cold, calm knowing that whatever was waiting for me at home was more than simply something coming up. This was the beginning of something bigger. I didn't realize it at the time, but that day would forever separate my family's past and present. And I was about to discover how far the schism would go. When I returned to my apartment that evening, still wearing my graduation gown because I hadn't bothered to change, I discovered 3 more missed calls from my father, and 1 from my mother. No voicemail, no explanation. Simply the same 2 words. Come home. I sat at my modest kitchen table, which I bought secondhand when I moved out, and stared at my phone. I didn't hear from any of them during the ceremony. There were no congratulations, no photo requests, and not even a text to acknowledge the event. They were now treating me as if I had arrived late for an emergency about which I was unaware. Mom's message arrived an hour later. "Your brother needs you." It's important. No context, no questions about my well-being or how the ceremony went, just straight to Daniel. I could practically hear the tone behind it, which was the same as I had grown up with. In our household, Daniel's difficulties were familial issues. Mine was mine. If Daniel scraped his knee, the world came to a halt until he could get a bandage and a bowl of ice cream. If I sprained my wrist at the gym, Mom urged me to walk it off because she was busy. I realized early on that my function in the family was not to be cared for, but to be useful when someone else, usually Daniel, needed anything. I did not respond right away. I set my phone down and headed to the fridge to get something to eat, only to discover I had been too busy studying for finals to adequately grocery shop. I poured myself a bowl of cereal and sat there, reflecting on how Daniel had eclipsed every big milestone in my life. My high school graduation, he'd been discovered having a big party the night before, so everyone was talking about how much trouble he'd gotten himself into. When I started my first job, he damaged his automobile that same day. So, instead of applauding me, everyone in the family group chat started talking about insurance claims. Around 9 p.m., my phone vibrated again. My dad made a video call. Against my better judgment, I responded. Dad's face filled the screen, his look tense and impatient. Rob, finally, we've been calling you all day. I was busy, I replied bluntly. Graduating. He did not even acknowledge it. Daniel is in trouble. He needs you to come over tonight. Now. I didn't see it. What kind of trouble? Dad groaned as if I were being unreasonable. His credit cards are maxed out, and he can't pay the balance. He was counting on you to help. I looked at him. He counted on me. I didn't even realize this until 10 seconds ago. You're good with money, Dad replied, as if that clarified everything. You've been working all through school, saving up. Daniel wouldn't ask if it wasn't serious. My jaw was tightening. You skipped my graduation to go skiing, and now you're asking me to bail him out. It wasn't about skiing, Dad replied immediately. But I could see the ski lodge behind him in the video, with its wood-paneled walls and beautiful chandelier. Daniel had been stressed, and we thought the trip would help. You know, he's been under pressure lately, right? I said, my voice cold, and I guess I haven't been. Dad's demeanor changed, revealing that subtle flash of annoyance I'd seen my entire life. The unspoken message, don't make this about you. After I hung up, I sat there for a long time, staring at the blank wall opposite my couch. They didn't only miss my graduation, it was expected that I would willingly set aside my own life to clean up after Daniel. It has always been like way. When he failed a class in college, I was forced to do his assignments for one semester. When he ran up a tab at a pub, I was guilt-tripped into paying it back because family sticks together. But nevertheless, family never stayed with me. 2 days later, I received another call. This time from Daniel himself. He didn't bother saying hi. Hey, so when are you bringing the money over? I'm not, I said. There was a pause, followed by a laugh. Come on. Don't be like that. You've always helped me before. Yeah, I said softly. And you've never once shown up for me. Not for my graduation, not for anything. Why should I help you now? He scoffed. Wow. So, you're going to hold a grudge over some ceremony? You're being petty. The term petty struck harder than it should have. When I spoke up for myself, they would always say the same thing. They saw my boundaries as overreactions, not boundaries. By the end of the week, I'd received texts from every family member I could think of, including aunts, uncles, and my grandma. Everyone is telling me that some variation of Daniel is your brother. You can't just let him fail like this, and don't sacrifice family for money. No one addressed my graduation. Not one. The problem was, I hadn't even turned them down because of the money. I had said no because I was exhausted. I'm tired of being a safety net for a man who has never learned to stand on his own 2 feet. I'm tired of being invisible until they need me. And the more they pressed, the more I knew they didn't regard me as a member of the family in the same way they did Daniel. I was a resource, and a tool. What I didn't realize was that their pressure campaign was only getting started. The texts, calls, and subtle digs were all leading up to something much bigger, something they believed they could force me into. And they had no idea that as they pushed, I began to plan how I would push back. It wouldn't be long until they offered me the perfect justification, and once they did, there was no turning back. It was a peaceful Thursday morning when the actual blow came. I had just completed sending out a couple job applications for roles I'd been fantasizing of since college, when I received a call from my bank. The woman on the other end was courteous, but anxious. "Mr. Rivers, I just wanted to confirm a large transfer request we received from your account earlier today." I sat up straighter. "Transfer request? I haven't authorized anything." She read off the details. "Nearly $4,800 will be wired to a joint account in Daniel's name." My stomach sank. "Cancel it," I said quickly. "That's what I thought," she answered. "It was initiated online from an IP address registered at your parents' home. I didn't need a detective to put things together. My parents kept my old banking login from when I was in high school, and they insisted on keeping a check on things to ensure I didn't overspend. I had never updated the password since I trusted them not to use it without my permission. I suppose that faith was misplaced." I hung up the phone shaking, not from anger, but from the calm, bone-deep understanding that they had crossed a line I couldn't ignore. This was not a request for help. This was not even a guilt trip. This was stealing, pure and simple. And it wasn't just about the money. It was about how they felt entitled to take from me without asking, because in their opinion, it wasn't my mine to begin with. Before I could decide what to do next, my phone rang again. This time, Daniel texted, "Thanks for covering it, man. I'll repay you when I can." A winking emoji followed, as if it were a friendly joke between brothers. I didn't respond. My hands were too tight around the phone, white knuckles. I recalled every instance in which they had made me feel insignificant. Every time my accomplishments were overlooked. Every time I was told to be the bigger person, whereas Daniel got away with anything. It was evident that they didn't expect me to just pick up the pieces when he made a mistake. They felt I owed it to him. I called my mother. She responded cheerfully, as if nothing were wrong. "Rob, we were just talking about you. You should come by this weekend." "Did you authorize a transfer from my account?" I inquired, my tone colder than intended. There was a pause. Not the pause of someone perplexed, but the pause of someone deciding what reason to offer. "Oh, sweetheart, we knew you'd help your brother. He's in a tight spot, and we didn't want to bother you with the details while you were busy with school things." "You stole from me," I replied. Her tone sharpened immediately. "Don't be dramatic. We're family. It's not stealing when it's for someone you love." Something inside of me moved when I heard those words. For years, I allowed that perverted definition of love define how I was treated. But it struck me at that very time. Their idea of love was simply a term they used to justify taking anything they desired from me. I hung up before she could continue. The silence in my flat felt piercing, like if it had edges. My diploma was still lying against the wall where I had left it after graduation, unframed and unopened. As I glanced at it, I understood it was more than simply a piece of paper. It was proof that I had created something for myself despite them, despite being repeatedly disregarded, and despite being treated as a backup plan for their beloved kid. That night, I updated all of my passwords, including bank accounts and email. And as I did, I reflected about the 37 missed calls on graduation day, how they had made my milestone about Daniel's ski trip, and their entitled notion that my hard-earned money was theirs to take. They'd taken the opening shot. They made it plain that they would not respect any boundaries I placed, and I had a feeling they expected me to rage quietly before forgiving them as usual. They were mistaken because this time, they didn't only injure me. They'd given me a cause, the ideal reason to finally cease playing the character they'd assigned me. And, in the coming days, that rationale would serve as fuel for something unexpected. What I didn't realize was how far they were willing to push me before I acted. But I was going to find out. The next few weeks were like navigating through thick fog. I went through the motions, sending out job applications and attending a few interviews. But my mind was elsewhere. Every time I opened my banking app, I expected to see something more missing. I kept my phone on mute because I couldn't handle the incessant buzzing from family members, each with their own gentle reminder to let things go for the sake of family harmony. The story they were promoting was expected. Daniel was stressed. Daniel was suffering. Daniel did not aim to cause any harm. I was the chilly one for causing a fuss about it. The robbery had been reframed as a misunderstanding, and my resistance to give in was fueled by a grudge. It was surreal. I wanted to shout every time someone told me I was acting unfairly, but I didn't. I did not give them the satisfaction of hearing my frustration. Instead, I pulled back. I stopped attending Sunday dinners. I stopped answering phone calls unless they were from numbers I didn't recognize, in which case it was a job offer. I stopped checking the family group chat completely. When I eventually opened it one night out of morbid curiosity, I discovered a series of images from the ski trip. Daniel poses with his friends, holding champagne. There were laughing emojis and statements about enjoying life to the fullest. My graduation? Not a single photograph. Not one word. That hit harder than I'd like to admit. For years I tried to convince myself that if I worked hard enough and accomplished enough, they would perceive me differently, that they'd be as proud as they were of Daniel. But the truth was right in front of me. I could cure a sickness, but they'd still make it about him. My finances were tight right now. Graduation had already drained the majority of my savings, application fees, rent, and basic living expenses. And while the bank had reversed the transfer before it went through, there were still processing costs and a hold on my account for several days. I had to get by with what I had left. I skipped more meals than I cared to confess. My apartment felt colder and emptier. It was the first time in years that I felt completely alone. Not only are you alone, but you also lack the illusion of being supported. What is the worst part? My degree should have led to opportunities, but without any actual connections or family support, I was simply another resume in a pile. Every rejection letters was a reminder that I was now on my own, that if I fell, no one would catch me. Unless catching me implied stealing something from me. But here's the deal. In that silence, that isolation, a part of me began to awaken. I started keeping a tiny notepad beside my bed, recording everything that had happened since graduation. Every call, text, and manipulation. I began to reflect on the past, noting down instances that I had previously dismissed. When I read it all together, it was like watching a slow-moving train wreck. Patterns that I had previously ignored were now clear. I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it, but I knew I wasn't going to react on instinct anymore. I would not yell, I would not plead, I wouldn't try to persuade them to my side. That had never worked, and it never will. Instead, I planned to wait and watch while they continued to reveal me who they were. And when the time came, I'd have more than simply the determination to defend myself. I would have a plan. The thing was, they hadn't finished with me yet. And before I could put that plan into action, they were going to drive me further than I'd ever imagined. Far enough that I'd be forced to act. At first, the transformation was barely perceptible. I got a part-time research assistant position at a local firm. It didn't pay much, but it offered me enough money to cover rent without depleting my savings. More significantly, it was a foot in the door, a place where my abilities were valued and my work was not always overshadowed by someone else's appeal. My supervisor, Karen, complimented my report writing talents in front of the entire team, and I had no idea how to respond. I wasn't used to receiving public recognition that wasn't immediately followed by a "but Daniel" statement. Nobody compared me to a golden boy. Nobody discounted what I had done. I showed up, worked hard, and people noticed. It was odd and intoxicating in its own subtle way. Within 2 months the part-time job had become full-time. I was now earning enough to not only cover my expenditures, but also to begin rebuilding my savings. I updated my wardrobe with a few professional outfits. I began eating better, getting back in shape, and even joined a co-worker for early morning runs in the park. For the first time in a long time, I awoke each day feeling like my life was genuinely moving forward, without my family's permission or involvement at all. The social transformation occurred next. Derek, one of my co-workers, invited me to a young professional networking event. I almost did not go. The concept of networking made me think of phony grins and shallow chats. But I went anyhow, and to my amazement, I met people who were genuinely interested in what I did and the goals I was pursuing. In the following weeks, I made relationships, exchanged contact information, and even began attending industry mixers. It wasn't an overnight success, but it was consistent, clear growth. And the best part? My family had no idea. I did not make a post about it. I did not send updates. I learned to enjoy the solitude. Every accomplishment seemed like a card I was holding face down on the table, waiting for the ideal moment to turn it over. Financially, I began to pull ahead. By month 4, I had paid off the little debt from my final semester of school. By month 6, I had a growing emergency fund. Around the same time, Karen recommended me for a side consulting job with a startup. It was only a few hours per week, but the pay was more than generous, and it allowed me to practice abilities I hadn't used since my senior thesis. That gig led to another, and before long, I was earning more on the side than I did at my previous full-time job. I knew the version of me they were used to, the silent helper who says yes because it was simpler than fighting, would never have gotten this far. This was uncharted territory. I wasn't simply surviving anymore, I was gaining leverage. Still, I kept my cards near. When my mother called to see if I was doing well financially, I gave her the most generic answer possible. I'm fine. There were no details, no opportunities for them to assess how much they could handle. The less they knew, the fewer targets they could choose. But Daniel could not help himself. He began sending me casual messages again. How are things doing at work, man? Have any plans for the weekend? I realized what it was. A test of the waters. He'd done it previously after our disagreements, gradually returning to my life until he could beg for something. This time, I did not bite. I gave brief, courteous responses, nothing more. Nonetheless, I sensed something was stirring. Call it instinct. Call it years of observing how my family functioned. Their occasional texts had changed tone, polite, even kind, but with a staged quality. I wasn't sure what they wanted yet, but I could guess. Money, favors, or anything that benefited Daniel at my expense. They didn't know they were no longer dealing with the same person. I wasn't the broke, dependent college student they could manipulate with guilt trips. I had resources. I had contacts. And for the first time in my life, I had the ability to say no and have it stay. Still, I did not move first. I knew if I waited, they'd give me the perfect opportunity. They always have. And when that time came, I wouldn't just say no. I'd make it apparent to them in a way they couldn't ignore. The old version of me was gone for good. The moment I had been waiting for was closer than I expected, and when it happened, it was bigger and uglier than I could have imagined. It occurred on a rainy Tuesday evening, 6 months after I graduated. I was just leaving the workplace when my phone rang with an unknown number. The person on the other end presented himself as Mr. Carter, a senior partner in a medium-sized investment firm. "Rob, I've heard good things about you," he added, his tone professional. "Karen speaks highly of your work, and Derek mentioned you're excellent with financial structuring. We could use someone like you for a project we're taking on." I'd learned to put my excitement at bay, so I listened intently. The project turned out to be a complete portfolio restructuring for a local chain of boutique hotels. It wasn't simply a job, it was an opportunity to work directly with high-net-worth clientele and get my name in rooms I didn't even know existed a year ago. The sum they gave for my role exceeded my monthly wage at my usual job. I said yes. Over the next few weeks, I immersed myself in the task. It was demanding. Late evenings, numerous spreadsheets, and regular strategy meetings. But I was in my element. My input began to affect decisions. Jonathan Reeves, the chain's owner, took note. "You're not just good with numbers," he told me one evening during dinner with the project team. "You understand how people think. That's rare." I had no idea at the time, but Jonathan would prove to be one of the most valuable relationships I'd ever made. He had strong ties to the local business sector and was well known in circles that my family could only dream of entering. Throughout all of this, I was accumulating information. Not because I was deliberately plotting revenge, but because old habits die hard. I'd been keeping that journal updated with every petty comment from my family, every manipulative attempt, and every subtle investigation into my finances. But now, I had something extra. Through casual talks with family friends at networking events, it's surprising what people will share over a glass of wine, I discovered that Daniel had been attempting, but failing, to secure funding for a business venture. Apparently he offered a half-baked plan for a luxury sports club to numerous investors, but none of them would touch it. One remark stayed with me. "If he doesn't get someone to co-sign a loan soon, he's doomed. Your parents are quite concerned about it." I filed that away in the back of my mind. I knew my family well enough to notice the pattern emerging. At some point, they'd try to offer this sports bar as a family opportunity, twisting it as a way for me to help my brother's future. They'd press hard, present it as an investment, and possibly even try to guilt me by claiming it would bring the family together. And they'd presume I didn't realize how horrible Daniel's condition was. Meanwhile, my own standing steadily improved. When the hotel project was completed, Jonathan drew me aside. "You ever thought about starting your own consulting business? You've got the skills, and I've got contacts who'd hire you tomorrow." The concept sparked something in me. Within a month, I had completed the paperwork for my own little business. It was still just me and a laptop in my flat, but I had my first 2 clients before I completed building the website. By the conclusion of that quarter, I'd earned more than I had in a full year at my previous employment. I did not brag. I did not even hint about it to my relatives. I pretended I was still working a low-wage office job to survive. Every time Mom inquired, "How's work?" I'd respond with a vague, "Busy, but good," and shift the subject. The less they knew, the better. In private, however, I was working on something that would give me true power. Not only money, but choices. Options for saying no without fear. Options for walking away without losing anything. Options for fighting back if they crossed me again. And sure enough, that time arrived one Sunday afternoon, when I received an unexpected family dinner invitation. There is no justification given, only that we would love to see you. My instinct told me it wasn't about catching up. This was the setup. I was expecting it. What I didn't realize at the time was how far they were ready to go in order to entice me, or how flawlessly their plan would set up mine. On that Sunday evening, I strolled inside my parents' house with the peace that comes from knowing the finish of a narrative. The smell of Mom's roast chicken wafted from the kitchen, but the atmosphere in the living room was rigid and overly rehearsed. Dad sat in his recliner, hands folded, as if he were hosting a board meeting. Daniel sat on the couch, leaning back nonchalantly, but his eyes were a touch too bright. After the customary perfunctory greetings, Mom poured me a drink of water and added, "We're so glad you could make it. There's something exciting we want to talk about. A family opportunity." I nearly smiled. There it was. Daniel delivered his pitch, complete with printed brochures and a laptop presentation. He discussed the future sports bar, with high-end decor and specialty cocktails, as well as exclusive agreements with local breweries. He utilized terms like ground floor opportunity and guaranteed return. I listened, nodded periodically, and avoided interrupting. When he was finished, Mom leaned in with an expectant smile. "We've already got interest from a few investors, but we'd love to keep it in the family. We thought you could come in as a primary backer. It would be such a great way to bond." "Really?" I asked, maintaining a bland tone. "And how much are we talking about?" Daniel did not flinch. "150,000 to start. But you'd own 30%, huge upside, man." I placed down my glass and leaned forward slightly. "That's a big ask. So, just out of curiosity, have you told all your potential investors about the loan rejections?" The room became still. Daniel's smile wavered. "What?" "I mean the ones from First State Bank, Harborview Capital, and Westline Financial, the three that turned you down because your projections didn't add up." I kept my voice steady, but I noticed Mom's gaze shift to Dad. I just wouldn't want anyone to feel like they weren't getting the full picture. Daniel's jaws constricted. "I don't know where you're getting your—" I brushed him off with a shrug. "People talk, especially in business circles, and I happen to run in a few now." Dad attempted to salvage the moment. "Rob, this is your brother's dream. You're in a good position now. You could really help." That was my cue. I removed a folder from my backpack and placed it on the coffee table. Inside was a polished bound copy of my firm's portfolio, including clients, contracts, and revenue estimates. All authentic and impressive. "You're right," I replied. "I am in a good position. Good enough to know this isn't an investment, it's a bailout." Daniel's face turned red. Mom's mouth opened, and then closed again. "And here's the thing," I explained, my tone remaining cool. "I don't invest in people who steal from me. And before you say it wasn't stealing, let me remind you. I spoke to the bank. I know exactly who tried to pull money from my account after graduation." That landed like a stone in the water. Nobody moved. I stood and tucked the folder back into my bag. "From now on, I'm done being your safety net. I'm not your investor, your ATM, or your fallback plan. Whatever hole you've dug, you can climb out of it yourselves." I proceeded toward the door before pausing and turning back just long enough to twist the knife. "Oh, and Jonathan Reeves? He's a friend now. His company owns 3 of the city's busiest bars. When your pitch crosses his desk, and it will, you can guess how that'll go." Daniel didn't say anything. Mom seemed to want to speak, but Dad's hand on her arm kept her silent. I went without saying anything else, the rain outside sounding lighter than it had when I arrived. They'd come expecting the same old Rob, the one they could coerce into giving in. Instead, they received the version they had spent years developing without realizing it. The one who had figured out how to beat them at their own game. What I didn't realize until later was how terribly that one evening would unravel things for them. The consequences came faster than I had anticipated. 2 weeks after that supper, I received a text from an old neighbor. "Hey, just saw your brother at the bank." He looked enraged. "Did something happen?" That following day, I received an email from Jonathan Reeves that confirmed my suspicion. Daniel had indeed sent him a sports bar proposal. Jonathan hadn't simply declined. He had forwarded it to a few other major investors in the city, along with a brief professional note. Not financially solid. Proceed with caution. Daniel's ground floor opportunity was over in a matter of days. Word spreads rapidly in small company networks, and his name became synonymous with overpromising and underdelivering. Every lead had dried up. No bank would accept his calls. No investor wanted to meet. That alone would have been plenty. My parents' reaction, however, clinched the deal. Mom called me late one night, her voice tight. "Do you know what you've done? Your brother's future is ruined. We had to take out a line of credit on the house to cover his debts." I kept my voice even. I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped protecting him from the consequences of his own choices. There was silence on the line. I could practically hear her swallowing everything she wanted to say. She eventually spoke, softly but coldly. "You've changed." "Yes," I answered. "I have." I hung up. Over the next month, I maintained my distance. My consulting firm expanded, and I relocated to a larger downtown apartment with a skyline view that I'd desired since my freshman year of college. The few mutual friends I still had with my family started to quietly admit what I'd always known. The golden boy luster had worn off, and the cracks were visible. Daniel had gotten into conflicts with numerous of them following his failing business, blaming the market, bad timing, and even me. But nobody was buying it. I last saw him by accident. I was meeting a customer for lunch when Daniel strolled past the restaurant. He observed me through the window, slowed for a second, and continued going. No grin, no wave, just a man who'd learned the person he used to rely on had vanished for good. And for the first time in my life, I did not feel guilty. I felt free. Because they had taught me, in their own way, the most important thing I'd ever learned. When you stop allowing people to treat you as a safety net, you'll quickly discover who is capable of standing on their own. My twin arrived at my wedding in a white dress, claimed to be me, and tried to interrupt. When I confronted her, she cried, "I'm saving you." I, a 24-year-old female, seek advice on my twin sister Avery, a 24-year-old female, and whether I made the right decision in entirely cutting her off. My family thinks I was overreacting, but I can't get over what she did. Avery and I are identical twins. Growing up, everyone constantly commented on how different we were, even though we looked identical. I was the quiet one who enjoyed literature and painting, whereas she was boisterous and popular. Our parents always made sure we had different identities, but Avery never seemed to be content with that. Throughout high school, Avery copied whatever I did. If I joined the drama club, she would also join. If I started dating someone, she would suddenly find them interesting. When I was accepted to art school with a scholarship, she enrolled to the same program, despite having no prior interest in painting. She was also admitted based on her grades rather than her talent. At art school, I met Ryan, a 26-year-old male. He was in my sculpture class, and we connected over our mutual passion of making things with our hands. Ryan was unlike anyone I'd dated before. He remained calm, thoughtful, and genuinely interested in my job and ambitions. We started dating during our second year. Avery disliked Ryan right away. She would comment on how uninteresting he was and how I should do better. She would interrupt our chats whenever he came over to our shared apartment. She even began flirting with him in front of me, making both Ryan and I uncomfortable. After graduation, Ryan and I relocated to Portland together. Avery remained in our hometown and secured a position at a marketing agency. I could finally breathe after years. I recognized how much Avery's continual presence had changed me. I began creating art that was completely mine, without fear of her copying or condemning it. Ryan proposed to me 6 months ago on a weekend vacation to the coast. It was perfect and private. Just the two of us watching the sunset. When I contacted Avery to deliver her the news, she remained silent for a long time. Then she asked if I was sure I wanted to marry someone this young. She claimed I was rushing into things, and Ryan most likely wanted to lock me up before I discovered I could do better. I dismissed her comments and asked her to be my maid of honor regardless. She agreed, but I could tell she was unhappy about it. The trouble began immediately. Avery preferred to plan everything her way. She chose a dress type she knew I disliked and claimed it would look better on both of us because we were twins. When I tried on several outfits, she threw a fuss and thought I was being difficult. She also suggested alterations to the guest list, venue, and menu. Every idea was the reverse of what Ryan and I want. When I urged her to stop, she explained that she was only trying to help make my wedding better. 3 months ago, Avery paid us a weekend visit to discuss wedding plans. Ryan was out of town for work, leaving just the two of us. I felt it would be good to spend time with my sister like we did as children. On Saturday night, we were discussing centerpiece alternatives when Avery abruptly stopped talking. She looked at me strangely and said she had something important to tell me. She explained that she had been thinking a lot about my engagement and decided she couldn't watch me make such a terrible mistake. She told me Ryan was not the appropriate person for me and that I was settling out of fear of being alone. I inquired what she meant, and she replied Ryan was uninteresting and lacked ambition. She pointed out that he was still working at the same woodworking shop he started directly after graduation, but others his age were climbing corporate ladders. She thought I was too talented and intelligent to be tied down to someone who would limit me. I told her Ryan enjoyed his work and was going to start his own furniture business soon. She laughed and claimed it confirmed her point about him lacking genuine ambition. Then she uttered something that made my blood turn cold. She informed me she had been studying Ryan online and discovered certain issues that troubled her. When I questioned what she meant, she explained that she had seen him eating lunch with a woman from his workplace several times. I immediately recognized who she was talking about. Julia was Ryan's co-worker and friend. She was married with 2 children, and Ryan had mentioned having lunch with her and other co-workers several times. I told Avery about it, but she shook her head and said it seemed like more than friendship to her. Avery took out her phone and showed me images she had shot of Ryan and Julia in a restaurant. They were plainly enjoying a typical lunch chat, but Avery zoomed in and cropped the images to make it appear more intimate than it actually was. I looked at the images and understood that Avery had driven 3 hours to Portland to spy on my fiancé. She had followed him around and took photographs without his knowledge. The level of forethought and duplicity was staggering. When I asked her why she would do this, she broke down in tears. She claimed she loved me too much to let me wreck my life. She persuaded me to call off the engagement, saying we could return home together and start over. That was then I realized what this was all about. Avery was unconcerned about my pleasure. She was angry that I had a life without her. She couldn't bear the fact that Ryan and I were creating something together that didn't include her. I told her she had to leave immediately. She began crying louder and stated I had chosen a man over my own sister. She said that we were intended to stay together forever, and that I was breaking up our family. I packed her suitcases as she sobbed on my couch. When I handed them to her, she grabbed my arm and declared she would not be my maid of honor if I continued to behave like this. I assured her that was all right because she was no longer invited to the wedding at all. She left that night, and I haven't spoken with her since. I blocked her phone number and social media profiles. The next day I received calls from my parents, aunts, and several relatives. Avery had contacted everyone and informed them that I had kicked her out for attempting to help me. She claimed I accused her of lying and chose Ryan over family. My mother contacted me crying, saying she couldn't believe I'd treat Avery like this. She claimed Avery was simply looking out for me and that cutting her off was excessive. My father was quieter, but agreed that I should try to resolve matters with Avery. My extended family has taken sides. Some say I overreacted, while others understand why I was furious. But the majority believe I should forgive Avery because she is my twin, and we have always been close. Ryan has been sympathetic, but I can sense he is stressed about the issue. He offered to speak with Avery directly, but I declined. I don't want her anywhere near him or our relationship. The wedding is in 2 months and I keep receiving texts from family members asking if Avery will go. When I answer no, they look at me as if I'm the villain in the story. I've started questioning myself. Maybe Avery was genuinely trying to help in her own misguided way. Perhaps I was too harsh by cutting her off entirely. But every time I think about those images and the preparation that went into taking them, I become irritated all over again. Am I wrong to terminate my friendship with my twin sister over this? Should I try to reconcile before to the wedding? Update 1. I had not expected my post to receive so much attention, so thank you to everyone who commented. The majority of you reinforced what I already knew deep inside, which helped me remain strong when things grew worse. Much has happened since I last updated. My mother called 2 weeks ago and asked if she could come visit to talk about Avery. I consented since I assumed she'd come to see my point of view. When she arrived, she had Avery with her. They plotted this ambush together, hoping to force me to reconcile. I opened my door and found both of them standing there with bags, and I almost shut it. My mother quickly explained that they just wanted to talk and that Avery had something important to tell me. Avery was in tears before she even stepped inside. I welcomed them in but told them they couldn't stay in my house. They could find a motel if they planned to stay for more than a few hours. Avery instantly apologized. She admitted she had overstepped and apologized for following Ryan around. She claimed she was afraid of losing me and behaved out of panic. But then she said something that made me know she still had no idea what she had done wrong. She expressed her desire that I could forgive her error so that we could move forward and plan the wedding together. I asked her what error she was referring to. She agreed shooting the images was wrong. But she maintained her concerns about Ryan. She still believed I was rushing into marriage and Ryan was not ambitious enough for me. My mother nodded, saying Avery had excellent concerns concerning Ryan. She explained that they both wanted what was best for me. I asked my mother if she had seen the photographs Avery had taken. She responded yes, and that while Avery should not have followed Ryan, the images did raise some concerns about his relationship with another lady. I couldn't believe what I heard. I took out my phone and dialed Ryan, putting him on speaker. I urged him to tell my mother and Avery about Julia. Ryan stated that Julia was a friend and co-worker who had helped him organize a surprise for me. They had been meeting to finalize specifications for a bespoke jewelry box he was creating for our anniversary. He explained that he had been careful not to mention it around me because he wanted it to be a surprise. Then Ryan said something that made my stomach sink. He inquired if this was about the private investigator, as Julia had said that someone had been questioning both of them at work. Avery's face turned white. When I asked her what Ryan was talking about, she started crying again. It found out Avery had done more than merely take images. She'd hired someone to research Ryan and had been looking for dirt on him for months. The investigator had called Ryan's co-workers, including Julia, and inquired about his conduct and relationships. Julia told her husband about it, and they were both concerned that someone was stalking them. I looked at Avery and inquired how far she had traveled. She admits to conducting background investigations on Ryan and even calling his ex-girlfriend from college to inquire about their connection. My mother attempted to defend Avery by claiming she was only being thorough because she cared about me. She stated it was wise to know who you were marrying. I told both of them to go immediately. Avery began pleading, saying she would stop investigating Ryan if I would simply listen to her concerns. My mother told me I was being unfair, and that Avery had spent a lot of money to protect me. I stated I didn't care how much money Avery had spent on her infatuation. I informed them that they had 1 hour to pack and leave, or I will contact the cops. Ryan returned home from work early after they had left. He was frightened by the phone call and wanted to make sure I was all right. We chatted for hours about what Avery had done. Ryan informed me that the investigator had contacted his supervisor and other clients, inquiring about his work quality and personal life. His employer had pulled him away to see if he was in any legal problems. Ryan had felt perplexed and humiliated, but hadn't connected it to Avery until now. We also called Julia and her husband to apologize and explain what had occurred. They were relieved to finally understand why someone had inquired about them, but they were also disappointed that they had been drawn into family conflict. The next day my father called me. He claimed my mother had told him everything and he wanted to hear my side of the tale. My father remained silent for a long time after I told him about the private investigator and Ryan's co-workers' harassment. Finally, he denied knowing anything about it. He claimed my mother and Avery told him I was overreacting to some images, not that Avery hired someone to stalk my fiancé. My father apologized for not supporting me before. He claimed he would talk to my mother about Avery's behavior and attempt to explain why I was unhappy, but the harm had already been done. Our extended family had learned about the private investigator, and everyone was now taking sides. Some relatives believe Avery went too far, while others believe she was simply trying to protect her sister. My mother has called me every day, swinging between wrath and guilt. She claims I'm pulling the family apart, and that Avery is distraught. She constantly urging me to let Avery attend the wedding as a regular guest. I've not changed my mind. Avery is not invited, and anyone who brings her as a +1 will be asked to leave. Ryan and I decided to hire security for the wedding after his boss informed us that the investigator had inquired about our wedding date and venue. We're concerned Avery will try to show there regardless. The worst aspect is that this entire issue has ruined what should have been a pleasant period in our lives. Instead of discussing our future together, we are coping with Avery's fixation and my family's problems. I keep thinking if I could have handled this differently. But every time I think about Avery hiring a private investigator, I realize I made the correct decision. Update 2. The wedding happened 3 weeks ago, and I need to tell you what happened since it was worse than I feared. Security was absolutely the right decision. Avery attempted to show there, not as a guest, but as someone claiming to be me. She had apparently planned this for some weeks. Avery arrived at the wedding location wearing a white dress that was identical to mine. She had received a copy of my dress design, most likely from my mother. She informed the security guy that she was the bride and that the guest list had been mixed up. Luckily, the security team was ready. They asked for her ID and promptly called me. I was getting dressed in the bridal suite when they informed me that someone claiming to be me was trying to enter. I peeked out the window and noticed her arguing with security. She had done her hair and cosmetics just like mine. From a distance, we appeared identical. It felt like witnessing a warped version of myself. The security team took Avery off the site, but she did not go quietly. She stood in the parking lot, yelling that I was making a horrible mistake and that Ryan would cheat on me. Several visitors arrived early and heard everything. My mother was already inside the venue, helping with last-minute preparations. When security told her what had transpired, she dashed outside to speak with Avery. They had a loud quarrel in the parking lot, which half of the wedding party witnessed. My mother rushed back inside crying and asked me to let Avery stay for the ceremony. She said Avery was upset and only wanted to see me get married. I told her no, and that if she continued to push, she may leave as well. Despite all of this, the ceremony was magnificent. Ryan and I were able to focus on each other and forget about the commotion outside, although I noticed other people gazing around nervously, probably wondering if Avery would return. The situation deteriorated during the reception. Avery had obviously been watching from across the street. When she noticed guests going for restroom breaks or to smoke, she approached a few. My cousin Nathan approached me during supper and told me that Avery had stopped him outdoors. She had informed him that Ryan was already cheating, and she had proof. She handed him printouts of text messages allegedly exchanged between Ryan and other women. Nathan stated that the messages appeared to be false, as if someone had produced them using screenshots. The phone numbers did not correspond to any of Ryan's devices, and several of the messages mentioned topics that made no sense. But Avery did not stop there. She had made phony social media profiles with images of ladies from Ryan's office and was sending herself messages pretending to be them. She then collected screenshots of these fictitious exchanges as evidence. Nathan told me this, and I understood Avery had completely lost contact with reality. She had expanded her investigation beyond Ryan. She was actively fabricating evidence to support her claim. Ryan and I decided to contact the police. Avery was harassing, and the fabricated evidence may be called fraud. We wanted to film everything in case the situation went further. The cops collected our statement and stated they will speak with Avery. They stated that showing up to the wedding in a bridal gown may be deemed impersonation, and fabricating proof was absolutely prohibited. 2 hours later, my phone began ringing with calls from family members. Avery had been arrested. She was accused with harassment and falsifying records. My mother was at the police station trying to bail her out. I should have stayed at my own wedding reception, but I felt compelled to go to the station and confront this situation head-on. Ryan accompanied me, and we met my parents there. My mother laughed so hard. She continued insisting it was all my fault for not forgiving Avery sooner. She stated that if I had simply included Avery at the wedding, none of this would have occurred. My father looked fatigued. He drew me aside and told me that he had no idea about the false texts until the cops described what Avery had done. He claimed Avery had lied to both of my parents about the scope of her conduct. When Avery was released on bond, she appeared dreadful. Her makeup was smudged and her clothing was crumpled. When she saw me, she burst into tears, apologizing and pleading for her sister to return. But then she said something that showed me she still didn't comprehend. She expressed her hope that now that I had witnessed how far Ryan would go to turn me against my family, I would finally listen to her concerns. I inquired what she meant. She claimed Ryan's call to the police demonstrated his controlling and vengeful nature. She claimed that a good man would have forgiven her mistakes and attempted to resolve the situation quietly. That's when I realized Avery would never change. Even after being jailed, she continued to make Ryan the villain in her fiction. I told Avery I didn't want to see her again. I threatened to file a restraining order if she approached me, Ryan, or anyone else in our lives again. My parents attempted to object, but I was done listening. Ryan and I returned to the venue to resume our celebration. Most of our guests knew what had happened, but they were supportive and attempted to help us salvage the evening. My father called me the next day to apologize. He stated that he was seeking for divorce from my mother. He couldn't stay married to someone who encouraged Avery's actions while blaming me for the repercussions. My mother has been phoning me non-stop since then, but I have not responded. She left voicemails stating, "I am destroying the family, and that Avery needs help, not punishment." Avery's court date is next month. Her lawyer contacted us and asked if we would consider dropping the charges if Avery agreed to stay away from us. We said no. Avery must face serious consequences for what she did. Update 3: Avery was sentenced to 6 months probation and obligatory treatment last week. She must also pay restitution for the expense of our wedding security, and will be unable to contact Ryan or myself for the next 2 years. However, it is not why I am writing this final update. Something happened that made me realize Avery's difficulties are far deeper than I previously imagined. 3 weeks ago I received a call from Lisa, Avery's college roommate. I hadn't communicated with Lisa since graduation, so I was surprised to hear from her. Lisa explained that she had heard of Avery's arrest through mutual acquaintances and wanted to tell me something important. She claimed she should have spoken up years ago but was frightened of becoming embroiled in family conflict. Lisa informed me that during college, Avery was preoccupied with emulating me in ways I had no idea about. She stated that Avery would browse through my social media profiles and copy my art creations before I posted them. Avery would turn in her copies first, making it appear that I was copying her. Avery had also started intercepting mail and items addressed to me in our shared apartment. She had opened acceptance letters from galleries and art competitions that I had submitted and discarded the ones that had received favorable feedback. Lisa explained that she tried to tell me about this during our senior year, but Avery persuaded her not to because I was already anxious about graduation and job seeking. But the worst thing was what Lisa said next. She claimed Avery had been undermining my relationships long before Ryan. In college, Avery would contact the guys I was dating and inform them that I was seeing other people or had said terrible things about them. Lisa showed me screenshots she had saved from years before. Avery had staged false text conversations that made it appear as if I was trash-talking my boyfriends to others. She had provided phony screenshots to the males I was dating, resulting in multiple breakups. I remembered those relationships ending abruptly, with men accusing me of things I had never said or done. At the time, I assumed they were immature or seeking for reasons to break up. I never suspected Avery was involved. Lisa apologized for not informing me sooner. She claimed she was young and afraid, that Avery had convinced her that she was protecting me from men who were not good enough. After meeting with Lisa, I began reaching out to other college classmates. 2 more of Avery's roommates confirmed similar accounts. Avery had been deliberately undermining my relationships and opportunities for years. I also discovered that Avery had been telling people we were going to start a business together after college. She had used my portfolio and artwork to apply for employment, stating that we were a creative partnership. When Avery failed to show up for interviews, several employers contacted me to inquire. Armed with this information, I decided to write to Avery's probation officer. I wanted them to understand that her behavior toward me and Ryan was part of a larger pattern of dishonesty and manipulation. The probation officer thanked me for the information, saying it would help Avery with his court-ordered counseling. They advised Avery to address these deeper concerns if she wanted to prevent more serious legal troubles in the future. My mother found out about the letter and called me yelling. She accused me of being vindictive and harsh by attempting to worsen Avery's punishment. She stated that Avery was sick and needed family assistance, not further legal issues. I told my mother that Avery had been actively ruining my life for years, and that I was done protecting her from the consequences. I said that if she wanted to help Avery, she could push her to accept responsibility for her actions rather than making excuses. My mother stated I was heartless, and she was embarrassed to name me her daughter. She claimed she would never forgive me for wrecking Avery's life. She then hung up on me. My father contacted me later that day. He admitted that he was unaware of Avery's undergraduate activities, but he was unsurprised. He stated he had always felt Avery had major mental health difficulties, but my mother had refused to seek professional treatment. He also informed me that my mother had been giving money to Avery while she was on probation, despite the court's order that she work and support herself. My mother had been lying to him about their finances to conceal these payments. My father stated that he had filed divorce papers and was leaving the family home. He stated he couldn't keep enabling Avery's conduct through my mother, and he was weary of being lied to. Ryan and I have been in couples counseling to get through all that has transpired. Our counselor informed us that we both have PTSD from Avery's harassment campaign, and that it will take time to totally trust that we are secure from her involvement. We also had to change our phone numbers and move to a new apartment because Avery had obtained our address and was mailing letters despite the restraining order. The letters were not threatening, but they were long, rambling apologies that demonstrated she still didn't know what she had done wrong. I have not spoken with my mother since our last phone talk. She attempted to contact me through relatives, but I begged them not to send along messages. I am not ready to be in a relationship with someone who believes I am the villain in this circumstance. Avery's probation officer phoned me last month, informing me that she had broken her probation by attempting to contact Ryan's workplace again. She called his supervisor pretending to be a client and inquired about Ryan's work schedule and personal life. Avery now faces jail time, rather than merely probation. Her lawyer requested us to testify on her behalf at the sentence, but we rejected. We have done everything we can to help Avery escape major repercussions, yet she continues to breach the court's rules. I know some people may think I'm being too severe by not assisting Avery at her sentencing, but I've learned that shielding Avery from repercussions simply allows her to continue harming others. Ryan and I plan to relocate to another state after his lease expires. We want to start again somewhere where Avery cannot find us. It seems severe, but we need to know we're entirely protected from her obsession. I never imagined I'd break off my twin sister forever, but Avery demonstrated that being family does not give someone the right to ruin your life. Some relationships, especially those involving individuals you care about, are too poisonous to heal. For anyone in a similar circumstance, believe your intuition about poisonous family members. You do not have to give anyone access to your life simply because you share DNA. Walking away from a situation is sometimes the most considerate thing you can do for everyone. Now let us go to the following narrative. Story 2. I struggled with infertility for 7 years. When I eventually became pregnant, my brother accused me of selfishness. Now he shows up intoxicated at my house, asking to see my newborn. I, 34, never imagined myself in this situation, divided between my lifelong desire of becoming a mother and my connection with my older brother, Nathan, 38. Growing up, Nathan and I were inseparable. He was my defender, confidant, and closest friend. We come from a close-knit family, and our parents constantly emphasized the value of sibling relationships. Nathan was the one who taught me how to ride a bike, helped me with my homework, and chased off the boys who tried to bully me in middle school. Our friendship grew stronger with age. Nathan was suspicious when I met my husband, Kevin, a 35-year-old male in college. He interrogated Kevin mercilessly during our first family dinner, inquiring about his ambitions and future plans. However, Nathan eventually came to consider Kevin as the brother he never had. They bonded over their mutual love of football and horrible dad jokes. Nathan was even Kevin's best man in our wedding 10 years ago. Everything changed when Kevin and I began trying for a baby 7 years ago. We were so happy and naive back then, assuming everything would happen swiftly. But month after month, we were disappointed. We initially kept it to ourselves, not wanting to concern our families. But as time passed and the difficulties became more evident, we opened up about our fertility problems. Nathan's wife, Julia, 36, became pregnant with their first child about the same time we began trying. I was truly delighted for them, but it was difficult to watch them start a family so easily while we battled. Nathan, who had always been my support, now appeared aloof and uncomfortable around me. He would dodge the issue of babies entirely, or make awkward jokes about how we needed to work harder. As our reproductive journey progressed, we had several rounds of IVF. Each setback was painful, but we tried to maintain optimism. During this time, Nathan and Julia had 2 additional children quickly. While I enjoyed being an aunt, each pregnancy announcement and baby shower seemed like a stab in my heart. Nathan's actions at this time were perplexing and hurtful. He appeared to alternate between completely shunning me and making offensive comments. After a particularly painful failed IVF round, he suggested to me during a family meal that I stop thinking about having a baby and instead pursue a hobby. I was astonished and upset, but I attempted to dismiss it, telling myself he simply didn't understand. 2 years ago, after our previous failed IVF treatment, our doctor advised us that our chances of conceiving were extremely slim. I was crushed. I slipped into a severe despair and scarcely left the house for weeks. Kevin was my rock during this time, but I could see how it was affecting him as well. Nathan's insensitivity peaked throughout this gloomy period. He'd often say things like, "Just relax, it'll happen when you stop trying so hard," or, "Maybe you're not meant to be a mom." Each word felt like a knife coming from my brother, who had once been my staunchest advocate. The matter reached a climax at our parents' 40th anniversary party last year. I had just learned that our last IVF round had failed, and I was feeling especially raw and vulnerable. I attempted to put on a brave face for our parents' sake, but my anguish was clearly obvious. Nathan cornered me in the kitchen as I was getting a glass of water. He began lecturing me on how I should get over it and stop being so selfish. He told me that my mopey attitude was destroying family gatherings, and that instead of wallowing in self-pity, I should be happy for him and Julia. He also implied that my fixation with having a baby was straining his relationship with Kevin. I was stunned. This was not the brother I knew or loved. I attempted to convey how cruel his words were, how the sorrow of infertility was not something I could simply get over. But he only became angrier, accusing me of being jealous of his children and trying to make everything about myself. Kevin came to check on me after the debate became heated. When he saw what was going on, he intervened, telling Nathan to back off and stop being so cruel. Nathan stormed out, furious. Kevin and I left the party early, disturbed by what had happened. Nathan and I have had a difficult relationship ever since. At family gatherings, he rarely speaks to me, and when he does, it is usually to make sarcastic remarks. Our parents attempted to mediate by hosting family dinners and encouraged us to speak things out. But Nathan refuses to admit he'd done anything wrong. He insists that I am overreacting and should mature. This schism has altered the entire family dynamic. Sophie, our younger sister, 30 female, feels trapped in the middle, attempting to maintain ties with both of us without taking sides. Our parents are anxious and upset by the dispute, frequently recalling the close relationship Nathan and I formerly had. Last month, something unexpected occurred. I began feeling nauseated and fatigued all the time. At first, I disregarded it as stress caused by continuing family strife and my hard profession as a high school teacher. However, after a few weeks when the symptoms did not improve, I decided to see my doctor. She informed me that I was roughly 12 weeks pregnant, which really surprised me. Kevin and I were ecstatic but yet apprehensive, considering our history. We opted to keep the news hidden until we were further along, not wanting to raise our hopes or cope with family reactions right away. However, over a family dinner last week, our mother noted that I wasn't drinking wine, which was unusual for me. She guessed quickly and was overjoyed. In her excitement, she began informing everyone at the table, including Nathan and Julia. Nathan's reply did not meet my expectations. Instead of being pleased for us, he accused me of stealing his thunder. Julia is reportedly pregnant with their fourth child, and they intend to announce it at the next family gathering. He felt it was selfish of me to become pregnant now since his children were old enough to enjoy having a newborn cousin. I felt hurt and enraged. This felt like the final nail in the coffin after years of insensitivity and harsh comments regarding our fertility issues. Kevin, my constant defender, informed Nathan that his actions were wrong and that if he couldn't be pleased for us, he should keep his feelings to himself. The evening ended in pandemonium, with Nathan and Julia leaving abruptly and our parents attempting to calm things down. Since then, Kevin and I have agreed to minimize our contact with Nathan and Julia during my pregnancy. We do not want any more stress at this high-risk period. Some family members, particularly our sister Sophie and our uncle Victor, 58, believe we are overreacting. They suggest we shouldn't give up our relationship with Nathan over this. That family is extremely essential. But I believe this is simply the culmination of years of cruel behavior. Is it terrible that I want to distance myself from my brother during what should be one of the best periods of my life? How can I strike a balance between my want to safeguard my mental health and pregnancy and the need to maintain family harmony? I never imagined I'd have to choose between my brother and my own well-being, yet here I am, feeling lost and divided. Update 1. It's been approximately 2 months since my last post, and a lot has happened. I'm 20 weeks pregnant, and we just found out we're having a girl. Kevin and I are overjoyed, but Nathan's position has deteriorated more. After we revealed our plan to limit contact, Nathan went on a rampage. He began calling our parents, Sophie and other relatives, claiming that we were being dramatic and selfish. He even went on a huge Facebook rant about how family should always come first, and how heartbroken he was that we were pushing him away without reason. Our parents were originally torn. They've always been peacemakers, and the prospect of their children fighting is distressing for them. Mom would contact me virtually every day, tearfully imploring for us to sort things out. Dad, who is normally more stoic, appeared disoriented and unsure how to handle the situation. They wanted everyone to get along and couldn't understand why we couldn't simply talk it out. But then something unexpected occurred. Our 32-year-old female relative Maya contacted me privately. Maya and I were close as children, but we grew apart as she traveled across the nation for work. She told me she had been following the family drama from a distance and felt driven to share her own experience with Nathan. Maya apparently suffered a miscarriage 2 years ago. She had been about 10 weeks pregnant and was horrified. She had confided in Nathan during a rare visit home, and he had been equally insensitive. According to Maya, he encouraged her to get over it because the baby wasn't even born yet. He argued she was overreacting and should be thankful it happened early rather than later in the pregnancy. Maya's story stunned me. It was like a missing puzzle piece fell into fit, revealing a pattern of conduct I hadn't previously noticed. It also gave me the strength to tell our parents about Nathan's harsh words and actions over the years. I showed them text conversations in which he insulted our fertility issues and rejected our pain. I described situations at family gatherings in which he made offensive remarks or jokes about us. Our parents were startled. They had no knowledge of Nathan's actions. Mom burst into tears, apologizing for not realizing what was happening, and for forcing us to reconcile. Dad, who has always been a man of few words, merely stated that he was disappointed in Nathan and understood our need for distance. This discovery altered the family dynamic substantially. Our parents stopped urging us to make amends with Nathan and began setting their own boundaries. They informed Nathan that his behavior was inappropriate and that he needed to apologize and make apologies if he wanted to fully participate in family functions. Nathan didn't take it well. He accused me of inciting the family against him and manipulating our parents. He began sending angry letters to everyone, accusing us of conspiring against him and Julia. Last weekend, at a family BBQ, Things became heated. It was meant to be a small party to commemorate Sophie's recent promotion at work. Kevin and I had declined to attend because we knew Nathan and Julia would be present. However, midway through the event, Sophie gave us a frantic call. Nathan apparently arrived in a nasty attitude, having already consumed a few drinks. He immediately began making passive-aggressive remarks about how some individuals believe they are too good for family. When Sophie ordered him to stop, he became louder and more obnoxious, complaining about how unfair everyone was to him. Kevin and I decided to go over and try to defuse the situation. When we arrived, the anxiety was evident. Nathan, red-faced and slurring slightly, quickly focused on us. He began throwing accusations, claiming that we were pulling the family apart and that we were greedy for hogging all the attention with our pregnancy. Kevin tried to calm him down, speaking in a low, soothing tone, and asking Nathan to consider the anguish he was causing. But Nathan was beyond reason. He got in Kevin's face, poked his chest, and asked if he wanted to take it outside. That's when our father stepped in. I've never seen him this angry. He physically positioned himself between Nathan and Kevin, telling Nathan that his behavior was inappropriate and that if he couldn't be supportive, he should leave. Nathan was stunned. He tried to disagree, but our mother stood by Dad, stating Nathan's activities were harming everyone and that he needed to step back and reflect on his behavior. Nathan and Julia drove away in a fury, with Nathan yelling that we'd regret this. The rest of us were left terrified, with the BBQ effectively wrecked. Sophie was in tears, feeling guilty about organizing the event in the first place. Our parents were older than I had ever seen them, worn out by the battle. Since then, Nathan has been sending angry texts to everyone, saying that we have turned the family against him. He's been posting vague angry posts on social media, prompting worrisome responses from extended relatives and old acquaintances who don't know the whole situation. Most relatives are ignoring him, but a few, like our Aunt Caroline, 55 female, and Uncle Victor, continue to pressure us to reunite for the sake of family harmony. They keep talking about how we'll regret this schism once our parents are gone, and how family should always come first. But Kevin and I are standing firm. We've opted to focus on getting ready for our daughter's arrival and surround ourselves with good, helpful people. We've started taking childbirth classes and have been busy preparing the nursery. Kevin's parents, who live a few hours away, have been incredibly helpful, frequently driving up on weekends to assist and provide emotional support. It's unfortunate that Nathan will not be able to join us during this joyful period of our lives. There are times when I miss the brother I once had. The one who protected me and made me laugh. But then I remember all of the misery he has caused, and I know we are making the correct decision for our mental health and our baby's well-being. As my due date approaches, I'm trying to focus on the joy of being a mother rather than the family drama. But it's difficult not to wonder what the future holds. Will Nathan ever comprehend the pain he has caused? Will our family ever be able to mend from this rift? Only time will tell. Update 2. Another several months have passed, and I am now 32 weeks pregnant. The situation with Nathan has taken an unexpected turn, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Last month, Julia texted me and asked if we might meet for coffee. Given what had happened, I was cautious, but my curiosity won out. We met at a quiet cafe near my house, and Julia's words left me reeling. She began by apologizing for not confronting Nathan's actions throughout the years. She said that things in their marriage had not been going well for a long time, even before the recent turmoil. Nathan's insensitivity appears to extend beyond family members who are suffering with fertility. He has been dismissive of Julia's issues with postpartum depression since their last child, and has been spending more and more time away from home. Julia revealed that she has been pondering leaving Nathan. She stated that watching Kevin support me made her realize how unhealthy her own relationship is. She informed me about situations I was unaware of, such as Nathan mocking her professional goals, rejecting her fears about their children, and even flirting with other women at parties. I was sympathetic, but apprehensive. While I accepted her apologies and felt terrible for her position, I made it plain that it did not erase years of pain. I suggested that she speak with a therapist or counselor to sort through her emotions and determine her next actions. After our meeting, I felt conflicted. Part of me felt vindicated that someone else recognized Nathan's behavior for what it was, while another part of me was saddened by the degradation of a once strong friendship. Nathan unexpectedly arrived at our house a week after Julia's confession. It was a Sunday afternoon, and Kevin and I were putting together the crib for the nursery. Nathan looked terrible. Unshaven, with big circles under his eyes that indicated he hadn't slept in days. He burst out screaming almost immediately, stating Julia had abandoned him and taken the kids to her parents' place. Between sobbing, he told us that Julia had given him an ultimatum: either receive assistance for his anger and drinking issues, or she will file divorce. Nathan requested us to help him resolve issues with Julia and the rest of the family. He admitted he had been a horrible jerk and wanted to make amends. He even got down on his knees, pleading with me to contact Julia on his behalf. I felt conflicted. Part of me felt bad for him. This broken man was so unlike the strong, protective older brother I previously knew. But a greater part of me was still upset at how he had treated us and suspicious of his sudden change of heart. Kevin and I exchanged a look, silently communicating as we frequently do. Then, as gently as possible, we told Nathan that, while we were sorry he was going through a difficult time, we couldn't help him. We advised him to seek professional help to resolve his troubles, both for his own and his family's sake. Nathan didn't take it well. His sorrow immediately turned to rage. He accused us of being callous, claiming we were kicking him while he was down. He stated that he could not believe his own sister would desert him in his time of need. Then he stormed out, slamming our front door so fiercely that the portraits rattled against the walls. We haven't heard from Nathan directly since then, but the family gossip has been rife. Our parents called the next day to inform us that Nathan had arrived at their home in a similar state. They're trying to persuade him to go to therapy, but he's not interested. Sophie contacted me in tears, explaining that Nathan had been leaving her rambling, sometimes incomprehensible voicemails. She is concerned about his mental health, but she is unsure how to help. I urged her to retain her distance for now, and to encourage Nathan to seek professional help if he contacted her again. The entire incident has elicited a range of complex emotions. While I don't want to see my brother suffer, I also don't feel ready to welcome him back into my life, especially with the kid on the way. His explosive behavior is troubling, and I'm concerned about the stress it may bring for me and the baby. Continuing from where we left off, Kevin and I are attempting to focus on the final preparations for our daughter's arrival, but the family drama is obviously putting a pall over what should be a joyous occasion. We've finished putting up the nursery, a serene space painted in subtle yellows and greens. Kevin's mother assisted us in decorating, and it has quickly become my favorite room in the house. Sometimes I sit in the rocking chair, caressing my belly and chatting to our little girl, trying to distract myself from the family drama. We've started going to childbirth classes twice a week. The other expectant parents have formed a type of support network. It's wonderful to be around people who don't know about our family problems and simply see us as a happy couple expecting their first kid. Despite everything, I'm trying to have a positive attitude and concentrate on the wonder that is growing inside of me. After years of believing it would never happen, each kick and movement seems like a priceless gift. Kevin has been my rock throughout this, attending every doctor's visit, satisfying my midnight desires, and knowing when I need a hug or a listening ear. As my due date approaches, I can't help but ponder about the future. Will Nathan get the help he requires? Will our family ever be able to mend from this rift? Only time will tell. Update 3. Our beautiful daughter, Lily, was born 3 weeks ago. The birth was difficult. I needed an emergency C-section after 20 hours of labor, but Lily and I are doing well now. The instant they placed her in my arms, all of the sorrow and hardship of the previous year seemed to vanish. Kevin has been an amazing rock through everything, seldom leaving our side during our hospital stay. Coming home with Lily has been a roller coaster of emotions. We're fatigued, but utterly smitten with our little child. The nights are long, and the days are full of feedings, diaper changes, and stolen naps. But every time Lily wraps her tiny fingers around my finger, or Kevin makes her smile, my heart feels like it will burst with joy. Unfortunately, the drama with Nathan has not faded. He did not contact us when Lily was born, despite our parents informing him. They said he has been asking about her, but he is furious because we did not tell him about the birth ourselves. It's frustrating because it appears that he's making Lily's birth about him rather than celebrating her new life. Our parents and Sophie have been to see Lily several times, and they adore her. It's bittersweet to watch them with her, knowing that in another universe, Nathan and his family would also be there. Sophie revealed that Nathan's children have been asking about their new cousin, wondering why they haven't met her yet. Julia called us again last week. She and the children are still living with her parents, and she has initiated divorce proceedings. Nathan evidently refused to get therapy or admit his problems, leaving her with no choice. She asked whether we would be willing to write a statement on Nathan's behavior throughout the years, which could be significant to their custody arrangements. Kevin and I are still deciding whether or not to become involved. On the one hand, we want to encourage Julia while also ensuring the children's health. On the other hand, we're concerned about getting drawn into legal processes and potentially worsening our issue with Nathan. The most recent development occurred yesterday, and it has left us shaken. Nathan arrived at our place in the evening, definitely wasted. He began hammering on the door, yelling about how we had ruined his life and demanding to see his niece. Lily was sleeping when his ranting woke her up, causing her to wail. Kevin managed to calm Nathan down and get him to go without incident, but it was frightening. The notion of Nathan's unpredictable conduct around our newborn daughter is unsettling. We're really considering getting a restraining order, which I never expected to have to do against my own brother. This entire issue has shown me how toxic Nathan's presence in our lives has been. While I hope he gets the care he requires, my current concern is to safeguard my daughter and our small family. We're thinking of relocating to a new house in a different neighborhood, partially to give Lily more space as she develops, but also to get away from all the turmoil. We've also begun to discuss the prospect of family therapy, not necessarily with Nathan right now, but potentially with our parents and Sophie. There's a lot of hurt and confusion to get through, and we believe that having a neutral third party may help us manage these complex emotions and familial dynamics. Despite everything, the last few weeks with Lily have been the happiest of my life. Kevin and I are fatigued but incredibly smitten with our little child. We're focusing on enjoying this precious time and creating a positive, loving atmosphere for our baby. Every day, I gaze at Lily and feel grateful for the difficult route that led her to us. While Nathan's situation has been heartbreaking, it has also increased my appreciation for the healthy, supportive relationships in my life. As we move forward, our objective is to surround Lily with love, positivity, and strong, healthy family bonds, whatever that family looks like. My parents never visited me in the ICU. Instead, they plotted to take guardianship. I stayed silent and made them call me in desperation. Later. For weeks I had an uneasy sense that something was wrong, but I ignored it as I always did. It wasn't the first time I ignored warning indications: headaches, dizziness, and an occasional tightness in my chest. Because the reality is, I didn't believe I could afford to slow down. Not while I was helping my mother with her vehicle payment and my sister Nora was texting me every 2 days, asking for a fast loan. And certainly not when my father continued to blame me for his delayed mortgage payment. That is the part that folks do not understand. They see the photo-perfect family posts and assume everything is good. They don't understand what it's like to grow up as the only son in a family where you're constantly the background character. My sisters Nora and Clara might smash a car and still be commended for learning something important. I once won a statewide engineering prize, and my mother's sole comment was, "Oh, cool. Did you thank your teacher?" I no longer wanted attention. I simply wanted something back. Perhaps a sliver of thankfulness. But it wasn't in the cards. So I worked. I worked through the weekends. I paid bills that I shouldn't have. And I assured myself everything was good until that Monday afternoon. I was at my desk, almost halfway through preparing a presentation for a key customer. I recall standing up to get a folder from the printer, and then seeing nothing but black. I awoke to beeps, frigid lights, wires attached to my chest, and a nurse changing a drip. It felt weird, like something out of a movie. But it was genuine, and it was not a panic attack, dehydration, or tiredness. It was a full-blown cardiac episode. The doctor indicated it may have been worse if I hadn't collapsed straight in the office. Someone contacted 911 right away. My coworkers were the reason I could still breathe. The hospital personnel was great, courteous and competent, and when they noticed I didn't have anyone at my bedside hours later, they informed me that they had already phoned my emergency contacts, my parents. I waited. I waited for 2 days. Nothing. No texts, visits, or phone calls. Then, on the third day, I awoke after a nap and checked my phone, assuming the signal had vanished. There was simply one notification. A tag on Instagram. Nora sent us a photo of her, Clara, and our parents seated around a picnic table at the lake, all smiling. My mother had even prepared her specialty deviled eggs. The caption hit me more than the fall ever had. Family day without drama. And yeah, they tagged me like if I were an inside joke, as if I wasn't half dead in a hospital bed while they were giggling about potato salad. I did not respond. I stared at the screen till it faded. Something cracked within me that day. Not in a loud, aggressive tone, but in a calm, definitive manner. Like a door closing with no intention of ever reopening. I kept recuperating slowly. The physicians were monitoring my heart and performing tests. I rarely spoke unless I had to. And still, no word from my family until 4 days later. I awoke to 74 missed calls and a text from my father. "We need you. Respond immediately. No apologies. There is no, 'How are you?' Just those words. I'm not sure what I expected, but I didn't hesitate. I sat up, still weak and attached to machines, and without hesitation dialed back. But not to them. I phoned someone else. I stared at my father's text for about a minute. "We need you. Respond immediately." It's been 4 days without a word. 74 missed calls, but that was what they started with. Not, "How are you?" or, "Are you okay?" I didn't panic. I felt nothing. Just a dead quiet that replaced whatever feeling used to arise during such moments. I then remembered a number. I hadn't used this number in a long time. One I had preserved with a name I never deleted. Gramps. I had not called him in months. Not because we weren't close, but because I knew how he felt about the rest of the family, and was too humiliated to say he was correct again. But, that morning, I called him. He picked up on the second ring as if he had been waiting. They didn't inquire how I was doing. I just asked which hospital. That was it. There was no hesitancy, no questioning, no passive-aggressive silence, simply a quick reaction that made me feel important. That was something I had not felt in years. He arrived 40 minutes later. He looked exactly the same old windbreaker. He'd been wearing the same watch since I was a kid. Same expression on his face, as if nothing startled him anymore, but he was always prepared. He went in, sat down, looked at me and said, "So they finally broke you too, huh?" I didn't even question how he knew. I just nodded. He stayed with me all day, spoke with my nurse, asked probing questions, and discreetly paid for one of the tests that my insurance denied without making a fuss. Then he took out a tablet and began guiding me through the disaster I had left on autopilot. We went through everything. My name appeared on 5 distinct loan agreements, 3 credit cards, 2 utilities, and a car insurance policy for a vehicle I never drove. It was all so ingrained in my routine that I didn't recognize how awful things had gotten. Every time they hit a difficult patch, I stepped in softly and automatically, since I assumed that was what family meant. Fixing the flaws without asking anything in return. But they expected me to do it. When I didn't or couldn't, I became the issue. The drama. I was beginning to realize they hadn't simply relied on me. They had leaned through me. I was not even a person to them. I was a pressure valve, a cash dispenser, a family failing on whom they could rely, as long as I didn't remind them of what they owed me in exchange. Gramps helped me create a list of every account and connection. Then we turned them off, one by one. I canceled the automatic deposit to Nora's checking account. She used to say she was barely scraping by, yet she'd flown to Miami 3 times this year and posted about each trip. She could now pay her own bills. Clara's rent deposit is gone. My mother's automobile insurance. She could call the provider herself. I withdrew my card information and updated my password, and I reported the loan I co-signed for Nora, which she had conveniently avoided discussing for months. I also filed a fraud report. Not because I intended to ruin her, but because I never pledged to be her backup plan indefinitely. I was done signing agreements for folks who refused to show up for me on a hospital bed. Gramps didn't say much, but every now and again he would say something softly, as if he was both disappointed and unsurprised. He was the only person who had ever told me the truth. Loyalty is only as strong as the people you are loyal to. By the time he departed that evening, the number of calls had doubled. My phone needed to be hushed. Mom had left voicemails, claiming she had just heard what had transpired. Clara was texting in all uppercase, expecting me to react quickly. Nora had gone quiet, which meant she was planning something worse. Then another note arrived from Dad. "This is serious. Call me right now. Everything is coming apart." There's still no mention of the hospital, not a single word regarding what occurred to me. Just panic. Not for me, but because they knew what was about to happen. The first domino had fallen. They simply didn't recognize I was the one who pushed it. I was still in the hospital when the fallout began. At first, it was the voicemail. 12, 2, and eventually so many that I lost counting. I played one on speaker to see what had changed. It was my mother. The tone she used was, "I don't know what you're trying to prove, but this isn't the way to do it." Not dread or concern, just frustration since the ATM was faulty. Nora followed up with a text. Initially there were no words, only a screenshot of her checking account. The balance was $29. Then she said, "What the hell is going on?" Fix this. I glanced at the screen, felt my wrath rise for a moment, and then let it go. It wasn't new. It was simply louder now. Clara attempted a fresh angle. Her text was lengthier and more heartfelt. She stated she had no idea what was going on, and that she loved all of us and wished for peace. She closed it with, "Please don't punish me for things I didn't do," which was amusing given that the last time we spoke, she rolled her eyes when I informed her I couldn't co-sign another lease. Said I was being tough, then ignored me for 3 months. But it was my father who eventually crossed the line. He showed up to my apartment. Gramps warned me. He had noticed his automobile outside earlier, idling. I was still recovering, and not strong enough to walk without assistance. However, this did not prevent him from parking outside as if he were waiting for a captive to be released. I did not respond. Later that day, a text arrived. "You are ready to destroy everything we have built. I hope you realize the harm you're causing. Everything we built." The arrogance in that sentence made me laugh aloud. I read it again to ensure that I hadn't dreamed it. No apology, no mention of the hospital, and no concern for what had brought me there in the first place. It's just fear. They were afraid of losing their leverage, which they had accumulated over time. Then came the post. Nora uploaded a video. There was no music or voice, just a slow, dramatic walkthrough of my parents' absolutely vacant house. Not just cleared out, but kind of vacant. We were evicted with nothing. Front door is wide open. The living room was stripped. The dining table is gone. Even the drapes had been pulled down. The caption stated, "They took everything. Can you identify who let them?" I watched it once, then went onto my finance app and looked up the mortgage. It had defaulted again. They'd used the equity to pay off Nora's credit card debt and fund Clara's internet business idea. I'm not sure if it was a candle firm or a clothing boutique. It failed within 2 months. None of the funds had gone toward the mortgage. I warned them just once last year that if they didn't improve, I'd go. They did not believe me. So while I walked, the bank moved in. Gramps was present when I found the paperwork. I didn't say anything at first, simply scanned through the debt, late fines, and notices that I had never seen, because they had been delivered directly to my parents' address. He nodded once. Then he placed a couple calls. One to his lawyer, another to an old buddy in estate planning, and finally to his accountant, whom I had no idea existed until that day. What I learned next clarified everything. My family hadn't simply relied on me. They'd also been quietly probing about my granddad, especially after he retired. Clara had taken him to brunch twice, which was something she never did. Last year, Nora gave him a Christmas gift for the first time in a decade. Mom suggested during one of their phone chats that he start thinking about what's fair. He saw it all coming and had planned accordingly. Every asset, trust, and property he owned had already been relocated, not to punish them, but to safeguard it from them. And now he's renamed most of it mine. Not as a present or as a reward, but because I was the only one who hadn't requested it. I had demonstrated severely and unequivocally that I could manage without it, and that I did not feel entitled to a penny. In his words, that made me the only one deserving of it. That night, Nora arrived at the hospital. She was not on the list, so security did not let her in, but I could see her through the window. She was pacing the lot, phone in hand, and evidently talking to someone, most likely Clara. She was wearing sunglasses even though it was growing dark, as if she was preparing for a confrontation that never happened. She departed after 15 minutes. I thought that was the end of it. A final communication arrived an hour later. "I vow to God that you will be sorry if you do not repair this." There are no emojis, hearts, or hashtags, just that text. And it did not hit her in the way she expected. I did not feel intimidated, scared, or cornered. For the first time I felt nothing. I'd quit trying to be the son, brother, or fixer. Now I was free. It began with a knock on the hospital room door. I figured it was a nurse. It was not. A staff worker stepped in, slightly uneasy, and said, "There's a woman downstairs claiming to be your medical proxy. She says she's your sister and needs to speak with your doctor right away." I looked at her, puzzled at first. I hadn't identified anyone in my immediate family as an emergency contact. Only my grandfather. I asked who it was. She checked the notes. Clara. I nearly laughed. She hadn't texted me in days, hadn't paid me a visit, and hadn't even noticed my hospitalization until I cut off her rent help. And now she was attempting to speak for me. I informed them that no one was authorized. The hospital agreed and had security escort her away, preventing her from entering my room. I assumed she was just being dramatic. I was mistaken. A few hours later, Gramps stepped in with a manila envelope. He sat down after dropping it on the bed. Inside there were printed screenshots of an email exchange between my parents and a small law firm I had never heard of. They were looking into formal guardianship, expressly for me. I read it 3 times to be sure I understood. They were attempting to imply that I was ill, psychologically unstable, erratic, possibly suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder or breakdown, and that my previous financial actions demonstrated a pattern of emotional instability. Their purpose was clear. If they could designate someone, preferably my father, as a temporary conservator, they could halt the financial reversals I'd already initiated. Restore access to accounts, re-establish credit, and restore control. They were trying to portray me as incompetent. These are the same individuals that didn't even check to see whether I was still alive 4 days earlier. I sat with it for a while. Gramps remained calm. He assured me that this was not new to him. Years ago, when my uncle attempted to leave the family for identical reasons, my parents discussed the notion as well. It never went anywhere. But now, with real money at risk, they were willing to try. They didn't call because they cared. They called because they were besieged. I stayed silent the remainder of the day. Not in a sad sense, but in a concentrated way. Something inside me clicked. I'd spent my entire life hoping they'd wake up, realize how much I'd given, and perhaps even apologize. However, they were not waking up. They were trying to change the story so that I was the villain. So I created a list. Every account, shared asset, every payment I'd set up to help over the years. My lawyer, whom Gramps referred me to, arrived that evening with documentation already in hand. The following morning we filed a cease and desist letter to both my sisters and parents, prohibiting them from contacting any of my doctors or impersonating medical proxies. Every bank institution to which I had ever given access with a family member was under fraud watch. A restraining order on property transfers in my name. If somebody attempted to sell or transfer an asset for which I had co-signed, a legal freeze would be triggered. I also had my HR department transfer all direct deposits to a new bank, one they had no idea existed, through a holding trust established by my grandfather's estate advisor. It was the first time in my life that I felt safe. Then the next hit arrived. Clara shared a video. Her makeup was dirty, the lighting was poor, and the camera shook just enough to appear raw. It began with her sniffling and concluded with her staring directly into the lens. She did not mention my name, but she spoke enough. There's someone in our family who's going through something dark. We're trying to help him, but he's lashing out and hurting people. We don't want to lose him, but we also can't keep letting him destroy everything we've built. Everything we have built. It was the same statement repeated, as if I had just walked into their empire and turned off the lights. The video took off quickly. Her pals began commenting. Cousins I hadn't communicated with in years sent strange texts. Even one of my old co-workers contacted me to see whether everything was all right. Nora shared it, adding a heart emoji and the words, "We're all praying for peace. Peace." After attempting to seize control of my life, money and health, they were not praying for peace. They were hoping I would fold. But I did not. Instead I shared something of my own. Just one photo. I'm sitting up in the hospital bed next to my grandfather. Nothing spectacular, no lengthy caption, just this. Sometimes silence isn't weakness, it's restraint. No hashtags, no tags, and no drama. But I was confident it would come back to them, and it did. 2 hours later, Nora called. I didn't respond. She called again, then Clara, and then my mother. All missed calls. My father then sent me a final text message. We didn't want it to come to this. You are compelling us to do things we would never want to do. They still didn't understand it. They still believed they were in control, but they had no idea what would happen next. The letter arrived 2 days later, hand-delivered to the hospital and sealed in a crisp white envelope. I opened it, thinking they could be reaching out with something human. Instead, it was lawful. A notification of intent to seek emergency conservatorship over me. I read it twice before saying anything. They said I was psychologically incompetent to manage my own finances, and that my recent unpredictable behavior, including cutting them off, was evidence that I was spiraling. The letter mentioned emotional hardship, an inability to satisfy duties, and worries from my immediate family regarding my mental health following a cardiac incident. They were attempting to take everything officially. I contacted my lawyer right away. He wasn't astonished. According to him, this is not uncommon in dysfunctional families, especially when someone escapes the cycle of dependence. He informed me that they were trying to submit an emergency petition before I could appear in court. If they timed it correctly, and I missed my opportunity to speak, a judge could temporarily allow it. They had no idea that Gramps and his legal team had already moved. We filed a preemptive response, including notarized letters from my doctors verifying that I was mentally stable and in complete control of my decisions. We provided proof of income, correspondence logs, and a statement from my employer confirming that I had willingly taken time off, but was still actively working. The hearing was canceled before it ever made it to the court docket. They had nothing. Their lawyer discreetly withdrew, likely because he had been fed a family sob story and did not want the professional backlash. However, this did not end the slander effort. I started receiving strange texts from former pals. A girl I dated years ago messaged me, "Sorry to hear I was struggling." A former coworker emailed, wondering whether I needed help getting back on my feet. That's when I knew they were trying something different. Shifting the story, transforming my hospitalization into a breakdown, portraying my silence as proof that I'd gone insane, casting themselves as the only ones attempting to assist. And it could have worked, if they hadn't been so sloppy about it. Nora couldn't keep her mouth closed. Clara couldn't ignore the interest. She shared another video. This time, full production was used, including emotive lighting, background piano music, and a soft filter. She discussed how mental illness does not always seem as you expect, how some scars are unseen, and how she simply wanted her brother back. She never mentioned my name, and she didn't have to. Her followers grabbed it up right away. The comment section was filled with sympathy. Messages like, "You're so strong, praying for your family, he's lucky to have you." But one comment changed everything. Someone shared a screenshot of Nora's prior caption, "Family Day without the drama." The remark, which appeared alongside Clara's crying video, read, "So where was all this concern when he was actually in the hospital?" It went viral. The comments switched. Sympathy evolved to wrath. People started looking into Nora's previous posts, Pa's company accounts, and my father's former public-facing employment. What they discovered was not pretty. Nora had tagged me in the Family Day post when I was in the ICU. Clara tweeted 2 years ago about moochers who pretended to be traumatized. My mother had shared a birthday dinner photo just one day after the doctors informed her of my fall. It all resurfaced. Jen, an old high school classmate I hadn't seen in years, contacted out. She stated that she is currently working in the media. She remembered how things were with my family back then, and how strange it always appeared, even when we were teenagers. She claimed that the internet will only let lying go so far, and it did not. People began asking actual questions. Customers demanded refunds when Clara's small online business received a review bomb. Influencers have discreetly dropped her from collaborations. Nora's sponsorships vanished within days. After tagging her in an apologetic post, a brand with whom she had previously worked unfollowed her. My father's place of employment was also affected. One of his clients had noticed the viral threads and mentioned it at a meeting. He became defensive. HR was alerted. By the end of the week he was on leave. Then they released him fully. Everything they'd built on lies and entitlement was falling before them. That's when my mother finally broke her silence. She sent a single text message. "Could we please talk?" There's no guilt trip or defense, just those 5 words. I looked at it for a long time. I didn't feel satisfied, not really. What I felt was detachment, as if the remarks came from someone I once knew in a life that no longer exists. I didn't respond. Instead, I launched my notes app and began noting the items I still needed to cut, cancel, and close. They'd finally gone too far. Not only with me, but with the story they were attempting to sell to everyone else. And they still didn't understand the one reality they'd never thought to examine. I was not angry. I was just finished. I assumed they would give up when the conservatorship effort failed. Following the public response, they lost their jobs, sponsors, and any remaining credibility. But I should have known better. Selfish people do not surrender. They adapt. I had just been released from the hospital, still feeble but capable of walking on my own. Gramps picked me up, gave me a drink, and informed me we were going to his place for a few days. I was fine with it. I didn't want to return to my flat. It still felt too near for them. We were halfway to his house when my phone vibrated. It was from an unknown number. "You should definitely come by the house. We need to talk immediately." It was Clara. I removed it without responding. Jen contacted me 2 hours later. Her voice was sharp and urgent. She told me to check Facebook. They'd posted something. Nora, Clara, and my mother, all standing in front of the old house. Behind them is a U-Haul truck. My father is over to the side clutching a box. They seemed distraught. Fake tears and soiled sweaters. Nora wrote the caption, "Losing everything hurts, especially when your own blood turned against you. But we've forgiven him. He is still our brother. We just want him to go home before it's too late." The comments were a battle zone. Half were strangers who offered assistance. The other half consisted of individuals calling them out. I wouldn't have cared until I saw the last photo in the post. A framed childhood photo of myself in Clara's hands with the phrase, "We're keeping a room ready. Family is forever." I wasn't sure whether to be angry or disturbed. It seemed like an emotional ransom. A digital performance designed to make me look like the villain while portraying themselves as victims eager to welcome me back. But the most surprising part happened the next day. I got a letter in the mail from the county clerk's office. Inside was a handwritten will, not from my grandfather, but from my father. A new one. It had been written a week following their botched conservatorship stunt. It listed his assets, which were now very few, and stated that if he died, everything would go to the remaining family members who maintained unity. And then, in shaky handwriting, "Colton is disinherited until he returns to this family and reconciles." I looked at the paper for a long time. Then I laughed. Not because I wanted anything from him, I never did, but because the final play, the ultimate move, was always the same. A trap. One final attempt to reintegrate me into the system they created. The message was plain. Get back in line or be deleted. However, they overlooked one vital detail. I wanted to be erased. So I had my lawyer issue a letter in response. It included a legal waiver of any claim to the estate, a permanent no-contact notice, and a signed document removing them as emergency contacts or next of kin for any medical or legal issues involving me. It was basic, direct, and conclusive. They attempted to entice me with guilt, social media, money, and finally, legacy. I chose peace instead. Gramps and I moved out of state 2 weeks later. He mentioned that he wished to visit the mountains again. We purchased a little cabin just outside a peaceful town. I took a remote job, reduced my hours, and began reading and breathing again. Every now and again, someone from the past reaches out. A cousin, an old neighbor, or someone who is curious about what happened. I never explain because folks like Nora, Clara, and my parents are great storytellers. Stories in which they are constantly hurt, betrayed, and abandoned by someone cruel and troubled. Allow them to share their story. I have both truth and peace. Peace is preferable than being loved by those who only appreciate you when you are useful. My parents abandoned me. At 12, after I spilled a soda, years later, I attended my brother's wedding and turned their day into their downfall. My name is Thomas, and I am now 30. Some memories, however, fester rather than vanish. They get sharper over time. I don't talk about my childhood very much, not because I've forgotten, but because stating it out loud makes it feel real again. I feel like I'm 12 years old again, standing in the middle of that gas station parking lot. I was clutching a candy bar that I didn't have enough money to buy, watching my parents' taillights fade into the night. It happened in August, just before school began. We'd gone on one of those weird family bonding vacations that my mother believed we needed, but bonding in our house meant everyone pretending my father's rants were wisdom, and my elder brother Tyler's every lousy thought was a gift to humanity. I was the quiet one, overly sensitive, soft-spoken, and usually in the way. On that particular day, I had spilled Sprite in the back seat. Tyler, who was 16 and already an expert at deflecting blame, smirked and added, "I did it on purpose." Dad pulled over at the next petrol station off the highway, his eyes burning. "You're not a baby anymore," he exclaimed. "You want to act mature? You can find your own way home." At first I chuckled. I assumed it was one of his strange jokes, but suddenly the back of the SUV slammed shut and they simply drove. I raced after them for a second, crying out their names, but my voice cracked and vanished under the roar of motors and tires. A clerk stuck his head out of the gas station door, cigarette dangling from his lips, and looked at me as if I were just another stray who had been abandoned. That night, I slept beneath the station's garbage, cuddled up against myself, my heart beating with each passing car. I recall counting the hours. 80 miles from home, no money, no phone, no one to call. When I begged for aid, the clerk refused. "Ain't a daycare kid," he murmured. I did not cry. I believe a part of me froze that night, the portion that believed family meant anything permanent. The next morning, I found a payphone and contacted Mrs. Carter, a teacher I trusted. She was the one that picked me up and drove me back into town. I explained to her that my parents must have forgotten about me. I could see she didn't believe it because she tightened her grasp on the steering wheel. However, she did not press. She simply dropped me off, ensured I had food, and assured me I could always call her. Nobody seemed surprised as I walked through our house's front door. No one apologized. Mom looked up from her laptop and remarked, "Took you long enough." Tyler was on the couch playing video games and muttered, "Should have walked faster." Dad never addressed what had happened, simply nodding at me at breakfast the next morning as if everything was normal. That was the day I quit trying to fit in. I graduated high school like a ghost in the hall. Ate lunch alone and studied in silence. I left as soon as I reached 18, worked 3 jobs, completed community college, and then moved to a university across the nation without informing anyone. I changed my phone number, never left a forwarding address, and for the first time began breathing on my own. I've spent the last decade developing a life they don't know about. I became a software programmer and relocated to a city where no one ever repeated the words "man up," as if they were a cure for trauma. My friends describe me as grounded and loyal. I even got a rescue dog named Leo, a frightened little mutt who flinches at loud noises. We understand one another. I never expected to hear from them again, yet last week a letter arrived at my flat. There was no return address, but Mom's handwriting on the front was unmistakable, loopy and dramatic. I slowly opened it, partly anticipating a legal threat or another passive-aggressive note about leaving the family. But it was a thick envelope. Inside, Tyler's wedding invitation was embossed in gold calligraphy, all ostentatious and formal, the type of thing that screamed rented grandeur and artificial smiles, and tucked within was a folded piece of notebook paper penned by them. "Thomas, we understand that things have been far between us, but Tyler is getting married, and your presence would be greatly appreciated by the family. He requested that we contact out to you directly. We hope you will come. We would love to reconnect. Mom and Dad are reaching out as if nothing has occurred. Like they hadn't abandoned me to rot beneath a gas station dumpster when I was 12 and never apologized. Like Tyler wasn't the golden kid whose shadow I was never permitted to escape." I sat there looking at the note for a long time. My fingers clenched on the paper's edge, causing it to wrinkle, and for a brief time I considered throwing it away. Almost. But then something inside me paused. I flipped the invitation over. Fancy setting. Outdoor ceremony. Dress code. Formal. There was even a QR code for RSVPs. As if I were just another distant relative. As if they hadn't already taught me the meaning of disposability. I looked at the note again. It would mean a lot to the family. It was interesting since I wasn't the same kid they discarded on the side of the highway anymore, and if they wanted me back in the photo, I had a few ideas for framing it. Let's just say I didn't RSVP right immediately, but I did begin arranging discreetly and meticulously, as I always do, because some debts are not paid in words, but in presence. Sometimes simply turning there is the loudest thing you can do. The instant I saw Tyler's fiance's name, Sophia R. Kensington, engraved in embossed cursive on the invitation, I knew what kind of wedding it would be. Upper middle class perfection, extended games, a live quartet, and bespoke cocktail napkins with their initials. The Kensingtons were local nobility in my area. Old money, gossip and grudges. Sophia was always dressed as if she was going to church or a job interview, even at the age of 15. The kind of girl who never had to compete for attention since it was bestowed upon her like an inheritance. So Tyler got her. Of course he did. The charming eldest son, quarterback smile, parents who surrounded him like he was the sun. My parents most likely wore their approval like jewelry. I searched her up online the same night. She was everything you'd expect. A dentistry school graduate, a groomed Instagram feed full of encouraging slogans and coffee art, and engagement photos taken under a tree that looked like everything out of a wedding magazine. A link to their wedding website was concealed in one of the post's tags. I clicked it. Tyler and Sophia's big day is 3 weeks away. Location: Stonebrook Vineyard and Lodge. Registry: Bloomingdale's, Crate and Barrel, and Amazon. Dress code: black tie is optional. Please arrive 30 minutes before the ceremony starts. Shuttle transportation is offered from the guest hotel. We are very happy to celebrate with friends and family. Family, correct? There was even a section called The Love Story. Tyler wrote it himself, or at least from his perspective. It was all so professional, it could have been written by a public relations firm. I've always been the type of man who believes in fate. But nothing prepared me for Sophia, her grace, her kindness, the way she looked at me and saw more than just the person I used to be. You've grown into a different person than you were before. I read the line 3 times. And then I remembered him as a khaki-wearing bully and a liar with a halo. The same lad who shoved me into a pond at my 12th birthday party and informed our parents that I had slipped. I had to walk home, drenched while everyone else ate cake. They'd been laughing about it for years. I wasn't planning on attending the wedding. Not until I saw that line. Tyler was rewriting his own past, believing there was no collateral damage on his way to adulthood. And now the individuals who had left me behind, literally, were calling me family again. I did not RSVP online. That would have been too easy. Instead, I asked an old college buddy, Jenny, who now works in logistics, to send me a high-end formal suit in midnight blue, custom fit, with a vest that looked like it belonged in a James Bond movie. I even reserved a room at the same premium guest hotel advertised on the website, paying up ahead and using a little different name. I didn't want them to know I was coming. Not yet. I felt if they were going to try to pretend the past did not exist, I'd give them a taste of their own medicine. 2 weeks before the wedding, I sent one email to the RSVP address supplied. It was Sophia's saying, "Looking forward to the celebration. Please don't mention I'm attending. I'd like to surprise the happy couple." There was no reply, but it was marked as read. The week before the wedding, I cleared my schedule, arranged for a sitter for my dog Leo, and packed light. Just the suit, a pair of shine shoes, and one old photo, folded and weathered, of me at 12 standing outside that gas station with a rucksack and a blank stare. Mrs. Carter had removed it the morning she picked me up. She had printed it years later and mailed it to me with the simple message, "You survived." I wasn't sure what I was going to do with it, but it felt natural to bring it. When I arrived at the vineyard the day before the wedding, it looked like a movie set. Rolling hills, polished wooden beams, fairy lights strung through archways, wonderful weather and ideal people. Every aspect was planned to convey warmth and elegance, but in a way that excluded people like me by design. The rehearsal supper was in full swing. I watched from a quiet corner of the outdoor patio, sunglasses on, and a suit jacket draped over my arm. Nobody saw me at first, but then I saw her. Mom. She was thinner than I remembered, like a balloon that had gradually deflated but attempted to preserve its shape. Her hair was tinted a darker brown, almost reddish, and she wore a pearl necklace that contrasted with her sunburned neck. She was laughing, with that loud, brittle laugh that always sounded like she was trying to convince everyone she was okay. Dad stood beside her, wearing a blazer that most likely still had the same money clip in the inside pocket, the one he used to flick open dramatically whenever he wanted to remind us he was supplying. His face seemed puffier than I remembered, as if life had finally pushed back. They were talking to Sophia's parents, smiling, shaking hands, and praising Tyler with the same saccharine tone that used to make my skin crawl. I did not approach them. Not yet. But then Tyler turned, and for the first time in nearly 2 decades, we met eyes. And his face sank. Not enough to warn anyone else, but I noticed it. The flare, the implicit question. What is he doing here? That passed over his immaculately manicured expression. He raised a glass to me, hesitated, and then immediately looked away, as if he hadn't noticed me at all. But I knew he did. More significantly, I realized he hadn't informed them that I was on my way. I snuck out before the toast and walked back to the motel, my heart pumping with adrenaline. My hands were trembling slightly, not from fear but from anticipation. They'd asked me to come. They wanted me to rejoin the family. I was going to show them what that meant, and I hadn't even spoken yet. Mist and tension hung over the wedding morning. I stood at my hotel room's floor-length window, watching fog sweep across the wine hills like a scene out of a movie. I barely slept. Not from nerves. I wasn't nervous, but rather from recollection. My thoughts replayed everything like a silent movie. Cold pavement behind the gas station. Mrs. Carter's expression when she pulled up. When I arrived home, I found silence. I ironed my shirt carefully and painstakingly, pressing out each crease as if it were a scar that I might flatten. Then I reached for an old folded faded photograph. 12-year-old me stared into the horizon, eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. I slipped it into my breast pocket, behind a silk square near my chest. The shuttle to the vineyard was packed with strangers. Distant cousins, longtime neighbors, and Sophia's college classmates. Everyone talked on the venue, the vista, and the attire. Nobody looked my way. I preferred it that way. When I stepped off the shuttle, the surroundings had changed. White chairs spread out across the grass like dominoes. A floral arch took center stage, adorned with ivory roses and pastel greenery. Classical music filled the air, as servers carried around glasses of Prosecco as if it were liquid gold. It was really amazing. I kept to the back. I saw them again. My parents are now seated in the front row, beaming at guests and shaking hands with the officiant. Dad laughed too loudly. Mom held a bouquet of white lilies that did not fit her at all. Tyler stood off to the side in a nice tuxedo, speaking to what I believed was his best man. Sophia hadn't appeared yet. That's when it occurred. An older woman approached me, with exquisite silver hair and a navy blue clothing. She glanced at me for a moment before smiling graciously. "You must be Thomas." I blinked. "I am. I'm Evelyn Kensington, Sophia's mother." "Of course." I straightened a little and extended my hand. She took it gracefully, but also with curiosity. "Tyler told us you might be here. I just wanted to say, thank you for coming." My guard went up immediately. "He told you I might come?" She nodded, her smile growing tighter. "He said there had been some distance, but he hoped this would be a step toward healing." I could have laughed, but I did not. Instead, I said, "He's an optimist." She smiled again, but more awkwardly this time. "Well, regardless, welcome. And if you need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." I saw her go away, her heels biting slightly into the grass. Tyler had informed Sophia's side of the family but not mine. Interesting. The ceremony began like any other. Gentle music played, guests shifted in their chairs, the officiant cleared his throat, and Sophia appeared, glowing, gorgeous, and precisely as you'd imagine. The crowd's combined breath inhaled and held. She walked down the aisle to gentle applause. Tyler waited under the arch like a prince accepting his crown, while I watched from the back row, mute. The ceremony was quick, with typical vows and uneasy laughs. I dues were exchanged as currency. Then came the announcement, the kiss, and the applause. And with that, they were married. The reception was where everything started to unravel. The event was held in a big glass-walled hall that overlooked the vineyard. Chandeliers hang like frozen waterfalls. Every table had a centerpiece of orchids and floating candles. Guests were escorted to their seats using printed calligraphy cards. Mine did not exist. I calmly approached the table where my folks sat. There's an empty chair near them. The name card is designated for the family. I hovered. Mom's gaze fell on me. "Oh, you made it," she replied, sipping wine and not standing. "Apparently," I said. Dad did not speak. He glanced at me with an unreadable expression and leaned back slightly, as if I were a question he didn't want to answer. "I didn't see a seat card for me," I explained quietly. Mom shrugged. "Must have been a mistake. Maybe you're at one of the other tables. We didn't handle the seating arrangements." "Sure you didn't." I looked around. Tables were almost filled. Laughter came from all directions. And then I noticed Tyler across the floor, deep in conversation with Sophia and two older gentlemen in tuxedos. He saw me. He did not smile. Instead, he walked straight for me. "Hey," he murmured, his voice low. "Glad you could make it." "No thanks to you," I said. He exhaled. "Listen, I didn't think you'd actually come. But you invited me." "I asked Mom and Dad to invite you. That's different." My jaw clenched. "I figured you'd see the invite, toss it and move on like you always do," he told me. I truly looked at him. Tan, stylish, and confident. A man who has never fully paid for anything via blood or silence. "I came to see if you remembered," I explained quietly. "Remember what?" I didn't respond. I reached into my jacket and took out the photograph. I held it up and let it speak. His countenance changed. Subtle but real. Eyes flew to the photo, then to my face, then back. He swallowed. That was years ago. Yes, I answered. And you never said a word. Never told them to turn back. Never checked if I made it home alive. He looked around in case someone overheard. Thomas, it was one bad night. You were dramatic even then. I thought you were over it. Over it. Something inside me stilled. I'm not here to ruin your wedding, I told you. You can relax. He let out a brief, lifeless laugh. Good. But I am staying until the speeches. He looked at me again, as if unsure whether I was bluffing. I wasn't, because the best retribution is not loud. It is surgical. And I had planned a toast that they would never forget. The lights in the ballroom dimmed as servers cleaned the last of the dinner plates. Guests were buzzing in a champagne haze, some leaning back with full stomachs and others dancing in nice little circles to a four-piece jazz band tucked away in the corner. Tyler and Sophia sat at a long head table, their names written in gold letters behind them. Everything shined, including the wine glasses, cutlery, and people. A man wearing a powder blue suit clinked his glass. The room became quiet. It's time for a few words from the people who know the bride and groom best. There was polite clapping, and Sophia's father went up to speak first. His voice was smooth and practiced, a combination of money and warmth. He discussed Sophia's childhood, her dreams, and the first time she addressed Tyler. He even joked about Tyler's appeal, saying, "We didn't even realize he was trying to marry up." Everyone chuckled. The best man, Tyler's college roommate, then took over, keeping things light and amusing. Something about frat parties, Tyler's inability to cook, and his good fortune in meeting Sophia. It was the type of speech you'd expect. A little heart, a little comedy, and no rough edges. The MC then took the microphone again and looked down at a list. And finally we have a special toast from Thomas. The room became quiet. Every eye shifted. My parents froze mid-sip. Tyler's jaw stiffened. Sophia blinked in confusion, and I got up. I moved slowly to the microphone, ignoring the uneasy shifting around me. Several visitors whispered. Some people appeared puzzled. Others just looked, confused who I was or why I was speaking. I tapped the microphone once. It rang throughout the room. "Good evening," I said with a firm voice. "I'm Thomas, Tyler's younger brother." Several heads turned sharply now. The words landed like a ripple on quiet water. I could practically hear murmurs start to circulate. "Has he got a brother?" "I wasn't sure I was going to come tonight," I explained. "In fact, I spent the last few weeks thinking about whether I should. You see, I haven't spoken to my family in 18 years. Silence. Not the good kind. The kind that sucks the air out of the room. I got a wedding invitation out of nowhere. No call, no email, just a card and a note that said, 'It would mean a lot to the family if you came.'" I let the words rest before pulling the photo from my pocket. This is me at 12 years old. I held it up with 2 fingers. The guests craned their necks to see. This was taken the morning after my parents left me at a gas station, 80 miles from home. I had spilled a soda in the car, and instead of scolding me, they left, told me to man up and figure it out. The crowd changed. Uneasy glances. The sound of a wine glass being gently placed. They didn't come back. They didn't call. I slept behind a dumpster. The only reason I made it home was because a teacher picked me up the next day. I never got an apology. Not from my parents. Not from Tyler. And until this wedding invitation arrived, I thought they were all perfectly happy pretending I didn't exist. I looked at my parents. Dad's face was paler. Mom's lips hung slightly open, as if she was attempting to elicit a response but couldn't find one quickly. "Now, I'm not here to ruin anyone's evening," I assured them. "Sophia, you seem lovely. Your family has been kind and welcoming. And Tyler, well, you've always known how to put on a good face." That line landed hard. His expression shattered for a brief period. But I think weddings are about honesty. About truth. And it wouldn't be honest if I stood here tonight pretending that we were ever close, or that I grew up in a house where family meant protection, not survival. The room was completely silent now. People were barely breathing. I was invited to this wedding to take part in a picture-perfect day. A prop. A brother-shaped placeholder. I turned back to Tyler. "So, consider this my gift to you." I placed the photograph on the head table directly in front of him. A reminder of what it's like to lose touch with relatives. Then I slowly turned and walked away from the microphone. No applause, only startled stillness and a few loud gasps. As I walked by my parents' table, I heard my mother hiss my name, barely audible. My father began to rise, but I did not stop. I did not glance back. I left through the side of the hall and stepped out into the chilly night. The music is now distant behind me. I was not angry. I was not shaking. I was free. But freedom is a funny concept. It doesn't always provide serenity immediately away. Sometimes it just leaves a silence, the kind that makes you wonder what will happen next. I'd made my move, but the consequences were still coming. The journey back to the motel was silent. There's no jazz band, no clinking drinks, and no theatrical laughing ringing off the marble walls. Only the sound of tires on gravel and the faint whir of my thoughts caught up with me. I did not return to my room right away. Instead, I took a walk down one of the vineyard trails behind the hotel, which wound through rows of dark grapevines beneath a starry sky. With each step away from that wedding hall, the tension in my chest dissipated thread by thread. I could still hear my mother's piercing gasp, see Tyler's beautifully arranged face crumble in real time, and feel the puzzled looks of passers-by attempting to link the piece of family that had been purposefully removed from the photograph. For the majority of my life, I thought I was the ghost in my own family. But tonight, I reminded them that I had flesh, blood and memories. And memory is a hazardous thing, especially when those around you depend on forgetting. I returned to the hotel to find a voicemail from an unknown number. "Thomas, it's Sophia." Her voice was low and calm, yet brittle. I am not sure what I expected, but I did not expect that. "I wish someone had told me. I just wanted you to know I'm not mad you said what you did. You deserve to, and I'm sorry." She hung up without leaving me a number to call back. That was the first apology I had received in 18 years. And it didn't even come from my family. I departed early the next morning. No breakfast, no long goodbyes, just a quick email to the front desk asking them to cancel the remainder of my reservation and send me the final cost. I didn't want to wait around for the aftermath. I knew my parents. I knew Tyler. They'd either pretend nothing happened or try to spin it as a misunderstanding. Perhaps both. But I knew the photograph was still on the head table when I departed. I kept the outfit, dumped the tie, and went home. And once I arrived home, truly home, in my modest apartment, where Leo greeted me with enthusiastic barks and a wagging tail, something unusual occurred. People began reaching out. First, it was my cousin Rachel. She contacted me on LinkedIn. She claimed she had heard about the speech from someone at the wedding and wanted to apologize for never inquiring where I went after I disappeared. Said she always felt it was strange that no one ever mentioned me again, but assumed it wasn't her place to inquire. We spoke for a while. She inquired whether she may pay a visit. I didn't say yes, nor did I say no. Mrs. Carter responded with a message. She still remembered. She still had the photograph that she had taken. "I've always wondered what happened to you," she wrote. "I'm so proud of you, Thomas." I hadn't sobbed in years until that night. It wasn't loud. It was a quiet, agonizing release, the sensation you get after holding your breath for too long and then breathing. I started sleeping better and waking up earlier. I discovered a new rhythm. My job seemed easier, and my code was cleaner. I took Leo on longer walks. I started writing again. Short tales, essays, anything to channel the chaos in my thoughts into anything coherent. A week later, I received an email from a woman who worked for a group that helps alienated adults, children who have been cut off, disowned or abandoned. She'd learned about the wedding speech from a friend of a friend who worked the event, and she felt it was the most quietly powerful thing she'd ever heard. She inquired whether I would be willing to speak at one of their exclusive retreats. Not as a motivational speaker, but as someone who has experienced it. I said yes. That single event morphed into 2, then 4. Then came an invitation to speak on a panel at a university symposium about family separation and trauma healing. I didn't wear the suit to those. Instead, I wore a basic shirt, trousers, and, on occasion, a blazer to look more polished, but I always carried the photograph. I'd show it when I spoke and explain the narrative precisely like it happened. No exaggeration, just the facts. And every time someone approached me afterward and said, "That happened to me too," I knew I wasn't alone. I'd never been. My voice, which they had previously described as too soft, sensitive and quiet, had finally found its volume. It wasn't vengeance, not yet. But there was power. And with each person I assisted, story I heard, and hand I shook, I felt it expand. Not the rage, but the clarity and assurance. Tyler returned to his new wife and polished reputation, unaware of the ripple I had caused or the knowledge that I was far from finished. Because someone else from their side will soon arrive, asking for answers. It began with another email from Sophia, but this time it was not brief, courteous or neatly written. This one was raw. Thomas, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Did your parents really leave you like that? At 12? I asked Tyler. He didn't deny it. He just said, it's complicated. But you didn't sound complicated when you told that story. You sounded clear, like someone who's been carrying something heavy for a long time. If it's true, I need to know more. Please. I looked at the message for a long time. Sophia had every incentive to close the door and go on. She could have disregarded me, seen it as family drama, and dismissed me as bitter or unstable. However, she didn't. She asked for the truth, and I was not going to waste it. So I responded. I told her everything. There are no dramatics or exaggerations, simply the facts. I told her about the gas station, the quiet when I returned, how I got through school, how my name was never spoken again, and how they rewrote the family photo as if I were a blemish they could remove. I did not blame her. I did not ask her to choose sides. I just told her the truth and let it sit. She replied the following day. I believe you, and I need time to process this. They never told me. Tyler said he was an only child until we got engaged. They erased you. And now I'm wondering what else they've rewritten. Would you ever be willing to meet for coffee? Just the two of us. It was like watching a crack form in a window that had before been pristine. I knew not to push. I agreed, but I let her select the time and location. We met a week later in a quiet cafe 2 towns from her and Tyler's house. She wore no makeup, pearls or bridal polish, just a hoodie and pants, hair pulled back, eyes bloated as if she hadn't slept. She sat down and didn't even say hi. She simply asked, what else did they do? So I told her. Not everything, not the minor humiliations, the 1,000 small cuts that never bled enough for anybody to see, but the major ones. Like when my mother forgot my birthday twice in a row and then blamed me for not reminding her, or when Dad refused to co-sign a minor student loan, stating, you'll just waste it, while giving Tyler $5,000 for a trip to Cancun. Sophia kept her hands wrapped around her mug the entire time. She asked inquiries and made mental notes. She did not try to defend them. Instead, she listened. Finally she said, they called you a ghost at the wedding. That's how Tyler explained. He said you vanished when you were a teen. Said you always had a flair for the dramatic. I blinked. They used the word ghost? She nodded. I couldn't help laughing. Not because it was hilarious, but because it was so incredibly perfect. They didn't lose a son, I explained. They buried one. Sophia went quiet and leaned forward, her voice low. You know what scares me most? I waited. She muttered, what if they do that to our kids someday? And there it was. The shift. Tyler was unaware that uncertainty had taken root. Sophia stood before she could say anything else. She stated she needed time. She was thankful, and she wasn't ready to talk to him just now, but she'd be in touch. It was 3 days before I received a letter in the mail. As previously stated, there is no return address. But this time, the handwriting was not my mother's. This was my father's. Inside, a note was scribbled in tight, uneven letters. Thomas, I don't know what you think you're doing. This isn't helping anyone. You're bringing shame on the family. Let it go. If you keep stirring things up, there will be consequences. We gave you a second chance to be included. Don't make us regret it. Dad. There it was. No apologies or regrets, just a threat disguised as dignity. I sat with the note for a moment. Then I placed it next to a photo of myself at the age of 12. 2 items from the same legacy. And I smiled because I finally got what I needed. Proof. Words penned with his own hand, expressing who he was and is today. I scanned the letter, saved it in a secure area, and backed it up on 2 cloud drives. Then I took up the phone. I contacted a journalist who I had met at one of the trauma seminars. She once assured me, if you ever decide to share your story, I'll help you do it right. She answered the first ring. I'm ready, I said. But I don't want to just talk. I want to show them. She hesitated and asked, how far are you willing to go? I looked down at the note, photo and name on the return invitation that attempted to erase me. All the way, I said. The piece was titled, Left Behind. One man's quiet escape from a family that tried to erase him. It went up on Tuesday morning. By lunchtime, it had been shared thousands of times. Julia Myers, the journalist I worked with, had done her research. She checked every detail. She questioned Mrs. Carter, validated the gas station event, and even tracked down my old landlady, who attested that I had put myself through school without family support. The piece contained a photo of me when I was 12, standing beside a dumpster with a ripped rucksack and shattered sneakers. It includes quotes from my wedding speech. It included my father's letter, which was slightly blurred to protect my privacy, as well as Sophia's consent to state that she had contacted me thereafter. Julia was careful and exact. Nor a tabloid story, nor a scandal-baiting attack job. Just the truth, pure and unadulterated. And that is why it burst, because it was not loud, it was honest. Comments flooded in. People commented that it reminded them of their own estrangement, of being rejected, supplanted, or silenced. Others commended the restraint I demonstrated at the wedding. A few people speculated which vineyard it was, but I never confirmed it. But what mattered most were the private messages I received, dozens of them from people who had been discarded, forgotten and labeled as problem children by families that refused to accept responsibility. But the best one came from a Kensington, Sophia's older brother. His name was Adrian, and he didn't mince words. I always thought Tyler was fake, too polished, too rehearsed. Now I know why. I'm sorry they did that to you. My parents are furious. Not at you, but at Tyler. They feel like they were lied to. Used. They're meeting with Sophia today. Thought you'd want to know. I didn't respond. I did not need to. Because Sophia sent another email 2 days later. Thomas, I read the article, I saw the comments, I showed Tyler, he exploded, he said you ambushed him, he said you made it all sound worse than it was, but you didn't even share everything. And that's what made me realize you're telling the truth. He asked me to choose. I chose. I'm staying at my parents' place for the time being. The marriage is being annulled. I'm sorry it had to happen like this. But thank you for not allowing me to enter that lie with blinders on. Sophia. I reread the message 3 times. Then I closed my laptop and sat in silence for a long time. Because I was not celebrating. I was not gloating. I was remembering. I remember standing in our hallway at 12 years old, holding a gas station candy bar and thinking, they have to come back. They have to. And now, some 2 decades later, the family that had abandoned me had finally experienced what it meant to lose control of the narrative. It was not over. Because 3 days after the piece was published, my parents called. I'm not sure how they acquired my number. Maybe from an old contact, or maybe they just started paying attention to the locations I'd spoken at. But when I saw unknown number, I sent it to voicemail. Then I listened. It was my mother. Her voice trembled. Not with sadness, but rage. Thomas, how dare you? We invited you. We tried to be civil and you humiliated us. You've ruined Tyler's life. Sophia's parents are threatening legal action over the gifts, the deposits, the reputation. You think this is justice? It's cruelty. Vindictive, petty cruelty. I hope you're happy. I hope you're proud of yourself. Then my father called. His voice was not angry. It was silent, nearly defeated. You always were too soft. I should have known you'd grow into the kind of man who'd twist a moment into a weapon. Congratulations. You've destroyed your family. Don't ever call us again. Then he hung up. I stared at the wall for a moment, wondering if the words would sting or resonate as they used to. However, they didn't. Because I did not destroy my family. They shattered the part of me that still required them. And that was the difference. I stood up, walked to my desk, opened the drawer, and pulled out the photo one more time. The 12-year-old boy who had no idea what he would become. I smiled at him. Then I put the photograph away. Not because I was burying the past, but because I had finally completed writing the conclusion. The consequences did not occur all at once, it arrived in bits. First, there were rumors. Mutual pals from my hometown have reached out. People I hadn't spoken with in over a decade. Some privately messaged me in disbelief, while others expressed guilt. I had no idea. I assumed you moved for college. Your folks always called you challenging. Then followed the social media changes. My parents, who had spent years crafting their online presence, suddenly went black. Family photos started vanishing from their pages. The banner, "Proud Parents of Tyler and Sophia," gone. The most telling sign. Tyler deleted his entire wedding album overnight. No explanation, just gone. Tyler had taken a leave of absence from his work, which I learned later through a modest LinkedIn update. The blurb stated, "Personal matters." But I knew better. Sophia had carried through with the annulment. She lived temporarily with her brother before returning to her studies. She left me a brief message weeks later. I'm rebuilding. It's messy, But it's mine. Thank you again. I hope you're doing okay. I was more than okay. The nonprofit asked me to become a regular contributor. I started working with them part-time, coordinating outreach for other estranged young adults. I began writing not only articles, but a book. The working title is, Ghost Son. What happens if they pretend you never existed? I did not compose it for vengeance. I wrote it for my younger self. For the youngsters who are still silently packed a bag they won't open because they are worried their footsteps will be too loud. One day I received a letter from Mrs. Carter, not my parents or Tyler, still in her loopy, generous cursive. Dear Thomas, I clipped your article, read it twice and hung it on the wall of my classroom, right above the desk where I keep extra snacks for students who never bring lunch. I sometimes tell them about you, not by name, but by your story, and how being kind isn't just about helping someone out, it's also about remembering them when everyone else forgets. I'm so proud of you. Love, Mrs. V. That one made me cry. Not the silent tears I was accustomed to. Real ones. The kind that caused something to crack open inside. Because for the first time in my life, I no longer felt the need to prove anything. I was not a shadow. I wasn't forgotten. I was here. I had survived, and suddenly I was alive. So, when people ask me how it felt to stand in front of my family and tell them the truth, I simply grin. Because the truth, the best revenge, does not include seeing them disintegrate. It's witnessing yourself rise in broad sunshine while they're still attempting to rewrite the darkness. And I have never looked back. My sister helped me for 1 week, then I called her ugly and lazy. She told me, no wonder he left you, and walked out of my life forever. I am the eldest sister, 34 years old. One child, 4, learning how to tie his own shoelaces. And one baby, 6 months old, who often sleeps like an angel in my arms. People say I'm sharp-tongued, hot-tempered, controlling. They don't ask why a woman becomes that way. No one asks what it feels like to be betrayed in the 8th month of pregnancy. To watch your husband vanish with the wedding gold, the bracelet, things my parents gave me to weather storms, and leave me with a child staring at me and asking, "Where's Dad?" If you've ever pushed a dead car up a hill in the rain at night, you'll understand. The whole slope echoing only with your own breath. You plant your feet, hunch your shoulders, push inch by inch, head down. No one comes to rescue you. You do it yourself. You do it yourself so much that you forget you were ever helped before. My younger sister, the stable one, the happy one, the spoiled one, got married, moved in with her husband, and lived her new full life like the wedding photos framed on the wall. I was truly happy for her. But the truth is, inside me there was a crack. What I once had turned to ashes, while she was just laying the foundation for her own home. If you want to call it jealousy, fine. I call it something else. The fear of being left alone. She and I have never gotten along. We fought as children, fought through high school, fought as adults, petty things that could explode like a pan of hot oil. I said she was weak, she said I was cruel. Maybe we were both right. My father lives near me. He still helps watch my 4-year-old, rocks the baby so I can rush through a shower. That week he went on vacation, and he told, really decided for, my sister to come help me for a week. I thought, good. Maybe this is the time she sees my world. Not through a few minutes on the phone, but through the smell of diapers, the cries that tear through sleep, the cold meals interrupted by a child's vomiting. I wanted her to see, so she would understand. The first day, she and her husband came early. He mowed the lawn. She sat on the sofa holding the little bundle of fluff. I said thank you. But what thank you is enough to cover an endless week. By evening, exactly 6 o'clock, they went back to my father's house. I cleared the dishes, counted bottles, looked at the laundry pile, smelled the fresh-cut grass and felt a stab in my chest, as if I had just paid for a service, not received kindness from family. On the 3rd day her husband picked up my boy from school. I was grateful. But too much gratitude makes me afraid. Gratitude unsaid becomes silent debt. And debts must be paid. I looked at her sitting there. She didn't talk much. Her eyes slid away when I brought up her weight. In her silence I saw avoidance. I hate silence. Silence to me is the pit people throw themselves into to escape the hard question. What do you want from your life? Don't you want to lose weight? I asked. My voice was sharp as a blade slicing paper. She pressed her lips together. I'm trying. Trying how? I heard my own harshness. You're lazy. You just sit here. Maybe, right then, I was wrong. But my wrongness didn't come from malice. It came from the stubbornness of someone life had beaten with whips. I had learned that no one pulls you out of the mud except yourself. I had learned that your body is your last fortress. If it falls, you have nothing left. I had learned that speaking bluntly, even if it hurts, is better than pretending to be kind while everyone drowns. On the fourth night she whispered to me about children, tracking cycles, fatigue, nausea. She said she had lost one just 2 weeks ago. I froze. I didn't hug her. I didn't react like some perfect comfort video people love to watch. I listened, and felt a stone fall into my chest. Something inside me burst open. The bitter water rose to my throat, but I swallowed. I had no right to collapse. I still had bottles to wash, clothes to hang, alarms to set for 2 a.m. I looked at her, saw her swollen eyes and a sky caving in, but my arms were holding the baby, and my life has no pause button. Whatever you need, just tell me, she said. I heard it like someone tossing me a thin rope. I wanted to say, don't just try, you must fight. But what came out was, you have to change. And God, when I said change, I pronounced it like a command. On the 5th day, I watched her in the mirror. I heard her breath. I knew she hated her body. I knew because I once hated mine even more. After my first child, my face was round as the moon, veins burst in my chest, stretch marks purple as lightning strikes. I never took pictures. I deleted every photo. I had lived it. The feeling of staring into a mirror and seeing yourself deformed. I understood. But understanding didn't soften me. Understanding made me angrier. Why know and not act? Why keep waiting? You always talk, she murmured. But do you ever listen? I gave a cold laugh. I've listened until I'm so tired no sound gets through anymore. I wanted to say, I listen all night, the baby's cries, my chest wheezing, the fear whispering, if you faint right now, who will hold the baby? But I didn't. I threw out another line. Dad also told me to talk to you about your weight. Yes, I lied. I dragged Dad in to give my words weight. I knew I was cornering her. I knew. And I still did it. That evening, while tidying toys, I saw her husband look at me. Polite, gentle eyes, like all kind men have. I knew his type, soft-spoken, but if it comes to defending his wife, he stands like a wall. I muttered a greeting, my bones heavy as lead. By 8:30, the baby was asleep. By 9, the boy was snoring. I collapsed into a chair, rubbing my temples. She sat across from me, hugging a pillow. The TV showed a weight loss program. A girl's before and after. The audience clapped wildly. She sighed. She's really good. I switched off the TV. She's good because she stood up, I said. You just sit. Her breath hitched. Stop it. Number, I'll stop when you get up. She looked at me like I was a beast. What more do you want? I've been here all week. Here. Then at 6 you go home. Here. Like clocking in. I laughed. Thanks. But that kind of thanks gets paid back with sulking. Maybe at that moment, anyone watching from the outside would hate me. I heard my own words and felt goosebumps rise all over my skin. But on the other hand, her silence made me want to smash the table. I knew she was scared. I knew she was in pain. But I carried a different kind of pain. The kind that makes you climb onto your own back to haul your life forward. You're ugly, I blurted out. One word, ugly, shot from my teeth like a stone. Her face turned pale. I could almost hear glass cracking. You're lazy, I added. You won't even pull yourself off that sofa. She choked. I saw her hands trembling. God, I knew that sign. That panic attack rising like a wave. But when you've lived long enough with storms, you start to despise the waves. You're selfish with your future child, I said. You think silence is gentleness. Number, silence is cruelty to yourself. Stop it, she whispered. Don't say any more. I'm having an attack. Have it, I muttered. At least that's a reaction. That line, when I remember it now, was the cruelest thing I ever said. Night fell. The fridge hummed softly. I carried the baby into the room, laid him down, came back out. She was still sitting there, her eyes wet. I stood in the middle of the living room, my hands empty, feeling my life split in 2 halves. One half the mother dragging a car up a rainy hill. The other half the sister throwing stones at her sibling to force her to run. I hated both. I needed both. Tomorrow, I said, you'll walk with me. Not much. 20 minutes. She shook her head. I'm tired. Tired is the biggest reason people need to get up. I panted. 7 o'clock. I'll knock. She didn't answer. I turned off the light, went back to the room. In my head was the sound of footsteps. The footsteps of a woman who has to be mother, father, wall, lamp, everything. The next morning, 5 minutes to 7, I was already outside her door. I raised my hand to knock. Then let it drop. Inside was a faint breath. Maybe she had just dozed off. I stood there, my hand trembling, and felt in my chest a dry well. No strength left to be kind. No strength left to be cruel. I turned away, went down to the kitchen, the kettle starting to whistle. I poured the water. My phone buzzed. A message from Dad. A photo of the sea. Harsh sunlight. The words, "Everything okay?" I typed, "Okay." I erased it. I typed again, "Okay." I erased it again. Finally, I sent a thumbs up emoji, the language adults use when they don't have the courage to tell the truth. "Sis." Her voice rasped behind me, thin and raw. I turned. She stood there, eyes red, hands cradling her stomach as if holding something invisible. I'm sorry about last night." I gripped the cup handle tight. "Yeah," I answered. "Today let's just start over." I didn't hug her. I was afraid if I hugged, I would cry. That noon, when her husband came to pick up my boy from school, I glanced out the window. Sunlight poured over the gleaming roof of their new car. I heard myself let out a breath, short and broken like a sob. That was it, half a day of peace before the real storm rolled in. And I, the eldest sister, the woman cut by a knife in places no one could see, was ready to say the thing the whole family would hate me for. "You must change. Not tomorrow. Now." "Don't push me," she whispered. "No one is pushing you," I replied. And in that instant, I knew I was lying. I still remember that afternoon clearly. Late sunlight slanted through the curtains, gold spilling across the baby's face in my arms. He slept, breathing evenly, but in my chest was a thunderstorm. My sister sat across from me, fingers locked tight, eyes swollen red. I spoke. She fell silent. I asked. She avoided. That silence, to me, was not gentleness. It was defiance. "Do you plan to change at all?" I asked, forcing my voice to stay calm. I'm trying," she stammered. "Trying? Trying how? Sitting on the sofa all week, is that trying?" She swallowed. Said nothing. I heard the hiss inside my own head. Silent again. Always silent. I shot to my feet, marched up in front of the TV and pointed straight at her. "You're lazy. You're ugly. You won't even bother to stand up. Have you thought about your child in the future? What kind of mother will you be?" She trembled, fists clenching her shirt. I knew she was in the middle of an attack. I recognized it instantly, heart racing, breath broken. But instead of softening, I said the words that still echo like blades. "At least an attack proves you're alive. Sitting still like this, you're already dead." Her eyes went blank. She shot up, staggered outside. I heard the stairwell door, the heavy footsteps. I held my baby tighter, breathing in, and my father's old words echoed in my head. "She's fragile. Don't push too hard." But how could I not push? Life doesn't spare the weak. Before I could think further, the bedroom door swung open. My sister threw herself into her husband's arms. I followed, my voice rising. "I'm her sister. I have the right to speak. I have the right to remind her." He didn't shout, but his gentle eyes flared with resolve. He slammed the door right in my face. Bang! The wood shuddered through my chest like a slap. In my own house. I inhaled sharply, clutching the baby tighter, then shoved the door open again. "No one shuts a door on me in my own house. This is my house." "Please," he said softly, still calm. "She's having a panic attack. I'm trying to calm her down." I laughed bitterly, spitting out the words, "This is my house. I'll say whatever I want." In that moment, the argument was no longer between me and my sister. It became a standoff between me and my brother-in-law. He held her close, eyes fixed on me like I was the enemy. And I, with a sleeping baby in my arms, stood in my own living room and felt myself being shoved out. My sister sobbed. I can't take it." Then she bolted into the bathroom. The sound of retching tore through the air, wave after wave. He rushed after her, leaving me alone in a room full of shadows. I screamed after them. There. Always the same. Running. Crying. making the whole world pity you. Who can live your life for you? They didn't answer. I heard the bathroom door slam shut. The retching went on. I stood frozen for a few seconds, my heart pounding, feeling like I was locked outside a play I never wanted to be cast as the villain in. He came back, eyes red, voice tight. Stop dragging this out. Don't make her suffer more. I gave a bitter laugh. Suffer? She doesn't know what suffering is. Suffering is when your husband steals all your gold and disappears. Suffering is sitting on the floor 8 months pregnant with no one coming. Suffering is a baby crying all night until your tears dry up into stone. That's suffering. His voice hardened. You're wrong. This isn't the way. I shouted, my voice shattering like glass. No. The only way is to tell her the truth. She needs to hear it, even if she hates me. Just then, my sister stumbled out, pale, trembling hands. She looked at me as if to pierce straight through. Then she hissed between her teeth, voice small but ice cold. No wonder. He left you. I froze. My whole body felt sliced in half. Those words fell heavier than any slap I'd ever taken. In my arms, the baby stirred, wailed. I heard nothing except that sentence. No wonder he left you. I wanted to scream, to smash everything. But my throat locked tight. Then I saw her tears. She turned, grabbed her husband, and together they dragged themselves out the door. I heard the shuffle of sandals, the twist of the doorknob. I screamed after them. Fine, go. I swear I'll never ask you for anything again. Never. The door slammed. I stood abandoned in the dark house, my baby crying in my arms, my chest ripped open by one sentence. And I knew. From that moment on, she and I had fallen onto opposite sides of the same abyss. Only when the house was empty did the explosion truly happen inside me. The baby's cries rang like a fire alarm, and I rocked him with trembling hands, haunted by her words. No wonder he left you. I collapsed into a chair. My knees shook, breath ragged. Never, not even when my husband dragged the last suitcase out the door, had I felt this bare. Just one sentence. It cut deeper than a year of betrayal. I grabbed my phone, the screen lit up. A message. From her, no, from her husband. Cold as a verdict. From now on, consider my wife and our children dead to you. If you need to calculate gas money or anything else from this week, let us know, we'll pay. But don't contact us again. I bit my lip. My fingers shook as I typed. How dare you? Then deleted it. Typed again. I only spoke the truth. Deleted. In the end, I sent nothing. I tossed the phone on the table. That night, I didn't sleep. The baby cried 3 times. I rocked him, eyes dry, lips whispering like a curse. You say I deserve to be abandoned? I was abandoned already. And I'm still here. The next morning my father texted from his trip. Everything okay? I stared at the words, choking. I almost typed. Number. Your daughters just tore each other's hearts to pieces. But instead I sent a smiley face. I knew well. When he returned, he would side with her. He always did. He'd say, she's weak. You must give way. For years I'd heard that line. But what about me? Do I ever get to be given way? That afternoon, I sat with my 4-year-old. He asked, Mom, where's Auntie? I swallowed hard. She went home. Will Auntie come back? I froze. My son looked up, waiting. I gave a crooked smile. No, probably not. He lowered his head, whispered, but I like Auntie. I like Uncle too. Another crack split my heart. I hugged him, but inside me boiled a blind fury. You like her, and she treats your mother like trash. 3 days later, another message arrived, this time from her. Don't ever call me again. All you do is scream, curse, make me afraid. You're a terrible sister. You don't deserve me. I read it. Then I smirked. This time I replied without deleting. Yeah, I'm terrible. Terrible, but I survive. Terrible, but my kids still have a mother. You, without that gentle husband, would have fallen long ago. She didn't answer. That night after putting the baby to sleep, I found myself sitting alone in the living room, yellow light falling across the tiled floor. I listened to the wind hissing through the door. I recalled every detail. Her on the sofa, red-eyed, holding her stomach. I called her ugly, lazy, selfish. She called me the woman left behind. Who was right? Who was wrong? Or maybe we were the same. Both crushed by life in different ways. The phone lit up again. Another message, this time from my father. I've heard your sister's side. I'll call when I have time. I'm tired. Don't trouble me more. I gripped the phone, teeth clenched. There. As I said. He always believes her. I wanted to reply. Dad, she's not innocent. She threw the cruelest words at me. But like always, I stayed silent. I've learned this. The silent one never loses immediately. That night, I wrote in my journal. Typed, deleted, typed, deleted. Finally, only one line remained. If I'm the bad one, at least I dare to speak. All you do is cry. I shut the laptop. The next day, a neighbor stopped by, hinting, last week the house was lively, now it's so quiet. I forced a smile. Yeah, families argue sometimes. But behind my back I heard them whisper, she's so harsh, poor younger sister. I walked on, hollow inside. Poor her? Who pities me? That night my boy asked again. Mom, doesn't Auntie love you? I bit my lip, forcing back tears. It's okay, I still have you. But when he slept, I whispered into the dark. It's not that I don't love her. I love her enough to tear her out of that soft shell. I love her enough to let the world hate me rather than watch her wither away. I sat like that until morning, watching the clock crawl. Another day passed, and the distance between my sister and me stretched another mile. 5 days later, my father came home from his trip. He brought a small gift bag, a bottle of imported liquor, printed seaside photos still smelling of fresh paper. He sat on the couch, turned on the TV, sighed. Traveling is fun, but home is still better. I stood there, holding my baby, heart tangled. I knew this conversation couldn't be avoided. And just as I expected, he called me over. About last week. I've heard bits. Tell me your side. I inhaled deeply. I told him half-truths. I said she argued. I said she stayed silent until she burst into tears. I said her husband stepped in, shut the door, argued back. I said I only wanted her to change. I left out the words I hurled at her, ugly, lazy, selfish. I left out the sentence she carved into me. No wonder he left you. Father sat, face calm. Then he said, she told it differently. She said you cursed her, pushed her, made her spiral. Did you? I bit my lip. Dad, I only wanted her to stand up. If she stays this week, she'll end up killing herself. He looked straight at me, his old eyes heavy. Don't you see? You're becoming your mother. I froze. My heart clenched. Dad, why would you say that? He sighed, slow. Back then, your mother thought the same way. Always forcing you all to toughen up, obey, live as she demanded. Until the family exploded. She lost everything. Lost her husband. Lost her children. Do you remember? I swallowed hard. My mother's image flashed. Her screaming. Her scolding. Then collapsing. My hands shook. You're saying, I'm like her? Yes. You are. And you're walking her path. You think you're protecting the kids, but you're making them afraid. You think you love your sister, but you're crushing her under your heel. I screamed, voice breaking. No, I'm not like her. She abandoned me when my husband betrayed me. You stayed silent. I had no choice but to harden myself. Otherwise, who would raise the kids? Who would protect them? He said nothing. Just looked at me. Shook his head. Then quietly. The price of what you call strength is what? You've already lost your sister. That sentence landed like a verdict. I sobbed, clutching the baby in my arms. She cried out, and I carried her into the room, my heart a tangled mess. 2 days later, I heard she had gone to see my father with her husband. They told everything, without leaving out a word. They even told the line I'll never forget. No wonder he left you. Father told me afterward, his face heavy. After listening, I just sighed. You two, like knives against each other. But this time, more of the fault lies with you. I trembled with rage. I shouted, it's always like this. Always me to blame. I'm not the only one at fault. Father stayed calm. She said she lost a child. She's weak. And you, her sister, stabbed straight into that wound. Isn't that the same as killing her again? I was stunned. I knew I was wrong, but I wouldn't admit it. I only screamed. She's weak to the core. If she never changes, her whole life will be nothing but tears. I won't let my children grow up like that. Father shook his head. You think you're saving, but really you're destroying. Look closely, your 4-year-old is already used to his mother shouting. What do you want him to remember of his childhood? Shouts? Cries? Or the sound of your sister groaning in the bathroom from panic? I collapsed into the chair. For the first time, I was speechless. The conversation ended with one sentence from my father that would echo in my head for days. You say you're strong. But the truly strong are not the ones who shout the loudest. The truly strong are the ones who make others feel safe. I said nothing. I held my child, turned my face away, swallowed the tears. Inside I wondered, if I really am like my mother, will I be able to stop before I lose everything? The house was silent. But this silence wasn't peace. It was heavy, compressed, like concrete poured on my chest. I heard the ticking clock, the wind slipping through the door crack, and in my heart the echo of my father's words. The truly strong are the ones who make others feel safe. I sneered. Safe, huh? Has anyone ever asked if I was safe? I was abandoned 8 months pregnant. I stayed awake countless nights. I raised 2 children alone. Who gave me safety? I looked around the room, toys scattered everywhere, the sofa where my sister once sat, silent, teary-eyed. I saw her shadow still there. I heard again her whisper. No wonder he left you. I clutched my head, screamed, shut up, shut up. The baby startled, cried. I panicked, hugged her, soothed her. In her clear eyes, I saw myself, bare, ugly, bitter. I whispered, my love. Your mother isn't a monster, she just doesn't know how to be gentle. The next day I received one final message from her husband. From now on, anything you want to say it to your father. With us, everything is finished. I threw the phone on the table. I shouted into the emptiness. Fine. Go. I'll never need you for the rest of my life. But when my voice echoed off the walls, it sounded hollow, like the cry of a failure trying to deceive herself. My 4-year-old ran out, eyes wide. Mom, why are you crying? I wiped my face, forced a smile. I'm not crying. I'm just shouting. Will Auntie come back? He asked. I choked. No, she's gone. I like Auntie. I like Uncle. I didn't answer. I turned away, biting my lip until it bled. My son loved her, while she tore his mother apart. So who was right? Who was wrong? That night I stood before the mirror. My hair wild, eyes sunken. I stared straight into myself and asked, are you the villain? Are you your mother? Have you destroyed everything? The reflection said nothing. In my head, 2 voices spoke, one from my sister, one from my father. You're a terrible sister. You don't deserve me. You're repeating your mother. I slammed my hand on the sink. No, I'm not her. I'm not a monster. But then, a single tear slid down my cheek. This time, I whispered, not screamed. Or maybe, I really am the monster. I'm still writing these lines with the clock near 2 a.m. Both children are asleep. The house is quiet, terrifyingly so. I type, delete, as if each word is a scar cut into my skin. I think of her, the sister I once swore I would protect. I remember when we were kids, she fell off her bike, her knee bleeding. I carried her on my back, running home. She cried, clung to me. I was her shelter once. So when did I become the nightmare in her eyes? Maybe from the first time I yelled at her. Maybe from the day I forced her to be strong, when all she needed was a hug. Maybe from the day I believed love meant pushing hard. I sighed. I wondered. If tomorrow she knocked on my door again, would I open my arms? I want to believe I would. But maybe I'd still be harsh, bitter, still push her away. Because that's the only way I know to survive. So, am I the villain? Maybe. But I'm also the witness of my own life. A life wrecked by betrayal, by ruins, by endless nights rocking children with eyes wide open. If I'm wrong, my wrongness comes from distorted love. Love laced with fear. I don't know how to love gently. I only know how to love by shouting, by pushing others to the edge, hoping they'll learn to fly. Maybe I've lost my sister forever. Maybe she'll tell the world I'm a monster, a cruel sister. Maybe she's right, but if one day she stands tall enough to say, "Sis, I'm okay now," then I, the villain, will cry. And that time, I won't hide it. Until then, I'm still here. A mother, a sister, a woman. Not gentle, not kind, but alive, and surviving. How are you paying for this place? My sister mocked me at dinner. Until the waiter revealed the truth that left my entire family in shock. It all began 5 years ago when I walked away from all my family expected of me. They always evaluated my decisions, dismissing my culinary ambitions as beneath our family name. They had no idea that today, as they assemble at Maison, one of the city's most elite restaurants, to celebrate my sister Vivian's engagement, they would be confronted with how much had changed. My tummy tightens as I adjust my plain black dress. Sometimes the most difficult reservations to make are about your own past. Growing up in Greenwich, Connecticut, being a Mitchell meant something special. We were more than just wealthy. We left a legacy. My parents, Elizabeth and Charles Mitchell, based their identities on status markers like the correct address, schools, and occupations. Our enormous colonial home hosted fundraisers at which my mother paraded us children around like accessories, her pride proportional to how well we fit into her ideal of prosperity. The Mitchell children are destined for greatness, she'd tell her acquaintances at garden parties, my father nodding in agreement behind his whiskey glass. Vivian has already decided on Yale Law, and Daniel's mathematical abilities are really promising. He'll make an excellent investment banker. When guests looked at me, the middle kid, my mother's smile tightened. Draw has creative inclinations. She'll find her way. What she meant was that I was the family's letdown. While Vivian excelled at debate club and Daniel won math competitions, I spent countless hours in our housekeeper Maria's domain, the kitchen. Maria, a warm-hearted woman from Greece, saw something in me that my parents did not. Genuine passion. You have the hands for this work, she'd add as I assisted her in kneading bread or neatly dicing vegetables. The way you taste, the way you smell, you understand food in your soul. By the age of 13, I started developing my own recipes. When my parents went on vacation, I began holding underground dinner parties for my pals at the age of 16. My kitchen became my sanctuary, where I felt most completely myself. Cooking, a servant's work, my father remarked when I mentioned culinary school during my junior year of high school. Mitchells hire chefs, they don't become them. To pacify them, I applied to business schools and eventually enrolled at Dartmouth, where my father and grandfather had gone. Even yet, I found methods to pursue my genuine passion by taking food science electives and nutrition classes that I could rationalize as complementary to business administration. I launched an underground supper club in my apartment, charging students for inventive 5-course dinners to help support my covert weekend courses with local cooks. My double life lasted until graduate school. I was 6 months into an MBA program that was making me really miserable when Chef Julien Marchand, a French culinary expert with 3 Michelin stars, came to campus for a lecture series. He approached me after sampling my meal at a university event during which I had assisted with catering. "Who taught you to make a reduction like this?" he said, his accent strong but his gaze earnest. "I taught myself," I said. "From books, videos, and experimenting." He handed me his card. "You're wasting your talent here. Come to my kitchen in New York, and I'll make you great." That night, everything changed. 2 weeks later, I stood in my parents' beautiful living room, explaining why I was leaving out of my MBA program to go to culinary school. The quiet after my announcement was deafening. "This is absolutely unacceptable," my father eventually remarked, his voice dangerously low. "We've invested everything in your education." "Everything except respect for what I actually want," was my reply. My mother's expression stiffened. "If you pursue this hobby, you do so without our financial or other support." Vivian, who had just returned from a year of law school, chuckled coldly. "Always the rebel. Let's see how long you last cooking for minimum wage." Daniel, who already works at a prestigious financial firm, simply seemed embarrassed for me. I departed that night with only my personal savings and a modest suitcase. The next 5 years were the hardest I'd ever known, working 18-hour days, living in a tiny apartment with 3 roommates, and taking out loans for culinary school. But with Chef Julien's guidance, I thrived. The kitchen's intensity, discipline, and inventiveness nourished me in ways that business school never could. Then came the opportunity to change everything. An investor who tried my food at one of Julien's parties approached me with a business pitch. Maison launched 2 years ago, with me as executive chef and partial owner. 6 months later, I bought out my partners and became single proprietor. The irony was not lost on me that I had ended up using my business education, but not in the way my parents had intended. Maison soon became the most difficult reservation to get in the city. Last month, Food and Wine magazine included us in their Future of American Cuisine issue. Throughout this, I kept my distance from my family, occasional awkward phone calls with my mother, holiday cards, but nothing serious. They knew I was doing something with food, but they didn't know how successful I was. I chose to keep it that way. I desired recognition for my successes on my own terms, not as a means of eventually gaining their favor. So, when the embossed invitation to Vivian's engagement supper arrived at my place, I was astonished. Even more startling was the location. My own eatery. Of course, they couldn't have known it was mine. They presumably chose it because it was unique and magnificent, ideal for demonstrating their status. After several days of consideration, I decided to accept, not for affirmation, but possibly to finally close a chapter. 5 years of distance had provided me with perspective. I felt confident enough in my success to face them without breaking under their criticism. What I hadn't imagined was how it would feel to watch them dine in my restaurant and criticize the dishes I had worked so hard to create. But that was exactly what awaited me when I pushed open the huge glass doors of Maison that evening, ready to play the role of the struggling black sheep for the final time. As I came through the doors, the familiar aroma of Maison engulfed me: saffron, reduced wine, and the faint perfume of fresh herbs, which I insisted on having delivered twice a day. Usually, this perfume grounded me and reminded me of everything I'd accomplished. Tonight, it only made me more anxious. I had carefully chosen my clothes: a modest black dress by Diane von Furstenberg, embellished with a single strand of pearls belonging to my grandmother. My status-conscious relatives would most likely misinterpret my understated elegance as an attempt to make do with inadequate resources. My hair was pulled back into a tidy chignon, which they would likely read as me being unable to afford good styling. Adrian, my most senior server, noticed me right away, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. I rarely entered via the front door as a guest. I gave him a delicate shake of my head and mouthed, "Not yet." He nodded silently and resumed his tasks. I could see them from the entryway. They'd requested the middle table. My mother in Chanel, and my father examining the wine list with intense focus. Vivian wore what appeared to be new season Gucci. Next to her sat a man I didn't recognize, possibly Olivia, with slicked back hair and a watch that caught the light whenever he moved his wrist. Daniel and his wife Callista completed the picture, dressed in business clothing as if they had just returned from an important conference. Celeste, my hostess, she approached with a friendly smile. "Good evening, miss." She stopped herself just in time. "Your party is already seated. May I show you to their table?" "Thank you, Celeste," I said quietly, appreciating her caution. As we neared, my mother recognized me, her eyes making a swift assessment that I knew from childhood. A head-to-toe scan determined the approximate value of my attractiveness, and found it lacking. "Dar," she replied, rising to air-kiss my cheek. "You finally arrived. We were beginning to wonder." "I'm exactly on time, Mother," I said, checking my watch. 7 on the dot. My father stood and gave me a stiff hug, followed by an awkward pat on the back. "You look healthy," he said, implying that I hadn't kept up the borderline unhealthy slenderness valued in our social circles. Vivian barely stood, offering me her cheek to kiss. "This is Olivia," she said, as her fiancé rose and extended his hand. His grasp was overly tight, a power move I recognized from numerous business meetings. "Princeton undergrad, Wharton MBA, he explained. "Just made junior partner at Goldman. There's no nice to meet you, or, I've heard about you, simply credentials and status. The Mitchells enjoy language." Daniel gave me a more sincere hello, but his wife Callista's grin appeared strained. I subsequently learnt she had been assigned with locating this extremely exclusive restaurant for tonight's dinner, and she was concerned about whether it would match everyone's expectations. "Well," my mother began as I took the last unoccupied seat. "We've already ordered champagne. I hope that's okay." I noted they had chosen the most costly option on our list. Showy but not reckless. Typical. The restaurant hummed with the enthusiasm I had worked so hard to create. The lighting was dark enough for intimacy, and bright enough to highlight each dish's artistic plating. The sound level struck the perfect blend between conversation and seclusion. The tables were perfectly spaced, close enough to produce energy while remaining far enough apart for discretion. Every aspect was my choice, from the linen weight to the custom-designed chairs that encouraged diners to stay without being uncomfortable. I saw the staff's subtle reactions when they learned I was seated with customers. Marco, our sommelier, attracted my attention as he approached with the champagne. The tiniest rise of his brow inquired whether I wanted him to acknowledge me. I gave an inconspicuous headshake. "Excellent choice," he told my father instead. presenting the bottle with practiced elegance before starting to pour. "We're celebrating an engagement," my father added unnecessarily, obviously looking for special treatment. "Congratulations," Marco said effortlessly. "Maison is honored to host such a special occasion." "I'm surprised you managed to make a reservation," I responded casually. "I've heard it's quite difficult." Olivia leaned forward. "I know people," he said with a wink. I had to repress an eye roll since he was so smug. Called in a favor with a client who's friendly with the management. I was chewing my lips. The client was most likely Craig Winters, one of our frequent investors who occasionally requested tables for business associates. I made a mental note to talk to him about Olivia. "Well, aren't you resourceful?" I inquired, extending my champagne flute to Vivian and Olivia. "A perfect match and a brilliant future," my father said. We clinked glasses, and I took a little sip, observing that the champagne was poured at the exact temperature I had instructed my staff to keep. "So," my mother said, setting down her glass and focusing her gaze on me. "Tell us what you've been up to these past few years. You've been so mysterious." The table's attention moved to me. 5 pairs of eyes evaluating and preparing to evaluate. "I've been working in food," I answered simply. "Learning, growing." "Are you still in that cooking phase?" Vivian sighed, as if I'd admitted to a dreadful addiction. "I thought surely by now you'd have moved on to something more substantial." "Not everyone can handle the corporate path," Daniel added, making his argument sound like criticism. Olivia looked perplexed. "What exactly do you do?" "Line cook, catering, and various roles," I replied vaguely. "I've worn many hats." "Well, we're just glad you're able to support yourself," my mother remarked, with a phony graciousness I recognized. "Though we've always said our door is open if things get too challenging." I observed Ivy, one of our most skilled servers, approaching with the amuse-bouche, which was a bite-sized sphere of compressed watermelon covered with fermented black garlic and a microgreen I had obtained from a specialized urban farm. "Compliments of the kitchen," she said, delicately setting one before each diner. Her eyes caught mine briefly, a spark of loyalty before she returned to professional mode. "Is this all?" Vivian inquired, looking at the single taste with despair. "I'm hungry." "This is an amuse-bouche," I explained. "A palate opener. The meal hasn't actually started yet." "I know what an amuse-bouche is, duh," she murmured. "I'm not culturally illiterate just because I chose law instead of playing with food." I watched as they all tried my creation. My mother took the tiniest possible bite, always mindful of calories. My father shoved the entire item into his mouth, barely hesitating to taste it. Daniel and Callista appeared to enjoy it, although Olivia made a show of evaluating the flavors like a wine connoisseur, using culinary phrases that made no sense. Only Vivian left hers undisturbed. "I don't do raw garlic," she stated. Though the black garlic was far from raw, it had been fermented for 60 days in a temperature-controlled atmosphere, a technique I had honed over 3 years of experimentation. As our server cleared the dishes, I noticed a look of sadness in her eyes at Vivian's untouched handiwork. In that moment, I felt protective. Not of myself, but of my employees, who took great pride in their work. I had created Maison not only as a restaurant, but also as a family, united by shared enthusiasm rather than DNA. The evening had only barely begun, but I could already feel the old dynamic settling in. I was the outsider, the one who had chosen the incorrect route and wanted to justify my decisions. But unlike Draw 5 years before, I now sat at this table with a secret strength. One that would eventually throw the entire relationship on its head. "So, tell us about the wedding plans," I began, purposefully diverting my gaze back to Vivian as our next course arrived. A delicate combination of homegrown tomatoes, homemade ricotta, and basil oil that took me months to master. Vivian brightened instantly. "We've booked St. Thomas Church, of course. Reception at the plaza for 100 guests, though Mother thinks we should cut it to 350. "The guest list is getting unwieldy," my mother interjected. "The Astor Williams aren't speaking to the Bennetts since that unfortunate yacht incident, so we can't seat them in the same section." I restrained a smile. The seriousness with which they analyze these societal calculations never ceased to astound me. 400 seems excessive," I ventured, taking a taste of the tomato dish. Olivia leaned forwards. "It's networking, not just celebration. Half those invitations are relationship investments." "Exactly," my father agreed. "Olivia understands the social capital aspect. A wedding of this caliber opens doors." "And what about you, Dar?" Vivian inquired, her tone suddenly stern. "Any prospects on your horizon, or are you still too busy with your cooking?" I observed she had scarcely touched her lunch, moving the heirloom tomatoes around her dish with apparent disdain. "I'm focused on my career right now," I replied simply. "Career?" Daniel said with a slight laugh. "Is that what we're calling it?" My mom jumped in. "Dar dear, surely by 29 you're thinking about settling down. There's that lovely son of Elizabeth Whitley. He's in hospital administration, I believe. Very stable." "I'm not looking to be set up, mother." "Well, your options will get more limited with each passing year," she said, "especially in your situation." Before I could answer, our server appeared and cleared the course. I hadn't really detected the taste of my own invention since I was too stressed to fully enjoy it. "Is there a problem with the dish?" Ivy inquired Vivian, noticing her fully filled plate. "Too acidic," Vivian said dismissively. "And the tomatoes could have been riper." I bit my tongue. Those tomatoes had been picked at their finest that morning from an upstate farm that produced them just for us. "I'm sorry to hear that," Ivy responded with studied diplomacy. "I'll be sure to inform the kitchen." The next item arrived, grilled scallops with a brown butter emulsion and pickled ramps, a spring special that I was quite proud of. As the platters were laid down, I saw my family's reactions. "Now this looks promising," my father said, biting into a scallop with a fork. He swirled his wine, a Sancerre that I had specially chosen to go with this entree. "Decent wine list here. Not exceptional, but passable." Marco, overhearing as he passed, gave me a swift glance. I gave him a gentle smile. Marco had been poached from a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Paris and had turned down offers from restaurants all around the world to collaborate with me. "Sodra," Callista began, clearly attempting to include me. "Daniel mentioned you work in food, but you never really specified what you do." Before I could respond, Vivian interrupted. "She's probably hostessing somewhere, right, Dar? Using that business degree to seat people and hand out menus." "Actually," I began. "No shame in that," my father interjected. "Everyone has to start somewhere. Though after 5 years, I would have expected some advancement." "I've advanced," I answered quietly. "Into what? Assistant manager at Applebee's?" Vivian giggled at her own joke. "Vivian," Daniel warned, demonstrating a rare moment of protection. "What?" "I'm just being realistic. She chose to abandon her education for this passion project. Actions have consequences." I took a drink of wine, allowing the familiar flavors to ground me. "And how is the law treating you, Vivian? Are you still at Henderson and Block?" Her expression stiffened. "I'm between positions at the moment. Actually, taking time to plan the wedding." "She was working too many hours," Olivia interjected. "I told her my wife doesn't need to kill herself at some firm once we are married. She can do charity work like my mother." I noticed a spark of resentment. Frustration? In Vivian's eyes, before she returned to a calm expression of agreement. The next entree was a pasta dish with hand-rolled tagliatelle, spring peas, pancetta, and mint. One of our specialty recipes has been featured in Food and Wine. "The portion size here is ridiculous," my mother said, glancing at the elegantly presented spaghetti. "All this expense for 3 bites. It's about quality over quantity, mother," you said. "The tasting menu is designed to take you through multiple flavors and textures." "In my day, restaurants gave you a proper meal for your money," my father said. "This cuisine nonsense is just a way to charge more for less food." I watched as he chopped his spaghetti rather than spin it, breaking the beautiful strands I had hand-rolled that morning. "So, how exactly are you affording a place like this on a food service salary?" Vivian inquired plainly. "This is one of the most expensive restaurants in the city." I felt all eyes on me. "I manage my finances carefully," I said. "Oh please," Vivian scoffed. "A dinner here costs more than you probably make in a day. Who are you dating? Is he paying for this?" "I'm not dating anyone," I replied evenly. "Then how can you possibly afford this place?" she pressed. "Are you in debt? Maxing out credit cards to keep up appearances?" "Vivian," Daniel warned again, looking uneasy. "No, I want to know," she said. We all rearranged our schedules for this dinner that she suggested at one of the most exclusive restaurants in the city. Either she's being financially irresponsible or she's not being honest about her situation. The next item arrived. Wonderfully cooked duck breast served with cherry gastrique and farro. Chef Sophia, who was in charge of the kitchen when I wasn't around, had done an excellent job. "This duck is undercooked," Olivia said after one bite. I looked at his plate. The duck was cooked perfectly medium rare like it should be. "It's meant to be served that way," I said. "Medium rare is the optimal temperature for duck breast." I prefer my meat well done, he said, motioning to a waitress. When Ivy approached, he spoke without glancing at her. This is raw. Take it back and cook it properly. I observed a flash of displeasure in Ivy's eyes, which was soon concealed by professional courtesy. Of course, sir, my apologies. As she took his plate, I caught her gaze and gave a little nod. She would know to have the kitchen prepare a new breast rather than overcooking the current one. Really, Draw? My mother remarked after Ivy had left. You still haven't answered Vivian's question. How are you affording this dinner? The tension around the table was apparent now. I could feel the familiar heaviness in my chest, something I'd experienced at innumerable family dinners growing up. The feeling of being cornered, assessed, and found wanting before I had a chance to speak. But I was no longer the same insecure young woman. I had created something I was proud of, and it was entirely mine. I debated revealing everything right then, seeing their emotions alter as they recognized which restaurant they were in and whose dish they had been evaluating so casually. Before I could make a decision, Olivia's overdone duck reappeared, devoid of all suppleness and nuance. Much better, he declared after one bite, despite the fact that I could see from across the table that it had dried out and become tough. My father signaled for the wine list again. Let's order another bottle, something more impressive this time. As Marco approached with a leather-bound list, my father made a show of perusing it before pointing to one of our most costly options, a Bordeaux costing more than $800. This one should suffice, he declared. I knew that bottle quite well. I chose it during a trip to France last year and met with the vintner in person. It was wonderful, but entirely inappropriate for the present and next courses. May I suggest something that might pair better with the remaining dishes? I thought about it. My father waved me off. I think I know my wines, Dar. Marco caught my eye and softly asked for directions. I gave him a slight nod. Let my father have his way. This was hardly the hill to die on. The punches continued throughout the evening, including the last savory dish and dessert, a deconstructed lemon tart that was one of my personal favorites. Every dish drew some criticism. Every attempt I made to add to the conversation turned into proof of my failure. By the time coffee was served, I was emotionally exhausted. The double strain of suffering my family's disdain while witnessing them casually criticize my life's work was becoming unbearable. Then came the moment I'd been dreading and anticipating, the check. Adrian approached with a black leather folder carrying the bill and placed it discreetly in the center of the table. My father reached for it instinctively out of patriarchal duty, but Olivia intervened. Please, Charles, allow me, he urged with the practiced smoothness of someone who has used even charity as a power move. Consider it my treat to celebrate the occasion. My father made the typical modest protest before giving in. I watched Olivia open the folder, his demeanor changing from confident smile to barely veiled horror as he recorded the sum. Is there a problem? My father inquired, noting the shift. No, Olivia responded swiftly. Just confirming the calculation. I recognized what he was looking at. A dinner for 7 including premium wine pairings, special off-menu requests, and the $800 Bordeaux would cost well over $3,000. Not exorbitant for a restaurant of Maison's caliber, but certainly noteworthy. He grabbed for his wallet and slowly removed a black credit card, making sure everyone noticed the exclusive tier. Vivian, probably sensing his uneasiness, picked that opportunity to return to her previous probing. So, she began, her voice full of false sweetness. You never did say how you're managing to contribute to this extravagant dinner. We wouldn't want you stretching yourself financially on our account. All eyes returned to me. I could feel the classic dynamic emerging, Vivian the successful one, myself the suffering letdown. I can cover my portion, I replied simply. Can you though? She asked, leaning forward. Because we all know what food service pays. Can you even afford this place? The table went silent. The question hovered in the air, so purposefully offensive that even my parents were uncomfortable. Vivian, my mother whispered. Perhaps this isn't. No, I want to know, Vivian argued, her eyes fixed on mine. We've spent the entire evening pretending that everything's fine, that Dar's choice to throw away her education hasn't left her struggling. I think we deserve some honesty. I felt a scorching heat rise up from my chest to my cheeks. After 5 years of distance, of developing my own life and success, nothing has changed. I was still the family's disappointment, and I was pushed to defend my presence. Olivia, possibly feeling an opportunity to regain control following the initial shock, joined in. If you need help with your portion, just say so. No shame in that. I don't need help, I stated, my voice tight. Then how exactly are you paying for this? Vivian inquired. Because a meal here costs more than you probably make in a week. I opened my lips to answer, finally revealing everything, when Olivia frowned at the bill. Wait, there's a mistake here, he said. They've only charged us for the wines, not the food, he said sternly to Adrian. Excuse me. There's an error on our check. Adrian approached our table with perfect timing, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He most likely had been. My employees knew me well enough to be watching this scenario unfold. Is there a problem, sir? He inquired. Yes, you only charged us for the beverages and not the meal, Olivia responded, referring to the bill. Adrian stared at the check and then at me, his expression uncertain. In that moment, I made my decision. The charade had lasted long enough. I gave Adrian a small nod. There's no error, sir, Adrian responded calmly. The dinner portion has been taken care of. By whom? My father inquired, wondering. Adrian turned to face me, his professional manner giving way to a friendly smile. Welcome back, Miss Isabella. Your usual table is ready for your meeting with the investors. Would you like me to handle the situation? There was utter stillness over the table. 6 pairs of eyes looked at me with varying degrees of astonishment and incredulity. Thank you, Adrian, I murmured, my voice firm despite the excitement running through me. Yes, please close out Mr. Harrington's beverage tab. The rest is on the house, as usual. Very good, Miss Dar, he said, removing the folder from Olivia's now slack grip. Chef Sophia mentioned she'd like your opinion on the new spring menu items when you have a moment. I'll stop by the kitchen before my meeting, I told him. As Adrian left, I stared directly at my family. Their reactions ranged from bewilderment to astonishment to the dawn of understanding. What? What is happening? My mother finally asked. I took a deep breath. The moment I had dreaded and secretly anticipated for 5 years had arrived. Welcome to Maison, I replied simply. My restaurant. The silence lasted for what seemed like an age. My father was the first to recover, his face changing from confused to calculated. Your restaurant, he said gently. You work here. No, father, I said, feeling a weird serenity settle over me. I own Maison, I'm the executive chef and sole proprietor. That's impossible, Vivian exclaimed. This is one of the most exclusive restaurants in the city. It's been featured in major magazines. Yes, I agree. Food and Wine last month. Bon Appetit before that. The New York Times gave us 4 stars in their review last year. Olivia stared at me as if I had suddenly begun speaking in tongues. But you said you worked in food, you were vague about everything. Because I wanted to see how you would treat me if you thought I was struggling, I told you. And you've all made that abundantly clear tonight. My mother's hand fluttered to her pearls, her go-to gesture when socially unstable. Darling, why wouldn't you tell us about this achievement? Her emphasis on achievement said it all. Success made my decisions retrospectively acceptable in a way that passion never could. Would you like the full story? I inquired, glancing around the table. Without waiting for a response, I continued. After I left 5 years ago, I moved to the city with what little savings I had. I rented a tiny room in an apartment with 3 roommates in Queens. For a year, I worked 3 jobs: prep cook at a bistro from 5 a.m. to noon, line cook at a midtown restaurant from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m., and weekend shifts at a bakery. I took a sip of water and noticed their uneasy expressions. I slept 4 hours a night. I had blisters and burns up and down my arms. I studied technique obsessively in my rare free moments. Chef Julian, who had initially encouraged me to pursue culinary arts, took me under his wing. I became his sous chef within 18 months. Daniel looked at me with what appeared to be genuine attention. Callista seemed impressed. My parents appeared frozen in a condition of reappraisal. 2.5 years ago, I was working a private event at Julian's restaurant. A guest, Edward Lane of Lane Capital, tried my special course and asked to meet the chef. He was surprised to find someone so young had created what he called the most innovative dish he'd tasted in years. I made a circle around us. Edward became my investor. We discovered the location, which was a failed nightclub at the time. I created the concept, designed the menu, hired the personnel, and handled every detail, even the lighting fixtures and specialty plates. But the cost, my father remarked, his thoughts still apparently focused on the economics. A restaurant of this caliber, in this location, it must have required millions. $3,400,000 for the initial investment, I verified. And Edward brought in 2 other investors. We opened to immediate acclaim, thanks in part to Julian's backing and industry ties. 6 months later, we were profitable. 3 months later, I used the restaurant's performance to acquire a loan and buy out my investors. I've been the sole owner for over a year. That's why you suggested we meet here, Vivian said quietly. You knew all along. Actually, no, I corrected her. Callista chose this place. Is that correct, Callista? All eyes were drawn to Daniel's wife, who blushed profoundly. I had no idea, Dara. The concierge at Daniel's firm recommended it as the most impressive new restaurant in town. I swear I didn't realize it was yours. Of course you didn't, I comforted her. And no one in the family knew. That was deliberate on my part. But why keep it a secret? My mother pressed. We are your family. We would have been proud. I couldn't help but chuckle sharply. Would you? The same family that dismissed cooking as servant work, who completely ignored me when I chose culinary school, and who just minutes ago made disparaging remarks about my life choices. My father cleared his throat. Now Dra, that's unjust. We were anxious about your stability and future. If we'd known you had this level of commercial acumen. That's exactly my argument, I interjected. You couldn't appreciate my passion only. It only has worth for you now because it is associated with achievement and prestige. Chef Sophia entered our table in her crisp whites. Sofia Delgado, chef de cuisine, monogrammed on the breast, and cut an attractive figure. Sorry to interrupt, Da, she began. But the Matsuhisa party has arrived for their tasting, and Armand would like to confirm your interview for next week's feature. Also, your publisher inquired regarding the cookbook cover design. I nodded. Thank you, Sophia. Please let them know I'll be there shortly. As Sophia walked away, I noticed my family's eyes widen in surprise. Cookbook, Vivian repeated. Coming out this fall with Knopf? I replied. 120 recipes with personal stories. Draw, my mother continued, her voice taking on the soothing tone she used when attempting to control a social situation. This is all really amazing. Why haven't you told us sooner? We could have assisted and supported you. How did you support me when I needed it the most? I asked quietly. By entirely shutting me off? We believed it was a phase, my father complained. How did we know you had such a strong entrepreneurial spirit? You have clearly inherited my business sense. I was furious at his attempt to take credit for my achievement. I built this myself, I replied firmly, without your connections, money, or support. Olivia, who had been curiously silent, suddenly brightened up. A cookbook agreement must come with a significant advance. And this location, he gestured around appreciatively, his earlier criticisms forgotten, must generate big revenue. Do you have plans to expand? Maybe a restaurant group? I have several contacts in hotel investment who may be interested. I couldn't help but grin at the honesty of this shift from condescension to networking opportunity. I'm doing quite well with my current advisors, but thank you, I replied. Vivian gave him an irritated glance before returning my gaze. So, all this time, when I thought you were failing, you were actually succeeding, building all this? Yes, I answered simply. And tonight, she said, her voice sharpening. You let us sit here criticizing your food, wine list and portion sizes, all while knowing it was yours. I wanted to see how you would treat me if you thought I was still the family failure, I'd said. And now I know. That seems manipulative, she snapped. But I could feel her discomfort behind her rage. What's more deceptive than questioning how I could afford to eat here and then implying that I must be in debt or dating someone affluent to afford a lunch at this table? I responded. You weren't concerned about me, Vivian. You were relishing your perceived supremacy. As we spoke, the restaurant was gradually emptying as the evening service came to an end, and Marco approached with a bottle. Your special reserve cognac, Miss Isabella, he explained, for your investors' meeting, and Chef Sophia says the kitchen is ready whenever you arrive. Thank you, Marco, I told you. Please let Sophia know I'll be there in 10 minutes. As he walked away, I went back to my startled family and said, I have a business to run, rising from my seat. Thank you for coming this evening. Wait, my mother shouted hastily. Do not leave like this, we should congratulate your success. Perhaps we could all have brunch this weekend and catch up properly. I looked at her and saw for the first time not the terrifying figure of my upbringing, but a lady attempting to reclaim her pride and status. I'll think about it, you replied. But right now, I have investors waiting and a kitchen to oversee. As I started to go, Daniel stood up. Dar, he said, his voice softer than the others. For what it's worth, what you've built here is incredible. It's remarkable.
I apologize for not supporting you sooner. Of all the responses, his felt the most genuine. I gave him a modest gesture of recognition before leaving the table where I had just altered the dynamics of my family forever. I had just walked 10 feet when I heard the click of heels behind me. Turning around, I saw my mother rushing to catch up, her flawlessly poised facade beginning to crumble. "Draw, please," she begged, lowering her voice. "You can't just dismiss this insight and go away. We need to discuss this." I looked toward the private dining room, where my genuine investors, a group of people considering finance for my next restaurant concept, were waiting. "I have a meeting, Mother." "Postpone it," she pleaded. "This is family." "Family hasn't been a priority for you in 5 years, I responded, maintaining a steady tone. "My business commitments don't suddenly become optional because you finally decided my career is worthy of your attention." The rest of the family had followed her, forming an awkward cluster near the bar area. My father was visibly uncomfortable, unaccustomed to not being in control of a situation. Vivian's expression alternated between bitterness and something that could have been respect. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation tomorrow," my father proposed in his problem-solving business tone. "Dinner at our place." "We have a lot to talk about," Olivia said hopefully, "including how we can help you grow. My firm specializes in—" "I don't need your help," I said firmly. "I didn't develop this place only to get your approval. I built it since it's what I enjoy and am good at. The fact that it's successful doesn't make my passion any more valid than it was 5 years ago." "No one is saying that," my mother countered. "Darling, we're simply proud of what you've accomplished." "Are you proud, Mom? Or are you pleased that my choices no longer make you feel embarrassed in social situations?" Her flinch informed me I had struck near to home. "That's unfair," my father said. "We've always wanted what's best for you." "No," I corrected him. "You wanted what was consistent with your vision for me. There is a difference." Sophia stood by my side, her presence a pleasant reassurance. "The Halvard group is asking if you'll be joining them soon," she whispered quietly. 5 minutes, I assured her. As Sophia nodded and went away, I returned my attention to my family. "I need to go." "Draw." Vivian took a step nearer, her voice lacking its normal harsh edge. "I owe you an apology. The things I said tonight were unkind." "They were honest," I said. "That's the silver lining of the evening. I got to witness exactly how you guys perceive me when you believe I'm struggling." "That's not fair," Daniel replied, joining the argument. "People make decisions based on what they know. We didn't know." "You didn't know I was successful," I clarified. "But you didn't know I was doing something I enjoyed. That should have been sufficient for my family to demonstrate fundamental respect." A deep silence fell over the group. "You're right," my father finally remarked, startling me. "We should have supported your passion regardless of its outcome." This acknowledgement was significant since Charles Mitchell didn't admit faults readily. "Where should we go from here?" my mother inquired, genuine uncertainty in her voice, another rare. I took a deep breath and considered the topic. Despite everything, these people were my family. The grief they caused was real, but so was our shared history. I had never aimed for complete estrangement, just enough distance to construct my own life without their judgment clouding my decisions. "I don't know yet," I replied candidly. "But tonight has made one thing plain. If we are to continue our relationship, we must do it on different terms. I'm not a family failure looking for redemption. I am a successful chef and business owner who deserves the same respect as any other professional." "Of course," my father responded promptly. "And that means no more comments about my life choices, no more unsolicited career advice, and absolutely no attempts to network through my restaurant," I said, casting a hard glance at Olivia, who managed to appear ashamed. "About Vivian's wedding," my mother asked tentatively. "How about it?" I asked. "We'd still like you to be there," Vivian whispered softly. "As my sister. Not as whatever we thought you were before tonight." I glanced at her, trying to see past the years of competitiveness and judgment. Despite everything, there had been beautiful times. Secrets shared as youngsters, support after heartbreaks, intimate jokes no one else understood. "I'll be there," I vowed. Then after a moment of thought, I added, "And if you'd like, I could host a dinner for the wedding party here at Maison as my gift." Vivian's eyes widened. "You'd do that, after how we've treated you?" "You're still my sister," I answered simply. "But, to be clear, I'm not seeking your approval. It's me presenting something I'm proud of on my own terms." "I understand," she replied quietly. "And I would be honored."
We exchanged genuine smiles for the first time that evening. "Now I really do need to go," I remarked, pointing to the private dining room. "Of course," my father said. "Your business comes first." "Not always," I told him, "but tonight, yes." As they prepared to leave, I mentioned, "I'm free for brunch on Sunday. Not in your club, however. There's a small establishment in the East Village that I suggest you should visit." "We'll be there," my mother said, relieved at the slight opening. As I watched them leave the restaurant, their viewpoints had irreparably changed, and as the door closed behind them, I exhaled deeply, feeling strangely lighter. Sophia approached again. "Is everything okay?" "Getting there," I responded. "Family is complicated." "Tell me about it," she said. "My mother still introduces me as her daughter who works at a restaurant, like I'm a teenage waitress at Denny's." I smiled, pleased for her understanding. "Let's go talk about the spring menu. I am very excited about some of my new ideas." As we proceeded toward the kitchen, my refuge, my achievement, my actual home, I understood that the most important discovery of the evening was not showing my family what I'd accomplished, but completely recognizing it myself. I had achieved this achievement on my own terms, without their approval, and that understanding was more valuable than any recognition they could possibly provide. Spring menu planning, meetings with my publisher regarding the cookbook layout, and preliminary negotiations about a potential second location kept me quite busy for the past 2 weeks. But recollections of that family supper stayed, intruding in quiet moments, demanding reflection. Sunday breakfast had gone unexpectedly well. I'd brought my family to Elma's, a hidden treasure managed by a former colleague from my early days working the line. My parents had been visibly uneasy about the mismatched chairs and graffiti-decorated walls, but the food, unpretentious yet masterfully executed, had won them over. "I never knew simple eggs could taste like this," my father had admitted, mopping up the last of his shakshuka with homemade sourdough. Small steps. Not a complete transformation, but an opening. Sitting at my usual table after closing time, I watched the staff complete their final duties. Ivy was counting the register while humming softly. Adrian and Marco were discussing wine pairings for tomorrow's private event. Sophia had left an hour ago after we'd finalized the spring menu revisions. My phone buzzed with a text from Vivian. "Wedding planning nightmare. Florist just doubled their quote. Any chance you're free for coffee tomorrow? Could use some straight." I smiled slightly at this unexpected request for my opinion, and I texted back, confirming a time and place. The relationship with my family was evolving into something I couldn't have predicted. Measured respect between adults with different values and paths. My mother had called 3 times in the last 2 weeks, her usual formality softening into genuine questions about my work. My father had sent an article about female chefs breaking barriers in the industry, a silent acknowledgement that he was trying to understand my world, and Daniel had reached out, asking if he could bring his children to see the kitchen sometime. "I want them to know they have options," he'd said, "that success doesn't have to look the same for everyone." These were fragile beginnings, not the dramatic reconciliation of a Hollywood movie. Real healing, I discovered, occurs in quiet moments and modest gestures, in the incremental rewriting of old patterns. The most significant shift, however, was not in my family's image of me, but in how I had finally stopped assessing my worth through their eyes. The validation I had always frantically sought from them now felt strangely unneeded, since I had proven myself, not to them, but to myself. This realization had rippled through other areas of my life as well. I'd launched a mentorship program for young chefs from disadvantaged backgrounds, offering them the guidance and opportunity I'd fought so hard to find. "Chef?" Ivy's voice interrupted my thoughts. "We're all ready for closing. Is there anything else you need before we leave?" "No, thank you," I cracked a joke. "You all did amazing work tonight." As the staff went out, calling their good nights, I remained at my seat, my notebook open to a blank page. I'd been attempting to articulate the introduction to my cookbook, fighting to find words that conveyed my trip, and in the stillness of the empty restaurant, I finally began writing. Food has always been my truest language. When words failed, I communicated through flavors, and when pathways were obscure, I followed my palate. The recipes in this book are more than just recipes. They're chapters of a life lived in quest of authenticity above approval. 5 years ago, I was at a crossroads between expectation and passion. Choosing the latter cost me dearly at first, but ultimately led to the richest feast I could have imagined. Not only professional success, but the discovery that true wealth isn't measured by external validation or material achievement, but by the courage to honor your own voice, even when it speaks in whispers against the shouts of doubt. I lay down my pen, The words finally flowing freely. Tomorrow would bring fresh challenges. A difficult vendor negotiation, Vivian's wedding planning drama, and the finalization of the cookbook introduction, but today, in this moment of peaceful thought, I felt inner calm. The journey had not been easy. There had been nights of exhaustion so complete that I'd fallen asleep in kitchen corners during rare breaks, burns and cuts that left scars on my hands, and moments of doubt so intense that I'd questioned everything. But I had persevered. Not to prove my worth to others, but because I couldn't imagine living any other way. By choosing authenticity above acceptance, I discovered something more valuable than success or familial validation. Myself. Have you ever had to choose between meeting others' expectations and following your own heart? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below, and don't forget to like this video if it resonated with you. Subscribe for more true stories of resilience and triumph, and share with someone who may need a reminder that the most important approval comes from within. Thank you for joining me on this journey. My parents sold my laptop to buy my sister a $2,300 e-bike. When they demanded I pay her rent too, I said one word. No. And walked out forever. My name is Lucas. I'm the oldest child, the go-to issue solver, the one with jumper wires and duct tape on hand. In my family, I am the background character who keeps the set from collapsing. My younger sister Ingrid is the star. She embodies brightness, noise and acclaim. I'm the guy with the curtain. It was not always dramatic, it was modest, consistent things. If we both came home she got a new jacket, and I got, nice but don't get cocky. If something broke, I repaired it. If money was tight, I took on an extra shift. When I turned 18, Dad shook my hand and told me, "I'm proud of you, man." For safety I handed Ingrid the keys to a gently used automobile. She sobbed joyous tears. I took the bus and convinced myself that it would help me develop character. I currently work in IT. Quiet job with consistent hours. I co-signed a mortgage last year because Dad said, family helps family, and Mom said, it'll look good on your credit, sweetheart. I trusted them. I wanted to believe them. It's easier than admitting you're the utility line that everyone connects to. Ingrid is the golden one. She floats. Every season brings new hobbies and corresponding clothing. My parents term it, investing in her potential. When I ask what that means, Dad laughs and says, you wouldn't get it, Lucas. You're practical. Practical is their word for invisible. I just returned from a cheap weekend excursion with pals. We spent 2 nights near the lake in a rented cabin that smelled like pine cleaner and damp towels. No service, no laptop. That was the entire objective. Unplug. On the way home, my phone buzzed 12 times from group chat. Nothing from the family. Normal. I stopped by my folks' house on Sunday evening to pick up my MacBook and charger before heading to work. The television was on too loud. The house smelled of baked chicken and artificial lemon. Dad was in the garage leaning slowly over the workbench like if automobiles were confessing secrets to him. Mom was at the sink, rings off, hands in soapy water, humming a song on the radio as if everything was fine. Hey, I replied as I entered the kitchen. I need my laptop. It was on my desk. Mom did not look up. Hi, honey. In your room, she said, as if she already knew the answer to the question. Yeah. I walked down the hall. The desk was pristine in a manner that it never is. There are no cables, sticky notes, or dents where the charger is located. Simply a polished rectangle of wood. My stomach made that strange elevator dip. I came back. Where's my MacBook? Dad walked in, wiping his hands on a rag that did not require wiping. Funny you should ask, he remarked, his smile indicating that he was ready to say something light. I sold it. I assumed he was joking. I actually laughed. What? He leaned against the counter. To teach you responsibility, you leave things here, you don't really need them, right? My laugh died quickly. You stole my laptop. Mom eventually turned. Her lips pursed as if she were preparing for a toddler tantrum. You left it here, sweetheart. That means you didn't really need it. She inclined her head. You have a work computer. That's not how this works, I answered, speaking slower than I felt. That's my property. Dad raised both hands. Relax. It's not that deep. You can use the family desktop if you need to print something. The family desktop from 2011, I blurted out. My voice sounded calm. Too calm. There's personal stuff on that Mac. Work files. Then you should have been more careful, your mother responded. Actions have consequences. I heard tires crunching on gravel. The horn chirped twice. Ingrid's tiny electric bell rang an eager, happy ding-ding. She rolled into the driveway on a shiny new e-bike with a shining white frame, huge tires, and a large battery attached like a gem to the down tube. She removed her helmet with a hair flip and called through the open door. "Thanks again, Dad." Dad smirked, chest out, as if he had won something. "Looking good, kiddo." "How much was that?" I asked unintentionally. Ingrid beams. $2,300. But it's an investment, for my commute. Sustainability. She glanced at me. "You should try being spontaneous sometimes." Mom chuckled as if it was charming. Dad clapped her shoulder. "Anything for my girl?" I did not yell. I did not cry. I placed my hands flat on the surface and felt the sticky ring of a glass that hadn't been wiped up. My name appeared on a mortgage here. My laptop wasn't. Ingrid turned the front wheel and saw it blur. Dad threw me the rag. "Don't make it a thing, Lucas. Be useful and set the table." I grew up in a household where money was a scoreboard, and I was constantly expected to keep it balanced. When Ingrid wanted soccer camp and new cleats, Dad worked overtime and Mom shuffled bills. When I inquired about joining a high school robotics program, the response was, "That's too expensive, Lucas. Be grateful you already have a computer." That computer was used in missing half of the keys. It did not stop there. Every milestone was slanted. At 16, I spent weekends bagging groceries to save up for a used automobile. When I arrived home with $2,000 saved, Dad requested me to lend him half for a temporary fix. He said he would pay me back in a month. I never saw another dollar. Ingrid turned 16 2 months later, and there was a shiny hand-me-down automobile in her driveway. A Honda Civic with balloons affixed to its side mirrors. Dad clasped her on the shoulder and added, "Safe and reliable. Nothing is too much for my girl." I boarded the bus. It established the tone. My duty was not as a son. It was a resource. When Mom decided to paint the kitchen, she asked me to cover the supplies. "You're the handy one, sweetheart. Ingrid's got schoolwork." When Dad had a credit card debt on his mind, he requested me to keep an eye on him while Ingrid went shopping for new homecoming dresses. When the roof needed to be patched, I was up on a ladder at midnight in the rain. It worsened when I finished college. I got a steady job in IT. Quiet employment, nothing fancy, but enough to pay rent and begin saving. Dad took me aside with a salesman grin. "Family mortgage is crushing us. Rates are killing me. Co-sign with us, Lucas. It'll boost your credit. Win-win." I paused. Mom joined in with that guilty tone. "Sweetheart, it's just paperwork. You're helping us keep this house. One day it'll be yours and Ingrid's." I signed. A year later, every time a payment arrived, my name appeared on the line. Every month I asked Dad if everything was under control, and he just shrugged me off. "Relax, it's handled." Meanwhile, Ingrid floated. She switched majors twice before dropping out of community college completely. Mom's line, "She's finding herself." Dad's favorite, "She's got potential, Lucas. Don't smother her with pressure." Potential arrived with a $1,200 camera for her photography phase, a $600 piano for her music phase, and a $900 sewing machine for her fashion phase. When Dad was unable to make it that month, I paid a portion of the credit bill for at least 2 of the purchases. Each time I pushed back, the script was complete. Dad said, "Don't be selfish." Mom said, "You don't understand. She's the baby." Ingrid said, "You're just jealous." I realized it wasn't all about money. It was about roles. I was supply. She was in demand. The tiny humiliations hurt more than the major requests. For example, when I brought over goods to stock the fridge, Dad said during dinner, "Good man. Lucas knows how to contribute." He then handed Ingrid the last slice of pie and told me I'd had enough. Or when I upgraded my phone after saving money and Mom accused me of bragging, then 2 weeks later gave Ingrid a brand new iPad. The message was consistently the same. I could never win. If I possessed something, it indicated that I was selfish. If Ingrid had something, it meant she earned it. The breaking point came closer when Dad suggested that I cover a little more of the mortgage. "Since you're single, Lucas, you don't have responsibilities like we do." Then Mom added softly, "Ingrid's thinking of moving out someday. Maybe you can help her get on her feet with rent." That's what family does. Translation. More money out of my pocket, more free trips for her. Every conversation shared the same undertone. They saw my paycheck before seeing me. And when they looked at Ingrid, they saw possibilities and future shine. When they glanced at me, they noticed a wallet with legs. For years I told myself that everything was fine, that this was what responsibility entailed, that I was building credit, and that I was acting like an adult. But each little demand undermined the notion that anything was fair. And then there was the MacBook, the one thing I bought for myself, the tool I used for work, projects, and keeping my personal life organized, gone. It became Ingrid's brand new toy on wheels. That's when I realized the stakes had changed. They weren't just borrowing parts of me anymore. They were taking things out of my hands and handing them directly to her, calling it a lesson. The next lesson was already on the horizon. It was not a holiday when everything cracked open. It wasn't a huge celebration. It was simply another Sunday dinner, one I'd been dragged to my entire life. Mom texted me earlier. "Be here at 6 sharp. Sweetheart, don't forget dessert." Translation: bring something, and don't expect thanks. I arrived with a pie from the bakery near my apartment. $15. Nothing special, but I knew Mom would not bake. When I stepped in, the kitchen smelled of overdone roast and bleach. Dad was in his recliner, watching the game. Ingrid sat on the couch, legs curled under her, scrolling her phone as her gleaming new cycling helmet rested proudly on the coffee table. "Hey," I said, putting the pie down. "About time," Dad murmured, eyes fixed on the television. Mom peered around the corner. "Oh, good, dessert. You remembered?" I didn't respond. We sat down to eat. Standard drill. Dad served himself first, followed by Ingrid and Mom. By the time the dish arrived, only a wing and some mushy potatoes remained. I didn't care. I learned years ago not to expect a full plate. Halfway through supper, Dad cleared his throat as if he were making a major statement. "So Ingrid's thinking of moving into an apartment near downtown." Mom applauded softly, as if it were breaking news. "Isn't that exciting?" Ingrid shrugged, but I could see a smile forming on her lips. "Yeah, there's this place I like. Rent's kind of high though, but I'll figure it out." My dad was staring at me. "Your sister's young. She shouldn't have to drown in bills. You can help her cover rent just until she's settled." My fork froze in midair. "Excuse me?" Mom chimed in, calm yet sharp. "Sweetheart, you're stable. You live alone. You don't have the same expenses. It's only fair." "Fair?" I asked softly. "You sold my laptop last week." Dad waved his hand. "You're still on that? It was just a computer. She's starting her life." I set down my fork. It wasn't just a computer. And I'm not paying her rent. The room went dead silent. Ingrid glanced up from her phone. "Wow. Okay. Don't be such a jerk. It's literally nothing to you." "It's not nothing," I replied. My voice remained firm, but within I felt my chest constrict. "I'm not your ATM. I'm not covering rent, tuition, hobbies, bikes, or anything else." Dad's chair rattled as he leaned forward, his voice low but threatening. "Watch your tone. You don't talk to your mother that way, or your sister." "I'm not," I said. "I'm telling you I'm done." Mom shook her head, as if I had disappointed her beyond belief. "You've always been so cold, Lucas. Family helps family. What are we supposed to tell people if you won't even step up for your own sister?" "Tell them the truth," I stated. "That you use my name for your mortgage? That you sold my property behind my back? That every time Ingrid wants something, you take it out of me?" Ingrid slapped the phone down. "You're being dramatic. Dad helps you too. Who paid for your braces?" I laughed, short and harsh. "You mean the braces I paid off myself with grocery shifts at 16 because Dad forgot the last 3 payments?" Her cheeks reddened. "You're just jealous." Something within me broke. Not loud or messy. Just a quiet snap. I looked at Dad, Mom, and Ingrid. My voice came out level, as if I were giving instructions to a stranger. "This isn't about revenge. This is about closure. I'm not paying another dime. Not on a house. Not on Ingrid. Not on anything." Dad's fist struck the table. The dishes shook. I stood calmly. My hands did not even shake. "I'm done." Mom's voice became harsh. "If you walk out that door, Lucas, don't bother coming back. Don't expect family when you're old and alone." I met her gaze. I'd rather be alone than drained dry. I took up my keys and approached the door behind me. Dad said something I didn't catch. Ingrid mumbled. "Pathetic." Mom began to cry, like she often does when she wants someone to fold. But I did not fold. For the first time in my life, I did not remain seated and swallow it down. I went out into the night. The sound of their conversations was muffled behind the door. And for the first time, it was silent. The fallout began almost immediately. By the time I returned to my apartment that night, I had 3 missed calls from Mom, 2 from Dad, and 1 text from Ingrid that simply stated, "Wow, you seriously ruined dinner, congrats." I did not respond. The next morning my phone buzzed non-stop. 15 calls before lunch. Mom left a voicemail in which she was crying so hard she could scarcely breathe. "Lucas, sweetheart, I don't know what's gotten into you. We're family. You don't turn your back on us. Please don't do this." Then one from Dad, angry this time. "You think you can just walk away after everything we've done for you? You're ungrateful, selfish. Don't forget whose roof you grew up under." And of course, Ingrid's signature bite. "Whatever, you've always been bitter. I'll figure out rent without your drama. Enjoy your sad little life." I left them all unread. By day 3 the tone had shifted. Her texts were brief. "Mortgage is due Friday. Your father's stressed. Please don't let us down." Afterward, "If you don't cover your part, we can lose the house. Do you want that on your conscience?" I sat there staring at the message and thought how stupid it was. My role had become an excuse for every gap and deficit. I was never just helping. I was carrying. I didn't respond. When the payment deadline passed, Dad contacted me 10 times in 1 hour. Then another message arrived. "Fine. You want to play tough guy? We'll see how tough you are when the bank calls. You're on this loan, Lucas. They'll come for you too." I blocked his phone number. Silence lasted 2 days. Then Ingrid shared a photo on Instagram of herself smiling with a bike, with the remark, "Learning to do life without people who hold you back." The comments section was filled with heart emojis, and "You found this girl through her pals." It should have stung. It did not. It felt like assurance I'd made the proper decision. Meanwhile, my phone was vibrating with numbers I didn't recognize. Bill collectors are family. I disregarded them all. At work I forced myself to concentrate. When coworkers inquired if I was okay, I simply responded I was sleepy. But at night, sitting in my apartment, I realized how quiet things had become. No daily reminder texts from Mom. There's no Dad asking for a quick favor. There's no Ingrid here to brag about her new gadget. Just silent. And the silence felt lovely. 2 weeks later, I made one final visit to their house. Not to converse but to get my name off the mortgage. The sticky note I posted on the fridge following the laptop incident had been ignored. I was already aware of this. So I arrived with paperwork this time. I had communicated with the bank and figured out how to legally withdraw myself. It was not easy, but it was feasible. Dad answered the door with chilly eyes. "What do you want?" "To get out," I responded, putting out the papers. He scoffed. "Coward." Mom appeared behind him, her face blotchy from tears. "Please, Lucas, don't do this to us. Think of your sister." I shake my head. "I am. That's why I'm done." Dad murmured something under his breath, which I believe was useless or weak. But he signed when reality hit in. Mom first refused, but eventually caved after 10 minutes of stillness. Ingrid was not even home. When it was finished I put the pen down and spoke the only thing I could. "You'll figure it out without me." That night my phone remained quiet. No missed calls or texts. The stillness lasted several days, then weeks. For the first time in my life, I wasn't waiting for their approval or anticipating their expectations. I got up early, made breakfast without rushing, went on walks, and read books that I had been putting off. It was not dramatic. It was not glamorous. But it was mine. And that felt liberating. It's been months since I left that house and untangled my name from their mortgage. Months have passed since the incessant buzz of calls and guilt-ridden texts. The hush remained. At first, it seemed bizarre. I'd check my phone out of habit, expecting to find Mom's lengthy guilt texts or Ingrid's smug status posts. Nothing. The only notifications I get now are from work, a few pals, and bills in my name. Bills that I genuinely chose. I wondered if I would miss them. I do not. I feel lighter, as if someone cut a weight off my chest that I had no idea I was carrying. When I return home to my own apartment, no one is waiting with a new favor. No one is implying that my paycheck belongs to them. No one is calling me selfish for wanting my own things. I've created new routines. On Sunday nights, I cook for myself rather than carrying a pie into a kitchen where I am invisible. I go on long walks after work. I began saving again. Not for someone else's bills, but for mine. It's surprising how quickly money rises when you don't have to patch every hole your family digs. My financial account is quiet confirmation that I made the proper decision, and for once, I don't feel compelled to justify every dollar I spend. I occasionally browse past Ingrid's posts, the bike, the clothing, and the countless captions about freedom. It's funny yet also sad. She still plays the golden kid role, but there is no one in the background to prop her up. I don't leave any comments. I do not care. If she calls me bitter, that's great. If mom paints me as selfish, that's great. If dad calls me ungrateful, that's great. Nothing matters now, since the moment I stopped providing, their influence over me vanished. Because here's the truth, I'm no longer the family's wallet. I am not the invisible background. I am not the safety net they stretch till it cracks. I'm simply myself, and for the first time, that's enough. I'm not sure what their house looks like anymore. I'm not sure if a mortgage is still dangling by a thread, or if dad figured out how to rearrange numbers again. I'm not sure if Ingrid is paying her rent, or if mom is covering it behind closed doors. Perhaps they will be able to handle. Perhaps they will not. But it is the point. I'm not the answer anymore. What I do know is that it's no longer my problem. I placed a letter on the fridge that night. Now figure out how to pay the mortgage without my name on it. That was not a threat. That wasn't vengeance. I made a pledge to myself. This is not about penalizing them. This is about closing the book. I will always remember how they treated me. I will not pretend that did not happen. But I won't be carrying it anymore. I refuse to let their expectations consume every paycheck and modest triumph. I've had enough of being useful just when they're desperate. I'm tired of hearing family helps family when all it ever meant was me assisting them. From now on, I pick where my time, money, and energy go. And they don't get a say. I may not have the perfect family. I might not get birthday calls or holiday dinners. I may not appear in the holiday images that they send to relatives, but I am at peace. And that is more valuable than any bike, laptop, or shame they try to sling around my neck. What shocked me the most was how quickly the world filled in after I set that barrier. Without the constant drain, I had more time to focus on myself than I had previously. I resumed running, something I had abandoned years ago because my leisure time was spent helping others. I joined a local reading club and met new people who only knew me as Lucas, rather than the dependable older son. When I stated an interest or activity, no one rolled their eyes or said it was a waste of money. At work, I also observed changes. I wasn't coming into the office exhausted from late-night phone calls about my parents' bills. I had energy. I volunteered for projects. My manager genuinely commented, "You seem lighter lately." He was correct. For the first time, I wasn't living in another person's shadow. I also started saying yes to things I'd usually turned down. A co-worker invited me on a weekend excursion. I went. A neighbor asked if I wanted to play pickup basketball. I answered, "Sure." These seem like minor details, but these are the things I've never had the opportunity to do before. I was always prepared for the next demand, the next favor disguised as a duty. Even my apartment feels different today. It's more than just a place to rest in between family emergencies. It is I set up shelves and purchased a desk. I genuinely decorated the walls with prints that bring me joy. Every corner serves as a reminder of something I choose rather than being forced to do. And the best part? I don't feel bad for loving it. That is exactly what closure is. Not slamming a door in rage, but finally allowing oneself to live without carrying everyone else's burden. I will never let them use me like that again. And if it means I must stand alone, so be it.